Chapter 1. Did I just get slapped by a fish? Alipay has credited 168 yuan. Take care, and we welcome your next visit. Having toiled for an entire hour, Lie Junan felt no fatigue. Rather, he found himself craving a cigarette. However, glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already 1 in the morning. After tidying up the shop, he hefted a large bag of rubbish and prepared to leave. I'm heading home, he called out to his colleagues as he stepped out of the shop. Lie Junan worked at a small therapy center. After graduating high school, he did not pursue further studies and, fueled by youthful enthusiasm, ventured into the workforce. However, lacking a higher education and specialized skills, he found it impossible to secure a good job. Through a friend's introduction, he learned massage therapy, a profession that required no formal education, just a willingness to endure hardship. Since 2013, he had been working in this field for nearly 8 or 9 years. His skills were commendable, and he had garnered a fair number of repeat customers at his current establishment. In the city of Yongcheng, his income was relatively decent. Yet due to his excessive spending on video games, he found himself with little money left. In the past 6 months, due to the prevailing economic climate, incomes across various sectors had significantly decreased, leading to a decline in customers visiting the shop. The boss had made it clear that he intended to sell the shop and develop opportunities elsewhere. After nearly 8 years in Yongcheng, leaving a city characterized by low income and high expenses left Lie Junan uncertain about his next destination. Enough of that. Time to head home. Pressing the button for the ground floor in the elevator, Lie Junan thought to himself. He exited the elevator, discarded the rubbish by the roadside bin, and made his way to the underground parking lot of the nearby residential complex. He mounted his electric scooter, donned his headphones, and sped homeward. 25 minutes later, Lie Junan stopped in front of a building in the urban village, used his access key to unlock the door, parked his scooter, and took the elevator to the 11th floor. Once inside his apartment, he changed into slippers and casually turned on the fish tank light beside the table. Gazing at the black and white peacock fish along with several smaller ones, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Crossing the 10 square meter living room to the bedroom, he placed his shoulder bag on the bamboo rack, retrieved his earphone case from his pocket, and stowed his earbuds. He then pulled out the chair at his desk and sat down. Pressing the power button, he picked up the water cup on the table and took a large sip of the lukewarm water before clicking on the desktop icon to log into the turn-based online game he had been playing for several years. Lie Junan had played this game for over a decade now, having temporarily stepped away due to work commitments. Currently, he had 2 main characters, a physical damage-dealing male character from the Tiansa mansion, who had reached level 135, and a supportive female character from the Buddhist sect, also at level 135. In his quest to raise a child in the game, he had even mixed up the 2 characters. Since he had completed his daily tasks that morning, there was little to do at this hour. Nevertheless, his slight obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to log into both accounts, collect the monthly card rewards, and return to the luxury seaside apartment he had purchased for 648 yuan. After tending to his crops and feeding the fish, Lie Junan opened the game's wish system. I've reached rare fish species. I might as well go fishing. Rare fish species increases the chance of catching devilfish and baby sea turtles. Note, the enhancement effect has a time limit and trigger restrictions and can be shared with others. Effect duration, 4 hours trigger restriction, once trigger probability, high. How to share. Must be in the same team and return to the team to share. Each wish guarantees a random blessing. He grouped with his Buddhist character, clicked on the fishing rod in the item bar, and used it. Both characters then entered the fishing interface in their home. Following the usual routine, he purchased a greedy wish fishing tool. When used, it will summon a wish to assist in fishing but can only catch baby fish, remaining for 30 minutes. Feeding the wish can extend the retention time by 30 minutes. And, switching between both characters, clicked to cast his line. Within about 10 seconds, he caught a fish. Upon reeling it in, the game interface displayed the baby fish he had caught. Name: Pearl Armor Fish Lifespan, 25 species, ornamental fish. Quality: 0/364/400. The 3 numbers represent current quality, quality after feeding, and maximum quality. Seeing that the quality was decent, Lie Junan opted to place it in the fish basket rather than release it, only to discover that the basket was full. He then cleared out the low-quality baby fish
from both accounts' baskets before continuing to cast. Manual casting and reeling can occur simultaneously with the wish-assisted fishing. After switching between the two accounts and reeling in several times, he noticed that the 15-year-old computer was starting to lag. Damn it, this old computer needs replacing soon. Lie Junan grumbled, contemplating swapping out the 120 gigabytes solid-state drive and reinstalling the system, along with adding an extra 4 gigabytes RAM stick. The result was a quicker boot time, but little else in terms of improvement, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Grabbing a cigarette from the table, he lit it and took a few puffs before continuing to click the mouse. Noticing the lag had diminished, he resumed casting and reeling in. I caught a carp. Name, red carp, lifespan, 83 species. Omnivorous fish quality, 0/462/650. Just as he placed the red carp into the fish basket, Lie Junan suddenly noticed a new button on the game interface, Materialization. What's this? Lie Junan was certain he had never seen this button on his computer or in the game before. Could it be a new feature introduced with the update? Usually indifferent to game system announcements, Lie Junan instinctively clicked the Materialization button. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a flash of golden light appeared before him, revealing a vibrant red carp that materialized on his desk. What the hell? What is this? Lie Junan stared in bewilderment at the carp flapping its mouth on his desk. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he reached out to poke the fish with his finger. Its slick body shimmered under the light, reflecting glimmers of gold from its scales. Is this really a fish? Just as Lie Junan questioned his sanity, the fish, which had been lying on the desk, suddenly sprang up with a powerful leap, its strong tail slapping him across the face with a resounding smack. Damn it, my mother hasn't even hit me like that. In a fit of rage, Lie Junan grabbed the fish that had landed back on the desk and hurled it to the ground, pushing aside his chair and stomping down with his size 44 foot onto the unfortunate creature. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of stomps that left the fish unrecognizable, Lie Junan picked up the Black Panther from the ground and took a deep drag. Damn it, I just got slapped around by a fish. Hey upstairs, are you still awake at this hour? I have to work tomorrow. Faintly hearing shouts from outside the window, Lie Junan cursed under his breath, crushed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and returned to his senses. Something feels a bit off here. Lie Junan glanced at the mangled fish beneath his foot, then at his computer, lost in contemplation. After sweeping the fish off the ground into the trash bin and tidying up the floor, a sudden thought struck him. Does this mean I'm about to strike it rich? He clicked the mouse to exit the fishing interface and opened the item menu. Gazing at the copper and silver coins in his inventory, a grin gradually spread across his face. Chapter 2 Ding. You have received 230,229,073 yuan via Alipay. Copper coins, 230,229,073 silver coins, 847,447. The plus sign indicates that they can be purchased with gold coins. The exchange rate between gold coins and copper coins is approximately 30 gold coins for 510,000 copper coins and 90 gold coins for 1,530,000 copper coins. The exchange rate between gold coins and silver coins is 30 gold coins for 3,000 silver coins and 90 gold coins for 9,000 silver coins, with a ratio of 1 to 100. For the first purchase of silver coins with gold coins each month, there is an additional double reward, but only for purchases of 30, 90, or 150 coins. Subsequent purchases do not receive this benefit. The exchange rate between RMB and gold coins fluctuates. Typically, 30 renminbi can be converted to 130 gold coins, while 648 renminbi yields 4,000 gold coins. During promotional events, the first 3,000 gold coins purchased may receive a 35 limited time discount, while the next 4,000 can garner a 25 discount. Lie Junan glanced at his recharge interface. The 648 renminbi recharge also offered a double reward. If the money in the game could materialize into reality, wouldn't that mean he was truly wealthy? However, Lie Junan was uncertain. Should I get a try? He pondered. If a fish can materialize, there's no reason money can't. But how will it manifest? It can't just appear like a pile of cash. Can it? What's the conversion rate? 1 to 10, 1 to 100, or even 1 to 1,000? If it were cash, how much would over 200 million yuan amount to? If it materialized directly into his WeChat, Alipay, or bank account, would the authorities take notice and apprehend him? After all, he often watched short videos where a lawyer named Zhang San mentioned something about a crime involving unexplained wealth. Whatever, life is too short to worry. If I'm going to go for it, why not try? Maybe I should start small. With that thought, Lie Junan adjusted his chair and returned to the computer desk, slowly reaching for the mouse. Wait, that over 200 million copper coins are only from the Tiansu account. What about the FOMIN account? He pressed Alt-Tab to switch to his FOMIN account, then back to Tiansu account. Gold coins 267, silver coins 847,447, copper coins 230,229,073. FO min account. Gold coins 351, silver coins 454,337, copper coins 144,766,138. Lie Junan remained silent for a while, steadying his trembling hands, then opened the item menu for the Tiansu account. He hovered the mouse over the copper coins section, clicked once, and looked at the bottom right corner of the game interface. Phew! Exhaling, he was not surprised to see the anticipated button materialize in the bottom right corner of the game. Without hesitation, he clicked Materialize, and a new input field appeared, something never seen in the game before. Cautiously, Lie Junan entered 230,229,073, then clicked Materialize. The game interface then displayed a selection for currency types. He glanced at the options for various currencies and decisively chose RMB, clicking Next. Next appeared a selection for the method of materialization: cash, Alipay/WeChat/bank account. Remembering he needed to pay off his Huabei, Lie Junan unhesitatingly selected Alipay and confirmed. Ding! The notification sound from his phone echoed, and trembling, he picked up his well-used iPhone 8P, swallowing hard as he pressed the home button. Upon unlocking, he opened the Alipay app, and upon reaching the main interface, he clicked on the messages, spotting the top notification. A transfer initiated by an unnamed account, 230,229,073. Transfer to you, don't count, it's 2.3 E. Habitually, Lie Junan sent a thank you along with a couple of grinning emojis, not expecting a reply. To his surprise, the other party sent another message. The game materialization system informs you that this transfer is completely compliant and legal. There's no need to worry about scrutiny from anyone or any country. Holy cow, I'm not experiencing a game glitch. I've got a system? Realizing this, Lie Junan quickly typed, "How do I summon the system?" After a prolonged wait, he received no reply, and he inwardly grumbled, "Is my system incompetent?" Just then, another message appeared. "Are you bored? If so, go play the game." So, the system knows what I'm thinking? Pondering this, Lie Junan contemplated whether playing one game would allow him to materialize everything within it. If he downloaded a racing game, could he manifest all the supercars? If he played an immortal cultivation game until the end, wouldn't he ascend on the spot? Are you daydreaming? This is the real world, not a fantasy realm. Who's speaking? The sudden voice startled Lie Junan. Have you never read web fiction? I am a system. The voice returned, and this time, prepared for it, Lie Junan was less startled. I've read web fiction and fantasized about having a system, becoming a tycoon, and marrying a beautiful woman. But that was just a fantasy. Who would expect a system would come knocking at my door? By the way, will you issue tasks? Not at all. This system only materializes data from your game without altering the world's level. What about my game items? Skills? Mounts? And elixirs? Wines? And such? Lie Junan wondered. If all these could materialize, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Refer to the previous statement. Previous statement? Not altering the world's level? Lie Junan contemplated, silently reflecting. So even if I take out my high-grade, 9-turn soul resurrection pills, they won't bring anyone back to life. What else? Effects exceeding the real-world level will be diminished to the highest limit of the current world level before materialization. Well, that's still something. Watching the balance in his Alipay, Lie Junan's lips curled into a smile once more. At that moment, he suddenly thought of taking the newly acquired RMB and recharging it into the game, then using the purchased gold coins to buy copper coins, then materializing it again, continuing to recharge. Such a cycle could lead him to become the world's richest man in no time. Chapter 3. What should one do after becoming a billionaire? Upon glancing at the date, March 14th, 2024, at 3:50 p.m., a sudden realization struck me. I must repay my Huabei tomorrow. To commemorate my newfound status as a billionaire, I decided to settle the outstanding debt in advance. I reviewed the current bill, which amounted to 149,758 yuan, and promptly made the payment. After completing the transaction, I checked my balance in Yubeo. I still possess 23,022,757,542 yuan. Indeed, I remain a billionaire. With this thought, Lie Junan contentedly lit another Black Panther cigarette. Now that I have amassed such wealth, what should I do next? Should I resign from my job? With this contemplation, Lie Junan opened the game Honor of Kings and checked his friends list. The boss is still online. As expected, at this hour my boss, a middle-aged man addicted to the internet, is still striving for ranks. Without hesitation, I opened WeChat and located my boss's contact. Brother Sue, I want TB coming in tomorrow. You can calculate my share and transfer it to me directly when the time comes. If you need any assistance with the shop transfer, just message me. I'll be in Yongqing for the next few days and will return home later. Alright, you don't need to come in tomorrow. I've already paid the deposit. You can come over for the handover tomorrow afternoon. For now, There's nothing you need to assist with. I'll call you if anything comes up. It's not far for you to come. My boss, Brother Su, replied. Okay, then you continue ranking up. I'll wash up and get some rest. Lie Junchuan responded immediately, having worked at this shop for 4 to 5 years. I was quite familiar with my boss Su and understood his temperament, so I refrained from further disturbance. Lie Junchuan shut down his computer, grabbed a towel, and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, with his hair hastily dried by the towel, Lie Junchuan emerged from the bathroom. Quickly donned a low-quality coral fleece robe, hung the towel on the balcony railing outside his bedroom, shut the window, drew the curtains, and grabbed the hairdryer hanging at the foot of the bed to dry his short hair before diving under the covers. This year, Yongcheng was exceptionally cold. In previous years, the daytime temperatures in March typically soared above 30 degrees Celsius, but recently it had barely reached the teens. Without central heating, my rented place in the south was far less comfortable than my cozy bed. I plugged my phone into the charger, casually turned on my lake green Sony Bluetooth speaker, opened the Chio Chio music app, and played my curated nature white noise playlist. As the soothing sound of rain filled my ears, Lie Junchuan let out a satisfied sigh and resumed reading on the Tomato novel app. However, after a few minutes, realizing that I was unable to immerse myself in the storyline, I decided to return home for a while. I picked up my phone, which had been tossed aside, and opened the 12306 app. In previous years, I had always purchased a sleeper ticket to go home, but this time, I opted for the luxury of a plane ticket, albeit the cheapest discounted option. After adding various fees, it totaled over 500 yuan, allowing for 20 kilograms of free checked luggage. What shall I bring back for my family? Previously, with little money, it was of no concern, but now that I have wealth, I feel compelled to bring something back. Although my mother and sister always claim that the family lacks for nothing, and that local specialties can be conveniently ordered online with free shipping, Lie Junchuan felt a tinge of melancholy at this thought. Over the years of working, I have not managed to save much money, as I possess little resistance to the allure of exquisite cuisine and captivating games. I seldom call home, and during the festive season, I often make excuses about being busy with work to avoid returning to my hometown, fearing the pressure from my parents regarding marriage and the incessant inquiries from relatives. Thus, I did not return home this February for the new year. However, I did manage to make a brief visit beforehand, when I could avoid the scrutiny of numerous aunts and uncles. Lost in such thoughts, Lie Junchuan felt his eyelids grow heavier and eventually succumbed to sleep. In the morning, Lie Junchuan was stirred awake by the cacophony emanating from a nearby school. Rubbing his slightly swollen eyes, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. It was already 8 o'clock. With a forced sense of alertness, he threw off the covers and made his way to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, he felt a bit more revitalized and returned to his bedroom, donned some warm clothing, and booted up his computer to commence his daily tasks on his second account. After completing his daily routine, the sight of copper coins reappearing in the Tian Su account significantly lifted Lie Junchuan's spirits. Noticing that the clock was nearing 9:30, he hastily grabbed his phone and posted in the group chat, tagging everyone. Time to log in. With a fixed team assembled for Wan Shou Ling, essentially the lion camel from Dream Fantasy, along with Long Gong and Pan Si, the 5 of them set forth with great enthusiasm towards Qinghe Town. After successfully tackling the 36 Tian Gang, the Ancient Demon King, the 12 zodiac signs, the 28 constellations, and the 3 realms bounties, it was already 10:30. After ensuring that his 3 teammates would not disconnect, he initiated the automatic demon sealing and ghost capturing process. Changing into a casual outfit, Lie Junchuan took his keys and stepped outside. Tomorrow, he would be heading back to his hometown. And today he needed to purchase gifts for his family. For his sister-in-law, there was no doubt, a set of skincare products would be perfect. As for his young nephew, perhaps a set of toys? His mother, grandmother, and father, along with his older brother, were already out working and not at home. It seemed impractical to buy a multitude of items to carry back. Should he consider purchasing a vehicle to drive home? However, contemplating the 2,000 kilometers journey back, he dismissed the idea and decided to opt for items that were easier to transport. He casually booked a ride through a ride-hailing app, and upon reaching the roadside after leaving the urban village, the car arrived just in time. Half an hour later, he arrived at Wanxiang City in Yong City. Entering the first floor, he headed directly to the Estee Lauder counter, selecting 3 sets of the All-Star Platinum gift boxes recommended by the sales associate. After completing the payment, he proceeded to the Apple Store to choose a new MacBook Air 16512 for his sister. After all, he was closer to her than to his older brother. Perhaps he would consider buying his brother a good desktop computer when the new year approached, as he had noticed his brother playing games occasionally in recent years. What to buy for his nephew? Merely toys seemed insufficient. Clothing could be selected when they returned home and visited the county town together. What if he purchased a bicycle for him? It appeared that he could conveniently pick one up from a nearby specialty store. After some contemplation, Lie Junchuan found the phone number for the Meritus store in his hometown S County and made an inquiry. After adding the sales associate on WeChat and finalizing the model, color, and frame size, they arranged a time for him to collect the bicycle. another task accomplished. As for his father, he was not home at the moment, so it could wait until the new year. And what about his grandmother? It seems that aside from a fondness for various meats, there are no other notable hobbies. I heard from my mother over the phone that my appetite is quite vigorous. Although my legs have not been in the best condition, it appears that age is taking its toll on my joints. It seems that even purchasing health supplements yields little benefit. On another note, I am still uncertain about the specific effects of the elixirs in the game. If they truly function as the system claims, then it might be. Moreover, if the skills from the Buddhist sect could also manifest. With these thoughts in mind, Lie Junan found himself devoid of other distractions. Hastily consuming a bowl of snail noodles before rushing to catch a taxi back to his rented accommodation. Chapter 4. Skills Manifestation. Have I become the king of medicine? Upon swiftly returning to his rented room, Lie Junan eagerly opened the skill menu of the Buddhist sect. He paid little attention to the narrative skills, cultivation skills, sect astrology, or crafting, cooking, and alchemy, and directly accessed the sect skill section. Without delving into the details of the skills for group and individual seconds, he primarily focused on the enhancement and healing abilities. The skills were generally as follows: Blessings of the Living, restores health and injuries for 4 allied targets, consumes 35 magic points based on character level. Rebirth Incantation, revives fallen teammates, consumes 4 magic points based on character level. Guardian of the Flame, removes some abnormal statuses and restores health for a single allied target, consumes 3 magic points and 10 fury points based on character level. Immovable King, grants 3 allied targets the Immovable King effect, reducing physical damage taken, consumes 4 magic points based on character level. Hemostasis, restores health and injuries for a single allied target, consumes 3 magic points based on character level. Golden Body Protection, grants 5 units Golden Body Protection, increasing defense, and restores health, consumes 3 magic points based on character level. Soul Summoning, revives fallen ghost units, consumes 4 magic points and 10 fury points based on character level. Additionally, there were fully leveled crafting, tailoring, alchemy, cooking, tracking, and escaping skills, which could also prove useful if manifested. Why not attempt to manifest them all? Without further hesitation, Lie Junan tentatively clicked to manifest the Blessings of the Living. Ding! Blessings of the Living skill manifestation successful. Manifested as a nourishing tonic based on real-world levels, recommended to combine with the fully leveled cooking skill. In a moment of days, a plethora of medicinal recipes and cooking methods flooded Lie Junan's mind. Nourishing tonic, suitable for treating symptoms of dual deficiencies in vitality and blood, pallor, fatigue, dizziness, spontaneous sweating, weakness in limbs, reduced appetite, and lethargy. Wow, this skill is exceedingly powerful. Lie Junan murmured to himself. What about the Rebirth Incantation? Without hesitation, he manifested the Rebirth Incantation as well. Ding! Rebirth Incantation manifestation successful. Manifested as Rebirth Soup based on real-world levels, recommended to combine with the fully leveled alchemy skill. Rebirth Soup, meticulously prepared from various precious medicinal materials, suitable for prolonging the life of those on the brink of death. The specific effects may vary based on the actual materials used, cooking methods, and alchemical techniques. P.S. I do not wish for your demise at the 3rd watch. I can ensure your survival until the 5th watch. Wow, this is incredible. If I carry a stash of rebirth medicine, wouldn't that mean infinite revivals? Suggestion: the host should not engage in reckless behavior. A single dose of rebirth medicine can only buy time for medical intervention in a life or death situation. The system's voice suddenly chimed in his mind. Lie Junan, who has always been content, beamed with delight upon hearing the words. Judging by the manifestation effects of these 2 skills, the Flame Lamp Guardian seemingly alleviates negative physical conditions, allowing for the healing of wounds and the detoxification of poison, subsequently restoring lost vitality. So, in cases of severe bleeding, one need not visit a hospital for a transfusion. The system confirmed this understanding. The concept of blood cessation was equally comprehensible, accelerating wound healing and replenishing vitality, was it not? Lie Junan continued to inquire. Precisely. You are quite the chatterbox. Now, for the final question, what does the manifestation of the soul summoning skill entail, considering there are no ghosts in the realm of reality? Have you ever heard of a vegetative state? Dissociative disorders? Suddenly enlightened, Lie Junan exclaimed, now I understand. Please assist me in materializing all these skills. Ding, 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 ding. A series of chimes echoed as each skill finally manifested, including crafting, tailoring, cooking, alchemy, pursuit, and escape. With the manifestation of crafting, you have mastered the forging techniques of weapons and armor from both ancient and modern times. You are the greatest blacksmith of the age. With tailoring, you have acquired the art of cutting and stitching garments from various cultures and eras, including intricate embroidery. With cooking, you have become the culinary deity of the contemporary world, proficient in the preparation of diverse ingredients, including medicinal cuisine. As for alchemy, you are now the modern-day apothecary king. In pursuit, should you choose to be a policeman, no fugitive shall evade capture. including creatures beyond humanity. With escape, who you are and what you represent. Do not even think of catching me, for I am immeasurably powerful. Upon observing the final skill, a whimsical tune began to play in Lie Junchuan's mind. Not merely due to the recollection of a popular song from a short video, but also because of the sudden influx of knowledge overwhelming his thoughts. Akin to a CPU on the verge of overheating. After a moment of recovery, he took a deep breath, seized the cup on the table, and guzzled it down, feeling considerably better once he finished. So, does this mean I am invincible? Lie Junchuan mused, a smile creeping back onto his face, tempted to burst into laughter. Can you withstand the heat of weaponry? The system's unexpected inquiry rendered him momentarily speechless. I suggest the host engage in cautious development and refrain from recklessness. Lie Junchuan found himself somewhat unconvinced, pondering. I have no intention of committing any crimes or engaging in inhumane acts. Who would be foolish enough to aim a firearm at me? Some entities, driven by profit, would resort to anything. I advise the host to familiarize himself with both Eastern and Western historical contexts. Contemplating the potential consequences of revealing his newly acquired skills, Lie Junchuan shuddered. Realizing he was still too vulnerable, a cautious approach to development seemed wise. Yet, how could life unfold as one desires? Moreover, having gained these extraordinary abilities, his mindset had undeniably shifted. Lie Junchuan now primarily focuses on listening to advice. And he reflects on his initial intention to return to his hometown and immediately concoct various elixirs to bolster his family's health. He realizes he may have been overly optimistic. After all, the ancients wisely said that wealth should not be flaunted. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Especially in a rural setting where news travels swiftly. Any event occurring in one household could be known by the next town by the following day. Moreover, with the internet being so advanced, one could inadvertently find themselves trending on social media, making their situation known nationwide. In such a scenario, with his frail constitution, he would likely be unable to withstand the pressure. Unless System 34, can you provide me with some SSS-grade secrets like other systems do? Are you out of your mind? Can you alter the consciousness of others? For instance, make people, or even the nation subconsciously overlook my existence. Lie Junchuan's voice grew increasingly feeble. I am merely a game manifestation system, not a wishing well. Understood, understood. A somewhat inflated Lie Junchuan began to calm himself and ponder his next course of action. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Ah, my head feels itchy, as if I am about to gain wisdom." He vigorously rubbed his hair. Whatever, I'll take it step by step. In a peaceful society, as long as I don't stir up trouble, what is there to fear? Chapter 5. Just as my body grows stronger. A girl is coming to my house for a massage. Lie Junchuan meticulously examined the skills he currently possessed, scratching his head. He mused that he was akin to a doctor without a medical license, yet he felt something was still lacking. Ah yes, he lacked self-defense skills. If only he could manifest the skills of the Tian Su ship, wouldn't he be invincible in one-on-one combat? In the game's lore, the Tian Su faction is known for its formidable physical prowess, excelling in targeted strikes, and generally holding a favorable position. System 34, I am here. Manifest all skills of the Tian Su ship. After a series of chimes, the manifestation was successful. Open heaven and earth, attacks 3 targets, inflicting physical damage. Requires 10 of current health and consumes 5 of health limit. Manifests as Wing Chun Max. I can take on 10. Sweep the world, attacks an enemy 4 times. Becomes weakened for 2 turns. Requires 50 of current health and consumes 10 of health limit. Manifests as 8 extremes max. In ancient times, you would be a renowned general. Defensive counterattack. Gains defensive and magical defense for 2 turns in the first round. Temporarily increases speed to deal a heavy blow to the enemy in the next round. Requires 10 of current health and consumes 5 of current health. Manifests as Tai Chi Max. Hee, it doesn't hurt. Throwing a brick to attract jade. Attacks an enemy and gains a counterattack for 1 turn. No consumption required. Manifests as Form Intent Max. You cannot withstand my counterattack. Fighting with 1's back against the wall. Deals a heavy blow to 3 targets. Becomes weakened for 2 turns. Requires 50 of current health and consumes 10 of health limit. Manifests as Rising Fist Max. Every move is lethal. Do you dare to fear? The 1,000-mile charge enables one to launch an assault upon adversaries, granting a 5-turn state of heightened magical defense. In this state, there exists a probability of dispelling enemy buffs upon attack, and if an enemy is vanquished, there is a chance to inflict them with the conditions of soul severance and burial. Under the soul severance condition, resurrection is impossible, while under burial, death cannot be remedied through the summoning of pets, with a consumption cost of 5 of the maximum health. The manifested skill is the Brazilian Battle Dance Max, a swift and magnificent strike that could indeed prove fatal. The narrow encounter temporarily increases the accuracy of attacks against foes. If one's health ratio is lower than that of the target, damage is amplified, inflicting a state of severe injury for 3 turns, without any consumption required. The manifested skill is the Eagle Claw Max, rendering one invincible in urban warfare. The preemptive strike temporarily boosts 1's speed for attacking enemies, requiring a consumption of 10 of current health with a cost of 5 of current health. The manifested skill is the penetrating fist max, striking first and from a distance with the force akin to striking a dog. Mastering these martial arts, one becomes unrivaled in close combat. Given that the host's current physical condition does not meet the necessary criteria for execution, I shall elevate your physical attributes to their maximum potential. You are now akin to the captain of the Chinese team. As this proclamation echoed in his mind, Lie Junan suddenly felt a surge of warmth emanating from his lower abdomen, flowing from his dantian throughout his body, continuously invigorating the meridians. An overwhelming pain began to spread across him. This is it. I am going to die. Lie Junan felt as though he had been struck repeatedly by a colossal hammer, mercilessly battered by immense forces. After several minutes of heavy breathing, Lie Junan began to feel a semblance of relief. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed a sticky residue coating his body, akin to a layer of something unpleasant, and his face felt as if it were enveloped in a seaweed mask, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Could this be the fabled practice of the I Ching's marrow refinement? Taking a deep breath, he suddenly detected a foul odor emanating from himself. Recalling various web novels he had perused during his leisure, he quickly shed his garments and tossed them onto the floor, flung open the window, discarded the towel draped outside, and rushed into the bathroom. Approximately half an hour later, after several rounds of cleansing, Lie Junan finally dried himself off and staggered out of the bathroom. Staggering? Sensing something amiss, he instinctively glanced between his legs, then hurried into the bedroom, scrutinizing himself in the full-length mirror atop the wardrobe. After much contemplation, he realized he had grown significantly taller, and his physique had also developed notably, by an estimated 20 centimeters. His chest, arms, and abdomen were now pronounced with muscular definition. Is this what the texts refer to as muscles carved like stone? Having neglected exercise since leaving school, the contours of his muscles had long since faded, and the six-pack he had painstakingly sculpted during his school days had unified into a singular form. Turning to inspect his back muscles, Lie Junan was astonished. A monstrous back? The reflection revealed a muscular back reminiscent of the character Yojiro from the anime Baki. Goodness, could this mean I would effortlessly win awards in a bodybuilding competition? In the depths of his imagination, Lie Junan suddenly found himself feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of striking various poses before a crowd, completely unclad. Perhaps it would be wiser to maintain a low profile. After all, his physique was meant for the eyes of the ladies alone. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept in, sending a chill through the air. Lie Junan promptly opened his wardrobe in search of clothing. It seemed his garments had become a tad snug. After a slight stretch, he realized that his attire no longer fit him as it once did, and upon glancing down, he noticed that the pant legs appeared somewhat shorter. Had he truly grown taller after his training? Checking his phone, he noted it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Resolute in his decision, Lie Junan set off to purchase a few new outfits. Considering he still had ample time, after shutting down his computer, he gathered the strange-smelling clothes he had carelessly discarded on the floor into a bag. Ensuring he had his phone and keys, he mounted his electric scooter and ventured out, casually disposing of the trash in the bin downstairs before heading straight to the nearby Baixing shopping plaza. With a penchant for casual sportswear, Lie Junan took the elevator to the 5th floor of Baixing. He selected 2 outfits each from Adidas, Nike, and TKL, yet found himself at a loss for what to do next. Having completed his gaming tasks and acquired the essentials for his return home, he suddenly recalled that he still needed a large suitcase. Given that he had a considerable amount to carry back this time, his previous suitcase was insufficient. After exiting Baixing with an armful of neatly packaged clothes, he strolled towards the department store, remembering that a friend had mentioned a luggage shop called Diplomat that boasted satisfactory quality. Lacking knowledge in luggage brands, Lie Junan decided to investigate this shop his friend had recommended. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. With some effort, he retrieved it to find a message from a familiar lady who had visited the shop several times before. Are you at the store, Xiaochuan? Lie Junan read from Li Yun's message. No, the owner is relocating for business, so the store is closing down. He replied. Are you still in Yongqing? She inquired. Yes. I'm currently shopping at the department store downtown. What's up? My neck is a bit sore. I just returned from a day off yesterday. Li Yun had previously mentioned that she worked as a train attendant, a job that was quite demanding and often involved various examinations. Oh dear, what shall we do? There's no place here for therapy. Perhaps I could come to your home? I hope that is not inconvenient. Chapter 6. A beautiful companion for shopping. Well, that wouldn't be a bother at all. Lie Junan quickly replied. But as a stunning lady, aren't you concerned about coming to my place alone? What is there to worry about? It's not like it's our first meeting. Do I not exude a sense of security? Not particularly. However, we have known each other for quite some time, and I believe we understand one another well enough. Besides, in this day and age, would you dare to engage in any mischief? That is not a certainty. Are you oblivious to your own charm? I am a ravenous wolf who has been single for 30 years. Enough with the banter. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Are you still at the department store? Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Li Yun, a young lady standing approximately 168 centimeters tall, appears to be no more than 28 years of age, although Li Junchuan did not inquire into her exact age. As for her weight, it seems to hover around 55 kilograms, which aligns perfectly with Li Junchuan's preferences. P.S. I wonder if it's just my own sentiment, but I believe that holding someone who is too slender might not be very comfortable. Upon arriving at the entrance of the department store, Li Junchuan entertained himself with his phone. He recalled that Li Yun had mentioned previously that she shared a rental near the train station with several colleagues, suggesting that her journey to the department store would take no more than 10 minutes. Hence, he decided to wait outside for a while. After some contemplation, Li Junchuan strolled over to a nearby tea shop and ordered 2 large cups of fruit tea, opting for less sugar and ice. The weather was still mild, and he reasoned that sugar and ice are not particularly beneficial for young women. Regardless of his thoughts, he chose the healthier option of large fruit teas with reduced sugar and ice, a refined choice from Charlie's Prince, costing just over 20 yuan. A trivial amount for Li Junchuan at this point. I'm at Charlie's Prince next to the department store. Just come over when you arrive. He messaged Li Yun while waiting for the server to prepare the drinks. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes, came her prompt reply. Not long after, the 2 cups of fruit tea were prepared. Li Junchuan, seated on a high stool, soon noticed a beautiful woman gracefully approaching him. She wore Puma sneakers, fitted blue jeans, and a slightly loose white cropped-down jacket, with the zipper left unfastened to reveal a pale yellow crew neck sweater underneath. A platinum necklace adorned her fair neck, featuring a charming little angel-shaped pendant. Her slightly rounded face was lightly made up, and simple silver studs adorned her glistening earlobes. Her long black hair flowed loosely, tousled by the gentle breeze, while beneath a black cap, her sparkling eyes resembled glistening black grapes, twinkling like stars. Her delicate lips, tinted with a soft pink gloss, bore a resemblance to the actress Gao Yuan. With a playful slap on Li Junchuan's shoulder, she teased, "What are you staring at? You didn't react for ages. Just admiring you." Li Junchuan beamed, handing her a cup of fruit tea. "It's been a while since we last met, and you still look stunning. Stop flattering me. The spring festival travel rush just ended, and I've been swamped," Li Yun replied while accepting the drink, pointing at her own eyes. "See? I even have dark circles." "Huh, I hadn't noticed, but it's true that your department has been under considerable pressure lately, nothing like the quieter times of previous years during the spring festival," Li Junchuan said, leaning closer to her and playfully glancing around. "Your eyes are just as bright as ever, and there are no noticeable dark circles. You just know how to say the right things." Li Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. "That depends on who I'm speaking to." Li Junchuan grinned. "How many days off do you have?" "I've resigned," Li Yun replied. "Why would you do that? Your position is quite hard to come by." Li Junchuan expressed his surprise. "It's nothing much. My family wants me to return home for blind dates and marriage," Li Yun said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Do you want to go back?" Li Junchuan certainly did not wish to return, after spending so many years here. With friends and acquaintances all around, the thought of going back to engage in blind dates with strangers was unappealing. Li Yun, with a hint of melancholy, suggested, "Then why not remain here?" Li Junchuan scoffed, clearly harboring a distaste for blind dates. "If I don't go back, who will support me? My mother has issued an ultimatum this time, mandating my return. Even if marriage isn't imminent, I must at least settle the engagement." As Li Yun spoke, she stealthily glanced at the boy before her, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "I'll support you," Li Junchuan exclaimed without hesitation. In the past, he might have lacked such confidence. But now, after contemplating the long string of numbers in his savings account, he felt assured. "Let us not dwell on this. Do you need to purchase anything at the department store?" Li Yun felt a surge of joy as she noticed the multitude of shopping bags at Li Junchuan's feet. "You've collected quite a haul." "Yes, I'm planning to visit my hometown tomorrow. I just stopped by the department store for a bit," Li Junchuan mentioned, lifting a pile of bags beside him. "A friend told me there's a shop here that sells quality suitcases, so I came to take a look. Would you like to accompany me?" "Sure, I haven't shopped in a while, though I don't really need anything," Li Yun replied, extending her hand toward Li Junchuan. "Let me help you carry a few." "There's no need. It's just a bit of clothing and shoes, nothing heavy. I wouldn't want to trouble such a beautiful lady," he said, but after a moment's thought, he handed her the fruit tea he had just been drinking. "Could you hold this for me?" "All right, let us go then. I'll accompany you inside," Li Yun said, taking the fruit tea from Li Junchuan and turning to lead the way to the department store. Before long, the two found the so-called diplomat luggage specialty store on the 4th floor of the department store. The prices of the backpacks and suitcases were not exorbitant, mostly ranging from 500 to 2,000. Li Junchuan was quite straightforward and asked the sales assistant which suitcase was larger and of better quality. The saleswoman recommended the flagship model, a 30-inch silver gray suitcase equipped with a USB charging port, 360-degree spinner wheels, and several anti-slip handles, crafted from ABS and PC materials. It appeared substantial and of reasonable quality. "How much is this?" Li Junchuan inquired without hesitation. "Sir, This suitcase is currently on promotion, and the discounted price is $999. How would you like to pay? The cheerful saleswoman responded. Alipay. Lee Junchuan set the bags he was holding on the floor, pulled out his phone, and walked 2 steps to the cash register. Presenting his payment code. With a beep, the payment was successful. The sales assistant asked, "Would you like us to pack your suitcase for you, sir?" "No need. I'll use it directly," Lee Junchuan replied as he took the suitcase from the saleswoman and unzipped it to place the clothes he had just purchased inside. "Allow me to assist you." Upon observing the situation, Li Yun unceremoniously handed her fruit tea to Lee Junchuan, then promptly knelt down to help him organize his belongings. In less than 2 minutes, the pile of clothing he had recently purchased was neatly arranged within the travel suitcase. All set. Soon, Li Yun zipped up the suitcase, clapped her hands, and stood up, offering Lee Junchuan a radiant smile. Chapter 7. Bringing home a beauty, you are truly considerate. Lee Junchuan praised Li Yun, who had witnessed the entire process. Whoever marries, you will be fortunate for life. Oh, you do talk a lot, Li Yun retorted, curling her lips. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Really? You're so attractive. Didn't anyone pursue you during school? Lee Junchuan asked, somewhat incredulous. There were some, but at that time, my focus was solely on my studies. My parents didn't allow me to date, and the school was quite strict, Li Yun replied, brushing her hair away from her forehead. High school was indeed strict, but what about college? Surely your parents wouldn't monitor you there? Lee Junchuan continued, recalling his own parents' views on dating. By the way, after graduating, you've been working in the railway industry. Haven't you encountered any handsome young men? None at all. I've never seriously dated anyone. Li Yun shot him a glance. After some time apart, she noticed that he seemed to have grown taller, his complexion improved, and his overall demeanor was markedly different from their last encounter. He appeared much more fit. Have you been working out? You seem to have toned up quite a bit. Indeed, I've had some free time lately with work not being too hectic, so I've been exercising a bit. What do you think? The results are rather good, aren't they? Lee Junchuan said, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder. Despite wearing somewhat thick clothing, the outline of his muscles was hard to conceal. Wait until we arrive at my house. I'll show you my 8-pack abs. All right, but what if you don't have an 8-pack? Li Yun's face flushed slightly as she feigned bravado. If you don't have an 8-pack, then you owe me dinner. Why make such a fuss about treating you to dinner? Lee Junchuan chuckled. I'll treat you tonight. But what if I really do have 8-pack abs? If you do indeed have 8-pack abs, I'll consider you my boyfriend, Li Yun declared, skeptical. Although he did appear considerably more fit, it had only been a little over a month since they last met. How could he possibly have transformed from a single abdominal muscle to 8? You better keep your word. Don't regret it later, Lee Junchuan said, somewhat incredulous, thinking she was joking. Whoever regrets is a little puppy. Li Yun playfully nudged him. All right, it's a deal. A deal indeed. By the way, do you have anything you desire? Lee Junchuan glanced around at the shops. I'll get you a gift. Let us see if you truly become my boyfriend first. Li Yun raised an elegantly arched eyebrow. Just don't cry over your wallet when the time comes. Fear not. My capabilities exceed your imagination. Lee Junchuan replied with a confident smile. Enough banter. Let's south head to your place directly. I need you to help me massage my neck and legs. I've been quite exhausted lately, Li Yun mentioned, slightly straining as she twisted her neck. It seems I woke up with a crick this morning. My neck feels a bit stiff. At this moment, Lee Junchuan realized that Li Yun indeed seemed to be feeling unwell. Without further ado, he abandoned his playful banter, took hold of the luggage, and led Li Yun down the elevator. They soon emerged from the department store and arrived at the roadside. Shall I ride my electric bike over and take you back? Lee Junchuan inquired cautiously. That sounds fine. I'm feeling a bit off and would rather not take a car, Li Yun replied as she handed him the fruit tea. Are you thirsty? Have a sip. Sure, Lee Junchuan responded, not reaching for it, but instead leaning forward with his mouth open. Feed me. Li Yun said nothing more, but simply pushed the fruit tea closer to him. With a swift gulp, Lee Junchuan finished the remaining half cup, exclaiming, the tea fed by a beauty tastes particularly sweet. Where did you park your bike? Li Yun asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Secretly pleased by the attention from onlookers. Let us go. It's just a couple of 100 meters across the street. After seeing Li Yun toss the empty bottle into a trash can, Lee Junchuan instinctively took her hand as they walked towards the crosswalk. Although the weather was still a bit chilly, Li Yun felt her palm growing slightly warm and moist as she hesitated for a moment before firmly gripping his hand in return. In a few minutes, they arrived at an electric bike. Lee Junchuan released the luggage handle, retrieved his keys from his pocket, pressed the electronic unlock, and then squatted down to unlock the U-lock on the front wheel. Inserting the key, he turned on the power and rolled the bike out of its designated parking space. After parking it on the road, he placed the luggage horizontally between the front and the seat, beckoning Li Yun, come on up. Without any hesitation, Li Yun gracefully swung her long leg over and sat on the back seat. All right, let us go. Place your feet on the footrests and wrap your arms around my waist, Lee Junchuan instructed. He soon felt a hand encircle his waist, accompanied by a faint scent of lemon that made his heart flutter with a twinge of excitement. Exhaling softly, he gently twisted the throttle, and the bike began its journey homeward. Oddly enough, he noticed that, unlike his usual routine of stopping at several traffic lights during his commute, this time, the path was remarkably smooth with all green lights. Approximately 20 minutes later, the bike halted in front of a building in the urban village. As he squeezed the brakes, Lie Junchuan suddenly felt a soft sensation against his back. Coach, foul play. She's charging in with the ball. He mused internally. We've arrived. Let us get down. After Li Yun dismounted, Lie Junchuan also kicked the bike's stand down, removed the key, and retrieved the access key to unlock the main door. He propped the door open with a brick, then inserted the key again to ride the bike into his ground floor parking space. After removing the key, he took the luggage off the bike and walked back to the door, kicking away the brick to allow it to close automatically. Let us head upstairs, Lie Junchuan said, taking Li Yun's hand with one hand while pulling the luggage with the other as they made their way to the elevator. Wow, you actually have an elevator here? Li Yun exclaimed, a bit surprised. Indeed, I now live in this 13-story building. Without an elevator, it would be quite difficult to rent out. As the elevator doors closed, Lie Junchuan casually pressed the button for the 11th floor. Although the elevator was not particularly cramped, both individuals felt a sense of closeness, their hearts beginning to race. Upon opening the door to room 1105, Lie Junchuan set his suitcase down in the center of the living room and retrieved the hotel slippers he had previously taken from the shoe rack behind the door, placing them on the floor. Come in. My home is a bit disorganized. I hope you don't mind? In truth, Lie Junchuan's abode was not particularly messy, as he possessed a mild obsessive-compulsive tendency, even using a bit of detergent when mopping the floor. It's all right. Your place seems much cleaner than where I stay with my colleagues. Haha. Li Yun handed her fruit tea to Lie Junchuan, stepped inside, casually closed the door behind her, and took a seat on a small stool. After loosening her shoelaces, she removed her shoes and slipped into the slippers Lie Junchuan had offered. Chapter 8. A massage for the beautiful woman. Oh, you have a massage bed here? After changing into the slippers, Li Yun stood up and turned to discover a massage bed nestled within the modestly sized living room. She surveyed the space. To the left of the entrance stood a three-tiered table with a fish tank approximately 40 to 50 centimeters long, housing a few little fish swimming about. To the right of the door was a 7-tiered reddish-brown shoe rack, neatly arranged with various shoes. Thankfully, none were women's. Next to the shoe rack was a washing machine, and across the doorway leading to the kitchen and bathroom stood a refrigerator. While beside the fish tank rested a Merida mountain bike, with the massage bed occupying another corner of the living room. Yes, I bought it online some time ago. The massage bed has several removable panels, and underneath there is a steaming machine that can help with body conditioning. Lie Junchuan nodded, adding, back when I was running my own shop, I kept it for personal use after the business couldn't sustain itself. I'll prepare some herbal packs for you to try out later. Sounds good. I look forward to it. Li Yun replied, curiosity piqued. Are you tired? Would you like to rest before helping me out? Not at all. I didn't work today, so there is no exhaustion. Lie Junchuan went to the bedroom and retrieved a camel-colored massage sheet, laying it atop the massage bed. He then took a white towel and placed it on the accompanying pillow. Now, take off your outerwear and lie down. I'll start by giving you a head massage. All right, Li Yun responded as she removed her coat. Where should I put my jacket? Hand it to me. I'll put it in the bedroom. Taking her down jacket from her, Lie Junchuan returned to the bedroom, hung it on a bamboo coat rack, and then grabbed a fleece blanket before heading back to the living room. All set, lie down. I'll cover you a bit. It's a bit chilly in here compared to outside. After pondering for a moment, he returned to the bedroom to fetch a long and used electric heater from a box atop the wardrobe. I'll turn on the heater so you won't have to worry about getting cold. Once he had arranged the heater, Lie Junchuan pulled a chair to the head of the massage bed, washed his hands in the kitchen, and, after a moment's thought, returned to the bedroom to apply some hand cream. After quickly rubbing his hands together, he sat down at the head of the massage bed. I'm starting now, he softly announced to Li Yun, who was comfortably covered with the fleece blanket on the massage bed. All right, I'll leave my 100+ pounds in your capable hands. Li Yun set her phone down and gently closed her eyes. Lie Junchuan softly tucked a few strands of hair away from Li Yun's forehead, then placed the pads of his index fingers on either side of her eye sockets, delicately pressing on the Jingming acupoint. Was the pressure adequate? It was fine. He could continue. Without uttering another word, Lie Junchuan began to rhythmically press the pads of his fingers on various acupoints, Jingming, Zanju, Yuyao, and Siju Kong, repeating the motions several times. He then placed his fingers together and gently pressed on the Yin Tang point, followed by a soft kneading. After a few more passes, he alternated sliding his finger pads between the Yin Tang and Shin Tang points, before using the palms of his hands to apply pressure to her forehead, gradually massaging along a curve towards her temples. After several repetitions, he gently pressed on both temples with his index fingers. Li Yun felt her breathing gradually become lighter, and Lie Junchuan smiled, expertly continuing his massage of her head's acupoints. After about 10 minutes, having attended to all the primary acupoints, Lie Junchuan gently lifted Li Yun's head with his left hand. With his right hand, he neatly arranged her hair, then placed it on her neck, using his finger pads to softly knead the meridians in her neck. He alternated sides, gently massaging the neck muscles until they felt sufficiently relaxed. Li Junchuan then proceeded to press on various points such as Feng Qi, Feng Fu, Yamen, Tianzhu, Jianbai Lao, Jin Zhongyu, Chonggu, and Dai Jue, concluding the head massage after another 10 minutes. Ah, my neck seems to have lost its pain, Li Yun murmured, feeling drowsy as she sensed Li Junchuan's hands had ceased their movement. Tentatively, she twisted her neck a few times, her eyes widening in surprise. It truly doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Chuan, your skills seem to have improved. Indeed, I feel my abilities have greatly enhanced. Li Junchuan replied with a smile as he stood up, moving to the left side of the massage table. He gently pulled Li Yun's left hand from beneath the blanket and began to press the acupoints along her entire arm, starting from the Zhongfu and Yunmen points. However, many of the points felt sore and swollen, prompting Li Yun to let out soft sounds of discomfort. Bear with it. It will feel better once I'm done. Li Junchuan reassured her as he massaged her arm, his eyes inadvertently glancing at her curves, still prominent despite the blanket. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the room's temperature rise. It was strange. He had never felt this way while massaging other female clients. Perhaps the ambience was different. Or perhaps it was the nature of the person he was serving. Reflecting on the events of the past hour, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that she has feelings for me? Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Junchuan laid Li Yun's left hand down, covered her with the blanket, and moved to the right side of the massage table to attend to her other arm. Let me massage your legs as well. Your job requires you to stand often. Are your calves feeling sore? He asked. Sore? Not just my calves. My thighs, shoulders, and back are all exhausted. You must give me a thorough massage. Li Yun grumbled. It seems that the spring festival travel rush has truly exhausted her. I recently noticed that she hasn't been resting well. You can rely on me. Due to the sensitivity of the human thigh, Li Junchuan did not focus on acupressure points individually. He gently lifted the plush blanket covering her legs and, using his warm palms through the thin fabric of her jeans, began to softly massage the meridians of her legs. When he reached her calves, Li Junchuan first placed his hands together and lightly kneaded a few times before applying pressure with his fingertips to acupoints on the outer side of her calves, such as Yanglingquan, Zasanli, Yangfu, and Xuanzhou. After finishing the outer calf, he bent Li Yun's leg, positioned himself beside the massage table, and gently pressed her foot down, continuing to apply pressure to the acupoints on the back of her calf, including Heong, Qingjin, and Chengshan. Upon pressing Chengshan, Li Yun suddenly felt a sharp sensation of soreness through her body, involuntarily letting out a soft moan. Chapter 9. Everything seems to fall into place. Hee. This acupoint feels a bit sore and swollen. Just bear with it a little, Li Junchuan said with a grin, slightly increasing the pressure. You're doing this on purpose. Ah, be gentle. Oh. Li Yun raised her head slightly and shot him a glare. It never hurt this much before. It must be because you've been standing for too long lately. You're too tired, Li Junchuan said, feeling a bit guilty. Yet his hands did not relent in their pressure. I hardly used any strength. It's just a fingertip. Control yourself a bit and relax. Breathe deeply. Don't tense up too much. Ow. Li Yun, who had just tried to relax, felt another wave of soreness in her calves, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Unable to suppress another moan. Just a little longer. We'll switch to the other leg soon, he reassured her, his hands kneading her calf while her soft moans echoed in his ears. Li Junchuan felt a stirring response below and cursed himself inwardly, slightly adjusting his pants. After straightening Li Yun's leg, he clenched his fists and gently pounded the muscles on both sides of her leg. All done with this leg. Now let us move to the other side, he announced, standing up and feeling his trousers tighten slightly. He exhaled lightly, feigning nonchalance as he moved to the other side to massage her leg muscles. Thankfully, the young lady's eyes were closed. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. He continued the previous motions, occasionally hearing her soft gasps. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, the leg massage concluded, and both sighed in relief. Now, turn over and get comfortable. Let me massage your back, Li Junchuan said, patting her leg and momentarily removing the plush blanket covering her. Once Li Yun sat up, he placed a pillow on the nearby washing machine, folded a towel that had been resting on the pillow, and set it in the hole of the massage table. All right, it's ready. Lie down quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Yun laid down, placing her face into the hole of the massage table and adjusting her hands slightly by her sides. All right, let us begin. I'm ready. Li Junchuan lightly touched the texture of Li Yun's sweater, noting with satisfaction that it was not made of wool, thus posing no hindrance. He then clasped his hands together and gently kneaded the area at the base of her neck, one hand remaining still while the other pressed downward along her spine, continuing until he reached the coccyx. After pausing briefly, he applied a slight force with both hands, angling them downward towards the head and tail, repeating this motion several times. He then utilized the same technique from the shoulders, Jianzhong point to the lumbar by Huan point, methodically treating one side before mirroring the process on the other. Once her entire back had been slightly loosened, he commenced the massage of the trapezius muscles, kneading, pressing, and applying pressure. Unsurprisingly, when he reached the Jianjing and Tian zone points, the soft sounds of her discomfort echoed once more. These spots were particularly sensitive and painful, and the more fatigued the muscles, the more pronounced the soreness. Upon hearing Li Yun's cries, Li Junchuan inevitably increased the pressure. I cannot restrain myself. Whether this was intentional, deliberate, or merely accidental remains a mystery. After approximately 10 minutes, with the muscles of both shoulders sufficiently relaxed, Li Junchuan shifted his focus to her lower back. Typically, for office workers, the most commonly strained areas are the neck, shoulders, and lower back. However, due to prolonged standing, Li Yun's legs were also fatigued. Having already attended to her neck, shoulders, and legs, only her lower back and hips remained. As he massaged her lower back, he distinctly sensed a greater rigidity compared to the other areas, prompting him to apply a bit more pressure, which naturally elicited another pained cry from Li Yun. He refrained from exerting excessive force all at once, opting instead to take his time. Once the muscles of her lower back had relaxed adequately, Li Junchuan spread his hands, interlocking his thumbs, and began to apply pressure along the bladder meridian from top to bottom. After several repetitions on one side, he switched to the other. Amidst the sounds of laughter and light-hearted banter, it was evident that the young lady was close to tears from the pain, though her prone position concealed her expressions. This was not her first experience with massage, yet she felt an overwhelming soreness throughout her body. Is it truly because I have been so exhausted lately? Reflecting on the past 2 months without adequate rest, Li Yun gritted her teeth, promising herself that enduring this for just over an hour would yield relief. She held no doubts about Li Junchuan's expertise, noticing marked improvement. Her head, neck, arms, and legs felt significantly lighter after his ministrations. Just bear with me a moment, he urged, rolling up his sleeves. I'll use my elbow to apply pressure on the acupoints. You might find finger pressure intolerable, but the larger surface area of the elbow should be more bearable. Now, relax and exhale. Sensing that her muscles had begun to ease, Li Junchuan slightly crouched, placing one hand on her shoulder while gently applying his elbow on the acupoint in her lower back, gradually increasing the pressure. With an uncontrollable cry, Li Yun exclaimed, "Be gentle, I can't take it. Just bear with it. It will be over soon," Li Junchuan replied, shifting his body to apply pressure on the corresponding acupoint on the other side. Now, relax and take a deep breath. As he heard Li Yun's exhale, he gradually increased the pressure of his elbow. Be gentle. Li Yun felt a sharper pain at this acupoint compared to the other side, involuntarily tensing her muscles. Her hands, which had been lying flat beside her, instinctively came together. Ouch! This time, it was not Li Yun who made the sound, but Li Junchuan. As he seemed to have been caught off guard, at that moment, Li Yun realized something was amiss. It appeared she had touched something inappropriate. After having been dragged by her friend to watch countless films, Li Yun belatedly grasped what had transpired, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Yet, as she lay on the massage table, no one was watching. "Hey, take it easy," Li Junchuan said, beginning to sweat. "No, wait, let go, it hurts." "Oh." Li Yun hurriedly released her grip. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to. Does it still hurt? Should I help you massage it?" The air suddenly fell silent. "No, I didn't do it on purpose. I misspoke." Li Yun felt a pang of social anxiety, but inwardly she was astonished, unconsciously calculating the size of the situation. Her expression shifted from bashfulness to shyness, then curiosity. "Actually, I wouldn't mind," Li Junchuan, unaware of his own thoughts in that moment, blurted out words he usually wouldn't dare express. "Normally, I'm the one massaging you. Why don't you give it a try this time?" "Huh, I can't do that," Li Yun protested, though her heart was eager to accept the challenge. After all, she had been coveting this handsome young man for quite some time, over 6 feet tall, with defined facial features, striking eyebrows, and a sun-kissed complexion. Now, his physique was even more impressive. Who wouldn't be captivated? If this blossomed into a relationship, it would certainly be better than returning home to meet a stranger whose family background was merely rumored to be decent, someone she barely knew. Having only seen a heavily edited photo sent by her mother, she was completely unaware of the other person's true nature, preferences, or character. Having known Li Junchuan for over a year, frequently chatting on WeChat in their free time, she felt she understood him relatively well. She had some insight into his family situation, and most importantly, he was so handsome, and she liked him immensely. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, though in reality, only a minute had passed. Li Yun bit her lip, propping herself up and turning her head to face Li Junchuan. For her own happiness, she decided to take a leap of faith. "It's all right. You've experienced so many massages, just do it as you feel." Li Junchuan seemed to sense her hesitation. "Come on, it's not like you can break anything. I'm not worried, so why should you be? Besides, didn't you want to see if I have abs? Come, let me show you." "Very well, I shall rise while you lie down. If my technique is lacking, you must refrain from criticizing me," Li Yun said as he got up, lifting the plush blanket off the massage table. Thanks to the heater, the chill in the air was hardly felt. "All right," Li Junchuan replied, picking up the pillow resting on the washing machine's lid. He kicked off his slippers and reclined on the massage table, leaving the blanket aside as it felt cumbersome. Come on, I am ready. Lie Junan closed his eyes, his face alight with anticipation. Li Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. I must first verify whether you are deceiving me. Without further hesitation, she reached out to lift Lie Junan's shirt, her gaze landing on the perfectly defined 8-pack abs before her. Astounded yet relieved, she encouraged herself. So you truly possess an 8-pack. I concede defeat. Upon hearing this, a thought struck Lie Junan, and he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression filled with delight as he looked at Li Yun. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? What? Are you unwilling? Of course not. I am more than willing, he replied with a goofy grin. At that moment, Li Yun summoned her courage and let her hands wander down his abs. Lie Junan could no longer contain himself. He abruptly sat up, leaping off the massage table to scoop up the young lady and dash toward the large bed in the bedroom. Brother Chuan, yes, be gentle. It's my first time. In an instant, the air crackled with intensity as waves of passion rolled forth. Lie Junan, true to his name, began crafting a grand masterpiece of life. Chapter 10. Would you like to visit my hometown? Approximately an hour and a half later, as the rain ceased, the young lady beside him had succumbed to slumber, her damp, disheveled hair sticking to her face. Even in sleep, her brow was furrowed, as if burdened by immense suffering. At that moment, Lie Junan realized belatedly, perhaps he had been a bit excessive. After pondering for a moment, he carefully lifted the covers, slipped out of bed, and turned on the computer. Noting the apparent toll on Li Yun, and finding no suitable ingredients for nourishing concoctions nearby, he decided to resort to the game instead. Recalling that his character in the Buddhist realm had amassed a considerable stock of elixirs, he conjured them and mixed them into some brown sugar water for her to consume, believing it would significantly aid in her recovery. A few moments later, the computer booted up, and Lie Junan adeptly clicked on the game icon. Logging into his character with eagerness, he promptly opened the inventory, revealing the golden silk pouch. The golden silk pouch contained 4 sections, each with 25 slots. The first section held transformation cards, which he chose to overlook for now. The second was filled with medicinal liquor, brimming with the elixirs he had prepared. The third contained food items, and the fourth, agricultural produce. Without lingering on the others, Lie Junan directly accessed the medicinal liquor section. Noting that all 25 slots were currently occupied, the following items are noted. Blood recovery pill, 8 units. Type, elixir effect, restores vitality usage, to be utilized in battle. Derived from wild herbs through a healing concoction. Jade toad pill, 4 units. Type, elixir effect, restores magical energy usage, to be utilized in battle. Crafted from plants found in high-altitude snowy regions. Daughter S red, 1 bottle. Type, culinary effect, restores anger usage, self-administered in battle. Induces a state of slumber for 23 rounds after use. Aged for 18 years, it offers a rich and delightful flavor with an enduring aftertaste. Precious Dew wine, 3 bottles. Type, culinary effect, restores anger usage, self-administered in battle. This exquisite wine, brewed from Mountain Dew, is delectably intoxicating. Snake Gall wine, 5 bottles. Type, culinary effect, restores anger usage, self-administered in battle. It reduces defense by 180 points, with this debilitation lasting until the combat concludes. Drunken Dream, 4 bottles. Type, culinary effect, restores anger usage, self-administered in battle. It grants a state of madness for 34 rounds after consumption. It is said to be brewed by a reclusive sage, allowing one to forget troubles and drift into a state of blissful oblivion. Having perused all the elixirs and wines, Lie Junan resolved to materialize 1 blood recovery pill and 1 jade toad pill. Typically, the expected outcome would be 1 for restoring health and 1 for replenishing mana, both of which would be quite beneficial. With that thought, Lie Junan directly manifested the blood recovery pill and the jade toad pill. The effects were as follows. Blood recovery pill rapidly restores lost vitality within a short span, with the recovery effect contingent upon the pill's grade, and it carries no side effects. Jade toad pill rapidly restores mental state within a short span, with the recovery effect also dependent on the pill's grade, and it carries no side effects. Turning back, Lie Junan glanced at the still sleeping Li Yun, gently lifted the 2 bottles of elixirs, and made his way to the kitchen. After plugging in the induction cooker and placing a pot of water on it, he activated the power. Within a few minutes, the water began to boil. He tossed both the blood recovery pill and the jade toad pill into the pot, stirring gently with a spoon. Soon, a delicate fragrance filled the room, and as Lie Junan leaned in to inhale the aroma, he felt a surge of revitalization. The effect was quite extraordinary. Once the elixirs had completely dissolved, he retrieved some brown sugar from the refrigerator in the living room and added it to the pot, stirring again. The initially light brown concoction transformed into a deep brown hue upon the addition of sugar, while the aroma remained unchanged. After 2 minutes, Lie Junan extinguished the flame and set 2 cups aside. Returning to the bedroom, he glanced at his phone and noted it was already past 6 in the evening, just in time for dinner. However, seeing that Li Yun was still in deep slumber, he resumed his research on various items and skills within the game, speculating about what would soon be at his disposal once manifested. Time passed swiftly, and darkness enveloped the room. Concerned that turning on the lights might disturb Li Yun's rest, he refrained from doing so. At that moment, the game unexpectedly displayed a system message. Your home's wishing tree is full. Hurry and collect the fruits. With a click, he returned to his home and collected the fruits. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If skills and elixirs could be manifested, could his luxurious seaside villa also be brought into existence? Upon reflecting on this, Lie Junan glanced at the lower right corner of the game interface and, as expected, spotted the familiar button materializing. He clicked on his luxurious seaside villa and then selected the manifestation option. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on the computer screen, confirming the manifestation of the luxurious seaside villa. After clicking confirm, another dialog box emerged, indicating that due to the considerable area of the property to be manifested, he needed to confirm the location. Suddenly, a high-definition satellite map of the globe appeared before Lie Junan eyes. Astounded, he thought, could it be that the location of the manifested house can be chosen freely? He was astonished. Even foreign locations are available. Impressive, indeed, Master Tong. Yes, therefore, I recommend that the host carefully consider where to settle. You need not worry about any formalities. The system will handle everything for you. And it even includes proficiency in the local language. Such a boon. Lie Junan felt as if his system had evolved, becoming remarkably more intelligent. Could it be that as he manifests more items, the system would upgrade automatically? The system's capabilities would become increasingly refined over time, allowing the host to enjoy a higher quality of life. Very well, Lie Junan replied. Then where would be the most suitable location for the villa? Do you have any recommendations? Gazing at the vast world map before him, Lie Junan felt a slight headache. Given the nature of the luxurious seaside villa, the system suggested that he choose a location by the sea with favorable hydrological conditions to maximize advantages. The specific location was left for the host to contemplate. Upon hearing the system's advice, Lie Junan suddenly remembered that he currently had a girlfriend. Two heads are better than one, he mused, planning to discuss it with Li Yun and seek her opinion. With that thought, Lie Junan felt less anxious, realizing that this decision could not be rushed. Wait, that's not right. My in-game residence isn't even top tier yet. I should find time to invest some money to auction for a manor and then consult a merchant to decorate it well. After that, manifesting it would be a delight. Lie Junan daydreamed about the life he would lead with a vast manor, grinning widely. What are you laughing about? At that moment, Li Yun rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Did I wake you? Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Lie Junan asked with concern. No. If I sleep too much now, I won't be able to sleep tonight, and I'm feeling a bit hungry, Li Yun replied, furrowing her brow at the discomfort she felt in her body. Without hesitation, Lie Junan stood up and walked to the kitchen, pouring the prepared medicinal soup into 2 cups and bringing them back to the bedside. Sitting beside her, he handed 1 cup to Li Yun. Drink this syrup I specially prepared for you. It will aid in your swift recovery. Li Yun rolled her eyes. Now you know how to be considerate. You weren't this gentle before. Taking the cup from Lie Junan, she sipped lightly. What did you put in this? It tastes quite nice. Drinking it makes me feel warm all over. She was somewhat astonished by the effect, and after several more sips, she distinctly felt her body relaxing. This is my exclusive recipe, one that cannot be found anywhere in the world. Lie Junan responded with a nod, and then inquired, what would you like to eat? Shall we go out for dinner later? I'm fine with anything. I have no dietary restrictions, Li Yun replied, expressing that he was not a picky eater and was easy to please. All right, let me check which restaurant has the best reviews, Lie Junan said, nodding as he took out his phone. After a moment of hesitation, he casually asked, I'll be heading back home tomorrow. Would you like to come along for some fun? I would love to join you, but I need to return home first. I haven't been back for the new year this year. Li Yun's heart leaped with joy at the thought of being introduced to his family. Since neither of us is currently working, we have plenty of time. How about this? I'll go home first. And then I can either come to find you or you can come to find me, and we can travel together. Sounds good. Then it's settled. During this time, think about any places you've always wanted to visit but haven't had the chance to, Lie Junan said, taking a sip of water. We can decide where to go later. Okay, Li Yun said, handing his cup of water to Lie Junan. Is there hot water in the bathroom? I'd like to take a shower. Yes, there is, Lie Junan replied, retrieving a bath towel from the wardrobe and handing it to Li Yun. Here is a clean towel. Since I haven't showered either, shall we go together? Get lost. Li Yun rolled his eyes. Wait until I finish before you go. Just as Li Yun was about to get out of bed, he noticed Lie Junan staring at him intently and suddenly remembered that he was wearing nothing. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough? Turn around. All right, I want to look, Lie Junan said, seeing Li Yun's shyness and quickly turning his back. As Li Yun headed to the bathroom, Lie Junan thought for a moment and then pulled down the sheets, duvet cover, and pillowcases, tossing them all into the washing machine. He added detergent and let them soak before returning to the bedroom to put on a fresh set. During this interval, Lie Junchuan sat at the computer, opening the local food forum for Yong City, and began browsing through various bloggers' posts. Have you decided what to eat tonight? Li Yun asked as he emerged from the shower, standing beside Lie Junchuan. Not yet. I usually eat a lot of fast food and buffets, so I'm not very familiar with other options. Lie Junchuan shook his head. Would you like to decide? Sure. Li Yun, unaware of Lie Junchuan's actual financial situation, began to consider his boyfriend's budget. How about something light? Sounds good. I'm completely on board. Lie Junchuan replied without any objections. Let us go have coconut chicken. I previously went to a place with my colleagues that made it quite well, and the prices were reasonable. Li Yun pondered briefly. It's located near the city center, in a rooftop outdoor restaurant with a lovely ambience. Then it's a delightful decision. Lie Junchuan stood up and playfully pressed Li Yun back into the chair. Sit tight. I'll help you dry your hair. Lie Junchuan picked up the hairdryer, imitating the techniques he had seen from hairstylists, and seriously began to dry Li Yun's hair. Li Yun quietly sat in the chair, reflecting on the events of the day, holding a boy's hand for the first time on the street, going home with a boy for the first time, and mustering the courage to confess his feelings. Reflecting on the 2 years since their acquaintance, as she recalled that intimate hours spent in close proximity. The corner of her eye caught sight of Lie Junchuan, who was diligently drying her hair. A profound sense of contentment enveloped Li Yun, and she felt extraordinarily fortunate. Those eyes, twinkling like distant stars, seemed to hold only her within them. Once they had dressed, they descended the stairs and rode their electric scooter to the city center. With little effort, they located the restaurant Li Yun had mentioned. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, and there were still available seats. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? The host greeted them warmly, approaching with enthusiasm. We are just two. Is there a table available on the outdoor terrace? Yes, indeed. Right this way, please. The host led them to their seats and promptly poured 2 glasses of lemonade. Here is our menu. Please take a look at what you would like to order. Lie Junchuan glanced at Li Yun, who sat opposite him. Wife, you decide. After giving her boyfriend a playful glare, Li Yun skimmed the menu and turned to the swiftly approaching server. We would like the coconut chicken set with pearls and water chestnuts. Certainly. I will place the order for you right away. The server adeptly took out the ordering machine. Our estimated serving time is about 15 minutes. Should we exceed that time, you will receive an additional compensation, so please be patient. Before departing, the server placed an exquisite hourglass on their table. I'm unsure of your appetite. If it's insufficient later, we can always order more, Li Yun suggested as she handed the paper menu to Lie Junchuan. Take a look at this set. Do you want to add any dishes? Receiving the menu from Li Yun, Lie Junchuan examined the set she had chosen. Coconut chicken set with pearls and water chestnuts for 2. Half a Wenchang chicken, original broth, clay pot rice with preserved meats, handmade beef balls, pearls, water chestnuts, gillen tofu. Vegetable platter, napkins, dipping sauce, and a choice between spicy chicken neck or spicy kidney slices. Just the 2 of us should be sufficient, right? Would you like some juice? Lie Junchuan inquired. Sure. Let us have a pitcher of mixed fruit juice, Li Yun replied, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed intently on her boyfriend. You must be exhausted today. Drink more juice to replenish your energy. You underestimate me. My energy surpasses your imagination. Shall we engage in some sparring after the meal? Let us not. We need to hurry back and do laundry. Otherwise, in a couple of days when we return to the south, the clothes won't be dry. Li Yun declined, although she felt invigorated after drinking the red sugar water her boyfriend had meticulously prepared. However, the memory of the nearly 2-hour tempest left her feeling apprehensive. All right then, I had planned to accompany you for a little shopping. Throughout their meal, they fed each other, surrounded by an atmosphere seemingly infused with pink bubbles. While a nearby server noted that they were consuming a bit too much dog food. The total for their meal was just over 200, an excellent value. Soon, they left the restaurant, hand in hand, and took the elevator back to the first floor of the commercial plaza. Let us take a stroll to the nearby Baixing. I have a little gift for you, Lie Junchuan said, glancing at his newly acquired girlfriend. He cupped Li Yun's face in his hands and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, please do not refuse me. The first floor of Baixing primarily features cosmetics, skincare products, perfumes, watches, and jewelry, as well as a coach boutique. Lie Junchuan led Li Yun directly to the nearest coach counter, casually picking up a white Dionysus bag, a compact and elegantly minimalist handbag, and presented it to her. Why not give it a try? Li Yun slung the bag over her shoulder and examined her reflection in a nearby, full-length mirror. Though she found it quite beautiful, she hesitated. The price of such a brand was certainly steep, likely consuming an entire month's salary. Sensing her apprehension, Lie Junchuan nodded to the sales associate standing nearby. We'll take this one. Certainly, sir. Right this way, the associate responded, guiding them to the cash register and accepting the bag from Li Yun to process the transaction. Hello. Sir, your total comes to 500 yuan. How would you like to pay? Via Alipay, Lie Junchuan replied, producing his phone and presenting the payment code. After exiting coach, he led Li Yun to the lamer counter. The recent weather has been rather dry. As a young lady, you must take good care of your skin. Without waiting for her response, he beckoned to the sales associate. pointing at a gift set prominently displayed in the center of the counter. Please prepare that set for my girlfriend. The associate, adorned with impeccable makeup, instantly brightened, deftly retrieving the gift set and presenting it. Good day, sir. This is our newly launched luxury skincare set from March. Before she could elaborate further, Lie Junan waved his hand dismissively and displayed his payment code. I'll take this. His unfamiliarity with such products stemmed from having heard previous customers mention the brand. He felt no need to inquire about the price. Confident in the substantial balance reflected in his Alipay account. Are you out of your mind? That costs over 10,000 yuan. Li Yun exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Are you not considering our future? Lie Junan smiled confidently. Can you not have a little faith in your boyfriend? After completing the payment, he again took her to the Longgin's watch counter. Hello, I would like to select a watch for my girlfriend, he stated. Admitting his lack of expertise in watches, he sought the guidance of the professional staff, asking, do you have any recommendations? 5 minutes later, Lie Junan made a swift purchase. Selecting the Mini Dolce Vita series watch, L520071D, featuring a diamond-studded silver square dial and a quartz movement, accompanied by a crocodile leather strap available in red, blue, and green. He also chose a Konka's replica mechanical watch, L16484782, for himself, with a silver dial and black crocodile leather strap, spending over 60,000 yuan in total, which included 2 custom folding umbrellas as a bonus. Are you really using a credit card? Li Yun questioned, her concern growing as she realized her boyfriend had spent nearly 80,000 yuan in under an hour. Indeed, my credit card is nearing its limit. Lie Junan playfully pinched Li Yun's nose and jested, if you can't pay it back, I'll sell you off. Annoyed, Li Yun wrinkled her nose and replied, I still have several thousand in my salary card. I'll transfer it to you right away. Hurry and pay it back. As Li Yun seemed to take him seriously and was about to pull out her phone for the transfer, Lie Junan swiftly embraced her and planted a deep kiss on her lips. After a long moment, they parted. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. You're so bad, yet I like it so much. Li Yun playfully punched her boyfriend and took a breath. But seriously, don't overexert yourself. Secretly, she resolved to prepare a thoughtful gift for him in the coming days. Chapter 12. Come, young man, prepare a case. When do you plan to return home? After exiting the shopping mall, Lie Junan held several bags in one hand while leading Li Yun towards the parking area. Probably the day after tomorrow, by then. My wash clothes and other things should be dry. I'll gather my belongings before heading back home, Li Yun contemplated. What time is your flight tomorrow? Should I see you off at the airport? No need. It's rather inconvenient to get from here to the airport. I can manage on my own. You've been busy these past 2 months. Take the opportunity to rest, Lie Junan expressed, feeling a pang of concern for his girlfriend. Not wanting her to tire herself out. Someone can't bear to part with you, Li Yun said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. They had just started dating, and now they were about to separate. Didn't we agree to go on a trip together in a few days? You'll see me again then. Lie Junan reassured her. He then inquired, by the way, when does your rent expire? Will you return to Yongqing afterward? My rent is due at the end of this month. I've already informed my roommates and the landlord that I'll be moving out, Li Yun replied. What about you? Where do you plan to develop your career? Wherever you go, I will follow, she added with a smile. My rent is also paid monthly. As for the future, I don't wish to stay in Yongqing. The opportunities here are limited, Lie Junan pondered. I envision finding a coastal city to settle in, though I haven't decided where just yet. There's no rush. Let us take it one step at a time. We're going on a trip soon, and maybe we'll discover something suitable along the way, Li Yun smiled. For now, let us not overthink it. Whatever happens, happens. All right, shall I escort you home now? Yes, you need to return home tomorrow, so get some rest tonight. Li Yun climbed onto the back of the electric bike. 10 minutes later, Lie Junan parked in front of an apartment building, secured the bike, and handed Li Yun the gift he had just purchased. You should head up now. Don't stay up too late. Yes, be careful on your way back. Text me when you get home, and don't stay up late tonight. Okay. Watching as Li Yun turned toward the entrance of the building, Lie Junan felt an inexplicable sense of something missing. Just as he was deep in thought about what was lacking, Li Yun suddenly turned back and sprinted towards him, leaping into his arms and planting a fervent kiss on his lips. After a lingering moment, they reluctantly separated. You must think of me. Lie Junan waved his hand, watching as Li Yun's figure gradually vanished into the corridor before he mounted his electric bike and turned back home. A little over 10 minutes later, upon arriving home, he promptly sent Li Yun a message to inform her of his safe return, then activated the washing machine. He retreated to his bedroom, beginning to organize his luggage. He placed the gifts he had purchased for his family into the suitcase, followed by several newly bought outfits, and finally charged a power bank that had been idle for months before settling down at his computer. At this moment, his teammates in the game should be assisting him with the ongoing event. After a moment's contemplation, he was about to shut down the computer when he suddenly caught sight of another game installed on his device. The Chinese title was Wangdao Chusheng, known in English as Stranded Deep. Due to his computer's inadequate specifications, he had not played it in quite some time. The current version was barely playable. prone to frame drops. He had first encountered this game on a streaming platform, finding it quite intriguing, which prompted him to download it from Steam, spending a modest sum. The gameplay was not particularly complex. The main storyline revolved around a wealthy heir who, during a private plane journey, experienced a malfunction that led to a tragic plunge into the ocean. He managed to climb aboard a lifeboat just before the plane exploded and then paddled to a nearby deserted island to survive against the odds. After enduring numerous hardships and scavenging for resources from various shipwrecks scattered across the islands, he ultimately repaired an aircraft only to meet with another crash while attempting to return to the city. The plot was fairly straightforward. Initially, the game was a solitary endeavor, but later updates introduced a multiplayer mode. However, due to system optimization issues and his computer's specifications, Lie Junan had never engaged in online play. His favorite aspect was exploring the community's creative workshop, downloading maps crafted by other players. Occasionally, he would create his own maps, stockpiling an abundance of resources to thrive effortlessly on the island, with the greatest joy coming from constructing elaborate houses. He pondered what tangible creations this game could manifest. Could it be possible to bring forth all the islands depicted in the game and become their sovereign? Lie Junan's thoughts began to wander. Perhaps he could develop a blueprint to design an array of islands and then materialize them in reality. Wouldn't that be delightful? There was no rush. First, he planned to auction a mansion for his character, Tian Su, and once he decided on future developments, he could bring them to life. In truth, Lie Junan had no intentions of seeking employment or embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. After all, his two accounts in the game generated daily activities, accumulating copper coins from daily tasks and selling various items, which combined to yield at least 1 to 2 million coins. Calculating this at a daily rate of 2 million over 30 days equated to a staggering 60 million, culminating in an annual total of 720 million, an immense sum. What business could ever generate such wealth? Furthermore, if he explored other games in the future, the potential earnings would surely increase. As for bringing various elixirs from the game into the real world for sale, Lie Junan had never entertained such thoughts. He did not believe he could single-handedly contend against the financial magnates who wielded power over a superpower. However, he saw no issue in dealing with wine and medicinal cuisine. Perhaps he would consider partnering with someone to establish a restaurant. As for personally overseeing it, he deemed that unnecessary. Now that he possessed a system, why not indulge in a leisurely life as a wealthy layabout? Was it the game that lacked excitement, or the ladies who were not enchanting enough? Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 11. He decisively shut down his computer and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon emerging, the washing machine had completed its cycle, and he hung the freshly laundered sheets and duvet covers outside to dry. After hastily tousling his hair, he extinguished the lights and retired for the night. Perhaps due to the enhancements his body had undergone, Lie Junan fell asleep remarkably quickly and soon drifted into dreams. At 6:30 in the morning, he gradually opened his eyes. After briefly checking his phone and finding no new messages, he rose to power on his computer, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat before heading to the bathroom for personal hygiene. 3 minutes later, feeling refreshed, he began brushing his teeth and washing his face. Returning to his bedroom, he dressed and logged into the game. Noticing that his fixed team members were offline, he commenced the daily tasks for his two accounts. After completing the sect missions, treasure map quests, cultivation tasks, trial challenges, and arena battles, he glanced at his phone and saw that it was just past 7. Perhaps he should go out to practice some boxing, familiarize himself with his skills, lest he find himself in a situation where his mind recalled the techniques, but his hands faltered. With determination, Lie Junan donned his shoes and socks, grabbed his keys, and stepped outside. After a 5 to 6 minute walk, he arrived at the square near the south gate of the urban village. At this hour, the square was already bustling with people, some strolling, others playing volleyball or badminton, while office workers filled the street with their electric bikes. Finding an empty patch of ground, he took a moment to relax and prepare for his boxing practice. However, after a brief consideration, he retrieved his phone, gathered some stones to secure an angle, and positioned the phone on the ground to record a video for later sharing online. With feet slightly apart, he exhaled and relaxed his hips, beginning to perform Tai Chi. Initially, his movements were slow, reminiscent of elderly gentlemen in a park, but as time passed, the fluidity of his transitions improved. The process of inhaling, channeling energy, and exerting force became increasingly adept, creating sonic booms in the air that grew louder. The morning exercisers around him began to turn their attention towards him. Yet Lie Junan remained blissfully unaware, seemingly entranced in a peculiar state. At that moment, a special observer, who had been watching him since he arrived, found his mouth agape in astonishment. Had he truly reached a state of oblivion, forgetting both the self and the world? Am I seeing ghosts? After spending a considerable amount of time practicing Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Xing Yi, Ong Quan, Tong Bei, Eagle Claw, Capoeira, and Baji, Lie Junan, who felt he had seamlessly integrated these 8 skills, gradually came to a halt. With a long exhale, he emerged from that enigmatic state. Meanwhile, A special observer who had been watching him was almost ready to exclaim, "Is that breath like an arrow? Incredible!" Perhaps due to the angle. He distinctly saw that the young man's breath, released at the conclusion of his practice, seemed almost tangible, spraying forward for 2 to 3 meters before gradually dissipating. A master. This was undoubtedly a master. With this thought, he hastily approached the young man who had just finished his practice and was about to leave. Lie Junan picked up his phone from the side, checked the recorded video for any issues, and then prepared to leave the square in search of breakfast. He hadn't noticed it while practicing, but now that he was finished, his stomach was grumbling. Just as he turned around, a deep voice called out from behind him. "Hey, young man, wait a moment." Upon hearing the voice, Lie Junan instinctively turned back, only to see a middle-aged man in police uniform striding towards him. Noticing Lie Junan look back, the officer waved his hand, indicating that he was the one being called. Lie Junan halted and turned back. "Officer, did you call for me?" "Yes, I did. Hello, I'm from the Yonge City Police Department. I need to ask you a few questions, if it's convenient. Could you come with me for a moment?" The middle-aged officer first presented his credentials, then pointed towards the police station beside the square. "What? You want to ask me about something?" Lie Junan's expression was one of confusion. Seeing the officer nod, he quickly responded affirmatively and followed him into the police station. The two entered a room within the station, where the middle-aged officer took a seat behind a desk and gestured to a chair beside him. "Young man, don't be nervous. Please have a seat." Lie Junan complied and sat down. "Did you bring your ID?" "I didn't bring it. I was out for morning practice. However, I do have a photo of my ID in my phone." "What's the matter, officer? I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't call you here for that. Just need to take down your ID number. 410 x times 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 x." The middle-aged officer began typing on the computer. "How many years have you been practicing martial arts?" "Huh. I didn't expect that to be the question," Lie Junan replied, somewhat dazed. "Not for many years." Seeing the officer's skeptical expression, he thought for a moment and added, "I've practiced since I was a child, but I've never actually fought anyone." Lie Junan. "I'll call you Shaoli. The reason I called you here is quite simple," the officer said with a smile, retrieving a piece of paper and handing over a pen. "Please fill out this form for record keeping. P.S. This is a web novel. Please do not apply it to reality." Chapter 13. Are you interested in changing jobs? Record keeping? Lie Junan looked bewildered. What does that mean? Why do I need to be recorded? The officer's smile took on a more meaningful tone. "Don't be nervous. Have you ever forgotten your keys when leaving home?" "Twice," Lie Junan replied, still confused. "What does that have to do with this? How did you resolve it back then?" The middle-aged policeman continued to inquire. "Well, there was an occasion when I called a locksmith." Lie Junan pondered slightly. "Later, I also asked the landlord for assistance." "Exactly," the policeman affirmed. "Those who specialize in locksmithing possess unique skills, and we maintain a record of such individuals at the precinct. This serves two purposes. Firstly, to facilitate investigations should similar cases arise in the future, and secondly, to ensure we can readily contact specialists when their expertise is needed." Oh, although Lie Junan understood the officer's words, he still felt it bore little relevance to him. "It seems you are quite unaware of your own abilities," the middle-aged policeman remarked as he took a sip of water. "From the moment you arrived at the square this morning, I took note of you. I observed your boxing from start to finish, and it is no exaggeration to say that, whether in the military or now in civilian life, I have never encountered anyone as extraordinary as you." Recalling the fantastical notion of exhaling one's breath as a sword, the policeman could not help but curse inwardly. His own combat skills were commendable. He had even won awards in martial arts competitions during his time in the military. However, reflecting on the young man's movements during the boxing session, he felt that if a real match ensued, he might not last more than a few exchanges. "So, this means I possess special skills?" Lie Junan realized belatedly. "Is that why there's a record?" "Precisely," the policeman nodded. "With your current capabilities, you fully meet the relevant criteria, which is why you were summoned. By the way, Lie Junan, where are you currently employed? Would you be interested in a job change?" "I just resigned a couple of days ago, so I am currently unemployed," he replied. "That is perfect. Would you be interested in joining us?" The officer's eyes brightened. Lie Junan glanced around. "Isn't this just a small police office? What would I do here?" As if anticipating Lie Junan's thoughts, the middle-aged officer composed himself. "I haven't introduced myself yet. My surname is Song Gang. I currently oversee the Police Support Department, Special Police Team, Police Aviation Unit, and the Municipal Police Training School." Wow, this is quite a significant figure. Though unfamiliar with the police system and unaware of specific ranks, upon hearing the impressive list of departments he managed, Lie Junan realized that this middle-aged gentleman could not possibly be an ordinary precinct officer. After all, he could recognize military ranks to some extent, but police ranks were entirely foreign to him. "Oh, what would I do at your department?" Lie Junan casually inquired. "Are there any educational requirements or examinations I need to take?" "I've already reviewed your basic information," Song Gang replied with a smile. "I don't require you to have an exceptionally high level of education. What I value is your formidable combat prowess. So what do you say?" Would you consider becoming a combat instructor? Lie Junan instinctively wanted to decline. He had just acquired a system, was financially secure, and saw no need for employment. Why not continue to enjoy the benefits of a 996 work schedule? However, he scratched his head and gently refused. But I am leaving Young City this afternoon. I have already booked my flight. Upon realizing the situation, Song Gang felt a tinge of regret. He carefully stored away the materials filled out by Lie Junan and stood up. Let us go. I'll see you out. The two walked side by side towards the police office. Just as Lie Junan prepared to bid a polite farewell to the officer, he noticed Song Gang retrieving his phone. Xiao Chuan, let us add each other on WeChat. Should you change your mind at any point, feel free to reach out. Additionally, if you don't mind, could you send me a copy of the video you recorded earlier? Certainly, officer, Lie Junan responded, adding Song Gang on WeChat. I'll send you the video once I get back. Just call me Song Shu. Song Gang leaned closer and whispered to Lie Junan. To work here, you only need to pass a small test, and the benefits after formal employment are quite impressive. Plus, you will have the opportunity to experience live fire shooting at the range. After giving Lie Junan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Song Gang returned to the police office. Live fire shooting? Lie Junan's mind raced with excitement. Is this the criterion for evaluating candidates? What candidate could withstand such a test? Having only played with toy guns as a child, Lie Junan had long been captivated by the firearms depicted in films and video games, almost enlisting in the military just to handle real weapons. Now, with such an opportunity presenting itself, perhaps it was worth considering. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's no rush. I can think about it later. At that moment, Lie Junan had no inkling that his connection with Song Gang was destined to go beyond this encounter. On his way home, Lie Junan indulged in several rolls of rice noodle at a breakfast shop. After undergoing physical enhancement, he had noticeably increased his appetite and digestion over the past few days. Upon returning home and after a refreshing shower, he changed clothes and sent the video of his boxing practice to Song Gang, accompanied by a cheeky grin emoji. Without waiting for a reply, he messaged his teammates on WeChat. Unlike other online games, this one allowed players to trade equipment and pets amongst themselves, transforming what had once been a pastime into a lucrative endeavor. Given today's earnings, if both accounts were fully realized, they could yield 4 to 5 million. After all, the antiques obtained from ghost hunting could sell for no less than 200,000 copper coins, with larger antiques fetching 500,000 without a hitch. Noticing the time was already 10:30, he shut down his computer, packed 2 fully charged power banks into his backpack, and collected the bedding drying outside. Unsure of how many days he would spend back home, he also activated the automatic feeding and water replenishment systems for his fish tank, ensuring everything would remain in order even if he were away for a month. Having organized his belongings, Lie Junan slung his backpack over his shoulder and wheeled his suitcase out the door. The flight was scheduled for 2:30 p.m., and with it still being only 11 o'clock, he had ample time. The airport was a swift 30 minutes away, or an hour at most, allowing him to navigate security and check in his luggage without a hitch, leaving even time for a leisurely lunch. Once in the ride-sharing vehicle, Lie Junan received a WeChat message from Song Gang and simply replied with an acknowledgement, followed by a smiling emoji. Upon viewing the video sent by Lie Junan on his WeChat account, Song Gang promptly contacted his former superior in the military, succinctly explaining the situation while also forwarding the video. Chapter 14. A stop in Jung City. After more than half an hour, Lie Junan arrived at the airport, boarded the airport bus to the terminal, and completed the check-in procedures, luggage drop-off, and security checks. By the time he finished all these processes, it was already past noon. With his bag slung over his shoulder, he located the designated boarding gate and, feeling a twinge of hunger, set off in search of sustenance. He casually ordered a large oat latte at Starbucks, accompanied by 2 different flavors of cake and a breakfast sandwich. Satisfied with his selection, Lie Junan decided on a light meal, planning to indulge in a more substantial feast upon his arrival in Jung City that evening. Having swiftly finished his meal, he exited Starbucks with his unfinished coffee and returned to the boarding gate. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he had yet to inform his family about his return. He quickly opened WeChat to initiate a video call with his younger sister, Li Xiuqing, who was currently teaching Chinese at a middle school and, being Saturday, was presumably at home. As anticipated, the video connected within moments. "What's up? Is there something you need?" Li Xiuqing inquired, her face reflecting a scholarly demeanor, her dark, thick hair casually tied up, likely a result of her years of teaching. "Nothing much. I'm just heading home for a brief visit," Lie Junan replied, standing to showcase his surroundings. "I'm at the airport in Yong City, and my flight is at 2:30. "Oh, where does your flight land?" she asked. "I'll be landing around 6 this evening. It's a bit rushed today. I'll spend the night in Jung City and take the high-speed train to Luoyang tomorrow morning or afternoon," he said with a chuckle. "Since it's the weekend, you're free, right? Remember to pick me up at the train station." "Absolutely. I have no classes tomorrow," Li Xiuqing responded. "What time should I be at the train station? If you can wake up early, I'll book a morning ticket. If not, then I'll opt for the afternoon." Lie Junan replied, evidently unconcerned as it was not a holiday and tickets were plentiful. Then book for tomorrow morning, she said decisively, considering the potential for afternoon traffic. All right, just a moment. Let me check the train schedule, he said, switching to WeChat to access the 12306 ticketing platform. After reviewing the timetable, he secured a ticket for the 10 o'clock high-speed train from Zheng City East Station, which would take half an hour. I've booked it. I should arrive at the train station around 10:40. So you want to have to wake up too early, Lie Junan said, glancing through the video at the space behind his sister. Are you at home? Where's Mom? Is she not there? Mom is in the kitchen washing dishes. Hold on. I'll go get her, Li Xiuqing replied, walking towards the kitchen. Mom, our brother is coming back tomorrow. I will drive to pick him up in the morning. Li Junan, what time will you arrive? Their mother, Miao Aixin, asked, wiping her hands and taking the phone from Li Xiuqing, her face beaming with joy. I should arrive at Luoyang high-speed railway station around 10:30, just in time for lunch, Li Junan replied, feeling a surge of happiness at seeing his mother, whom he hadn't seen in half a year. I'm craving those water-fried buns you make. Could you prepare some fillings and fry a few buns? Just don't use chives, please. In the midst of preparations, I will chop some filling later, and tomorrow at noon, we shall indulge in fried buns. Miao Aixin has recently been feeling a pang of longing for her son, primarily because he remains unmarried, which has caused her some distress. Thus, she periodically nudges him. Are you still single? Haven't you brought a girlfriend home yet? I just started seeing someone and was hoping to bring her along. Li Junan replied with effortless ease. I mentioned it to her yesterday, but she needs to return home for a couple of days. We've agreed to travel together soon. And I'll bring her back to meet you all. Wonderful, wonderful. Miao Aixin's spirits visibly lifted. No rush, no rush. Let's see if she is willing. When you return, we'll have a good chat. At 30 and still unmarried, Li Junan had faced considerable pressure from his family regarding marriage. There was even a time when they suggested a divorced woman from his village, and upon realizing he had no interest, they pushed him towards a matchmaking group in the county. All right, let us discuss it when I'm back. I'll hang up for now. After ending the video call, Li Junan glanced at the time and, unsure of what to do with the remaining hours, found himself somewhat bored and began scrolling through short videos. The capabilities of big data are truly remarkable. The videos suggested to him were all related to hotels and cuisine in Zheng City. This hotel looks quite nice, he mused as he stumbled upon the Manhwa Hotel in Zheng City. He found the contact number, made an inquiry, and boldly booked a luxurious suite for over 1,800, boasting an area exceeding 100 square meters and including breakfast. In the past, such a price would have been unimaginable for Lie Junan, but now, given that even the simplest culinary item in the game sells for over 20,000, this expenditure felt like mere pocket change. Having secured the hotel, Li Junan suddenly recalled the video he recorded that morning. He decided to edit the highlights and upload them to a short video platform. As he had never uploaded a video before, he was not particularly skilled in editing. However, he followed the prompts to trim what he deemed exciting segments and paired them with a dynamic background score. He titled it, Can You Withstand the Power of My 20 Years of Training? And clicked upload. Would it go viral? The wealth one accumulates away from home, like donning fine clothes in the night, felt somewhat incomplete without a touch of ostentation, especially now that he had achieved such prowess. Oblivious to his initial resolve to remain low-key, Li Junan had no inkling that this video would suddenly gain immense popularity overnight, the reason being. Time seemed to fly while scrolling through short videos. Immersed in clips of various activities, from fixing hose to popping pimples and building log cabins in the wilderness, Li Junan only snapped back to reality upon hearing the boarding announcement. It was time to embark. During the 2-hour flight, he felt no fatigue and opened a novel he had downloaded earlier, engrossed in its pages. The afternoon passed without any unexpected incidents, and Li Junan let out a subtle sigh of relief, recognizing that ever since the system had entered his life, each moment had been imbued with change. In the future, I shall refrain from taking flights unless absolutely necessary. Li Junan recalled a recent incident he encountered online, where a foolish individual threw coins into an airplane engine. The mere thought of such reckless behavior, which blatantly disregarded the lives of others, filled him with indignation. On the ground, with his capabilities, he felt confident in his ability to survive any unforeseen circumstances. However, at high altitudes, he could only pray for a more extraordinary outcome in the future. Otherwise, he would remain devoid of any sense of security. Upon disembarking, he followed the instructions to the designated area to retrieve his luggage. After a cursory inspection of his travel case, he found no visible damage. He then opened the suitcase to check its contents. Previous accounts of airport baggage incidents had instilled a sense of caution in him, although he was no longer particularly concerned about potential losses. How splendid it would be to possess spatial equipment, he mused as he approached a taxi. The perceptive taxi driver promptly opened the trunk and assisted Li Junan with his luggage before returning to the driver's seat. Turning to Li Junan, who was seated in the front passenger seat, the driver inquired, Where to, young man? To the Manhwa Hotel on Nongka Road. All right, young man, please fasten your seatbelt. The taxi gradually departed from the airport. Having not visited Zheng City for several years, Lie Junchuan was unsure of the current attractions. He planned to drop off his luggage at the hotel before exploring. He vaguely remembered that a classmate used to perform at a bar in the area. He would inquire about it shortly. Chapter 15. The irretrievable youth. Due to not attending university, he began working at an early age. Initially, during the New Year visits to his hometown, he gathered with classmates. Gradually, as they either pursued higher education or began their careers, they dispersed across the country. Over time, he found himself in a new city, meeting new friends and forming a new social circle, leading to diminished contact with old acquaintances. In truth, among his high school classmates, few remained in touch. Aside from the occasional wedding invitations circulated in their group chat, they generally refrained from disturbing one another. Whether to attend such events was left to individual discretion. Most group messages were set to do not disturb, rendering replies virtually non-existent. However, if a classmate reached out privately, Lie Junchuan would grit his teeth and send a gift. If not, it mattered little. He had never been particularly frugal, which explained his consistently meager finances over the years, as he aimed to save on unnecessary expenses. Gradually, Lie Junchuan grew accustomed to solitude. His daily routine consisting of commuting to work, dining, sleeping, indulging in online gaming, and occasionally reading novels, all interspersed with adventures in the realm of King's Canyon. One's life is marked by encounters with numerous individuals, yet most often, they are merely fleeting visitors during specific phases of existence, meeting, knowing, and then parting ways, fading into obscurity and forgotten, each continuing on their separate paths. As the vehicles slowly entered the city, the streets became increasingly populated with vehicles and pedestrians. The warm hues of the setting sun cast an ambience reminiscent of an old photograph. Returning to this simultaneously strange yet familiar city stirred deep emotions within Lie Junchuan. Though he struggled to articulate the specifics of his sentiments, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Unbeknownst to him, the taxi came to a halt before a towering edifice, the sky having long since darkened. The flickering neon lights cast a vibrant glow, rendering the otherwise unremarkable facade of the building resplendent. After settling the fare, Lie Junchuan, with the amiable assistance of the driver, retrieved his luggage and ascended directly to the hotel lobby on the 48th floor via the elevator. Following the completion of the check-in process, he was escorted to his room. After expressing his lack of further needs, he accepted the key and opened the door to his quarters. To the right upon entry was a spacious bathroom, complete with a vanity mirror and sink. Beyond that lay a generously sized living area, furnished with a modular sofa and an oval white stone coffee table adorned with a wooden tea set. Though the specifics of the material remained a mystery to him, behind the sofa hung a traditional Chinese landscape painting, which Lie Junchuan did not examine closely. Adjacent to the sofa was a small bar counter. While he paid little attention to the television and desk, as he was not a businessman in need of a workspace, nor did the current television programs hold any allure for him. Rather, he found amusement in games and novels. The bedroom was notably expansive, and through the large glass window, he gazed down at the charming nightscape, which offered a broad vista. A well-made king-sized bed was accompanied by a bedside table, a lamp, and several single sofas arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Further in was a dual sink washroom, with a bathtub by the window, leading into a shower room and a walk-in closet. Overall, the harmonious blend of Chinese decorative elements and meticulously chosen Western furnishings exemplified a modern hotel that combined Eastern and Western styles. Although perhaps a peculiar description, for Lie Junchuan, a first-time guest in a star-rated hotel, the experience was quite delightful. He paid little heed to whether the room measured 100 square meters. Having settled his belongings, Lie Junchuan casually took a shower and prepared to contact an old classmate. He opened WeChat and found his friend's profile, tentatively sending a playful emoji inquiring about their activities. "What the heck? After all this time, are you getting married too?" came the response from the rocker. "Forget it. I just arrived in Zheng City. Is there a show tonight? If not, let's grab a bite," Lie Junchuan replied. Receiving a response in less than a minute, "Make sure to bring your girlfriend along." "Perfect. I just wrapped up some work." "Where are you now?" "I'm at the Manhwa Hotel on Nongka Road. I haven't been in Zheng City for years. Are you coming, or is Kai coming?" Lie Junchuan snapped a photo of the hotel and sent it over. "You're not using a stock photo, are you? Have you struck it rich?" "Indeed, so tonight. It's on me." Lie Junchuan sent an image of a cool-looking figure wearing sunglasses. "You and Kai are still sharing a place, right?" "Yes, he hasn't returned yet. But he should be back soon. His girlfriend has already come home," the rocker replied. "All right, I'll ask him on WeChat." "Actually, no need, he's already back. Hang tight while we discuss and send you the location." Rock Rebel. "Very well." Lie Junchuan casually sent a panda emoji, signaling that he didn't need to save money for his friend. There was much banter, but this was our stronghold, and it was not the place for you, Rock Rebel. In truth, both were jesting. During their usual gatherings, the old classmates adhered to a shared principle of splitting the bill evenly, having agreed that they were brothers and should refrain from posturing. Indeed, amidst the playful chatter, the two quickly rekindled their camaraderie. As if the 3 years of friendship had not been dulled by the passage of time, and their high school days felt like a recent memory. Before long, the WeChat notification chimed again. You know the Urki Square? We're heading for barbecue. I'll send you the location. We'll change our clothes and set off. You should take the subway since the roads are quite congested at this hour. Rock Rebel replied, sure thing, no problem. Although I haven't been in Zhengzhou for a few years, I still know the area. I'm on my way. See you soon. They chimed in unison. About half an hour later, the group met at Urki Square. 2 men and 2 women approached, the men towering over 6 feet tall, while the women appeared to be over 5 feet 7. Wow, after all these years, you've really honed your physique, exclaimed Rock Rebel as Wang Bo rushed forward and enveloped Lie Junan in a hearty embrace. The other classmate, Song Kai, who lagged a step behind, joined in, resulting in a warm group hug, complete with playful pats on each other's backs. Wang Bo then introduced the girl clad in a black trench coat to Lie Junan, saying, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Ming, and gestured towards Lie Junan. This is my high school classmate, Lie Junan. You can just call him Chuanzi. Song Kai then pulled over the girl dressed in a beige trench coat, introducing her as this is my girlfriend, Fan Yao. She and Zhang Ming are colleagues. Now the 4 of us are co-renting. Lie Junan was taken aback, exclaiming, impressive. He then inquired, by the way, since you're back for a few days, where's your girlfriend? The two chuckled, teasing, you're still single, right? Apologies for disappointing you. I just started dating someone, but she had to return home for a bit. We've planned to travel together soon. Lie Junan replied, unlocking his phone to show them a photo he had taken with Li Yun. A hint of pride evident on his face. She looks lovely. Be sure to bring her along next time for us to meet. We'll be ready to bless you with a generous wedding gift. Wang Bo and Song Kai reflected, out of 8 classmates from our dorm, it seems only the 3 of us remain unmarried. The trio lamented in unison, youth once lost is never regained. Let us eat first. We can't let the ladies go hungry. Kai, which restaurant are we heading to? Lie Junan, eager not to neglect the girls, quickly shifted the topic. They walked towards a barbecue place on the pedestrian street, one they had frequented before and found quite delightful. Let us go over there, they agreed, laughing and chatting as they made their way to a restaurant named Time. Upon entering, they were guided by the staff to their seats. After considering various suggestions, they placed their orders and began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Lie Junan glanced at his watch. It was already past 8. By the time the group finished their meal and drinks, it would likely be past midnight. It seemed that nothing further would transpire today. Since acquiring the system, he felt as though he had developed some peculiar disposition, reminiscent of a bespectacled elementary student. Although he did not encounter crime at every turn, he had a nagging suspicion that his future would not be entirely tranquil. Well, since we're all able to drink, how about we order some alcohol? Lie Junan inquired of the group. But if any of you have commitments tomorrow, we could settle for some juice or herbal tea instead. Not a problem. We can all drink. If we're concerned about tomorrow's tasks, we can just have a little, he added. Old rules apply. No pressure to drink. Song Kai affirmed, waving over the waiter to order a case of Budweiser. As the waiter arranged the utensils for everyone, he casually placed a pot of tea and a small plastic basin on the table. It had become customary for diners to rinse their utensils with hot tea for hygiene, a practice that seemed to have spread across restaurants nationwide, regardless of whether it was effective. The establishment was nearly full, and the once spacious hall was now bustling with patrons, indicating the restaurant's good reputation, likely bolstered by the weekend crowd. Lie Junan surveyed the room. There were individuals dining alone, young couples, university students, and groups of friends who had combined several tables, creating a lively atmosphere. Most diners appeared to be under 30, and considering the prices he had glimpsed on the menu, it was indeed more accommodating to the younger crowd. With ladies present, I shall refrain from smoking, Song Kai remarked as he poured tea for everyone. Come on, we all know each other. No need to pretend, Fan Yao retorted, pulling a pack of golden leaf cigarettes from her boyfriend's pocket and offering one to Wang Bo and Lie Junan, before lighting one for her boyfriend. Song Kai grinned, clearly amused, finding no shame in the moment. In fact, he felt rather proud. Hailing from a county town, her boyfriend had studied broadcasting and hosting at university. After experiencing enough workplace rivalry, he had left his job at a television station to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, primarily focused on wedding celebrations and related festivities. As for Wang Bo, he had formed a band with friends and, besides performing at a bar, was also engaged in various commercial gigs. Lie Junan had previously perused Wang Bo's social media and suspected that his connections were quite extensive. He refrained from inquiring about the 2 young women's occupations, as they were not well acquainted, and such questions might seem intrusive. However, they appeared to come from well-off families, and their personalities were quite pleasant. Wang Ming was somewhat serene, always adorned with a gentle smile, while Fan Yao exhibited a more extroverted demeanor, lively and animated. The ordered dishes began to arrive at the table in succession, and amidst laughter and chatter, the group started to savor their meal. The 2 young women, shedding any pretense, poured themselves beers and joined the men in toasting. Under normal circumstances, the next scene would likely be filled with boastful banter, flirtation, and displays of affection. However, a sudden, thunderous noise abruptly shattered this harmonious atmosphere. It was as if the volume had been muted. The once boisterous restaurant fell into an eerie silence. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned to gaze in the direction of the sound. A group of young individuals, having risen from 3 hastily pushed-together tables, approached with unfriendly expressions, surrounding 2 young women dining at a nearby table. Before anyone could react, a young man with multicolored, dyed hair hurled the contents of his drink at the 2 women, cursing vehemently. "What is wrong with my brother saying a few words to you? Dressed like that for a meal? I might as well touch you." As he spoke, he reached out to grab one of the women forcefully. Lie Junan, with his enhanced physique and keen senses, rolled his eyes at this. To him, the women's attire was not outrageous. Both were clad in short black down jackets and various shades of ultra-short shorts, with flesh-toned. Presumably thermal tights. Who could withstand the cold otherwise? "You're being too much," the 2 women exclaimed, tears welling in their eyes. "We don't even know you. Why are you saying such outrageous things to us? Have we offended you? Bullying us like this? I'll call the police right now." As they took out their phones and began to walk outside to report the incident, the restaurant staff sensed something amiss. The waiter promptly informed the manager before hastily approaching to inquire about the situation. At that moment, the raucous young man, seemingly emboldened by alcohol, shoved the approaching waiter aside and rallied his companions, exclaiming, "Those 2 idiots dared to call the police? Brothers, grab your weapons and deal with them." With that, a group of over 10 individuals menacingly armed themselves with any available objects and charged toward the women who had just exited the restaurant. The ringleader kicked the already standing waiter back to the ground, while several others joined in, delivering additional blows and knocking over several tables in the process, causing diners to hastily sidestep in alarm. "Brothers, this is about to get serious. Wait, I'll go check it out." Lie Junan quickly stood up and made his way outside. As he stepped through the door, many other patrons also rose, pulling out their phones through the restaurant's glass door. When Lie Junan emerged, the scene before him ignited a fury that could no longer be contained. About 7 to 8 meters away, a circle of young men surrounded the 2 women, who were lying on the ground, blood seeping from their heads and their faces swollen. Some were mercilessly stomping down on the defenseless women. "Stop it!" Lie Junan shouted, rushing forward, deftly parting the crowd with the finesse of Tai Chi. He swiftly entered the fray, glanced at the moaning women on the ground, and, seizing one in each arm, burst through the throng before they could react, rescuing the women from their attackers. Spotting Wang Bo and his companions just outside the door, he hurriedly handed the women over to them, urging, "Please call an ambulance." "Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs?" A group of young individuals began to converge around Lie Junan, finally realizing the situation. "Are you planning to beat those 2 girls to death? Do you all wish to end up in prison? Is this how your parents raised you? Do you even understand the law?" Lie Junan gestured for Wang Bo and the others to step back, turning to the young crowd with a stern reprimand. "My rules are my rules. So what if someone dies? I can afford it. It has nothing to do with you. Brothers, teach him a lesson for sticking his nose where it doesn't belong." The group of youngsters cursed and rushed forward. The leader, a scruffy-haired lad, brandishing a broken stool that he had previously damaged, swung it at Lie Junan. His expression was not merely that of inebriation. As Lie Junan pondered this, he instinctively raised his hand to block the incoming stool. It barely hurt at all. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be harmed. However, recalling a legal education video featuring a tall man in glasses, he decided to take the first hit without dodging. "I warn you not to come any closer. I've already called the police." Pretending to be frightened, he sidestepped a couple of steps, observing the persistent scruffy-haired youth swinging the stool again. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another individual, a yellow-haired boy, drawing a folding knife from his pocket and charging toward him. Intentionally, he allowed the stool to hit him again. "Ah!" Lie Junan feigned a cry of pain, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. "After 5,000 years, it's finally my turn to shine. I shall take on 20. With a slight change in stance, Lie Junan's left hand swiftly grasped the scruffy-haired youth's wrist, his fingers delicately pressing on a pressure point as he propelled himself into the youth's embrace. His right hand quickly lifted the youth's arm, his index finger targeting a nerve behind the elbow, then smoothly sliding into the armpit. With a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the scruffy-haired boy flying toward the yellow-haired youth, who had just brandished his knife. The 2 collided, tumbling into a chaotic heap on the ground. While Lie Junan refrained from pursuing them further, continuing to feign fear as he unleashed his moves without hesitation. At that moment, several more young individuals charged in, one wielding an intact stool aimed at Lie Junan's legs, intending to bring him down for a collective assault, while 2 others prepared to kick him. Lie Junan remained unperturbed, his feet exerting a slight force as he executed a front flip, the height of which was rather extraordinary. Simultaneously, he grasped the shoulders of the youth swinging the stool, his long legs crossing in the air like clock hands, deftly avoiding the kicks aimed at him. Upon landing, he utilized the momentum to hurl the young man he had just seized, who fortuitously crashed into the scruffy-haired and yellow-haired boys, resulting in a pile of 3 bodies tumbling together. "Wow, this guy is incredible," exclaimed an onlooker. "Amazing, it's like watching a movie." Another added, "What movie?" "This is clearly Kuan Xiaoman using his second skill. Just look at how he dodges control with his invulnerability." Amidst the crowd, C glanced over his shoulder at the 2 individuals charging towards him once more. Lie Junchuan slightly shifted his stance, deftly grasping one assailant's ankle and pulling him forward, then lifting him with a swift kick that sent the man soaring. He promptly released the ankle, swiftly seizing the assailant's collar, twisting his hips and waist to propel the airborne youth towards another incoming attacker. The 2 collided forcefully, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Ouch! The ground is paved with stone slabs, falling from such a height. What a painful experience. D from the crowd remarked, "They deserve it. They should be punished for bullying that young lady." An elderly bystander noted that Lie Junchuan, cautious not to inflict severe harm, primarily employed Tai Chi techniques, leveraging other strength against them. Thus, to the onlookers, the young man's movements appeared strikingly familiar. As Lie Junchuan's actions grew increasingly fluid, he weaved effortlessly among the throng, mastering the art of using force against force. Without expending much energy, he sent the group of youths tumbling repeatedly until they lay groaning on the ground, perhaps too intimidated to rise. "Wow, impressive. A whole group ganging up on that young man. Yet his hairstyle remains untouched," exclaimed from the crowd. "Indeed. This scene feels oddly reminiscent," B mused. "With that cap, a change of clothes, and a water bottle at his waist, doesn't it ring any bells?" C contemplated, scratching his head as his mind raced. "Isn't he the second son of the Wang family from Zhonghai?" "Nonsense. He's the 3rd son, the approachable master of Wudong." "Oh, yes, he's the one who paid respects to the Grand Master." At this moment, Lie Junchuan, having ceased his actions, casually stroked his chin and surveyed the surroundings, inadvertently exclaiming, "Is there anyone else?" Several police officers hastily approached, inquiring, "Who called the police?" "I did." "Me too." Voices rose from the crowd as individuals raised their hands. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner, alerted by employees, navigated through the throng to the front, briefly questioning them before striding towards the officers. "Hello, Officer Wang. The individuals involved in the altercation were all dining at my establishment." Recognizing several officers, the restaurant owner succinctly recounted the incident's details. Noticing Lie Junchuan standing nearby, one officer approached him for questioning, while others began gathering testimonies from onlookers. "Hello, may I see your identification?" Before the officer could finish, Lie Junchuan interjected, "Certainly, officer, but please hold on a moment. The 2 female victims may require immediate transport to the hospital. Could we assess the situation first?" As he spoke, Lie Junchuan guided the questioning officer towards the 2 young women, who were being shielded by his companions. Observing the disheveled appearances of the girls, the officer felt a surge of concern. "Have we called for an ambulance?" "Yes, it's already on the way. My suggestion is that you clear a path, where the doctors won't be able to access them later." Lie Junchuan gestured towards the bustling crowd surrounding them, which had formed an impenetrable barrier. The police station had swiftly dispatched personnel upon receiving reports of a brawl in the vicinity. However, due to the tightly packed onlookers, the 2 injured individuals remained unseen, prompting the officers to urgently clear a path. Just then, an ambulance arrived at the scene, following the crowd's guidance. The paramedics located the victims and promptly administered first aid before hastily transporting them to the hospital, with officers accompanying them. At that moment, amidst the astonished expressions of his companions, Lie Junchuan produced his identification card and handed it to the officer. "Brother, have you studied law?" At that instant, a tall man, who had witnessed the entire altercation, approached and inquired. "Ah, no. I've only watched Teacher Zhang's legal awareness videos," Lie Junchuan replied casually, suddenly realizing that the voice and tone seemed somewhat familiar. He turned his head and exclaimed, "Oh, it's the lawless madman. Teacher Luo, hello? Hello. I see you've watched my videos. I hope they have been of assistance." Luo Fei happened to be in Zheng City for some business, and, with some free time in the evening, had been wandering around, unexpectedly encountering this situation. He was quite impressed by the young man's capabilities. "It certainly has been helpful. As a party involved in this incident, may I request you to act as my representative lawyer?" Lie Junchuan suddenly proposed this audacious idea. "Oh, you want me to be your attorney? My fees are rather steep," Luo Fei replied with a smile, adjusting his glasses, the lenses catching a glimmer of light. "Moreover, I've been quite busy lately. Here's the deal. Since you mentioned you've seen my videos, I'll give you a few minutes. If your performance piques my interest, I'll take on your case, but my fees will still apply." "Not a problem. Watch me shine," Lie Junchuan declared confidently. He briefly recalled the events that had transpired and turned to the bewildered officer, saying, "Good day, officer. As one of the individuals involved in this incident, I feel it is imperative to provide you with a detailed account of what transpired." "All right, please proceed," the officer replied, his lips twitching in disbelief, thinking to himself, "I'm only in my 20s. Yet, He hastily retrieved a notebook to record the details. Let me elucidate the matter from the following points, Lie Junan said, donning a rather juvenile expression reminiscent of a bespectacled schoolboy. Firstly, due to my decent hearing, I can affirm that the conflict originated when a group of rowdy youths verbally insulted the two young ladies in a most vulgar manner. After the girls clearly expressed their disinterest in engaging with them, the assailants resorted to violence, splashing liquid on the girls' faces and subsequently assaulting them. Secondly, upon being frightened, the two young ladies fled the restaurant to call the police. The assailants pursued them, subjecting the girls to a relentless and brutal beating, during which they also assaulted innocent staff members multiple times, displaying a brazen and arrogant demeanor. Upon realizing that something was amiss, I dashed outside only to find two young sisters brutally assaulted and lying on the ground, unable to defend themselves. Despite their grievous injuries, several members of the opposing gang continued to pummel them mercilessly, employing weapons seized from a nearby restaurant. As I rushed into the throng, I managed to extricate the two victims and hand them over to my companions for protection. However, the aggressors redirected their fury towards me, encircling and attacking with an audacious demeanor. Forced into self-defense after sustaining blows, I was gripped by fear as one assailant brandished a concealed knife. I sensed that I might be left with psychological scars, astonished that such malevolence could flourish so brazenly in broad daylight, blatantly disregarding the law and posing a grave threat to public safety. The young police officer, observing the articulate Lie Junan, glanced at the scattered group of youths sprawled on the ground, some being restrained by colleagues. He remarked, "You call this extreme fear?" Without hesitation, Lie Junan continued, "Moreover, I have additional findings to disclose." Noticing the man's expression shift to one of seriousness, the young officer steadied himself. "I must mention that, based on my brief encounter, I am certain that the two victims are minors. Furthermore, I overheard the assailants inadvertently divulge information suggesting their involvement in a homicide. During the altercation, I touched and examined the arm of one of the assailants, which was riddled with needle marks." Lie Junan's voice lowered significantly, audible only to the closest young officer and Luo Fei. Additionally, the smallest among them seemed to possess a shirt without pockets, yet appeared to carry numerous packets containing a powdery substance. I suspect he is implicated in their activities. At this point, Lie Junan paused, wary of revealing too much. Upon hearing this, the young officer hurriedly rushed to report to his superior, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Luo Fei maintained an unflinching demeanor, accustomed to handling numerous cases and possessing remarkable composure. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he remarked, "You must be quite the gamer. It seems you've been stacking buffs like crazy. I shall take full charge of this case. Come, young man, let us formalize our agreement." He then produced a contract from his backpack and handed it to Lie Junan. Chapter 18. Is your daily life this vibrant and colorful? After signing the full agency contract with Luo Fei, Lie Junan noticed the young officer who had been taking notes approach once more. He offered a thumbs up and leaned in to whisper, "We found several items on the assailants. There may be bigger fish to fry. You've been immensely helpful. Shall we accompany you back to the precinct for a statement?" Lie Junan inquired, feeling somewhat detached from the process, not being part of the system. "Perhaps I should accept the invitation from Boss Song instead? You still need to accompany us back to the police station, as we must gather evidence from the onlookers. Shortly, the restaurant owner and the waiter will also need to come." The young officer nodded, acknowledging the severity of the situation. This incident has already circulated online, drawing significant attention from higher authorities. However, rest assured, based on our investigation, your actions fall under the category of justifiable defense, executed with measured restraint, which does not constitute excessive force. There is a possibility you might even receive commendation, or perhaps a monetary reward. The young officer held a degree of admiration for Lie Junan, who was able to rise to the occasion and extricate himself from a perilous situation, potentially earning official recognition, a remarkable trifecta of outcomes, contingent upon his capabilities. As for the reward, it mattered little to Lie Junan, who leaned closer to the officer. "What should I call you? Referring to you as Officer Uncle feels somewhat awkward." "Wang Gang," the officer replied. "You can simply refer to me as Officer Wang." Upon hearing the term Officer Uncle again, the young officer's lips twitched in mild irritation. "Officer Wang, may I inquire about something?" Lie Junan asked softly. "When you gather evidence, will you be reviewing the restaurant's surveillance footage? Would it be possible for me to obtain a copy?" "Huh, what do you need that for?" Wang Gang appeared puzzled. "I must consult with my superiors on this, and it would be prudent for you to seek the restaurant owner's consent as well." "Ah, right. Understood. Thank you, Officer Wang. I'll go speak with the restaurant owner." Lie Junan hurriedly approached the owner, producing a freshly purchased pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one. "What should I call you?" Initially, the restaurant owner, agitated by the unforeseen calamity, was prepared to unleash his frustration. However, upon turning to see the individual who had come to his aid, he quickly accepted the cigarette. "No need for formality, brother. I truly appreciate your help today. My surname is Li Dong. You can call me Brother Li or Dong Go." Contemplating the day's events, Li Dong was drenched in cold sweat. Had anything happened to the two young women, he would face substantial financial repercussions, and the potential backlash online could jeopardize his restaurant's future. If the relentless online community latched onto the incident, it could adversely affect his other business ventures as well. With this in mind, Li Dong resolved to handle the matter with utmost care, particularly regarding the two young women. He aimed to offer generous compensation to seek their families' forgiveness, facilitate access to better medical care, and engage a lawyer to assist in any necessary legal proceedings. Perhaps, with judicious management, he could turn this misfortune into a beneficial outcome. As he pondered, Li Dong scrutinized the imposing figure before him, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with rugged features, a stately posture, and wearing attire that bespoke quality. The watch on his wrist likely cost several thousand. It appeared he was not lacking in financial means. Considering the reports he had gathered about this individual's prowess, Li Dong's thoughts raced. It would be a missed opportunity not to forge an acquaintance with someone of such caliber. What should I call you, brother? I am genuinely grateful for your assistance today. Allow me to waive your dining expenses, and once we resolve this matter, shall we go out for a drink? Li Dong lit a cigarette and instinctively offered to light one for Li Junchuan. I, too, share the surname Li. I am Li Junchuan. Please, brother Dong. There's no need for formality. I can manage myself. Li Junchuan quickly waved his hand, accepting the lighter from Li Dong, and lit a cigarette for himself. Ah, we're family. Perhaps we share a common ancestor from 500 years ago, Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he draped an arm around Li Junchuan's shoulder. How about this? Let's grab a drink first, and afterwards, we can unwind together. Tonight, I must treat my younger brother well. Yes, Dong-gu. We needn't rush with other matters. Could you possibly provide me a backup of the surveillance footage from your shop? Li Junchuan promptly stated his purpose. What do you need that for? Li Dong asked, slightly bewildered. It's not my first time getting into a scuffle. I want a keepsake. Li Junchuan chuckled. I ought to post it on social media, perhaps even share it as a short video for others to admire. I understand, you're just showing off, right? No problem. I'll make you a copy, Li Dong quickly agreed. However, how and when you post it is crucial. It's best to consult the police to avoid any trouble. The online community can be rather fierce these days. Not a problem. I already asked Officer Wang, and he said it's fine. Li Junchuan pondered before continuing. But I think I'll hold off on posting for now. I should edit it first to prevent any misinterpretation. Indeed. We should wait to see how the authorities classify this situation. Li Dong nodded in agreement. All right, let's exchange contact information first. I need to inform my staff. After they exchanged numbers, Li Dong entered the shop while Li Junchuan returned to his classmates. Wow, is Chuanzi really that impressive now? Taking on a dozen opponents without even ruffling his hair? Song Kai exclaimed, astonished. I can't believe it. I heard he trained under a Tai Chi master back when he was working in Zheng City, Wang Bo added, equally perplexed. Those elderly gentlemen practicing Tai Chi in the park are that formidable? Wang Ming thought of the elderly men she often saw during walks with her friend and swallowed hard. I disagree. Most of those elderly Tai Chi practitioners focus on health and tranquility. Few can achieve such results in a real fight. I've only seen that in films. Fan Yao shook her head and tugged at her boyfriend. Your classmate seems quite extraordinary, Song Kai remarked, scratching his head. We all lived in the same dorm back then, and I had no idea he was this capable. But he did start working early and only returned home during the holidays. Perhaps he has encountered some extraordinary experiences in recent years? Wang Bo suggested, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. You read too many novels. Reaching this level surely requires a lifetime of dedication. Just because you hadn't seen it before doesn't mean he was hiding it or lacked the opportunity to showcase his skills. Fan Yao shook her head again. True. During our 3 years of high school, we hardly had any conflicts with anyone, Song Kai noted, raising his eyebrows. When he saw Li Junchuan approaching, he quickly asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a bunch of small fry, Li Junchuan replied, holding his head high with a smirk that was hard to suppress. However, I might have to accompany the police to the station to make a statement, so dinner might be out of the question. However, the restaurant owner graciously waived our meal expenses and has invited us to dine again. Perhaps we should accompany him to the police station, as the officer mentioned earlier that we might receive a commendation for our bravery. Upon this thought, Li Junchuan exchanged knowing glances with his companions, suggesting that it would be beneficial to get acquainted with the restaurant owner, who appeared to be quite remarkable. The group shared a brief but meaningful glance, all acknowledging that their professional endeavors in Zheng City necessitated the forging of various connections. Moreover, as they were directly involved, it was imperative they provide detailed statements. It seems that the events of recent days have been rather overwhelming. You wouldn't believe it. This morning, while practicing martial arts, a police officer took me to the station to file a report and even suggested I become a combat instructor. Though Li Junchuan feigned annoyance, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction within. Is your day always this eventful? Wang Ming mused, sensing something peculiar. Chapter 19. After a lengthy ordeal, they finally returned to the hotel. This is pure detective work, Song Kai remarked with a smirk. You're just one step away from discovering a body. No. Li Junchuan quickly interjected, feeling an eerie sense of being watched upon hearing Song Kai's words. Once the officers completed their investigation and obtained the surveillance footage from the restaurant, they accompanied the restaurant owner and the group to the police station. After over an hour of effort, the statements were finally recorded, and the police had thoroughly pieced together the case. Luo Fei, who had come along, began to engage earnestly, determined to give his utmost. After completing their statements, the five of them exited the police station alongside the restaurant owner, Li Dong, bidding farewell to Luo Fei. "Shall we go grab a bite? I'll take care of the arrangements," Li Dong proposed, recalling that they hadn't eaten well due to the evening's events. "Shouldn't we visit the hospital first?" Li Junchuan pondered aloud. "What about those two young ladies? I only caught a glimpse of their injuries, but I'm uncertain about the severity, especially considering their head traumas. Indeed, amidst the chaos, I nearly forgot. I'll inquire about which hospital they were taken to." Li Dong promptly returned to the police station, returning a few minutes later. "Let's go. They're at the first affiliated hospital," he informed them. The group then hailed a taxi to the hospital, where they inquired with the staff and located the room of the two young women. Outside the room, two pairs of middle-aged couples were anxiously pacing. Li Dong quickly approached, offering the care packages he had purchased outside the hospital, and upon presenting his identity and intentions, the tension in the couple's faces visibly eased, indicating that his proactive demeanor brought them some comfort. At this moment, Li Junchuan and the others approached with their gifts, identifying themselves, and the couples expressed their heartfelt gratitude, tears welling in their eyes. They had heard from the police that had it not been for these individuals stepping forward, their daughters might not have survived. However, there were over a dozen individuals present. It is said that this young man rushed forward without uttering a word. According to the police, the events unfolded so swiftly that many were caught off guard. Yet, even if those bystanders comprehended the situation afterwards, they remained uncertain whether they would step forward to assist. Their daughters had just been wheeled out from the emergency operating room, and the physicians were currently administering subsequent treatments. Fortunately, the doctors reported that they had not sustained further beatings and were brought in a timely manner. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Now, both young women had passed the critical phase but required a period of follow-up treatment and observation. Reflecting on the grim state of their daughters, the parents felt immense gratitude towards those who had lent a helping hand during the crisis, while simultaneously harboring deep-seated anger towards the assailants, vowing that those responsible would face repercussions. "Dear uncles and aunts, please do not worry. In the event of such incidents occurring at my restaurant, I shall not evade responsibility. I will cover all the medical expenses for the two young ladies," Li Dong quickly asserted. "Furthermore, as you mentioned wanting to hold those individuals accountable, I will engage the finest lawyer available." Upon hearing Li Dong's public declaration, the expressions of the two pairs of middle-aged couples visibly brightened. Although they were not lacking in financial resources, the restaurant owner's attitude greatly satisfied them. Nevertheless, uncertainties lingered regarding whether they could indeed bring those culprits to justice, as they were evidently formidable. As if sensing their apprehension, Li Junchuan swiftly pulled aside two middle-aged men and whispered a few words. Moments later, both men's eyes sparkled, and expressions of satisfaction spread across their faces. "Let us keep this under wraps. Do not even mention it to your wives. The police should be setting up surveillance now," Li Junchuan finally murmured near their ears. "I have also engaged a highly esteemed lawyer. When the time comes for sentencing, the penalties will likely be maximized. Some of them may face severe consequences, while others will not fare much better." The two middle-aged men, brimming with excitement, shook hands with Li Junchuan. "Thank you. Thank you. Let us exchange contact information. Once our daughters are discharged, we will surely express our gratitude. It is merely a case of standing up against injustice. No need for such formality. For now, the two young ladies will not be able to interact with outsiders, so we shall take our leave. Should you require any assistance, please reach out directly," said Li Junchuan as he and his companions declined the farewells and exited the hospital together, later hailing a taxi back to Li Dong's restaurant. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation in the hospital corridor had been overheard, and curious onlookers from other wards recorded it and promptly shared it online. Upon returning to the restaurant, Li Dong arranged for the kitchen to prepare a lavish spread and joined the others in toasting and celebrating. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, it was past midnight, and they had lost the inclination to continue their revelry, opting instead to return home. Initially contemplating a visit to a bar or karaoke, the events of the night had extinguished their spirits. After summoning taxis to send everyone off, Li Dong began contemplating how to transform this crisis into an opportunity, seizing the immense fortune that lay ahead. Regarding Li Junchuan, he had no intention of letting matters rest. Previously, he had heard during a meal that the individual in question was often absent from Zheng City and thus had not paid much attention. However, even in his absence, his classmates remained. The self-made entrepreneur Li Dong, who had successfully built a vast empire from scratch, possessed immense confidence in his ability to navigate interpersonal relationships. Upon returning to his hotel room, Li Junchuan confirmed with Wang Bo and Song Kai that they had all arrived home safely. He first filled the bathtub with water in the bathroom, then removed his clothing and donned a bathrobe in the washroom. Glancing at the bathtub, he fitted it with a disposable cover and turned on the faucet, preparing for a relaxing soak. After washing and wringing out his underwear and socks, he hung them in front of the central air conditioning vent, ensuring they would be dry by morning. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the bar, he took a sip before stepping into the bathtub to enjoy a soak. Ah, how delightful. He thought to himself that he should install a large bathtub at home as well. Not bothering to draw the curtains, he relaxed in the bath while admiring the beautiful scenery outside. He casually picked up his phone, intending to scroll through some short videos. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he opened the video app, a flurry of notifications startled him. After frantically silencing the alert sounds, he waited a moment before realizing what had transpired. His previously posted video of himself practicing martial arts had suddenly amassed a plethora of likes and comments, with his once inconspicuous account now boasting over 100,000 new followers. The first comment came from the official account of the Southern Theater Command. Instructor, I want to learn this. The second was from the Guangxi Province Armed Police. Instructor, I want to learn this. Following these were numerous official accounts from military and police departments, all verified. Thereafter, a wave of comments from internet users poured in. Jiego, let me take a look. Who is this charming individual? Peichi, I don't get it. What are the names of the martial arts sequences he demonstrated? The ensuing comments from netizens were varied and amusing. Lie Junan gradually realized that he was on the cusp of becoming an internet sensation. He politely followed back the official accounts and, in a playful spirit, replied to the Southern Theater Command's comment. Don't be absurd. I am not your instructor. He then turned off his screen, closed his eyes, and indulged in relaxation. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his reply to the Southern Theater Command, a restless internet user tagged the official account. Quick, make arrangements. I consulted professionals, and this guy is genuinely impressive. Other users followed suit, replicating and sending similar messages in a flurry. Chapter 20. The internet erupts after tending to his personal hygiene. Lie Junan lay down on the comfortable bed, slowly drifting into slumber. At around 6 in the morning, he gradually opened his eyes, rubbed them, and sat up. He found the mattress quite comfortable for sleep. Not lingering any longer, he quickly got up, washed up, dressed, and made his way to the hotel pool, where he requested a brand new set of swim gear from the staff. After changing, he prepared to warm up. After a brief 2-minute stretch, Lie Junan prepared to plunge into the water. He acclimated himself to the temperature, took a deep breath, and submerged completely. With a gentle push from the pool's edge, he glided through the water like a fish. He effortlessly swam to the opposite side of the pool, resurfacing for another breath before diving back down. Given the early hour, he found himself alone in the pool, save for the newly arrived lifeguard on duty. Lie Junan switched between various swimming styles, breaststroke, butterfly, backstroke, and freestyle, astonishing the lifeguard, who marveled at his impressive lung capacity and stamina. After swimming continuously for an hour without a hint of fatigue, the lifeguard couldn't help but admire him. As he emerged from the water, the sculptural definition of Lie Junan's physique became apparent, resembling a character from a comic book. The lifeguard's gaze lingered, captivated by the striking contours of his form. Feeling the intensity of the lifeguard's stare, Lie Junan shivered and hastily exited the pool. He rinsed off briefly, found his locker, and changed clothes. Along the way, he encountered several guests, likely just awakening and preparing for their own swims, who regarded him with a mixture of envy and admiration. Feeling a slight chill from their gazes, Lie Junan quickly donned his attire and returned to his room. He grabbed his phone and room key, making his way to the hotel restaurant. His reservation included breakfast, so there was no additional cost. He filled his bowl with spicy soup, grabbed 2 crispy fried dough sticks, and selected a few pan-fried buns before finding a seat to satisfy his hunger. As he unlocked his phone and opened a short video app, the familiar notification sounds rang out, only to be met with the frustrating realization that his phone had frozen again. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to purchase a new one soon. Noticing the curious glances from fellow diners, Lie Junan quickly lowered the volume, setting the phone aside to focus on his meal. Once the phone resumed functioning, he checked his notifications and discovered an influx of private messages. The Southern Military District had responded to him, and a barrage of users echoed the same comment below. Lie Junan recalled a previous remark he made, advising against baseless accusations, and responded with a curt message. It will be soon. I suggest you refrain from being disrespectful. With a wry smile, he noted the youthful tone of the comments. Unsure how to reply, he returned to the main interface of the app, scrolling through videos. Unsurprisingly, he stumbled upon clips from the previous night at the Time Hotel. There were recordings from inside and outside the establishment, captured from various angles, each video inundated with explosive comments. Viewers, having pieced together the events, were understandably incensed. I am appalled that in the 21st century, such events still transpire. Individuals of such depravity deserve severe consequences. It is evident that those young men were not of good character. Their brutal assault on 2 young girls is utterly reprehensible. How can such people continue to exist? I was present at the scene, and the incident unfolded with alarming swiftness. I hardly had time to react before the two young ladies were struck down. The aggression displayed by that group was terrifying, especially as they wielded weapons. Indeed, I too witnessed the event, and I must commend the young man who exhibited remarkable bravery. While I was momentarily paralyzed with fear, he rushed forward to assist. It was astonishing to see him take on such overwhelming odds. A lady from Zheng City remarked that it felt as though she were watching a film, given the sheer number of attackers. I heard someone mention that it resembled a scene from an anime, referencing a character's skills, and the details can be found around the 111 mark of the footage. There were discussions about a character from a popular anime, with some confusion surrounding the identity of Wang Weigua. For those unaware, he is a fictional character with an exceptionally talented son. Has anyone been updated on the condition of the two young girls? Rest assured, due to timely medical intervention, they are now out of danger and have been transferred to a regular ward. While I appreciate the information, I cannot help but feel anger. Why didn't that tall young man take more decisive action against those assailants? It is clear from the comments that many misunderstand the legal implications of the young man's actions, which were, in fact, commendable. Nevertheless, my frustration remains palpable. Is there anyone who knows the young man in the video? A friend of mine is eager to connect with him. It appears that some individuals on the internet have indeed recognized him. He follows the official account of the Southern Theater Command and was subsequently identified through pinned comments, leading to the discovery of his Douyin account. This explains why, upon opening short videos, his phone experienced lag. His follower count has surged to over 1 million. And a single video showcasing his martial arts prowess has amassed over 300,000 likes. The news of this incident has rapidly spread across social media platforms, with the young man becoming a trending topic. Many discussions are centered around him, alongside his classmates and their girlfriends, who have also received significant attention from netizens. To exhibit such courage in the face of potential violence, protecting those young girls from individuals armed with knives, is truly commendable. The friends who assisted him clearly share a bond, demonstrating that like attracts like. Was there no one from the restaurant to offer assistance? I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. According to a relative of mine who was present, the restaurant staff initially attempted to intervene but were swiftly overpowered and beaten, resulting in serious injuries, including broken ribs. The latest updates reveal that conversations between the restaurant owner and the families of the young girls have been disclosed. Further details can be found in the provided link. Due to the severity of the incident, the Zheng City Police issued an announcement early in the morning, providing a classification of last night's case and outlining subsequent measures, which greatly enhanced their favorability among numerous netizens. Gentlemen, take a look at the pinned video on my profile and guess who I spotted within it. That outlaw surprisingly appeared at the scene. When a multitude of netizens opened the video, they indeed saw that man highlighted within a circle by the video creator. In the latest development, Teacher Teacher Luo, has signed a full power of attorney contract with the brave young man who intervened. My friends, we can eagerly anticipate the fate of those individuals. I have a premonition that these scoundrels shall receive the maximum sentence. I believe with Teacher Luo's involvement. Well, I now begin to pray that those individuals have other offenses, and thus receive combined penalties, leading to their swift downfall. Let us all look forward to it. Chapter 21. Finally home. Lie Junan was scrolling through videos and browsing the comments while eating. He noticed that the online sentiment remained relatively normal, with any inappropriate remarks promptly reported by a multitude of users. After satisfying his hunger, Lie Junan left the hotel and took a taxi to the nearest mobile phone market. Without much hesitation, he purchased 2 smartphones. One was the top configuration of the iPhone 15, and the other was the recently popular Mate 60 Pro, also in its highest specification. He didn't care much about the color, as he was used to putting on a phone case anyway. Upon returning to the hotel, he installed the accompanying secondary SIM card that came with his previous mobile number, and then found himself with little to occupy his time. Considering it was still early, he simultaneously activated both phones and logged into the online game client to begin clearing his daily tasks. Nowadays, many online games are compatible across various systems, so he encountered no complications. By around 9 o'clock, he had organized his luggage and took a taxi to the high-speed railway station. On the way, he continued to use his phone to coordinate with his teammates and maintained a seamless operation. Given the strength of the team, most of his teammates were essentially on autopilot. Only one leader was needed to guide the operation. They had not missed a single day of this routine over the past few years, and it was inconceivable to break the streak now. After all, this was all about money. Should he consider hiring a booster? If they were to go out and play, gaming could become less convenient. Lie Junan pondered for a moment and decided to look for a booster in the coming days to assist with task completion, as he could log in any time. As for whether others would notice the additional manifestation feature, Lie Junan held no concerns. Following the conventions of previous online narratives, others would be unable to perceive the protagonist's advantages. Furthermore, to ensure safety, he had even asked Li Yun to test it, and as expected, that manifestation button was visible only to him. With these thoughts in mind, he casually snapped a selfie and sent it to Li Yun. I am now heading to the high-speed railway station. I will arrive home by noon. When is your flight? Within a few minutes, Li Yun replied. I have a flight tomorrow. I'll stay home for a couple of days and then come to find you. Manhwa, great. I'll wait for you. Where shall we meet? Should I fly to your hometown to pick you up? Li Junchuan pondered for a moment before responding. By the way, you should spend some time watching short videos in the next couple of days. There might be a delightful surprise. Oh, sounds great. If it's not too much trouble. You could pick me up when I reach my hometown. I'll share my location with you. All right, let us leave it at that. I've just arrived at the high-speed train station and will go through security now. Okay, I'm heading out for breakfast as well. Li Junchuan passed through the security checkpoint and located the waiting area for his train on the station's display. He then made his way to the designated waiting hall, casually choosing a seat to relax, as there was still ample time before departure. He pulled out his phone. At that moment, a message appeared in the newly formed WeChat group for the Courageous Squad, which had been established the previous night. I just received a call from the police station. The initial findings regarding the case are out. The situation with a few young men is quite exaggerated. What is going on, Chuan? This matter is confidential. Don't inquire further, Dongji. I can't disclose the specifics, but I can tell you that the sentences for those individuals are essentially death sentences to be executed immediately. They are likely just awaiting court proceedings. Wow, that's extreme. While I do think they are a waste of air, I wouldn't say they should be executed. I can only say they crossed the red line and will face cumulative penalties. How do you know so much? Guess. Li Junchuan refrained from revealing that he was the one who reported the incident, noting that among the fighters from last night, a few had accents from Yin province, which he found entirely unsurprising. Meanwhile, in the living room of his villa, Li Dong was simultaneously messaging in the group while watching short videos on another phone, notably one from Li Junchuan's account. He had also browsed the comment section and noticed the interaction between Li Junchuan and the Southern Theater Command. Wow, this young man is rather impressive. He seems to have connections in both military and police circles, or perhaps he was already. With this thought, Li Dong became even more determined to cultivate a friendship. After chatting a bit more with the group, Li Junchuan received a call from the police station, informing him of their findings and advising him to be cautious about his safety in the coming days. As for why he should be cautious, well, those in the know would understand. The call was from a leader who had headed the team the previous night. After their conversation, he added Li Junchuan on WeChat for easier communication. Li Junchuan then located the official account of the Zheng City Police on the short video platform and saw that they had already posted an announcement. He proceeded to edit the surveillance footage he had obtained from Li Dong, adding background music before uploading it to the short video platform. Meanwhile, Li Dong, who had been closely following the matter, engaged a professional advertising company to create a video combining the surveillance footage with his own commentary, which he uploaded across the various social media accounts of his restaurant. The internet was soon abuzz once more. When it was time for Li Junchuan's train to arrive, he boarded the high-speed train home after passing through ticket checks. After finding his seat, he casually informed his sister, Li Xiuqing, that he had boarded, signaling that she could set off from home. Sitting idly in his seat, Li Junchuan contemplated the necessity of arranging for his house and car, realizing that without them, he would face considerable inconvenience. As he aimlessly scrolled through short videos, his gaze wandered to the fleeting scenery outside. Suddenly, an unusual scent wafted to his nostrils. He inhaled deeply. Was that the fragrance of the mandrake flower? How peculiar that such a scent would permeate the high-speed train. After pondering for a moment, Li Junchuan sensed something amiss and looked in the direction from which the scent emanated. Across the aisle from him, a middle-aged woman held a milk bottle, having just fed the infant cradled in her arms. Could it be that he was witnessing something nefarious? Compelled by an instinctual urge, Li Junchuan discreetly snapped a photo with his phone and sent it to Song Gang, who was presumably far away in Yong City. Song Gang replied almost instantly. What is going on? The woman just added mandrake flower to the milk she fed the baby. Li Junchuan responded. Song Gang, bewildered from afar, replied, what are you trying to say? The mandrake flower, also known as devil's trumpet or jimsonweed, blooms in white or purple during late summer and early autumn, with oval-shaped leaves and fruits. All parts of the plant contain scopolamine, a substance known for its analgesic and anesthetic properties. In minute doses, scopolamine can induce paralysis and has historically been used as a truth serum by foreign spies, thus possessing the ability to block nerve function. Li Junchuan urged, can you be more concise? Song Gang, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, so, you mean that woman has drugged the baby with a sedative? I suspect she might not be the child's biological mother. She could be a trafficker. Are you joking? Which train are you on? Send me the train number and get a clearer photo of that woman. I'll contact the local police immediately. Although puzzled as to why Li Junchuan chose to inform him rather than alerting the train's security personnel, Song Gang deemed the situation serious and promptly reached out to the Luoyang police, thinking it wise to err on the side of caution. I find that woman's face rather unsettling. She may have undergone cosmetic surgery. I suspect there's more to her than meets the eye. I boldly hypothesize that you should verify this carefully. Understood, we'll take care of it. Li Junchuan assured. Enjoy a few days at home. And come to report back early. Song Gang advised. After waiting some time for a reply from Song Gang, Lie Junchuan dismissed his concerns. Minutes later, the high-speed train arrived at the station. As Lie Junchuan observed the middle-aged woman being discreetly watched by several plainclothes officers upon disembarking, he felt a wave of relief and quickly exited the station. Big brother, over here. Spotting the car driven by his sister, Li Xiuqing, he hurried to the roadside, opened the trunk to stow his luggage, and inquired, "Shall we go home?" Throughout their journey, the two siblings exchanged little conversation, as Li Xiuqing's driving left much to be desired. Finally, after more than half an hour, they arrived home. As Lie Junchuan pushed open the familiar door, he was greeted by the sight of his grandmother basking in the sun in the courtyard. Chapter 22. Having eaten and drank to satisfaction, he prepared to help his family with their health. "Chuan, are you tired? If so, you can take a nap after dinner." Grandmother Miao, leaning on her cane, rose from her armchair, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at her grandson, whom she had not seen for over half a year. "It's nothing, I'm not tired." The flight this time was much less exhausting than before. Lie Junchuan promptly set down his suitcase and assisted his grandmother. "I heard from your mother that you found a girlfriend?" "Indeed, come sit down first, I'll show you some photos." Supporting his grandmother, Lie Junchuan settled back down and quickly pulled out his phone to share pictures of Li Yun with his grandmother, sister, and their mother, who had emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. "Oh, she is quite beautiful. She certainly looks like someone blessed." "Indeed, but as long as Chuan likes her, that's what matters. Later, you should discuss it with her. Bring her back so we can take a look." His mother, clearly a bit anxious about her son being 30 and still unmarried, inquired, "But where is her family from?" "Oh, they are from Hongdu in Xizjiang province. No need to rush. We plan to go out in a few days, and I'll visit her family then." Although Lie Junchuan spoke casually, he privately felt that the pace of this relationship was somewhat hasty. However, considering their ages, he presumed that Li Yun's parents were likely anxious as well. If they are willing, perhaps they could help you with a bit of money for a down payment on a house. It's not easy for others to adjust to living away from home. Li's mother expressed her concerns. "I will contribute as well." His younger sister, Li Xiuqing, quickly chimed in. "You all needn't worry about this. I have sufficient funds. We will purchase the house ourselves, and there's no need to fret over the betrothal gifts. I've made some money through business dealings with friends these past few months." Lie Junchuan interjected, eager to shift the topic. "Mom, I'm hungry. Is the meal ready?" "Oh dear, I'm still frying the buns. They'll be ready shortly. I'll make a few extra batches." His mother suddenly recalled the buns she was preparing and hurried back to the kitchen. Come, I brought you some things. Take a look." Lie Junchuan opened his suitcase and first handed a box to Li Xiuqing. "What is this?" she asked, opening the outer packaging. "An Apple notebook? Are you made of money?" Although she felt delighted by her brother's thoughtful gift, discovering it was an Apple notebook left her a bit irked. She recalled that her brother's wages from working away were not substantial, and he had incurred losses when he previously ran a shop. "Rest assured, you know me well. I wouldn't splurge frivolously even without money," Lie Junchuan reassured her. "Calculate how much debt our family still has, and I'll transfer some funds to you to help settle it." "You haven't been involved in any illicit activities, have you?" Li Xiuqing questioned with a hint of suspicion. "Do you think the police are blind? If I were up to no good, they would have caught me by now." Lie Junchuan rolled his eyes, though he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. From childhood through elementary and middle school, he had brought home numerous certificates of achievement. However, after dropping out of school and starting work, he had only contributed a small amount of his saved wages to the family. Subsequently, after his business venture failed, he had needed to borrow money from his family to cover the losses. Although he had worked hard to repay the debts, this experience had led him to a clearer understanding of himself, and he had settled into a life of mere existence. Initially, he thought this would be his fate. Yet now, armed with newfound determination, he was resolute in his desire to provide a better life for his family. Upon reflection, he recalled Song Gang's invitation. If he were to become a steward of the nation's prosperity, his parents would surely take pride in him. Remembering the uncontainable joy and pride on their faces when his younger sister secured her teaching qualification and passed the civil service examination, Lie Junchuan made a decision that contradicted his original intentions. He resolved to consult Uncle Song to ascertain the specific responsibilities he would be expected to undertake. For now, he suppressed these thoughts and retrieved the Estee Lauder gift set he had purchased. "This is for you, mother, and for our sister-in-law. What about Xian? I ordered him a mountain bike, which I will pick up later from the county's specialty store. He's out playing, but will be back soon for dinner." "You truly have a knack for frivolous spending." Li Xiuqing shot a glance at her elder brother. "Let us eat first." Supporting their grandmother, they made their way to the kitchen, and soon everyone began their meal. His little nephew returned right on time, joyfully diving into Lie Junchuan's embrace, while his sister-in-law, working at the local express station, would not be home until later. Lie Junchuan devoured over 20 pan-fried buns and drank 2 bowls of millet and sweet potato porridge. Whether it was due to his enhanced physique or his mother's exceptional culinary skills, his appetite was insatiable. After lunch, they moved their stools into the yard to bask in the sun while engaging in casual conversation. "Mother, How have you been feeling lately? Lee Junchuan inquired casually. I'm well, just struggling with sleep these past few days, replied his mother. Are you still coughing? It seems like during winter in previous years your shoulders would also ache. Lee Junchuan recalled hearing his mother mention a period of severe shoulder and neck pain. My shoulders are fine now. Remember how your sister and I did massages for quite some time? It's much better. And grandmother? Her legs haven't been good these past couple of years. But other than that, she is fine. Grandma sipped her water, speaking slowly. Lee Junchuan then turned his attention to his younger sister, Li Xiuqing. I've been teaching more, which has led to some shoulder and neck discomfort, she admitted, twisting her neck slightly, indicating her discomfort. Understood. Do we have any alcohol or iodine at home? He asked his sister. We have iodine. Please fetch it. I'll help you both with it shortly. All right. As his sister went to find the iodine, Lee Junchuan boiled some water in the kitchen, then returned to his room to retrieve a box of disposable acupuncture needles he often carried. Once the water boiled, he added the prepared medicinal ingredients, stirring them in, and then incorporated some brown sugar until fully dissolved before turning off the heat and dividing the concoction into 3 bowls. He called the 3 of them to the living room, while his little nephew had already dashed outside to play with village friends after lunch. After turning on the air conditioning, the room quickly warmed. Once the 3 had consumed the medicinal concoction, Lee Junchuan prepared cotton swabs and iodine, pulling out the disposable acupuncture needles for his sister, Li Xiuqing. Your symptoms are the mildest, so we'll start with you. Please remove your jacket and pull your sweater down to expose your shoulders. Once his sister was ready, he instructed her to drink the medicine, then sanitize the acupuncture points with iodine, concentrating intently as he swiftly applied the needles at each designated point. Your technique has become increasingly refined. It surpasses the proficiency you exhibited while practicing acupuncture on your uncle a few years ago. Lima expressed her astonishment. Well, several years have passed. Am I not allowed to improve? Lee Junchuan retorted to his mother, then turned to his younger sister and inquired, how do you feel? Having just taken the medicine, my abdomen is quite warm. Oh, now I feel warmth spreading throughout my body, while the area where you inserted the needles feels cool. Li Xiuqing was taken aback. Her elder brother had previously administered therapy on her, but this time the effects were evidently immediate. Mother, grandmother, you both should take your medicine as well. Remove your coats and sweaters and lie down on the sofa, Li Junchuan suggested thoughtfully. I shall fetch a small heater to ensure you do not catch a chill. After meticulously attending to the acupuncture for all 3 and observing the medicinal effects fully disperse, Lee Junchuan encouraged his mother and grandmother to retire to their respective rooms for the night. He then drove with his sister to the Meritus specialty store in the county, where the assembly of their mountain bikes was completed in a timely manner. After settling the payment, they exited the store with their bicycles. Given that these were youth models, they fit comfortably inside the car. The 2 then proceeded to Yonghui Supermarket, where Lee Junchuan intended to purchase ingredients to prepare nourishing soup for his family over the next several days. Chapter 23. A culinary endeavor. After their excursion at Yonghui Supermarket, they had gathered an ample supply of ingredients. Next, they sought out a time-honored pharmacy to procure some medicinal herbs. After confirming the quality of the herbs, they completed their purchase and drove home. The journey back from the county took merely a few minutes, and they arrived home swiftly. Why have you acquired such a plethora of herbs? Li Xiuqing queried, perplexed, as she retrieved items from the car. Of course, the herbs are intended for our mother and grandmother's health. While neither of them suffers from serious ailments, they do have their share of minor issues. I plan to prepare some medicinal dishes gradually to replenish their vitality, Li Junchuan explained, carrying an armful of items into the house. Do not worry, I am not concocting traditional Chinese medicine. I intend to combine the herbs with ingredients to make soup. It will be palatable, akin to a regular meal. In truth, in Li Junchuan's hometown, there was little tradition of soup making. However, considering his family's health, this method seemed most appropriate. Gradually supplementing their diet with nourishing foods would alleviate concerns of being overly extravagant or of not being able to absorb the nourishment properly. During his stay at home, Li Junchuan planned to teach his mother some simple recipes for medicinal dishes, so that when he was absent, she could prepare them for the family. This ongoing practice would undoubtedly enhance their well-being, albeit requiring him to periodically purchase herbs to send home, along with grinding the essence of blood and elixirs to incorporate into the medicinal ingredients. Upon returning home, Li Junchuan busied himself in the kitchen. Possessing mastery in culinary arts, he handled the ingredients with remarkable ease, much to Li Xiuqing's admiration, as she watched her elder brother skillfully at work. It seemed he had not been idle in the kitchen during his years away, unlike previous New Year celebrations, where he rarely showcased his culinary talents. The first dish he set out to prepare was the soup. For tonight it held utmost importance. Li Junchuan slaughtered an old hen raised on grains within the confines of his home. After meticulously preparing it, he set a large earthen pot atop the stove in the courtyard and fetched a basket of dry twigs his father had previously chopped from the roof. Once the fire was ablaze, he commenced simmering the soup, instructing his sister to occasionally add more firewood while he returned to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. At this hour, dinner time was yet to arrive, and thus he felt no rush, Besides, his sister-in-law would likely return from work around 6 o'clock. Periodically, he stepped into the courtyard to add various medicinal herbs into the pot. Suddenly, he noticed the chives growing in the yard and decided to harvest a few to prepare chive and egg pancakes. As the soup began to bubble, Lie Junan gradually reduced the amount of firewood, allowing the flames to diminish. At this point, there was no need for excessive fuel. A gentle simmer would suffice. After reiterating his instructions to his sister, he returned to the kitchen. Preparing for 6 people, he realized that he did not need to cook an abundance of dishes. For dishes and a soup, complemented by a pancake, would suffice. Hailing from a family where wheat-based foods were predominant, rice was seldom steamed. Thus, he opted not to prepare rice, instead opting for a porridge made of black rice and lotus seeds. As evening approached, nearly 6 o'clock, Lie Junan paused his video scrolling and began to stir-fry while simultaneously frying the pancakes with the prepared batter. He crafted a specialty dish of lemon duck from Yeongcheong, a local braised carp, a stir-fry of shrimp with celery and cashews, and a purely vegetarian dish of blanched kale. After arranging the dishes on the dining table with his sister, he awakened his mother and grandmother, who had napped throughout the afternoon. At this moment, his nephew returned home punctually, followed closely by his sister-in-law, Chao Jiahuan, who arrived on her electric bike, a bit plump and exuding warmth. She had initially struggled to bond with his mother and grandmother upon marrying his brother, but over the years, relations had gradually improved, likely due to the kind nature of his mother and grandmother, as they had never been seen quarreling, though she often bickered with his brother. "Ah, Junan is back." Chao Jiahuan greeted him as she parked her bike. "How long will you be staying this time?" "Depends on the situation, perhaps 4 or 5 days. I plan to go out with my girlfriend," he replied casually. "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Today, I am the chef. And you haven't tasted my cooking yet, have you?" "Indeed. Usually when you return for the new year, you spend most of your time sleeping in your room," Chao Jiahuan remarked with a playful glare. "After all these years of marriage to your brother, I have yet to try your cooking. Well, make sure to savor it tonight. And do hurry, the dishes will get cold," Lie Junan said as he retrieved several porcelain bowls, serving each of the 6 individuals a bowl of chicken soup. As the lid of the pot was lifted, an enticing aroma wafted into the air, causing his nephew's eyes to light up. "It smells delightful," he exclaimed, eagerly grasping a bowl and a small spoon, ready to savor the soup. As the freshly prepared soup was still scalding hot, Lie Shoqing hurriedly intervened to help her little nephew cool it down. She truly doted on him, having bought numerous toys, snacks, and milk. However, during their weekend study sessions, she had also scolded him to tears on several occasions, much to the concealed amusement of Lie Junan, who would turn away and chuckle at the sight of the little boy, sniffling and wiping his tears while struggling to suppress his cries. As the family gazed at the delectable spread before them, they ceased their chatter and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Initially, Lie Junan had thought that he had prepared an excessive amount of dishes, but upon noticing that everyone was thoroughly engaged in their meal, he felt relieved that he had also made some porridge. Rising from his seat, he served the porridge while inquiring, "How does it taste? Is it satisfactory? Are you all full? If not, I can reheat the fried buns from lunch. It's delicious. It seems even better than what one would find in a restaurant. Had I known, I would have asked you to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner." The entire family shared a similar expression, even the elderly grandmother, who had a hearty appetite. As they neared the end of their meal, Lie Junan turned to his mother and grandmother and asked, "Mom, Grandma, how do you feel? After a good sleep, do you feel any better?" "I feel much lighter in my head, and my shoulders no longer ache. The effects of your care are truly remarkable," replied his mother. "I also find that my legs don't hurt as much after waking up," the grandmother added. With his keen insight, Lie Junan could easily discern that their complexions had improved significantly compared to when he had seen them at noon, bolstering his confidence in his plans. "I see that your faces are quite rosy now. What is the reason behind this?" his sister-in-law observed, a hint of curiosity in her voice. As they were all quite familiar with one another. "My brother performed acupuncture on us this afternoon, and we took some medicine. Is the change noticeable?" Lie Shoqing replied to her inquiry. Having only minor ailments, her own transformation was not as pronounced, yet she felt considerably more at ease. "When can I also have a look?" the sister-in-law asked, a touch of envy in her tone, turning to her brother-in-law. Lie Junan scrutinized her complexion closely. "Please, extend your tongue." After a brief examination of her tongue coating, he remarked, "You don't have any significant issues, just a deficiency in your spleen. Drink more of the soup I prepared earlier. It's a medicinal broth I specifically made. I'll be making it several more times in the coming days. So just drink it regularly, and you'll gradually regain your health. Once your spleen and stomach are balanced, you'll find yourself shedding some weight as well. By the way, I brought back a set of skincare products for you all. I'll have Shoqing fetch them for you shortly." He then glanced at his little nephew. "I also bought a mountain bike for Xinxian. When you have some free time, help him practice. It's quite a bit larger than the one he used to ride. But with some familiarity, he should get the hang of it." Seeing the smiles spread across his family's faces filled Lie Junan with a profound sense of fulfillment. At last, he could contribute to this family. Chapter 24. The aftermath of the high-speed rail incident after dinner, the family refrained from idle chatter. Unlike the South, where people tend to stay up late, in the North, it is customary to retire early. While in Yonge City, it was common to sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning. Here in their hometown, many would likely be asleep by 7 or 8 o'clock. Perhaps due to the colder weather as well. Lie Junan found himself at a loss for what to do, so he settled into the living room, switched on the television, and aimlessly selected a channel before turning his attention to his phone. With the assistance of teammates, he could secure a place in the evening game. After some contemplation, he opened a short video app, and perhaps due to his new phone, it functioned smoothly this time. His private messages remained at 99, and his followers had increased by several 100,000. However, he paid little heed to these matters, having no aspirations of becoming a live streaming influencer. After a moment's thought, he retrieved Songgang's WeChat and sent a message. How's that matter on the high-speed train coming along? Have the perpetrators been apprehended? He hadn't anticipated a prompt response from Songgang, considering the busy nature of his work, yet, to his surprise, he received a nearly instantaneous reply. Could it be that he had set up special notifications? This matter shouldn't have been disclosed to you, but since you reported it, I can slightly breach protocol and share. The situation may be even more severe than you imagine. Police forces from several provinces and cities are collaborating on this operation. Do you understand? Understood. Are they currently coordinating a joint operation? Lie Junan inquired. You, young man, once this incident concludes, you should receive a monetary reward. However, public commendation will be withheld for your safety, Songgang replied. Oh, I understand. But do not worry. You are aware of my capabilities. Lie Junan boasted a bit. I hope you take this matter seriously. Our investigations suggest that their abduction targets are not limited to children, and their activities extend beyond domestic borders. Do you comprehend what I am implying? Are they abducting adults? Lie Junan recalled a recent film he had watched, a chill creeping down his spine. Furthermore, you may have recently drawn attention to yourself. If possible, it would be wise to distance yourself from your family. What brings this about? Lie Junan was taken aback. Have you forgotten the actions you took in Jing City? Wasn't that just an act of heroism? Lie Junan was momentarily at a loss for words. Do you not recall what those individuals were carrying? Ah, could it be? What does it have to do with me? Suddenly, Lie Junan had a realization. How could it not concern you? Last night, you practically delivered those individuals to the authorities. The incident gained significant attention, and I inquired with friends in the local department. They acted swiftly and achieved considerable results. If the opposing party holds you responsible for their losses, what do you think they might do? Help me. Lie Junan shared a humorous meme from a popular game. He was not particularly worried about himself. But if the traffickers were to uncover his family's information and retaliate against them, it would be a grave regret. Rest assured, I have been keeping an eye on you. Last night, I alerted the relevant departments, and your profile information has been encrypted. Those individuals cannot access your family details. However, keep a low profile. Wow, you are impressive. Thank you. Lie Junan expressed his gratitude fervently. All right, you have undoubtedly aided the nation significantly, so do not fret over trivial matters. It is just a pity. What is there to be sorry about? Lie Junan asked, his face a portrait of confusion, feeling as if he were solving a riddle. Regrettably, you do not hold a public office. Otherwise, with these two matters at hand, 2 second-class merits would be inevitable. Uncle Song, is this how you evaluate your subordinates? Lie Junan, you hardly qualify as a competent official. Nonetheless, opportunities do exist. Uncle Song, what do you mean? Lie Junan, if you acquiesce to my invitation now, upon your formal employment, you will indeed be safeguarding the nation's interests. These 2 matters are currently under thorough investigation, and resolutions are not forthcoming swiftly. By then, you would be considered one of our own, and such merits would undoubtedly accrue to you. Uncle Song, I can't shake the feeling that you are attempting to entice me, albeit lacking any concrete evidence. Lie Junan felt akin to a naive little rabbit, while Uncle Song resembled the cunning wolf, with those tempting carrots luring him ever closer to the trap. You are not in want of money now, and you have a girlfriend. Do you not seek a touch of excitement? Uncle Song, are you investigating me? Lie Junan, is that even a question? As soon as you completed your filing and left, I had someone delve into your background thoroughly. Uncle Song. Lie Junan felt a pang of anxiety, only to subsequently feel a wave of relief. Initially concerned that his substantial assets in Alipay might be deemed as proceeds of crime, he soon recalled the strength of the system and gradually eased his mind. If there were truly an issue, he would have been apprehended by now. Can't you respect personal privacy? Lie Junan feigned a complaint. You, my friend, have you made up your mind? Stop dilly-dallying like a hesitant maiden. Can you give me a definitive answer? Uncle Song, what exactly am I required to do? Lie Junan, for now, the main focus is on combat training for some elite teams in the Southern Theater Command, as well as training for certain units within the public security line in the autonomous region. That's all for the time being. Uncle Song, you, a policeman, are involved in military matters? Lie Junan expressed some confusion. Ah, that day I showed the video you sent me to my former superior, asking him to find some genuine masters to assess your capabilities, and subsequently, You caught their attention. Uncle Song, so your elder is a military bigwig? Lie Junan. Let us keep it low-key. I too spent several years training in the military before transitioning to the police force due to certain circumstances. Uncle Song, how will my work schedule be arranged? Lie Junan did not inquire about the salary, which he held in higher regard. As for the work hours, I need to ponder this. I'll discuss the military schedule with my elder, but generally, it will be about 1 month of training every 6 months. You need not concern yourself with the regular troops. Your combat training will be specifically for special forces. Uncle Song then promptly sent another message. The police side will also allocate a month of time. So, does that mean I will be working 4 months a year? Lie Junan replied. Will the remaining time be at your leisure? Otherwise, your combat training is directed at frontline combat units, which are usually on duty, and their training consists not only of combat techniques. It is already commendable to allocate a month for training, as there may be tasks that arise during that time. Uncle Song, and what about my remuneration? Lie Junan contemplated for a moment before posing the question. Every month, a sum of 10,000 is guaranteed. Even without any assigned training tasks, the military and the police share similar arrangements. In other words, even if you do nothing, you will still receive an income of 20,000 per month. As for the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the police certainly provide that. And you will also be included in the military special insurance. How does that sound for favorable treatment? Uncle Song replied, indeed, it is quite appealing. However, you know I am not in need of money. By the way, can I get my hands on firearms and armored vehicles? Lie Junan rubbed his hands together. No problem. You'll have a blast. Uncle Song responded, all right, I agree. I will arrive in Yongcheng before the end of the month, and we can discuss further then. Lie Junan replied, no need for that. Just wait for me to contact you in the next few days. I happen to have business in your area. Don't wander off. Song Gang felt a surge of impatience. He did not wish to wait long and wanted to bring people over quickly, fearing that delays might bring unforeseen changes. Chapter 25. Following suspicious individuals. After concluding his conversation with Song Gang, Lie Junan glanced at the time. It was still a little past 8 in the evening. Far from bedtime. Unable to focus on the television, he suddenly felt an urge to take a walk. Having been away for so many years, he found himself at a loss when it came to addressing many villagers he encountered. He could hardly remember whether to refer to them as uncle or elder. His own transformation was significant, and some no longer recognized him. Thus, during the day, he preferred not to wander through the village. Instead, at this hour, most people were already asleep, alleviating his concerns about awkward encounters. Determined to go out, Lie Junan quietly slipped out of the house without informing his family. The front door was locked, but he easily jumped down from the bungalow and could scale the courtyard wall with a little assistance on his return. With his phone in hand and donning a black baseball cap, Lie Junan stealthily exited his home. At this time, the village streets were nearly deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Wandering aimlessly along the streets, he soon found himself by the reservoir. The night breeze was slightly chilly, yet with his current physical condition, he felt no discomfort. The tranquil night sky sparkled with a few stars, devoid of a moon, casting a shadowy gloom over the village, punctuated only by sporadic glimmers of light. The reservoir held countless cherished memories from his childhood. He recalled a time when, lacking air conditioning, he would sneak out with childhood friends to swim in the reservoir during the adults' afternoon naps. In the beginning, not knowing how to swim, they would use foam boards or dried wood as makeshift life vests, allowing them to float and swim freely in the water, albeit often facing punishment afterwards. Sometimes, if they weren't caught red-handed, parents would lightly scratch their arms with fingernails, leaving white marks as a precursor to further reprimands. After school, he frequently fished with neighborhood children, wielding bamboo poles. Occasionally, they would bind a tin can with a rope to create a makeshift fishing rod, stuffing it with bits of steamed bread and aquatic plants. They could easily catch half a bucket of fish in an afternoon, which they would take home to have their parents coat in flour and fry, a treat that left the neighboring children envious. As he strolled and reminisced about his childhood, a smile naturally spread across Lie Junan's face. Following the path along the reservoir, Lie Junan proceeded forward, traversing the dam and descending to the river gorge behind the reservoir, a place the villagers affectionately referred to as West Gorge. The waters of West Gorge were shallow, adorned in summer with lush aquatic grasses. In his childhood, this was the playground for gathering pigweed, catching crabs, unearthing eels, and scooping up shrimp. A significant portion of his youthful joy was intricately linked to this very gorge. During late summer and autumn, he would also climb the slopes to pick sour jujubes, and occasionally dig up medicinal herbs like raw Rehmannia and earth smilax to exchange for pocket money. At this time of year, still considered winter, the surroundings appeared stark and barren. The poplar trees, whose planting he could not recall, had grown to a height of over 10 meters, their leaves long since fallen. In his youth, he would not have dared to venture into such a place alone after dark. However, having matured, he now possessed an inner strength that instilled confidence. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he encountered a pack of wolves, he would remain unperturbed, confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. As for defeating them, he was certainly capable, but the laws of society safeguarded them. West Gorge stretched on for quite a distance, yet Lie Junchuan's pace was brisk. Without consciously quickening his speed, he emerged from the gorge in merely 20 minutes, arriving at the banks of a small river. The river was not particularly wide. He recalled swimming and net fishing there with childhood friends, though the yield was often meager. The locals referred to it as Santong River, though he had never inquired about the origin of its name. Across the 3-meter-wide riverbank loomed a mountain, its height modest, perhaps only 100 or 200 meters above ground. But it extended for quite a length. According to the elders in his family, it meandered for dozens of kilometers, connecting with Mang Mountain. Suddenly, Lie Junchuan caught a glimpse of light flickering within the mountain's depths. In winter, with the low temperatures and scant resources, few ventured into the mountains, especially at night. A flicker of curiosity sparked within him, prompting Lie Junchuan to pursue the source of the light. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be the beam of a flashlight, yet the mountain was devoid of any inhabitants. Without a running start, Lie Junchuan exerted a slight force with his feet, leaping across the river and hastening towards the direction from which the light emanated. His senses were keen, allowing him to navigate the darkened landscape without hindrance. Weaving effortlessly through the not overly steep forested terrain, he swiftly ascended to a nearby higher peak. Was this Wolftail Gorge? Upon reaching the elevated vantage point, Lie Junchuan scanned the surroundings. Finally spotting the light once more, it seemed there was little of note in Wolftail Gorge. He vaguely recalled visiting this place only a few times with friends, primarily to dig up the herb known as Hisho Wu, which bore a striking resemblance to sweet potato leaves. However, the laborious depth required for harvesting had deterred him from returning. Lie Junchuan quickened his pace, navigating the rugged mountain terrain with the grace of a dancer on flat ground. Should anyone have witnessed his agility at that moment, they might have believed that the lightness of martial arts had come to life. Though swift, each step he took appeared effortless, reminiscent of walking on snow without leaving a trace, and before long, he caught up with the elusive light. As he approached within a dozen meters of the direction from which the light emanated, Lie Junchuan slowed his pace, squinting slightly. He concealed himself around a corner, peering ahead. Before him stood a tall man wielding a flashlight, dressed in desert camouflage, sporting a baseball cap, black tactical pants, and an indeterminate brand of outdoor climbing shoes, with a large backpack slung over his shoulders. 5 individuals? What could these people possibly be doing here at this hour? Lie Junchuan had an unsettling feeling that he had stumbled upon something significant. The attire of the 5 was largely uniform, save for some variations in color. All bore hefty backpacks, yet apart from the towering figure, the others were distinctly shorter. Suppressing his burgeoning curiosity, Lie Junchuan stealthily followed them. After approximately 10 minutes, he observed the group halt before a rather peculiar hillside. Finally, they had come to a stop. What were they retrieving from their bags? As Lie Junchuan watched, the group began assembling several tubular objects, connecting them together, before producing a strangely shaped small spade. Goodness, could this be the Luoyang shovel? Overwhelmed by the realization, Lie Junchuan felt a rush of astonishment. Had he unwittingly encountered a tomb raiding gang? He had long heard tales of the numerous tombs scattered throughout the Baiman Mountains, notorious for rampant grave robbing in the last century, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. A thrill coursed through him at the thought. What should he do? Confront them directly or call the authorities? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to observe further. In such a setting, dialing a phone would certainly catch the attention of the group ahead. Perhaps he should check if Uncle Song was still awake? Resolving to act, he silenced his phone and activated night mode, cautiously unzipping his jacket to stash the phone within, opening WeChat to send a grinning emoji to Song Gang. Best have something important. Uncle Song replied. To cut to the chase, I believe I've discovered a tomb robbery. Damn it. Shouldn't you be tucked in bed at this hour? Send me your location first. Having grown accustomed to late nights in Yongcheng, Uncle Song had taken a stroll after their chat. You mean to tell me you wandered over 10 kilometers into the mountains? What are those people doing now? Let me take a look. They're using a Luoyang shovel, prodding the ground. Wait. Now they seem to be crouched down, as if consuming dirt? Looks like a professional team. Do not act rashly. They may be armed. I'll contact your local precinct immediately. Stay safe. Understood. Lie Junchuan began to covertly observe the individuals while providing a live text update to Uncle Song. Chapter 26. Goodness, they are preparing explosives. It appears they have found their position, Lie Junchuan confirmed, as the group commenced the excavation of a clandestine tunnel. Their technique was remarkably professional, their collaboration seamless, exuding an unusual aesthetic charm. Lie Junchuan exclaimed, "Wow, the speed is astonishing. Is this Luoyang shovel truly so effective?" He then said, "Wait a moment, let me change to a higher vantage point." After finding a suitable position, he remarked, "I've secured a great angle. It's clearly visible. Hold on, I'll snap a photo for you." Adjusting the settings, Lie Junchuan turned off the flash, yet feeling a twinge of unease, he covered the flash with his finger. From his elevated position, he captured an image of the 5 individuals clandestinely digging a tunnel and sent it to Song Gang. The 5 individuals, engrossed in their illicit excavation, remained oblivious to the fact that their actions were being broadcasted live through images and words. Oh, the color of the excavated soil has changed, Lie Junan noted. These individuals are remarkably efficient. It's evident they have engaged in such nefarious activities before. He continued, look quickly. They've halted their work. And now they seem to be consuming dirt. What could be wrong with them? They've switched their shovel head, he observed. Now they are extending their tools. Goodness. They must have dug nearly 2 meters by now. After just communicating with the local police department in Luoyang, Song Gang stared in bewilderment at the flurry of messages on WeChat. Shouldn't this kid be hiding far away at this moment? Why is he broadcasting live? He pondered, feeling an odd sense of nostalgia akin to watching a sports match. Didn't I tell you to be cautious? Are you truly unafraid with that angle of photography? Uncle Song responded, as a man of honor, how could I cower in fear? We must bravely confront these criminals. We in the Eastern Factory, no, we in the police system, need individuals like you. Lie Junan retorted. Wait, it seems the tunnel has been breached. One of the shorter individuals has tied a rope and ventured inside, holding what appears to be a square object, Uncle Song observed. Get back, that might be a bomb. Lie Junan warned. Goodness, they are actually preparing explosives. This group might be part of the disassemblers. Are they not concerned about collapsing this area? Lie Junan questioned. That individual likely has prior experience in mining, so he must have considered the surrounding environment, geology, and calculated the amount of explosives needed in advance. As Lie Junan was poised to send another message, a sudden sense of urgency gripped him. A muffled explosion resonated from beneath the ground. Initially alarmed, he soon realized that no further disturbances followed, allowing him to exhale in relief. Indeed, these individuals are quite professional. Once apprehended, they must be thoroughly interrogated. They are undoubtedly not novices in this endeavor, as none of them displayed any change in expression. Lie Junan cautioned, listen to your uncle, stay at a safe distance. I am now concerned not only about them possibly being armed, but also about whether they have additional explosives on them. How ruthless, Uncle Song remarked. Many of these individuals likely belong to the same family, all desperate outlaws. Those previously apprehended would rather conceal their associates than divulge information. Regardless, heed your uncle's advice, keep your distance and await reinforcements. Uncle Song insisted. When will the police arrive? I'm worried if they're too late, unforeseen complications may arise. The terrain here is quite intricate, and without a substantial police presence to encircle them, it would be all too easy for them to escape. Lie Junan expressed his concerns. At this moment, the mountains were enveloped in an eerie silence. Should the police arrive, their numbers were insufficient to possess any advantage. Yet, if they were to come in greater force, it would likely alarm the culprits. Lie Junan observed one among the 5 vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Demonstrating a keen sense of alertness, he pondered whether he could incapacitate them instantaneously. The cold weather had prompted these individuals to dress warmly, rendering it impossible for Lie Junan to discern if they bore any concealed dangers beneath their garments. At this juncture, he noticed a short individual descending into the excavation site, commencing the task of transporting soil outward. After approximately 20 minutes, it appeared that the earth within the tunnel had been thoroughly cleared. Another diminutive figure extracted an object from a backpack, while a companion retrieved a peculiar mask, adorning the short figure who held the instrument. They seemed to have successfully breached the tomb's entrance, having transported the soil outside. The masked individual was now poised to descend once more, instrument in hand. Lie Junan speculated that the mask might be a gas mask or an oxygen mask, while the device appeared to be a real-time air quality monitor, suggesting their intent to venture further inside. Uncle Song, remarkable. Your knowledge is truly extensive, Lie Junan remarked. Just a trivial matter, Uncle Song replied. At that moment, Lie Junan observed the short figure emerging from the tunnel, nodding to his companions, who began to assist one another in donning their gear. However, the actions of another short individual sent chills down Lie Junan's spine. The figure fully unzipped his backpack, revealing bundles of makeshift explosives, and selected one to approach Lie Junan's direction. Goodness, he wouldn't possibly discover me, would he? Lie Junan pondered. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, contemplating that perhaps the explosives were intended to establish a minefield to thwart any encirclement. Inspired by countless chaotic films he had watched, an epiphany struck him. As fate would have it, he was indeed correct. Although this group did not anticipate their operation being discovered, they instinctively maintained a level of precaution. Having evaded capture throughout their illicit endeavors, caution was undoubtedly prudent. Lie Junan discreetly stowed his phone, concealing himself as he listened intently to the approaching footsteps, gradually holding his breath. Closer, ever closer, now was the moment. With a flash of determination, Lie Junan sprang forth, deftly striking the side of the short figure's neck, while simultaneously covering his mouth and nose. Gently, he placed the unconscious figure on the ground, distanced the explosives, and thoroughly searched the individual to ensure no detail was overlooked before stealthily advancing towards the remaining 4. In that instant, Lie Junan felt akin to a specter, cloaked in invisibility as he stealthily approached his targets. Fortunately, the complex terrain of the mountains, coupled with the darkness of night and Lie Junquan's extraordinary agility, allowed him to remain undetected. As the situation unfolded with startling rapidity, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the four individuals, hands striking swiftly at the necks of the two smaller figures. With a deft maneuver, the assailant pivoted on one hand, closing the distance to the remaining two with a flash, landing simultaneous kicks to their necks. The resounding thuds echoed as, moments later, all four collapsed to the ground. Upon searching their belongings, Lie Junquan felt a wave of apprehension. Indeed, each of them was armed. He then placed their backpacks at a safe distance, contemplating before retrieving the first fallen small figure. Using a length of rope nearby, he meticulously bound each of them in a secure manner. After completing this task, Lie Junquan took out his phone and captured numerous photographs of the subdued individuals, sending them to Songgang. "Well, my friend, weren't you supposed to be hiding until the police arrived?" "Uncle Song, I had intended to, but they were madly intent on planting explosives around the perimeter. I had no choice but to act, though fortunately, it turned out well." Lie Junquan thought his smile must be particularly radiant at that moment. "All right, I will notify the team over there. They should be arriving shortly." Indeed, within a few minutes, Lie Junquan heard a large number of footsteps approaching. "Comrade Lie." "Yes, it's me. I've apprehended several tomb raiders," he replied, nodding toward the leading officer and gesturing to the pile of backpacks in the distance. "There are explosives there. I didn't dare to touch them, so please handle it with care." He then pointed to the securely bound individuals at his feet. "They are unconscious and will gradually regain consciousness in about an hour." The lead officer twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, shook hands with Lie Junquan, and promptly began organizing the operation. Without returning to the police station or waiting for the Cultural Heritage Department personnel, Lie Junquan exchanged contact information with the lead officer and leisurely made his way home. With matters concluded, he slipped away quietly, concealing his achievements. Chapter 27. My first car in life. Upon returning home, Lie Junquan refrained from using his phone, washed up casually, and went straight to bed. The next morning, he awoke early and glanced at the clock. It was only 6 o'clock, and dawn was just breaking. Bursting with energy, he hastily donned some clothes and stepped outside. Making his way to the hillside behind the village, he resumed his martial arts training. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he realized the necessity of dedicating time to practice various fighting techniques. Although he currently excelled in close combat, he feared the unpredictability of opponents who might disregard the code of honor in combat. In situations like last night's, a moment's negligence could prove fatal. No matter how skilled one might be, facing firearms would invariably compel one to flee for safety, especially when explosives were involved. The key was to close the distance immediately, preventing the adversary from striking. However, luck would not always be on his side. What if an opponent were to shoot from a distance? One might evade with heightened senses. But what about against 2, 3, or even more? Perhaps I should see if Uncle Song could assist me in obtaining a firearm license. Lie Junquan pondered as he practiced each martial art on his way home. Once officially employed, I shall inquire further. Upon returning home, Lie Junquan washed his face and brushed his teeth, only to discover that his mother had already risen and was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Mother, how do you feel upon waking this morning?" he casually asked while picking up a steaming fried bun, taking a bite as he spoke. "Much improved. I slept exceptionally well last night, and the foggy sensation in my head has dissipated." Lie's mother appeared to be in high spirits, perhaps due to her recent recovery from illness, or maybe it was the comforting presence of her son, with prospects regarding his marriage finally taking shape. "I will prepare some millet and sweet potato porridge." Lie Junquan promptly set about cooking the porridge in the electric pressure cooker, adding a jade toad pill to the mix. Over the past few days, he had been utilizing the vitality from the Tian Su and Buddhist sects to concoct various medicines, resulting in a substantial stockpile. His backpack contained 2 vials filled with ample amounts of blood elixir and jade toad pills, while other supplies remained unrealized for the time being. After breakfast, his sister-in-law rode her electric bike to work, while his younger sister drove off with her son. She needed to drop him off at school in the county before heading back to the neighboring town to teach. Since the distances were short, she had ample time. Li Xiuqing, his younger sister, had a dormitory at the school, but typically returned home to sleep in the evenings, while her son boarded at the school and would be picked up on Friday afternoons. Reflecting on his own childhood, when he had to walk over an hour to school, Lie Junquan felt a wave of nostalgia. "Mother, shall we take a stroll around the county later?" he suggested. "What for?" Li's mother replied, puzzled. "Did you not just go with Xiuqing yesterday?" "I wish to buy some clothes for you and grandmother," Lie Junquan explained. "Oh, no need to buy anything. Your sister just got me some clothes before the new year. I have enough for now, and it will be warm soon. If I want to buy more, I can do so then." His frugal mother declined with habitual reluctance. "Then I shall go out for a walk on my own." Lie Junquan resolved to act independently, confident in his ability to discern sizes and, if necessary, could always consult his sister. "Shall I take the tricycle to drop you off?" Li's mother inquired. "No need. I walk swiftly. It will take me no more than half an hour to reach the county. Alternatively, I could take a bus from Wangzhuang, which is quite convenient. He replied, although he had no intention of boarding a bus. He merely wished to explore and witness the changes in his hometown over the years. Well, if you need me to pick you up when you return, just call, Li's mother said. All right, I'm off now, Li Junchuan remarked, donning his backpack and stepping out of the house. Currently, the farmland in the nearby villages had been leased by a distillery, which planned to cultivate sorghum and other crops for brewing. In the past, each household possessed several acres of land, and by this time of year, they would have already sown wheat. Yet now, the fields lay barren, devoid of the vibrant green wheat sprouts that once flourished. He traversed 2 villages without pausing until he reached Beidar Road, which had been paved with cement in previous years but had deteriorated into a bumpy and difficult passage, especially in rainy or snowy weather, due to its narrowness complicating vehicle passage. Now, however, a new highway had been constructed, with asphalt paving, significantly enhancing travel convenience, though Li Junchuan paid little attention to where the road extended. As the nation progresses, I believe that the living conditions in my hometown will steadily improve. However, it is somewhat disheartening that the village currently prohibits the construction of new houses. Previously allocated land for building is no longer permitted. One can only expand upon existing structures or demolish and rebuild. I have heard from family members that certain individuals in the village invested considerable sums into new homes, only to have the government send in excavators to raise them. The specific reasons behind this remain unclear, but the reality is that construction is simply not allowed. Originally, I had entertained the thought of erecting a house in my hometown, but that idea has been swiftly dismissed. Traveling westward along the neatly paved and spacious highway, I observed orchards on either side, presumably contracted by unknown proprietors. With the leaves having all fallen, I could discern little aside from the presence of walnuts and peaches. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, I crossed a bridge and arrived at the county town. I opened my phone's map and navigated to the nearest automobile city. Fortunately, just a short stroll away, no more than 10 minutes. Upon reaching the automobile city, I took a cursory glance around before entering the SAIC Volkswagen 4S dealership. Hello, sir. Welcome to SAIC Volkswagen. Are you interested in exploring our models? A female sales associate approached, eager to provide excellent service to her first customer of the day. Wow, you're quite handsome, she exclaimed, taking in the tall figure before her. You must be nearly 1.9 meters tall, right? Caught somewhat off guard by her directness. I replied, roughly, I suppose. With shoes on, I should be around that height. It's been a while since I last measured my weight. In fact, I had noticed over the past few days that I was still gradually growing taller, wondering if I might eventually reach the stature of the legendary Yao Ming. As for the notion of a second growth spurt at 30, I merely shrugged it off, contemplating that experiencing something extraordinary is indeed quite reasonable. I would like to see a larger SUV, preferably one that is readily available. It should offer ample space and possess sufficient power. As for the color, black would be ideal. Do you have any recommendations? I inquired. Indeed, we have a model available. It's a 2023 Tiguan L380 in black, the top configuration. It was previously ordered by a customer who later changed their mind. The sales associate replied after a moment's thought. How much is that? I interrupted, eager for details. The total price for a direct purchase is 260,000 yuan. If you prefer financing, I'll pay in full. I interjected. Can I make the payment today? Will I be able to register the vehicle? Absolutely. I'll fetch the contract, she responded, pouring me a glass of water. It's Monday, so registration won't be an issue. After receiving the contract, I skimmed through it, confirming there were no discrepancies before signing and proceeding with the payment. You assist with license plate registration, correct? The sales associate guided me through the necessary procedures efficiently. Of course. However, there is a fee of 600 yuan. Without hesitation, I settled the payment. I don't need to visit the vehicle management office, do I? No, not at all. You can relax here while we chat and enjoy some tea, she replied, calling over a young man responsible for license plates to assist with the registration process while she expertly prepared tea for me. Having purchased his first car, Li Junchuan felt quite elated. Since he had not driven a vehicle after obtaining his driver's license, he contemplated the idea of embarking on a road trip with his girlfriend, especially considering the spaciousness of his new automobile, which would undoubtedly facilitate various activities. Chapter 28. The Summons of Song Gang Brotherly. Let us connect on WeChat. For any future inquiries regarding the car, you can reach out to my female sales associate. With that, he produced his phone and displayed the QR code. Come, scan this. Li Junchuan did not decline the offer. After all, driving often presents a myriad of challenges, and having a reliable contact for future queries would be advantageous. Perhaps due to it being a Monday morning, he was not kept waiting long. The license plates had already been affixed. With his brand new black Volkswagen Tiguan, Li Junchuan set out to purchase some clothing for his family. The driving experience was quite pleasant. At nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he found the driver's seat comfortable. While waiting at a red light, he casually snapped a photo and shared it on his social media, expressing his satisfaction with a grinning emoji. After parking in a lot near the commercial street in the county town, Li Junchuan began selecting garments for his family. After spending approximately an hour, he had successfully acquired an entire outfit for his mother, sister, grandmother, and little nephew, while his sister-in-law opted for a long-down jacket. However, he deemed pants and shoes unnecessary, as they were not suitable. Noticing that it was still before lunchtime, a sudden desire to buy a puppy struck him. He activated the navigation system and drove toward the nearest pet store. The black Tiguan came to a halt outside a pet shop named Love Home. After securing the car door, Lie Junan entered the establishment. Welcome. Upon hearing the electronic sensors chime, a young lady adorned in a shirt bearing the pet shop's logo approached him. Good-looking guy, are you interested in cats or dogs? Do you have breeds like the Doberman or the Mastiff? Lie Junan inquired, scanning the rows of shelves flanking the entrance, which were lined with various breeds of kittens. Yes, we have both. The dogs are inside. Would you like me to bring one out, or would you prefer to observe them from the cage first? She offered. The cages in the shop were quite exquisite, with glass panels polished to a gleaming finish. I'll take a look first, Lie Junan replied, stepping further inside to observe the playful puppies scampering about in their enclosures. This sight evoked memories of the Samoyed he had once owned. He had acquired it from a young lady when it was already over a year old. It was generally well-behaved and seldom barked, though its long fur was challenging to maintain. The dog was also house-trained, necessitating daily outings for bathroom breaks. In those days, he would ensure to take it out first thing in the morning and after work, even purchasing a vacuum cleaner specifically for the dog's fur. Eventually, after changing jobs and finding himself unable to provide adequate care, he returned the dog to its previous owner. Reflecting on his prior experience with dog ownership, Lie Junan resolved to select a breed that shed minimally this time. As he gazed into the cages, his attention was drawn to a small Doberman puppy. With a dark face and chest, a hint of black adorning its tail, the little dog inexplicably fixed its gaze upon Lie Junan. Wherever he moved, its head followed suit, and within the depths of its eyes, Lie Junan perceived his own reflection. This creature is destined to be mine. He decided it was the one, and as he took the puppy from the young lady's hands, he gently petted its head, examining its healthy physique. He inquired, how old is it, and what is the price? Just over 3 months. All vaccinations are up to date, and it will only require a rabies shot annually moving forward. This one is priced at 1,000 yuan, the young lady replied, retrieving the vaccination record from the filing cabinet. Our dogs can be taken to any veterinary clinic for a health check. Should there be any health issues or vaccination discrepancies, we offer triple compensation. Such confidence. Lie Junan felt little concern for the puppy's health. After all, he was someone with advantages. While not a veterinarian, he could certainly manage any issues that might arise. Even with a mere puppy, accepting the vaccination record from the young lady, he raised an eyebrow and said, throw in a cage for me. 5 minutes later, Lie Junan placed the puppy in a cage and loaded it into his car, followed by several bags of specialized pet milk powder and puppy food in the trunk. Spotting a convenience store nearby, he stepped inside to purchase 2 cases of bottled water and 2 packs of cigarettes, one of his favorite brands, Zongnanhai, and another, Zhonghua, reserved for showing off. Noticing the time, he realized it was already noon and drove home. After a short journey, he arrived at his doorstep, parked the car, and released the little dog from its cage, watching it scamper around the yard. Where did you get that dog? His mother, hearing the commotion, peeked out from the kitchen. I bought it in the county town. I'll take it with me when I start working, he replied, snapping back to reality as he pulled his mother outside. What do you think of my new car? Isn't it beautiful? His mother gazed at the sleek black vehicle, her eyes slightly misty, recalling the words she had said to her youngest son when she urged him to pursue higher education. Son, we have 3 children of similar ages. Your eldest brother is in college. If I send you as well, in a couple of years, your sister will also need to attend. We can't afford it. I want to work and support myself so you and your father won't have to struggle so much or borrow money from others. Years had swiftly passed. The eldest son had married and started a family. The daughter had completed her studies and become a teacher and even had a partner. Yet, she was always worried about her second son. Now, he too had found a girlfriend and seemed to be earning a decent income, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, she had always felt a tinge of guilt regarding her second son, who had excelled academically in his youth. Though his grades had faltered in high school, he had the potential to attend college, and she had been troubled by his decision to drop out and work instead. Mom, what's wrong? Lie Junan noticed his mother's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. I just feel sorry for you, she replied, her voice catching slightly. Your father and I lack the means. Why speak of such matters? I believe you are doing splendidly. Throughout my life, we have never lacked for food or clothing. Lie Junan deftly shifted the conversation. What do you think of this car? I specifically purchased it for you. With an expression reminiscent of Wang Yushang, he opened the door and began retrieving an assortment of clothing from the spacious back seat, along with pet supplies from the trunk. Lee's mother scanned the surroundings with curiosity. This car must not be inexpensive, right? Your sister has a car at home. You should drive this one. I wouldn't know how. I can always buy one later. Besides, I have no pressing need to drive. When visiting relatives, our electric tricycle serves just fine. Lee Junchuan replied. His mother was clearly resistant. Well, your father can drive it. Your sister-in-law knows how too. It will just sit at home for you to use. By the way, Mom, please send me your bank account number. I'll transfer some money to you. You can use it to settle our family debts. Lee Junchuan suggested. No need for that. Your father and I can repay it gradually. Keep your money for yourself. You'll need it for your wedding. Lee's mother firmly declined. I still have some funds. These clothes are all for you. Here's one for you. One for Xiuqing, another for Grandma, and one for your sister-in-law and Xian. Just make sure to distribute them later. Quickly send me your card number. After persistent prompting, Lee's mother finally sent her account number, and Lee Junchuan promptly transferred 300,000 yuan through Alipay. Ah, that is too much, Lee's mother exclaimed, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she received the notification. Anything extra can be saved for later. I haven't contributed much to the family over the years. Now, I'm quite hungry. Let us eat. Lee Junchuan swiftly changed the subject. Where's Grandma? She just stepped out. She'll be back shortly, Lee's mother replied, her expression turning serious. What exactly are you doing out there? With no other choice, Lee Junchuan revealed his upcoming assignment to the military, to which his mother responded with disbelief. Are they really going to accept you? She questioned skeptically. Lee Junchuan glanced around, picked up a fist-sized pebble from the garden, and, under the astonished gaze of his mother, crushed it effortlessly between his hands. Do you believe me now? He washed his hands and, spotting Grandma entering, continued. All right, let us have our meal. Thus, lunch was consumed amidst a peculiar atmosphere. With Lee's mother likely pondering, this is my son? He can't possibly be this remarkable. After lunch, Lee Junchuan, who initially thought the afternoon would be uneventful, suddenly received a WeChat message from Song Gang. I'm currently attending a meeting in Luoyang City. Let us have dinner together afterward. He followed with a location pin. Be there by 5:30 sharp. After considering it, Lee Junchuan informed his mother that he needed to take care of some matters in the city and might not return until late, advising her not to wait up. He handed the puppy formula and dog food to his mother, requesting her assistance in caring for the puppy. After a moment's contemplation, he rummaged through some old clothes to line the puppy's crate, ensuring it would remain warm during the night. He then casually selected an outfit to stuff into his backpack and drove towards the city, aware that delays were inevitable if he left too late. Arriving early would afford him the opportunity to explore. Chapter 29. Dining with influential figures. The journey was relatively smooth, and after over 40 minutes, he reached the main urban area of Luoyang. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 2 o'clock, well ahead of their scheduled meeting. He decided to take a stroll around Wangfujing. After parking, he entered the mall, finding the first floor unremarkable, dominated by cosmetics, shoes, bags, and accessories. Noticing the layout of the stores on each level, he proceeded directly to the third floor. The third floor of Wangfujing primarily featured menswear and various sports brands. A cursory glance revealed many brands he rarely patronized, primarily due to their high prices which were not feasible for him at the time, despite his ability to afford them. As he passed by a store specializing in outdoor sports, Columbia, he felt a spark of curiosity and stepped inside. A sales associate approached him with a warm greeting, inquiring about his needs. I'm just browsing, he replied habitually. He found himself in front of a selection of jackets, casually picking one up to inspect. After trying it on and admiring the fit in the mirror, he handed it to the associate, requesting it in black, size XXXL. He then picked up a black crewneck t-shirt and a pair of black outdoor-style casual pants, asking the associate, May I try these on? Certainly, sir, she replied, handing him the correctly sized jacket. Shall I find you a pair of shoes to match? Yes, something in black, he said nonchalantly. It wasn't that he disliked other colors. He simply preferred black for its practicality. His previous white garments proved troublesome to maintain, often getting dirty after casual outings and requiring bleaching if not washed immediately. With an outfit and a pair of black shoes selected by the associate, he entered the fitting room. Soon after changing, he emerged, nodding in satisfaction at his reflection. Though the sales associate appeared somewhat puzzled, it was understandable. The athletic attire, while designed for active wear, seemed to fit him snugly, accentuating his physique in a way that caught the associate's attention. Perhaps let's try a larger size for the jacket and pants, he suggested, slightly exasperated by his own growing frame. After changing into a new set of clothes, he nodded approvingly, testing a few movements to ensure he felt comfortable before addressing the associate. Could I have this in a deep navy, same size? Noticing the purchasing intent of the handsome young man before her, the young lady skillfully prepared another set of items as requested. Is there anything else you need? Lee Junchuan glanced around and picked up a white duckbill cap, adorned solely with an embroidered brand logo devoid of any intricate patterns. He then selected several pairs of socks in various colors and lengths. Let us go with these for now. How much do I owe you? Hello, sir. The total comes to 8,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? Lee Junchuan promptly presented his Alipay payment code. After checking the time, which indicated only half an hour had passed, he contemplated and made his way to the Jia Ming counter. Under the guidance of the sales associate, he chose a black commander watch. The associate touted its carbon fiber bezel, titanium back case, and curved sapphire crystal, all of which sounded exceedingly impressive. However, what Lie Junchuan valued most was the battery life, which the associate claimed could exceed 2 weeks. Convenient indeed, as it meant less frequent charging. Of course, the price was equally attractive at 26,000 yuan. Lie Junchuan opted for a black nylon strap, but later decided to spend a few hundred more on a silicone strap for replacement. Feeling as though he had completed his shopping, he placed his recent acquisitions in the car, and the clock now read 3 o'clock. After glancing at WeChat and finding no unread messages, Lie Junchuan strolled to the nearby Wangcheng Park, occasionally lifting his phone to capture some photographs. After an hour had passed, he finally received a WeChat message from Song Gang. Just finished a meeting. Are you in the city yet? Uncle Song. I arrived early and am just wandering around Wangcheng Park, Lie Junchuan replied, feeling a sense of ease that contrasted sharply with his previous nervousness around law enforcement. Perhaps a reflection of the newfound confidence bestowed by his system. Have you driven? If so, come pick me up. After checking the location sent by Song Gang, Lie Junchuan responded, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. He returned to his parked vehicle and drove towards the city police station, stopping along the roadside after approximately 7 or 8 minutes. I've arrived, parked the new black Volkswagen Tiguan by the roadside, license plate XXXXX. I see you, replied Song Gang, who soon climbed into the passenger seat, shedding his conspicuous uniform jacket. Let us go? Check the location I sent you and navigate directly there. Sure, Lie Junchuan confirmed, opening the location on WeChat and following the mapped route. After around 10 minutes of driving under Song Gang's guidance, they stopped at the roadside. Are we waiting for anyone else? Lie Junchuan inquired, observing Song Gang as he sent another message. A former comrade from the army. Also my grappling instructor from the Southern Military District during my service. Can you hold your liquor? Song Gang glanced at Lie Junchuan, a knowing smile gracing his face. Well, our county is known for its wine production. I've been drinking since childhood, Lie Junchuan replied, not one to be modest. Having known Song Gang long enough to understand his character. That's good then. Tonight, I expect you to take him down, Song Gang declared. No problem, just watch. Lie Junchuan felt somewhat puzzled, unsure of why 2 elderly men were drinking and calling him over. It struck him as peculiar. Why, amidst a meal shared with old comrades? Was he being summoned? Sensing Lie Junchuan's thoughts, Song Gang promptly elucidated. I mentioned before that this visit serves 2 purposes. One is to attend the meeting, and the other is for you. Lie Junchuan felt a mix of surprise and honor. Do not underestimate yourself, Song Gang chuckled. Do you recall the video you sent me last time? I had to pull some strings and reach out to numerous individuals. Do you know what their conclusion was after viewing it? Lie Junchuan shook his head, as he had never fully engaged in combat nor undergone systematic testing. He only knew his own prowess, yet lacked any benchmarks for comparison. More than one person remarked that if there were no issues with the video, you are undoubtedly the sole Grand Master of our era, Song Gang expressed with a hint of nostalgia. I truly cannot fathom how you trained. My old comrade, whom I specifically invited to assist with your testing, always overshadowed me back in the military, besting me in drink and combat. Eventually, I transitioned to civilian life. Lie Junchuan listened, skeptical, feeling that he could only trust half of Song Gang's words, for he did not seem the type to leave the military over such matters. Enough with the speculation. We have arrived, Song Gang interrupted Lie Junchuan's musings, rolling down the car window and waving towards the rear. Over here, through the rearview mirror. Lie Junchuan spotted a tall man with a buzz cut opening the car door and taking a seat, appearing rather unremarkable. Stop staring, focus on driving. There will be plenty of opportunities to get acquainted later, Song Gang said with a mischievous grin. After all these years, you still dwell on the past. The middle-aged man in the back seat chuckled resignedly. Tonight, I'll give you the chance to settle the score, so go ahead and unleash your fury. After driving for over half an hour, the trio parked outside a narrow alley in the old town and approached a 2-story ancient building. Entering through the open door, they stepped into a quaint courtyard that exuded an air of antiquity. In the courtyard, an octagonal table was set, surrounded by 4 benches that bore the marks of frequent use. On the table lay a jar of wine and 4 rustic clay cups. Old Zhang, you may serve the dishes. Song Gang called towards the kitchen on the 1st floor. Coming. No need to rush, responded a middle-aged man, approximately 50, who soon arrived with an array of dishes, filling the table with 4 cold dishes and 4 hot ones. Lie Junchuan glanced over the spread, reminiscent of his childhood dining experiences, albeit with a few fewer dishes. The cold dishes included marinated jelly, pig ears, shredded vegetables, and fried peanuts. The hot dishes featured braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, braised carp, and a meatball soup. Chapter 30. No one leaves upright tonight, alright. The dishes are ready. What do you say we take a round? The buzzcut man nudged Song Gang playfully. Let me introduce you to them first, Song Gang replied, turning his head to give Lie Junchuan a knowing look. Lie Junchuan perceptively filled 4 wine bowls to the brim. Song Gang first pointed to the chef of the evening, saying, This is old Zhang Yadong, our former squad leader from our time in the military. Back then, he was in charge of the kitchen brigade, a true veteran. Li Junchuan raised his wine bowl. Greetings, Uncle Zhang. I am Li Junchuan. You may call me Xiao Li or Chuanzi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us share a toast. With that, he downed the contents of his bowl with a sense of bravado. This, as I mentioned before, is the former chief instructor of combat from the Southern Theater, surnamed Yang Lu. Song Gang gestured toward a burly man with a buzz cut. Tomorrow, we will find a place. If you pass his test, you will truly be one of us. Li Junchuan poured another bowl of wine. Greetings, Uncle Yang. I am grateful for your willingness to conduct my test amidst your busy schedule. Let us share a toast. Zhang Yadong and Yang Lu drained their glasses without hesitation. Once again, Li Junchuan filled a cup and raised it towards Song Gang. Uncle Song, thank you for your faith in me. I promise not to bring you any shame. Let us drink to that. After clinking glasses with the three men, he continued to serve wine to everyone, the fiery liquor coursing through him without a flicker of discomfort on his face. Yang Lu and Zhang Yadong nodded in approval. He was indeed a fine young man. To speak honestly, I am but a small figure at present. By a fortunate twist of fate, I have come to know Uncle Song, who has graciously invited me to conduct combat training for others. Who would have thought that at the age of 30, I would have the opportunity to serve my country? Let me raise a glass to all of you, as we are now all in this together. Li Junchuan lifted his wine bowl once more in salute to the three men. Cheers. The three men, being straightforward individuals, clinked their bowls together, and the four of them drank heartily. I could see that you, young man, have brought an outsider tonight with ulterior motives. Zhang Yadong shot Song Gang a sidelong glance. First, let us sit and enjoy some food before it gets cold. Perhaps it was the radiant energy of the young man beside them, or perhaps the strength of the evening spirits, but the group soon felt a warm buzz, shedding their outer garments and tossing them onto nearby loungers. Come, taste my culinary skills. It has been ages since we gathered to eat and drink. Zhang Yadong beckoned everyone to sit down. Xiao Chuan, don't stand on ceremony. Come, savor Uncle Zhang's cooking. Zhang Yadong served the youngest, Li Junchuan, a portion of food. Upon noticing the thick calluses on Zhang Yadong's hands, Li Junchuan drew in a sharp breath. Goodness, at first, I thought tonight as chef was merely their former squad leader, but he has likely been away from the military for many years. With hands like those, one could easily believe he carried a firearm daily. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I shall not be polite then, Li Junchuan said as he sampled the dish. How is it? Zhang Yadong asked, somewhat expectantly. It surpasses the culinary skills of the master chefs I have encountered throughout my life, bursting with the flavors of home. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. Though his own cooking was of the highest caliber, he could not deny the deliciousness of Zhang Yadong's dishes. The ingredients were simple, and the cooking methods unpretentious, yet the spread before him effortlessly stirred memories, transporting him back to a vibrant summer long past. The skills of the old squad leader remain unparalleled. I had a fondness for this delicacy back when I was in the military, and it has been many years since I last savored it. Song Gang remarked. Come, everyone knows how to play dice, right? Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Those who falter shall be deemed cowards. In no time, the small courtyard resonated with the sounds of boisterous laughter and cheer as the wine jar swiftly emptied. Old squad leader, bring forth the wine. Is this just a jar of trickery? Yang Lu complained, shaking the now empty wine jar in discontent. I have plenty of wine. If you have the audacity, go ahead and finish it. Zhang Yadong chuckled helplessly. I have stockpiled quite a bit of this fiery spirit, over 60 degrees. Tonight, drink to your heart's content. Just wait. I shall fetch it. Before long, Zhang Yadong returned to the courtyard, cradling several jars of wine that bore striking resemblance to the previous one. As the cups clinked and flowed, the faces of the revelers gradually flushed, particularly Yang Lu, whose complexion turned a deep shade of red. While Li Junchuan observed him with growing fascination. Are these fellows truly capable of consuming such quantities? Li Junchuan marveled. In the past, when he had partaken in spirits exceeding 60 degrees, it was customary for each person to have but a single bottle. Yet, observing the current scene, aside from their reddening faces and elevated voices, their hands remained steady as they grasped peanuts. Noticing that the dishes on the table were nearly depleted, Zhang Yadong returned from the kitchen with a few cold dishes, exclaiming, You two rascals, even after all these years, still competing against one another. Without further ado, he joined the fray, illustrating how alcohol can swiftly bridge the gaps between individuals. Initially somewhat reserved, Li Junchuan gradually immersed himself in the lively atmosphere. At first, he toasted with formalities, addressing them as Uncle Song, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Yang. However, as the evening progressed, their titles evolved into Brother Song, Brother Dong, and Brother Yang. The gathering continued well into the night, past 9 o'clock, with the number of wine jars piled nearby remaining uncertain. Li Junchuan found himself scratching his head at the sight of 3 inebriated gentlemen sprawled across the floor. Do these fellows harbor grievances against one another? Li Junchuan pondered, bemused, recalling how the conversation had turned heated as they reminisced about their time in the military. It became apparent that Song Gang and Yang Lu had engaged in numerous altercations during their service, with Yang Lu consistently besting Song Gang in combat, leading to a long-standing rivalry. Eventually, they were assigned to the cooking unit, where they met the squad leader Zhang Yadong, who was recuperating from severe injuries. Under Zhang Yadong's tutelage, they began to learn various combat skills, ultimately forming a bond that transcended mere camaraderie. Although the years had passed and their meetings had grown infrequent, they had maintained contact. Reflecting on their discussions, Lie Junan felt a profound respect for these men. Our nation's borders have never been secure. Many matters that Lie Junan previously remained oblivious to were never reported by the authorities, leaving the majority uninformed about border-related affairs. Thank you for your silent dedication, Lie Junan whispered. Lie Junan carried the three individuals into the room on the first floor. Noticing that the door was ajar, he observed two neatly made bunk beds adorned with bedding, indicating that the older gentlemen had long been prepared. He removed their clothing and footwear, placing them on the beds, and covered them with blankets. After a moment's thought, he switched on the air conditioning, concerned they might catch a chill upon waking the next day. Returning to the courtyard, Lie Junan tidied up the dishes and utensils before heading back inside to undress and climb into bed. Chapter 31. The formal test of Lie Junan's terrifying strength. At 5 in the morning, Lie Junan opened his eyes, gazing at the three men still snoring softly. He quietly dressed and stepped outside, first addressing his personal hygiene in the corner restroom, then splashing water on his face at the basin in the courtyard. After a moment's consideration, he pushed open the kitchen door. Surveying the ingredients, he selected a large cabbage, peeled off the leaves, washed them, and chopped them into pieces, placing them into a pot of water on the stove to boil. He then sliced the heart of the cabbage into fine shreds, retrieved a carrot, washed it, and cut it into strips, seasoning them with a pinch of salt in a stainless steel bowl to marinate. He diced some scallions, minced garlic, and chopped dried chili, placing them in a bowl, adding a bit of salt and white sugar, and finally sprinkling in some ground Sichuan pepper. After drizzling hot oil over the mixture, he incorporated soy sauce and vinegar, stirring it well and setting it aside for later use. Next, he took a pressure cooker, added rinsed rice, poured in water, and plugged it in to prepare a simple congee. Realizing that these grown men would require more sustenance, Lie Junan decided to whip up a few pancakes. His method was straightforward. He mixed flour with water to form a batter, incorporated several eggs, and added chopped scallions along with seasonings. Once well combined, he heated oil in a pan and began to fry the pancakes. As the cabbage neared completion, he added salt, vinegar, and minced ginger, stirring briefly before covering it and reducing the heat. After preparing around 20 to 30 pancakes, Lie Junan tidied up a bit, squeezed excess moisture from the marinated cabbage and carrot, and drizzled the prepared dressing over them, giving it a light toss before plating it. Having labored for nearly an hour, he finished the breakfast and returned to the room to rouse the others. Get up and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Watching the groggy men slowly dress, Lie Junan turned and arranged the prepared breakfast on the table in the courtyard. Come on, Xiao Chuan, here is a toothbrush for you to freshen up. Zhang Yadong dug out several toothbrushes to hand to the others, along with a few disposable cups. After a quick wash, they began to eat. Who would have thought Xiao Chuan's culinary skills were quite impressive? While savoring the egg pancakes and sipping the sour soup, Song Gang and the others occasionally added some crisp cabbage to their plates and took sips of congee, praising Lie Junan's cooking. Soon, all 20 pancakes were devoured, along with every last drop of sour soup, cold cabbage, and congee. Sated, they rubbed their bellies, the remnants of their hangover dissipating entirely. Xiao Chuan, do you have a change of clothes? Song Gang inquired. Given that we all reek of alcohol, it would be prudent to take a refreshing shower and change into clean attire. Lie Junan nodded in agreement. Yang Lu also concurred, stating, I too shall change my clothes before we reconvene at the military district in a while. Subsequently, the group dispersed. Yang Lu hailed a taxi back to the military region, while Zhang Yadong remained behind to tidy up his residence. Song Gang, meanwhile, drove Lie Junan's car to a hotel adjacent to the municipal bureau, which served as the bureau's own guest house, making it convenient for Song Gang during his business trips. Upon returning to the hotel with Lie Junan, they could both shower and change before heading back to the military district. Around 8 o'clock, the group reconvened at the entrance of the military district, and under Yang Lu's guidance, they proceeded to the training ground. Since we all indulged in libations last night, let's schedule your physical examination for tomorrow, Yang Lu declared. Very well, Lie Junan nodded. How shall we proceed with the assessment? You shall find out shortly, Yang Lu replied with a mischievous grin. Instead of immediately engaging Lie Junan, he summoned over 20 of the most skilled fighters from the military district, gesturing towards them as they stood in 2 neat rows. First, you must overcome them. Having learned from Song Gang that Lie Junan had rarely sparred with professionals, Yang Lu resolved to witness Lie Junan's combat prowess firsthand. Turning to the 20 soldiers, Yang Lu pointed at Lie Junan. This is the martial arts expert I specifically brought in. If any of you can best him, I shall grant you a week's leave. Who will step forward first? I will. Me. Count me in. The 20 soldiers exclaimed with brightened eyes. Observing their previously lackluster enthusiasm suddenly transform into fervor at the mention of a holiday, Yang Lu's lips twitched slightly as he thought, if you do not perform well, I will ensure you undergo rigorous training afterward. Let us proceed one by one. Yang Lu clapped his hands. The soldier on the left of the front row stepped forward. A soldier, standing at 6 feet tall, stepped out of the ranks, his gaze fixed intently on Lie Junan, murmuring to himself, "A holiday, my holiday." Lie Junan removed his jacket and hung it on a nearby horizontal bar, nodding at the approaching soldier. "Come on." Without warning, the soldier lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Lie Junan's head. To the onlookers, the attack appeared swift. However, to Lie Junan, it was utterly predictable. He merely tilted his body slightly, swiftly grasped the soldier's wrist with his left hand, and with a slight tug, delivered a gentle strike with the back of his right hand to the soldier's neck, causing him to collapse instantly. The surrounding soldiers were taken aback. They all knew each other and had a general understanding of one another's abilities. Yet none anticipated being incapacitated so swiftly, unable to even land a single blow. "Next," Yang Lu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, while he instructed the medic to drag the fallen soldier aside to revive him. The subsequent 19 soldiers fared no better than the first, regardless of their vicious techniques. They were effortlessly countered and subsequently knocked down. Remarkably, Lie Junan employed nearly identical techniques, striking the same vulnerable spots. The soldiers, aware of where Lie Junan aimed, found themselves unable to defend against the onslaught, each succumbing to a single blow. Upon witnessing the scene, even the nearby medic discerned that the 20 warriors were on an entirely different level compared to Lie Junan, particularly in terms of speed, which was markedly inferior. This was especially evident when compared to Song Gang and his companions. Although they had anticipated this disparity, witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation. Yang Lu, despite his own capabilities, realized that he could not match Lie Junan's nonchalance in combat. Glancing at the warriors, who were awakened and filled with embarrassment and indignation by the medic, Yang Lu exclaimed, "Can you perceive the chasm that exists between us and true masters? I have heard your squad leader mention that you each consider yourselves superior, looking down upon this and that. Now, gather together and attack. If you cannot land a single blow, you shall return to the drawing board." Fueled by a surge of anger, the warriors charged at Lie Junan once more, either in pairs or trios, coordinating their assaults. Even though they were reluctant to admit it, they now recognized the stark difference between themselves and the towering youth before them. Consequently, they devoted all their strength to the confrontation, exerting their utmost effort. Yet, to no avail. Lie Junan seemed to replicate his earlier performance outside the Zheng City Hotel, dispatching the trained warriors with ease, who, undeterred, rose to continue their assault. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Every punch, kick, elbow, and knee directed at Lie Junan was deftly redirected towards their comrades, leaving him unscathed. "Enough! Everyone halt!" Yang Lu shouted, foregoing further discussion. He promptly removed his hat and jacket, gesturing for Lie Junan to approach. "Come, let us practice. Our assessment officially commences." Lie Junan nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly, curious about the genuine prowess of the man who had transformed from Uncle Yang to Brother Yang following a night of revelry. The spectators then prepared for an exhilarating clash. Yang Lu, having studied various martial arts since childhood and boasting years of teaching experience in the military, demonstrated that his physical condition had not waned with age. Rather, he appeared to be in his prime. In Lie Junan's perception, Yang Lu seamlessly amalgamated the traditional martial arts he had learned with modern combat techniques, discarding superfluous movements and targeting vital points with each strike. It was evident that even seasoned fighters would be severely injured or incapacitated should they falter against such precision. However, Lie Junan was different. He had achieved the pinnacle of human physicality, with only experience separating him from Yang Lu. Thus, with the intent to learn, he moderated his speed and strength to match Yang Lu's level and engaged in combat. As the two exchanged blows, a plethora of fierce techniques unfolded. The air crackled with the sound of their fists and feet colliding, each delivering and receiving strikes. The onlookers erupted in cheers, applauding the spectacle. As time progressed, Lie Junan's mastery of various martial arts techniques flourished, and his encounters with Yang Lu yielded significant insights into situational assessment and technique application. He even began to anticipate Yang Lu's next moves by observing the subtle changes in his muscle tension. The situation persisted for nearly an hour before the two gradually came to a halt, their training arena left in a state of disarray. The ground was pockmarked from their exertions, and their garments were tattered. However, the discrepancies between them were stark. "You little rascal, you didn't use your full strength, did you?" Yang Lu gasped, gazing at Lie Junan. "I suspected I might not be your match from the start, but I didn't anticipate that even at my utmost, I would still be at a disadvantage." Though both were equally disheveled, Yang Lu bore numerous bruises and swellings, while Lie Junan, apart from his shredded attire, exhibited no significant signs of battle fatigue. Witnessing this, The onlookers comprehended the vast disparity in their physical resilience. It was akin to receiving a punch that fractured several ribs, while merely kicking someone left them with nothing but a soiled shirt. Observing Lie Junan silence, Yang Lu remarked, "You're like someone who has trained in a golden bell shield. Let us find a place to assess our physical data." Upon receiving the results from the professional equipment, the group fell silent in astonishment. That lad must have injected some super serum, they collectively thought, incredulous at the absurdity of the findings. Chapter 32. Encountering a case again. As Yang Lu and the others scrutinized Lie Junan's report, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Lie Junan stood at a height of 188 centimeters and weighed 90 kilograms, which seemed reasonable at first glance. However, the subsequent tests were utterly preposterous. His vision surpassed that of an eagle, his sense of smell exceeded that of a bear, and his hearing rivaled that of a great wax moth, far surpassing that of an average human. Even his sense of taste was remarkably heightened. Other achievements included effortlessly shattering world records in the 100 meters and 800 meters, leaping over 2 meters from a standstill, with left and right punch forces of 900 kilograms and over 1,000 kilograms respectively, and a bench press exceeding 1,500 kilograms. "So you didn't even exert half your strength when we fought?" Yang Lu's expression turned somewhat forlorn. "I haven't tested myself in a long while, nor have I had access to such professional equipment." Lie Junan scratched his head. "I've always felt that as I continue to train and break through, my physical capabilities have been consistently enhancing." What he didn't mention was that he seemed to have recently developed an inner strength. Combined with his already exceptional physique and unique techniques, even a punch delivered without full force would spell disaster for Yang Lu. "Let us put this matter aside for now." Yang Lu's demeanor grew serious. "We all understand the confidentiality regulations. Today's events must remain undisclosed. Any breach will result in immediate military tribunal proceedings for treason." After delivering this admonition, he swiftly retreated to his office, picked up the red rotary phone, and dialed, seeking to elevate Lie Junan's security clearance. Once these arrangements were made, he rejoined the others. "Today's assessments conclude here. Refrain from drinking tonight. We'll conduct a physical examination at the military hospital nearby tomorrow." Yang Lu nodded at Lie Junan, his muscles twitching slightly. "Brother Yang, I apologize for being a bit rough earlier." Lie Junan offered. "If you'd like, I could assist in your recovery." "Your silence does not diminish our camaraderie," Yang Lu remarked, rolling his eyes. "How does one treat such injuries? After all, he bore wounds on his own face, a source of embarrassment should his comrades take notice." Having studied physical therapy himself, he was acutely aware of the age-old connection between medicine and martial arts. Song Gang's lips curled in amusement, having secretly captured several unflattering photographs of their old comrade. "I shall not hold back then. Is there any preparation required?" Yang Lu inquired of Lie Junan. "None required, merely find a quiet room. I will fetch some supplies from the car," Lie Junan replied. "Very well, I shall summon Xiao Chun to accompany you. He will lead you to my residence shortly." Yang Lu instructed the guard, Xiao Chun, before returning to his quarters with Song Gang. Zhang Yadong, however, did not accompany them, as they were no longer stationed together and each had their own responsibilities. Xiao Chun guided Lie Junan to the parking lot, and after he retrieved his belongings, led him to the residence of their superior. Observing Lie Junan's arrival, Yang Lu and Song Gang were curious about his intended methods. "Yang Gu, you should remove your clothing," Lie Junan suggested, retrieving a bottle of medicinal wine infused with rare herbs and a box of disposable acupuncture needles from his backpack. Without hesitation, Yang Lu stripped down to his shorts, feeling comfortable in the warm room. "Should I sit or lie on the bed?" he asked. "First, take a few sips of this medicinal wine, then lie down," Lie Junan instructed, uncorking the oddly shaped bottle. A refreshing aroma of alcohol mingled with the scent of herbs wafted through the room. "This is exquisite," Yang Lu exclaimed, pouring a measure into a teacup on his desk and downing it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a wave of coolness wash over him, akin to sipping iced cola on a scorching day. A warmth then spread throughout his body, causing his eyes to brighten. "Is there more of this? Please send me a couple of bottles as a token of our meeting." Song Gang, visibly amused, snatched the bottle from Yang Lu and poured himself a glass, downing it in one go. "Damn it, Xiao Chuan, save me a few bottles as well. I'll trade you some of the special supplies from the old man." Lie Junan sighed. "Gentlemen, I do not possess an abundance of this wine. It contains numerous rare ingredients. I will ensure each of you receives a bottle at a later time. For now, I must attend to Yang Ji's treatment." He then turned to Yang Lu. "You seem to have several hidden injuries. I noticed your breath was uneven during our earlier sparring match." A few minor ailments are quite normal. I'm entrusting my weight to you," Yang Lu replied, positioning himself on the bed. Lie Junan poured some of the medicinal wine into his palm, warmed it slightly, and applied it to Yang Lu's back, initiating the massage. Yang Lu emitted a series of groans, a blend of pain and relief, as warmth radiated from the areas being treated, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Lie Junan meticulously worked through Yang Lu's meridians before applying the acupuncture needles, occasionally manipulating the needles at certain points. After approximately 20 minutes, he carefully removed the needles and instructed Yang Lu to turn over and lie flat. Once again, the earlier process was repeated. Yang Lu, lying on the bed, caught sight of Song Gang nearby, occasionally chuckling and secretly taking pictures with his phone, which caused his expression to darken slightly. The entire treatment lasted for over an hour before concluding. As Yang Lu rose and donned his clothes, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Impressive, Xiao Chuan. Who did you learn this from? Yang Lu inquired, astonished. He had undergone acupuncture and massage before, but the results paled in comparison to this experience. From the same master who taught me martial arts. I don't know his full name, only that he shares the surname Li. It's been many years since I last saw him. Lie Junan casually fabricated. However, neither of them harbored any doubts. After all, could Lie Junan's remarkable skills have materialized from thin air without any guidance? Do we have any plans for the afternoon? Lie Junan asked, emerging from the restroom after washing his hands. You can do whatever you like. I have a meeting this afternoon. Song Gang replied. Just take me back to the city bureau after lunch, and if there's time tonight, we can visit your brother Zhang for dinner. Yang Lu added. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon as well. Let's see how the evening unfolds. Let us go and sample the fare at our cafeteria. After the trio had their meal, they parted ways. After dropping Song Gang off at the city bureau, Lie Junan found himself at a loss for what to do next, so he aimlessly drove around. Before long, he noticed a black Jetta ahead whose driving pattern was erratic, weaving across 3 lanes. Other drivers scrambled to avoid it, shouting curses through their windows. Could it be drunk driving? Lie Junan pondered, baffled by the thought of someone drinking in the middle of the day. At that moment, the Jetta suddenly accelerated and crashed with a loud bang into a concrete bollard on the sidewalk, startling pedestrians waiting at the red light, who screamed in shock. Lie Junan quickly parked his car by the roadside, activated his hazard lights, and rushed over. Seeing the driver with blood streaming from his forehead after colliding with the steering wheel, Lie Junan knocked on the window. When there was no response, he smashed the window with his fist, opened the door, and began assessing the driver's injuries while dialing for emergency services. Strange, there's no scent of alcohol. What is this? Lie Junan, with a grave expression, pulled out his phone to report the incident, but recalled that he had just parted ways with Song Gang and was not far from the city bureau. Thus, he called Song Gang instead. Chuanzi, what is up? Song Gang asked, puzzled on the other end of the line. I've witnessed a car accident. I just checked on the driver and suspect he may be under the influence. I've sent you the location. Bring some personnel over. It's about 2 kilometers from the city bureau. I've already called 120. The driver is unconscious, but it appears his injuries aren't severe. Lie Junan spoke rapidly. Just recently arrived at the city bureau. Song Gang wore an expression akin to that of a subway elder checking his phone. Is this kid for real? Although he had been forewarned about Lie Junan's peculiarities, he swiftly summoned the police officers to expedite their arrival at the scene. Chapter 33. Entangled. Once more, Lie Junan did not have to wait long before 2 police cars, with flashing lights, arrived and came to a halt by the roadside. 6 police officers alighted from the vehicle. Among them, Lie Junan recognized only Song Gang, though the other 5 appeared to hold significant ranks. What is the situation, Chuanzi? Song Gang inquired, hastening towards him. I noticed the erratic driving of this car while I was behind the wheel, Lie Junan explained. It swerved across multiple lanes before colliding with a concrete pillar. When I approached the scene, I found the driver slumped against the steering wheel, bloodied and unresponsive. Alarmed, I shattered the window to assess his condition, initially suspecting intoxication since he wasn't even wearing a seatbelt. However, upon opening the door, a potent smell of DM wafted out, prompting me to reach out to you, considering we were not far from the precinct. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, and the medical personnel swiftly approached to assess the situation and provide assistance before transporting the injured party to the hospital. 2 of the officers accompanied the ambulance, while the remaining 2 began a thorough inspection of the vehicle. Another officer, of a similar age to Song Gang, stood beside him, attentively listening to Lie Juan's detailed account. Who is this young man? The officer queried Song Gang. Don't you find him familiar? Song Gang chuckled. Reflect on our recent meetings. The middle-aged officer pondered for a moment before realization struck him. You must be Lie Junan. No wonder you seem somewhat familiar. Lie Junan looked bewildered at Song Gang, unable to comprehend why he appeared recognizable. Consider how many incidents you've encountered since your return. Our meeting today is indeed connected to the case you previously uncovered. This is Director Wang from the Municipal Bureau. You may address him as Brother Wang. Song Gang succinctly explained the context. Hello, Brother Wang. Lie Junan promptly greeted him. Director Wang seemed slightly taken aback. I am nearly the same age as his father. You want him to call me brother? Are you taking advantage of me? Come now. We all refer to each other as brothers. Should he call you Uncle Wang instead? Song Gang retorted with a smirk. Let us exchange WeChat, Chuan. Please share your phone number as well. If you uncover anything in the future, you can contact me directly. Director Wang promptly requested Lie Juan's contact information. After all, who wouldn't desire advancement in their career? As soon as Lie Junchuan provided his phone number, Director Wang dialed it and quickly hung up, noting Lie Junchuan's number as delivering merits. Is your WeChat linked to the same number? Director Wang inquired. Yes, it is, Lie Junchuan nodded, and shortly after, he received a friend request from Wang Fong, Director Wang's WeChat name. Lie Junchuan accepted the request and whimsically changed the note to eager for achievement, Brother Wang. Director, we discovered a significant quantity of DP in the vehicle, preliminarily estimated to exceed 200 grams, a young officer reported. And Director Wang's expression darkened immediately. Moreover, the purity appears remarkably high, and it seems to be a new variety that has not yet surfaced in the market. The young officer added, this is utterly outrageous. Conduct a thorough investigation and uncover everyone involved. Director Wang commanded, his demeanor tense yet authoritative. As the young police officer returned to the car, Wang Fong remarked to Song Gang, old Song, it appears that this case is becoming significantly larger. Let us return and continue our meeting. Even in the third-tier city of Luoyang, we are discovering connections to other developed cities. Song Gang nodded in agreement. It seems we are in for a tough battle. Chuanzi, you may amuse yourself this afternoon. We shall reconvene later. I will accompany your brother Wang back to the meeting. Lie Junchuan nodded. All right, you both carry on. I shall wander about on my own. With the matters ahead no longer requiring his concern, he bid farewell to the two and drove away from the scene. From the brief exchanges earlier, Lie Junchuan perceptibly sensed a profound connection between today's events and those that had occurred previously in Jing City. Although he was not a police officer and could not directly partake in the investigation, he possessed an innate talent akin to a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Incidents would invariably present themselves to him without his active involvement. With this thought in mind, Lie Junchuan returned to Wang Fujing, intending to purchase a few new garments. As he had ruined a set earlier that morning, he did not linger long and promptly returned to the Columbia boutique, acquiring two similarly styled outfits. Subsequently, he drove to a nearby temperature-controlled swimming pool to pass the time. Having settled the payment and received his locker key, he purchased a comparable set of swimwear and flip-flops from the shop, along with some packaged shampoo and body wash, before proceeding to the changing room. Since it was working hours, the changing area was empty upon his arrival. Locating his locker, he used the key to open it and began changing his clothes. After a brief rinse in the shower stall, Lie Junchuan donned his swim cap, passed through the disinfection pool, and entered the swimming pool. At that hour, the expansive pool housed only 4 or 5 individuals, all of whom appeared to be in their 30s, each occupying their own lane to swim at leisure. Perched on high chairs by the pool's edge, 2 lifeguards scanned the area with an air of boredom, appearing quite professional. However, shortly after Lie Junchuan entered, the attention of both the swimmers and the lifeguards converged upon him. His well-toned physique was undeniably striking, attracting even the gaze of the men. Unfazed by the attention, Lie Junchuan instinctively began his warm-up routine, his keen hearing filtering through the hushed whispers around him. Yet, 2 individuals' conversation caused him to tense up. Look at that handsome guy who just walked in. Wow, what a physique. Is he an athlete? Where is he from, darling? Those pecs, that sculpted rear, those long legs. He embodies my aesthetic entirely. He must be a dedicated athlete. He should be a professional. I've encountered several sports students, and it's rare to see such a physique. He seems to have stepped out of a comic. Indeed, I wish to, or be, with him. While such comments might have seemed innocuous under different circumstances, the reality was that Lie Junchuan had entered a pool filled predominantly with men. Was he the focus of their attention? As Lie Junchuan tightened his grip, he instinctively glanced in the direction of the sound, locking eyes with the tattooed man who was fixated on him. He felt as though the other's gaze was imbued with a palpable warmth. A shiver ran through him, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. He sat at the edge of the pool, splashing water onto himself, then donned his swim goggles and submerged himself. With a single breath, he traversed the length of the pool back and forth, his remarkable lung capacity leaving the 2 lifeguards in awe. For the next hour, Lie Junchuan remained predominantly underwater, surfacing only to catch his breath. In truth, his lung capacity rendered such precautions unnecessary. Yet he opted to surface periodically to avoid drawing excessive attention. Nevertheless, his performance was astonishing. After an hour of continuous swimming, he began to notice something peculiar. Each time he surfaced for air, he observed that the tattooed man was constantly checking the time. While the individual he had been conversing with had long since vacated the pool, had the man scheduled an appointment? Pondering this, Lie Junchuan kept a discreet watch. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, the tattooed man climbed out of the pool, slipped on his flip-flops, and headed towards the exit. After a moment's contemplation, Lie Junchuan also exited the water. Standing at the tiled urinal, he had an expansive view without needing to turn his head, allowing him to catch sight of the happenings behind him. He noticed the tattooed man had finished showering and was seated on a spacious changing bench, drying himself with a towel. Beside him lay a black backpack and his clothing, while his shoes and socks were strewn on the floor. Just as the tattooed man donned his attire, a slender young man entered the space, placing his own backpack next to the tattooed man's. With natural ease, he began to disrobe, evidently preparing to swim as well. The now-dressed tattooed man swiftly grabbed the slender young man's backpack and exited the changing room, casting a cautious glance at Lie Junan, who was still at the urinal. Were their backpacks identical? A wave of unease washed over Lie Junan, conjuring memories of various cinematic and literary narratives he had encountered. Chapter 34. Following a man recalling the myriad of bizarre exchanges depicted in films and novels, Lie Junan mentally noted the tattooed man's scent. He quickly finished at the urinal, took a shower, and, observing the young man leave the changing room to swim, hurriedly dried himself, dressed, and exited the swimming facility. The scent he detected seemed to weave a serpentine path, guiding his steps forward. It appeared that the man had not driven, which relieved Lie Junan. After all, trailing someone with a vehicle would complicate matters significantly. Starting his car, he rolled down the window, casually played some music, and prepared to pursue. That evening, I unexpectedly encountered the woman I hold dear in my heart. My feet, as if possessed, decided to disregard any calls and followed her home. The strains of Lee Kachin's Protector of Flowers echoed in my mind, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept over me. After contemplating for a moment, I was unable to pinpoint the source of my discomfort. Through the car window, I inhaled the familiar scent that soon led me to spot the tattooed man from earlier. At that moment, he wore a gray cap, a long olive green trench coat, khaki cargo pants, and an unidentifiable brand of mid-top boots, all while carrying a black backpack as he meandered leisurely down the street. I slowed my vehicle from a distance, trailing behind him without drawing his attention. Observing that the tattooed man displayed no peculiar behavior, I maintained a casual pace, occasionally lifting my phone to capture a few photographs from various angles. Shouldn't he be in a hurry to distribute his goods? Surely, the risk of keeping them on hand must be considerable. Reflecting on the myriad films and television shows I had seen, I contemplated whether I should report my findings to Song Gang or Wang Fong, for they were the professionals in this field. In those narratives, such pursuits typically involved multiple individuals working in concert, providing cover for one another, while the target remained blissfully unaware. However, in an instant, I dismissed the notion of immediately informing Song Gang. There was no solid evidence. I could not detect the scent of DP through the tightly sealed packaging, nor had I observed any signs of DP consumption on the tattooed man. Moreover, I had cultivated skills in both pursuit and evasion through gaming, and I was keen to experiment with their application in real life. Was he merely a seller rather than a consumer? This possibility crossed my mind as I continued my erratic musings, yet I maintained a steady pursuit of the tattooed man. Observing him wander the streets with his backpack, occasionally pulling out his phone to press some buttons, I was too far away to discern the screen as contents. Could he be contacting a buyer? As I trailed him, my thoughts spiraled until I noticed him preparing to turn right at an intersection. I promptly signaled and changed lanes. After nearly an hour of following, my patience began to wane when the tattooed man finally halted in front of a commercial plaza. Was he about to make a move? A jolt of anticipation surged through me, quickly followed by disappointment as I realized he had merely come to dine. Watching him enter a restaurant specializing in claypot rice, I parked my car and settled into an adjacent eatery, requesting a hearty bowl of braised noodles to quell my own hunger. After a brief wait, I finished my meal and settled the bill. As I passed by the claypot rice restaurant, I glanced inside to confirm that the tattooed man was still present before returning to my vehicle. A few minutes later, he emerged from the restaurant, and without delay, I restarted my engine and resumed my pursuit, trailing him until he stopped in front of a bar in the old town. After parking his car, Lie Junan wandered around and discovered that the bar appeared to be quite small, lacking a back entrance. The first floor simply featured a modest facade, and upon entering, one would encounter a staircase. This building only had 2 levels, indicating that the bar must be located upstairs. Lie Junan noted that it was barely past 5 o'clock, yet the bar had already commenced operations. Rather than hastily ascending, he decided it was prudent to ascertain that his target was indeed inside. He found a nearby bench to sit upon, retrieved a Zong Nanhai cigarette from his pocket, and lit it, letting the thin wisps of smoke escape from his nostrils. Subsequently, he took out his phone to scroll through short videos. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Just finished a meeting. Where are you, Xiaochuan? Uncle Song. Lie Junan casually sent his location, accompanied by a grinning emoji. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Song Gang, he began to feel puzzled. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the municipal meeting room, Song Gang and Wang Fong were indulging in smoke. Song Gang, holding his phone, pointed at the location sent by Lie Junan and asked Wang Fong, "Lao Wang, what kind of place is this?" Wang Fong glanced at Song Gang's phone while smoking, then looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Why do you ask?" Song Gang, feeling bewildered, shot Wang Fong a confused glare. "It's the location Xiaochuan just sent. We're going to find him soon." Unbeknownst to him, Wang Fong's expression grew even more peculiar as he scrutinized Song Gang from head to toe. "I didn't expect this from you, Gongzi. I didn't realize you were this kind of person." "What do you mean, this kind of person?" Song Gang replied, utterly perplexed. "Open that location. Did you see the name of the place?" "It's that bar." Wang Fong took a step back. Song Gang opened the location, zoomed in, and examined it closely, but found nothing unusual. He slapped Wang Fong on the shoulder. Stop playing games, just say what you mean. Wang Fong, slightly taken aback from the slap, asked with a perplexed expression, are you meeting Xiao Chuan there? Yes. What is the issue? Song Gang's expression grew increasingly impatient. But that's a bar that only serves men. Wang Fong quickly clarified. Realizing the implication, Song Gang shoved Wang Fong. Are you suggesting I'm into that? Wang Fong remained silent. Damn, if I were, I'd have dealt with you back in the army. Song Gang retorted, exasperated. He then sent a message to Lie Junan. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing at that place? Do you know what that bar is for? I don't know. Lie Junan replied, feeling bewildered. Had this place already come under police scrutiny? With a sudden sense of unease. Lie Junquan's gaze locked onto three men who had just walked by, his eyes narrowing slightly. That familiar scent again, confirming his suspicions. Lie Junquan quickly messaged Song Gang. I followed a man here. You need to hurry and bring Brother Wang with backup. There is something off about this bar. It might be connected to the man involved in the accident this afternoon. On the other side, Song Gang and Wang Fong stared at the message from Lie Junquan, their expressions tightening at the first sentence. However, upon reading the latter part, their demeanor turned serious. Xiao Chuan, are you certain? Wang Fong quickly pulled out his phone to send a message to Lie Junquan as well. Brother Wang, you are beside Song Go, which is quite fortuitous. Hurry and bring your companions discreetly. There is a significant catch tonight. Observing the message from Lie Junquan, Wang Fong turned to Song Gang. Is this fellow reliable? Song Gang, with a serious expression, replied, his instincts are several times sharper than those of ordinary individuals. He cannot possibly err. Let us proceed at once, and by the way, refrain from using police vehicles. We shall all change into plain clothes. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Lie Junquan finally spotted two familiar figures. He quickly extinguished his cigarette and approached them. Are we certain that the individuals are still inside? Wang Fong inquired. They are definitely still within. I just circled the bar and did not find any rear entrance. Moreover, during my time here, I have only seen people entering, not exiting. Lie Junquan affirmed with a nod. Another person has just gone in, carrying the same scent. He slightly flared his nostrils, gesturing toward the entrance of the bar. I shall inquire with those familiar with this locale first, Wang Fong pondered, and, to be prudent, called someone to ask about the bar's situation. He had only heard of its name previously, and why? Because an incident of considerable notoriety had occurred there, prompting someone to alert the authorities. And thus the bar's name spread throughout the system. After hanging up, Wang Fong curiously asked Lie Junquan, Xiao Chuan, what prompted you to follow that individual? Lie Junquan then recounted the incident in the swimming pool locker room, sharing his deductions. So you trailed him for nearly 2 hours? Both men exhibited an odd expression. Is there something strange about that? Lie Junquan questioned, puzzled. Isn't that how it is portrayed on television? I mean. Did you not find it odd that the person was behaving strangely while you were swimming? Both men stared intently at Lie Junquan. After a moment of reflection, Lie Junquan recalled that this bar was not exactly reputable. Hey, you two are slandering me. P.S. As of this point, the manuscript has reached 80,000 words and has officially entered the recommendation verification phase. To those who have read this far, I kindly urge you to lend a hand by clicking for free updates, writing complimentary 5-star reviews, and sending free gifts. My heartfelt gratitude to all. Chapter 35. A clean sweep. At that moment, Lie Junquan suddenly surveyed his surroundings. Oh, quite a number of people have arrived. Are they all your subordinates, Wang Ge? What subordinates? Can you not articulate? I am a police officer, not part of the underworld. Wang Fong clapped Lie Junquan on the shoulder. You didn't even notice the other figures appearing within your line of sight. How did you catch that? Could it be that from such a distance you sensed a stranger's presence? I did catch the scent, as well as hear them. Lie Junquan casually nodded. Song Gang, to his side, was unfazed, while Wang Fong regarded the newly acquainted subordinate with newfound respect. Bah, what subordinate? This fellow has led me astray. Wang Ge is preparing to cast a wide net, Lie Junquan mused, though he could not discern the specifics. There were at least an additional 100 police officers beyond his immediate vision. Let us first find a place to eat something, Wang Fong suggested. Standing here, the three of us are quite conspicuous. With that, he led the others around to a nearby eatery, where they settled at a small square table outside and called the proprietor over. Xiao Chuan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Wang Fong inquired of Lie Junquan. Let us order some food. I'll treat. Song Gang rolled his eyes at this. Treating in a place like this? How can you even say that? Lie Junquan replied, thank you, Brother Wang. I'm quite hungry. I'll have whatever you order. He felt that the previous dish he had was insufficient. 3 large bowls of noodles with sauce and a big plate of beef, please, Wang Fong instructed. Coming right up. The owner responded, returning to the kitchen. It was just around mealtime, and although many people had yet to finish work, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. Clearly, the owner had some culinary skill, and the establishment appeared to have been around for several years. Not long after, 3 steaming bowls of fragrant noodles were served. The vibrant red noodles were generously topped with scallions, cilantro, and garlic sprouts, instantly whetting their appetites. The owner then brought out a platter of sliced braised beef. Without further ado, they dug into their meals with gusto. "This tastes fantastic," Song Gang praised, and Lie Junchuan nodded in agreement, finding it far superior to the previous dish he had consumed, and it was also quite affordable. Indeed, in an old town like this, one must possess skill to thrive. Many culinary delights are hidden within the streets, Wang Fong remarked as he savored the beef. After satisfying their hunger and settling the bill, they exited the noodle shop. Just as a queue began to form. "When shall we make our move?" Lie Junchuan asked, pulling out a pack of Zongnanhai cigarettes to offer to the two. He had heard that many within the system favored this brand, though he wasn't certain of its veracity. "Ah, you have good taste, knowing I enjoy this," Wang Fong remarked as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Strangely, he found the interaction with someone considerably younger than himself to be particularly congenial. "Good taste? It's simply that these cigarettes are affordable and enjoyable," Lie Junchuan chimed in, attempting to replicate the smoke ring. The trio continued to indulge in their habit, enveloped in clouds of smoke. As the clock approached 8, Wang Fong received a message on his phone. Smiling subtly as he displayed an expression of confidence. "It's time to commence our actions." Lie Junchuan scratched his head in confusion. "Brother Wang, aren't you coming along?" Wang and Song simultaneously turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Lie Junchuan queried, bewildered. "Isn't this how it goes in the movies? Stop watching those nonsensical things." They both admonished him. "Oh, but it was precisely from watching those films that I thought of following that person," Lie Junchuan retorted, feeling quite pleased with himself and oblivious to any issues. Song Gang and Wang Fong exchanged glances. "You, my friend, cannot apply common logic here." Then Wang Fong elaborated, stating that under normal circumstances, when faced with such cases, we generally issue commands. However, the actual execution is more effectively managed by those on the ground, as I cannot possibly be acquainted with each individual. Song Gang nodded in agreement beside him. Lie Junchuan found himself at a loss for words, realizing that it is indeed rare for leaders to be present on the front lines. The group then began to chat aimlessly while smoking. Surprisingly, the police action was swift. Within half an hour, all suspects had been apprehended without anyone escaping, encountering almost no fierce resistance. If those captured were aware of Lie Junchuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly curse, with dozens or even hundreds of armed police officers pointing guns at you. Who would dare to resist? Moreover, the officers displayed a lack of martial ethics, employing smoke grenades. In an environment like a bar, one could hardly keep their eyes open, and merely moving would result in a blow from a gun. "But let us go, the operation is over. I must return to the station." "What about you two?" Wang Fong inquired. Lie Junchuan exchanged glances with Song Gang, who replied, "Old Wang, you should head back. Tonight will likely be a long night for you. We want to join the fray. Let us part ways here." Before leaving, Wang Fong glanced at his phone, then at Lie Junchuan, and pointed at him. "See you, my friend, are quite the fortunate one. You've accomplished great deeds again tonight. How about staying in Luoyang to develop your career, since it is your hometown?" Song Gang's expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing? Are you trying to poach me? Hurry up and leave." He then pulled Lie Junchuan away without looking back. Wang Fong shook his head helplessly and hurriedly departed as well. "Brother Song, where shall we go now?" Lie Junchuan asked as he took the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, suddenly unsure of where to drive. Song Gang paused, realizing, "Oh, what are we going to do now? We just had dinner, and you have a health check tomorrow, so no drinking. I genuinely don't know what to do next. It's a bit early to sleep. Do you have any thoughts?" Lie Junchuan shook his head, unfamiliar with Luoyang, having only met a few people in the past couple of days while following Song Gang, and not a single young lady. "How about we explore this ancient city and admire the night scenery of Luoyang?" Lie Junchuan suggested. "Though I consider myself a Luoyang native, my family resides in the rural outskirts, and I've never truly explored the city. Have you visited?" Song Gang's expression was slightly peculiar, yet he replied, "Actually, I haven't. I've been here only a few times, always for work, too busy to wander aimlessly." "Then let us go, we can stroll around. And when it's time, we'll head back to sleep." Lie Junchuan browsed online for a bit, and then took Song Gang on a tour. They visited numerous places, such as the Nine Dragons Cauldron, the musical fountain, and the grand scenery of the Tang Palace, eventually making their way to the new district. As the Peony Festival approached, the number of tourists in Luoyang began to swell, and the evenings became lively. Both Lie Junchuan and Song Gang experienced the elegant, profound, and modern beauty of this ancient city, feeling that the journey was indeed worthwhile. However, there was something peculiar about Lie Junchuan's demeanor when he escorted Song Gang back to the municipal bureau's guest house. He felt as though Song Gang was fleeing in haste. Having casually remarked, "You can find a hotel nearby for the night. Remember to undergo a physical examination tomorrow morning before striding into the guest house." "As if I were to squeeze in with you for the night," Lie Junchuan scoffed, navigating his vehicle to the Huayang Plaza International Hotel, where he spent a considerable sum for a room. then promptly washed up and retired for the night. By the way, the novel has now reached the recommendation verification stage. I hope those reading this can take a moment to click for free updates, leave a complimentary 5-star review, and perhaps send a free gift. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 36. Midnight Terror. At 3 in the morning, while deep in slumber, Lie Junan was abruptly awakened by the sound of someone standing at his door. Just a moment ago, he had been soundly asleep, and now, with eyes wide open, he quietly dressed and held his breath, positioning himself behind the door. Surely, no one would come knocking at this hour. Who could it possibly be? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be the drug trafficking gang he had recently crossed? Or perhaps grave robbers? Having seen numerous portrayals in films, he was all too familiar with scenarios where informants and witnesses faced retaliation, even putting their families in jeopardy. It seemed he had attracted too much attention as of late, and he resolved to exercise more discretion in the future. Nevertheless, he surmised that he would still act decisively if confronted with a similar situation again. As his mind raced, barely a minute had elapsed. With a soft click, the door to his room was opened. Oh, I expected them to force the door, but they managed to procure a keycard, Lie Junan mused. Moments later, he heard the gentle turn of the doorknob, followed by a faint creak as the door opened slightly. A pair of eyes peered through the narrow opening into the room. To be candid, Lie Junan felt a chill run down his spine, not from fear, but from memories of a childhood shadow, known as Little Black, and the eerie background music that accompanied those recollections. Since he had booked a luxurious suite, the bed remained hidden from view from the entrance. The intruder quietly entered, treading softly before gently closing the door behind them. Lie Junan preferred to sleep in darkness. Thus the hotel room was enveloped in impenetrable blackness. Yet, the newcomer appeared to be well acquainted with the layout of the room. After a brief adjustment to the dim surroundings, they retrieved a sleek, black handgun from their pocket. Goodness, Lie Junan nearly gasped. Did everyone in this country carry a firearm? The darkness posed no challenge to his keen eyesight, allowing him to discern that the barrel of the gun was unusually elongated. And equipped with a silencer? He pondered. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, delivering a decisive punch aimed squarely at the intruder's temple. The dark figure seemed to have heard the sound of the wind rustling behind him and was poised to take action. However, Lie Junan's speed exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck his head, and with a thud, he was sent flying into the corridor wall, instantly losing consciousness. Lie Junan had great confidence in his own abilities, yet to avoid any mishaps, he had struck a bit too hard. After incapacitating the shadowy figure, he refrained from making any further moves and instead concealed himself behind the door. Approximately 10 minutes passed before Lie Junan once again heard footsteps approaching from a distance. As expected, his previous judgment was correct. There was indeed another person outside. The heartbeat he had heard earlier had been quite distant, but was evidently within the corridor now. Who on earth would linger in the corridor at such an hour? If he recalled correctly, the location of the heartbeat should have been near the elevator and stairwell, which served as the fire escape. Was there one person on lookout and another prepared to take action? After waiting for an extended period without any word from his companion, had they come personally to assess the situation? The scene unfolded almost identically to before. With a click, the door swung open, followed by a crisp sound akin to something being pulled out. Suddenly, an object was hurled through the open door. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lie Junan swiftly kicked the incoming object back through the door crack, and with a resounding bang, the door was shut. However, it was not Lie Junan who stood behind the door that closed it, but rather the individual outside. Instead of the anticipated explosive noise, a hissing sound reminiscent of gas escaping filled the air. Not a bomb. Lie Junan exhaled in relief upon hearing a cough from outside the door. He took a step back and kicked his door open. The simultaneous sounds of a crash echoed as the person outside, tears streaming down their face, attempted to retreat but was abruptly met by the door, slamming them against the wall. It felt as if their sternum had shattered, blood gushing from their nose and mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Before they succumbed to unconsciousness, the corridor lights remained illuminated as Lie Junan observed the door he had kicked down fall to the ground, revealing a young man with dark skin and blood streaming from his mouth and nose, embedded within the wall. The man's gun clattered to the floor, while acrid smoke filled the hotel corridor. Why hadn't the smoke alarm gone off? Confused, Lie Junan wrapped a tissue around the gun on the floor, contemplated for a moment, then picked up the other man's weapon in the same manner. He opened the living room window, allowing fresh air to circulate, gradually dispersing the choking smoke in the corridor. Why had the hotel security not responded? An unsettling thought crossed Lie Junan's mind, prompting him to hastily dial Wang Feng's number. Hello? Xiaochuan, what's wrong? Calling at this hour, came Wang Feng's weary voice through the receiver. Brother Wang, hurry and bring the guys. No. Bring the police to Huayang Plaza International Hotel. A gunman just attempted to assassinate me, but I've neutralized the threat. I'm in room 2101. Lie Junan spoke rapidly. What is it? Are you alright? What is the situation now? Quickly find a safe place to hide and protect yourself. I will rush over with my team. Wang Fong, initially in a daze, was suddenly jolted into clarity. I'm safe for now, but given the gravity of the situation, the hotel security has shown no response. I'm beginning to wonder if there's an issue with the surveillance center, or if someone has tampered with the monitoring system. This is all I've managed to ascertain for the moment, Lie Junan added before Wang Fong could hang up. Understood. I want to disconnect. Keep the line open. Inform me immediately of any developments. Wang Fong replied. Lie Junan then heard the rustling of clothes, followed by the clicking on of lights, then footsteps, and the sound of a phone call. He suppressed his thoughts, returned to his bedroom, and lit a cigarette, beginning to inhale the smoke. It seems this floor is devoid of guests. No wonder I haven't seen anyone come out to check the situation. Lie Junan listened intently and chuckled to himself. Tonight is truly exhilarating, akin to a surreal dream. Although he realized that with the newfound power he possessed, his life would undergo a dramatic transformation, the unfolding events were far from what he had envisioned. Pondering this, he decided to send a message to Song Gang, as he felt a twinge of concern for his family. Despite Song Gang and Yang Lu assuring him that his personal records and familial ties had been severed, making it impossible for anyone to trace his family, he couldn't help but worry. After all, many in his hometown were familiar with him. Even though he had undergone significant changes, he assumed Song Gang would be fast asleep and would not respond. But to his surprise, a moment later, he received a message from Song Gang containing just 2 words, "Wait for me." Awoken by the peculiar notification sound in the middle of the night, Song Gang immediately opened his eyes. Upon reading the message, he quickly replied while dressing, simultaneously calling Yang Lu and Zhang Yado. The reason he refrained from calling Wang Fong was that Lie Junan had already informed Wang Fong of the situation. With his own personnel unavailable, he could only seek assistance from Yang Lu, a leader in the military district, and the old operative Zhang Yado, who was engaged in another covert operation. At this juncture, Lie Junan could not afford any mishaps. Vigilance was paramount. After some time, military, police, and national security forces converged at the Huayong International Hotel. Chapter 37. Finally holding the nation's rice bowl, the first to arrive were Wang Fong and a contingent of police officers, having received the initial notification. They were followed by Song Gang, Yang Lu, and Zhang Yado. Wang Fong led his team to Huayong Square, first instructing his subordinates to establish a cordon, then organizing their roles before preparing to ascend to the 21st floor. Just as they awaited the elevator, Song Gang, Yang Lu, and Zhang Yadong arrived, each coming alone. In contrast to Wang Fong, their involvement in the current affair was tangential, primarily relevant to Zhang Yadong. As a group of individuals stepped into the elevator and ascended to the 21st floor, the first sight that greeted them was Lie Junan, leaning against the doorway of room 2101, smoking. Following closely behind, they noticed the somewhat tattered door of another room, along with a man embedded in the wall. His fate uncertain. By heavens! Exclaimed the 4 policemen trailing Wang Fong, taken aback by the shocking scene before them, which shattered their perceptions of reality. Even Wang Fong found himself momentarily aghast, although he was aware of Lie Junan's formidable prowess. The notion of someone being so severely injured as to be embedded in a wall seemed rather exaggerated. In contrast, Yang Lu and his companions exhibited little change in expression, likely the most familiar with the terrifying capabilities of Lie Junan. Apologies for the intrusion, leaders, and for disturbing your slumber at this late hour. Lie Junan began to approach. But upon noticing the policeman behind Wang Fong, guns drawn and aimed at him, he hastily halted, exclaiming, "We're on the same side. Lower your weapons." Wang Fong waved his hand, prompting the 4 officers to reluctantly retract their firearms, though one hand remained poised at their waists. As they drew closer, the gruesome sight of the man embedded in the wall became clearer. His sternum had completely caved in. They also observed another man on the floor, his skull visibly dented, eliciting a collective gasp of horror. Noticing the unease on their faces, Lie Junan quickly clarified, "Well, you see, leaders, this could be classified as justifiable self-defense. That individual entered my room in the dead of night, armed, with malicious intent. As for the one on the wall, he escalated matters by throwing a smoke grenade. I thought it was a hand grenade and reacted with excessive force." He concluded with a sheepish scratch of his head. The 4 policemen behind Wang Fong began to assess the 2 men, and after a brief examination, they shook their heads at their superior. Both are already cold. They exchanged bewildered glances at Lie Junan, recognizing that, based on their experience, these 2 assailants had been dispatched with a single, lethal blow, devoid of any signs of a struggle. Earlier in the corridor, there was a cloud of smoke, so I opened a window for ventilation. It might have been a bit chilly, Lie Junan stammered, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He had taken lives. Do not fret, in circumstances like this. You bear no responsibility. Wang Fong, noticing the pallor on Lie Junan's face, signaled to Song Gang, who then guided Lie Junan and Yang Lu toward the fire escape to provide him with some rudimentary psychological support. Despite his extraordinary abilities, Li Junchuan was still a young man who had recently come into his power. He had never faced such a harrowing ordeal. His previous encounters had been more restrained. But in this moment of desperation, he had lost control and inflicted fatal harm. As the grim images of the two men resurfaced in his mind, Li Junchuan's expression gradually paled, and his hand, which held a cigarette, began to tremble slightly. Enough of this, do not dwell on it. Those two were likely engaged in unsavory deeds, stained with the blood of countless innocents. Their demise was well-deserved. Song Gang reassured him, patting Li Junchuan on the shoulder. He was not overly concerned for his younger companion, merely recognizing that some time would be needed for him to process the event. Yang Lu chuckled, very well. We shall find a place to rest for a while. Tomorrow, we shall arise rejuvenated. During my past missions with Brother Song, we encountered far more formidable situations than what you are facing now. However, your lack of weaponry does pose a slight predicament. Song Gang concurred, indeed. It appears you have entangled yourself with an overseas drug trafficking syndicate. Perhaps we should take you to our shooting range for some practice. We could even arrange for you to obtain a firearm license afterwards. Yang Lu nodded in agreement, but soon regained his composure. You little rascal are taking advantage of me. I'm merely assisting you with a test this time. Otherwise, Xiao Chuan, you might as well remain in our military district instead of heading down to the Southern War Zone or the Yongqing Police. Here, you have the liberty to play with any weapon you desire. We even have artillery and aircraft. Hey, you can't just do that. It merely incurs a slight expense on your part, Song Gang exclaimed. Xiao Chuan, after your medical examination tomorrow, return to Yongqing with me, and let us disregard him. Thank you, Brother Yang and Brother Song. I'm all right now, Li Junchuan expressed, sensing the two were trying to alleviate his spirits, but then he quickly added, what about my family? Fear not, outsiders cannot trace your family. And have you forgotten that your high school shares a wall with the military? I will make a call to ensure they engage in more training exercises, Yang Lu reassured. Rest easy. If you remain anxious, call your family during the day. Li Junchuan nodded. Thank you, Brother Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yadong approached Li Junchuan, saying, we have identified those two individuals. They are recently arrived assassins from Vietnam. It seems your online appearance following the Zheng City incident has drawn significant attention. For now, your information online has been temporarily suppressed. Once this matter is resolved, everything will be all right. Zhang Yadong paused and added, those two have committed numerous heinous acts in Southeast Asia. So consider this a service to the public. Let us not dwell on it. After your medical examination tomorrow, we should indulge in some fine drinks together, and this ordeal will be behind us. All right, I genuinely appreciate the concern, brothers. Li Junchuan expressed his gratitude once more. The three shared a knowing smile. No need for such formalities. You have rendered us a great favor. Thus this is no longer solely your affair. It has become a matter of national importance. Indeed, dawn is nearly upon us. Let us catch up on some sleep. Once the evening arrives and everyone is finished with their tasks, bring your finest liquor, and we shall enjoy a splendid gathering. Song Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Wang Fong approached. What fine liquor. Count me in. He then addressed Li Junchuan. I have conducted a thorough investigation of the entire hotel. It appears only those two were involved. They utilized technical methods to obscure the real-time surveillance footage, and the smoke alarms were also tampered with. The hotel staff and guests remain unharmed. These two were specifically after you. Please exercise caution in the coming days, and I will assign someone to follow you. Once all matters were settled, Li Junchuan accompanied Song Gang back to the City Bureau's guest house. After parking the car, Song Gang led him to his room. Let us get some more sleep. You have roused me from slumber, and I am still feeling drowsy. We shall head to the hospital for your examination once you awaken. After Song Gang casually shed his clothes and fell into a deep slumber, Li Junchuan cast aside his chaotic thoughts and followed suit. Upon awakening the next morning, with no meeting scheduled, Song Gang grabbed his backpack and accompanied Li Junchuan to the military district hospital for a health examination. The process unfolded smoothly, and the results were swiftly delivered. Li Junchuan's health was impeccable, with no issues whatsoever. As soon as the results were in, Song Gang promptly retrieved a contract from his backpack for Li Junchuan to sign. In that moment, Li Junchuan officially received his appointment as a combat instructor for the Southern Theater Command, as well as a letter of employment from the Yongqing Police Department. From this instant onward, Li Junchuan could be deemed to have secured a stable position within the nation. Nearby, Yang Lu gazed at his old comrade with a look of melancholy. After sharing a meal with the two, Li Junchuan drove back to his hometown. Upon discovering that everything was as it should be at home, he presented the appointment letters to his mother and grandmother, who, unable to contain their joy, beamed with delight. This brought a profound sense of relief to Li Junchuan's heart. This is quite wonderful, he mused internally. Chapter 38. Farewells and plans for a trip with his girlfriend due to having hired a gaming assistant. Li Junchuan's games had been managed by the assistant over the past few days. Whenever he found a moment, he would occasionally check in. Is the system present? Li Junchuan wondered, as he had nearly forgotten about it due to its silence. Of course, the recent events had unfolded in quick succession, leaving him little time to focus on it. What is up? The voice of the system echoed in his mind, prompting him to respond. Hey, system brother. May I inquire if the games on my phone can also manifest? Are you perhaps a fool? Your manifestation skills alongside the items from the game Shenwu are simply a mobile version. The system retorted. Do not be misled into thinking that just because you play extensively on your computer, you are engaging with a PC game. Lie Junchuan felt slightly at a loss for words. Previously, due to battery life concerns and the inconvenience of multitasking, he had been logging into the game on his computer via QR code. He had even contemplated using remote control software to operate his computer when it was impractical to carry it around. Now, with the system suggesting that both mobile and PC games could manifest, a thought crossed his mind. He opened his phone to inspect the mobile games he frequently played. Besides Shenwu, there was Honor of Kings and a racing game, Asphalt 9. The thought of over 100 heroes in Honor of Kings, along with an array of extravagant skills, combined with the various sports cars in Asphalt 9, made Lie Junchuan's mouth water. Although his physique might not be the most suited for racing, the idea of possessing a free sports car was undeniably enticing. As for the hero skills and items in Honor of Kings, he immediately thought of Marco Polo and Bai Li Shoyue, both sharpshooters. Given the system's tendencies, the manifestations would likely relate to marksmanship. There's no rush. I will manifest the firearms when the opportunity arises. As for the sports cars, there's no urgency either, as I currently have no place to store them, and the roads in my hometown are not suitable for such vehicles. Upon confirming the work location, I shall first arrange for accommodation, followed by securing a vehicle. For the time being, I shall make do with the SUV. Lie Junchuan reopened WeChat, communicated with the gaming assistant about logging in, and subsequently launched the game. He conjured several bottles of wine and blood elixirs, mixed the elixirs into the wine, securely capped the bottles, and placed them all in the trunk of his car. Noticing Lie Junchuan loading items into the vehicle, his mother inquired, Are you heading out again? He nodded in affirmation. Tomorrow, my supervisor will conclude a meeting and return to Yongchen. We plan to dine together in the evening, and I intend to present him with the medicinal wine I brewed, which will facilitate future work. He spoke casually, yet his mother believed him wholeheartedly, as in her perception. Gifting medicinal wine to a superior was commendable and not considered bribery, thereby aiding her son's career. So you won't be back tonight? She asked. What if you drink too much and can't drive? He nodded again. I will stay overnight in the city and return tomorrow. All right, drive safely, his mother cautioned. Once he had gathered his belongings, Lie Junchuan drove towards the city. Upon exiting the village, he encountered a group of soldiers conducting drills on Beida Road, which filled him with gratitude towards Yonglu. Once back in the city, he parked at the Wangfujing parking lot and promptly visited a nearby supermarket to procure an abundance of ingredients, preparing to showcase his culinary skills that evening in gratitude to several distinguished guests. After assembling the ingredients, Lie Junchuan opened WeChat and posted a message in a newly formed group chat, Health Squad 39. The ingredients are ready, esteemed guests. Prepare for a sumptuous feast tonight. I'm heading home now. Xiao Chuan, please drive to my place. Zhang Yadong said. I'm with Brother Song at the Municipal Bureau. Swing by to pick us up. Wang Fong added. Don't forget to pick me up at the military district. Yang Lu chimed in. How many bottles of wine did you bring? Song Gang queried. Rest assured, tonight there will be plenty of fine wine. After indulging, you shall not suffer tomorrow. Lie Junchuan reassured. This group was recently established by Lie Junchuan, consisting of only 5 members. He started the car, exited the parking lot, and after gathering everyone, drove towards Zhang Yadong's courtyard, where it was indeed convenient for a small gathering among friends. Throughout the evening, the guests relished the diverse dishes crafted by Lie Junchuan while showering him with effusive praise. The medicinal wines he brought prompted reflections on how the alcohol they had previously consumed paled in comparison. After the night's revelry, Lie Junchuan remained the last standing, carrying Zhang Yadong to his bedroom on the 2nd floor, then assisting the other 3 to the bunk beds on the 1st floor. He then returned to the courtyard to tidy up, filled the bathroom with water, and finally retired for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Lie Junchuan left a bottle of medicinal wine for Zhang Yadong, drove Yang Lu and Wang Fong back to their respective workplaces, and before departing, gifted each of them a bottle of wine. Xiao Chuan, you have approximately half a month remaining. Make the most of this time to take your girlfriend out. By the 10th of next month, prepare for formal team training. Before departing, Song Gang patted Lie Junchuan on the shoulder and said, this training will last a month, involving both the military and the police. Initially, I will take you to the military for registration, and once that concludes, we will proceed to the police station. All right, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Lie Junchuan expressed his sincere gratitude. Since resigning from his job and stepping out of his previous life, he began to witness a different facet of the world, thus eagerly anticipating his forthcoming work life. After bidding farewell to Song Gang, Lie Junchuan drove out of the city and returned to his hometown. With nothing pressing to do, he entertained himself by playing with his puppy while messaging his girlfriend, Li Yun, on WeChat. What are you up to now? He inquired. Not long after, he received a reply from Li Yun. I'm at my family's place in Shijiang, with nothing to do. My parents have been urging me to go on blind dates, but I informed them about us, and they wish to meet you. Sounds good. No problem. Would a video call be convenient? My family would like to meet you, Lie Junchuan responded. Meanwhile, at her home in Shijiang, Li Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurried back to her room, closed the door, and initiated a video call with Lie Junchuan. Once connected, she beheld Lie Junchuan sitting in a chair, basking in the sunlight while cradling a small dog. Her mood lifted considerably. Although they had only been apart for a few days, she found herself missing him dearly. Is this your puppy? What's its name? Li Yun asked. I just bought it a couple of days ago and haven't named it yet. Why don't you suggest one? Lie Junchuan replied. It's a male. Gazing at its dark fur, he mused. How about we call him Heido? Li Yun pondered. Or maybe Heifeng or Xianfeng. Let's stick with Heido. Heifeng sounds more like a horse's name. When we get a horse, we can name it that. Lie Junchuan agreed. All right, let us call him Heido. While he is still small, we can also call him Dodo. Li Yun nodded. Eat, sleep, and play with Dodo? Lie Junchuan unexpectedly recalled this phrase. By the way, are your parents home? Li Yun asked, noticing the absence of other faces in the frame. Right now, it's just my mom and grandmother at home. Let me call them over. Lie Junchuan turned his head to summon his mother and grandmother to meet his girlfriend. On the other side, Li Yun quickly took a small mirror to ensure her appearance was impeccable before returning to the camera. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Grandma. I'm Li Yun, Li Chuan's girlfriend. You can call me Xiao Yun, Li Yun said, feeling a bit nervous but still waving at the camera. Hello, Xiao Yun. Oh my, you are truly beautiful. It's clear you are a person of great fortune. For you to be with my son is indeed his lifelong blessing. If he dares to mistreat you, just call me, and I will take care of him. I will ensure he gives you my number. Li's mother expressed her satisfaction with Li Yun, showering her with compliments, which eased Li Yun's nerves somewhat. Lie Junchuan's grandmother also praised her, indicating that as long as Li Yun's parents had no objections, they could proceed with the arrangement. After a brief conversation, Li's mother and grandmother excused themselves, allowing the young couple to chat more freely. Are you busy with anything lately? Lie Junchuan inquired. Not at all. I have nothing on my plate. Li Yun replied, brushing her hair back. Then I shall come to see you, meet your parents. And perhaps we can go out together. Lie Junchuan proposed. All right, I shall await your arrival at home. Once you have booked your flight, kindly inform me, and I shall meet you at the airport. Li Yun thought about their imminent reunion, feeling elated. Let it be tomorrow then. I will book the ticket shortly and send it to you later, Lie Junchuan replied. After concluding their call, Lie Junchuan promptly booked the flight and began contemplating what gifts to bring along, as well as the places they might explore together. Chapter 39. Meeting the parents. Opening Alipay, Lie Junchuan accessed the mini-program to check for flights from Luoyang to Jiangdu. Ah, there is a direct flight available. How convenient, he exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Given that Luoyang's airport was not as bustling as that of Zheng City, he had anticipated needing to travel to Zheng City for his flight. Discovering a direct route from Luoyang saved him considerable effort. The ticket price was quite reasonable, a few hundred yuan, and included free checked luggage. Without hesitation, he completed the payment for the ticket. However, he realized afterward that the departure was scheduled for 10:10 p.m. and the arrival at 11:45 p.m. With the booking made for that very evening, I have sent you the booked ticket. I shall arrive in Hongdu around midnight. I will find a hotel to rest for the night, and then either come to your home by noon or in the evening. Lie Junchuan messaged Li Yun. All right, I will meet you at the airport. Li Yun replied instantaneously. Will it be too late and disturb your sleep? Lie Junchuan inquired. It won't be a bother at all. See you tonight. Li Yun responded, her joy evident at the prospect of seeing her boyfriend soon. After their exchange, she hummed a tune as she exited her room. Li's mother, having just prepared a meal, glanced at her daughter with amusement. What is you so cheerful? Dinner is ready. Mom, my boyfriend is flying to Hongdu tonight. I will bring him home tomorrow for you to meet. Li Yun replied, her smile unwavering. I assure you, you will be pleased. Is he the one you mentioned previously, that Xiao Chuan? Li's mother, clearly familiar with the name, was aware of Lie Junchuan's family background. She and her husband had no objections, hoping their daughter would marry soon, as long as the young man had a respectable job and decent character with an acceptable appearance. Recently retired, she looked forward to helping with grandchildren once they had children, while her husband would soon retire as well, allowing them to spend time with a grandchild or travel together. They had chosen to have children a bit later, making them older than Lie Junchuan's parents. Li's mother's name was Su Ruohua. She had worked as a landscape designer before retirement. Li's father, Li Zhan, was a teacher of traditional Chinese music at a conservatory, specializing in instruments such as the guqin, guzheng, and pipa. Yes, Mom, he mentioned he would come to our home tomorrow. Should I invite him for lunch or dinner? Li Yun asked as she settled at the dining table after washing her hands. Definitely lunch. Your father has no classes tomorrow. We can buy some groceries to prepare, and you can take our car to pick him up. We shall have a meal together at home, Li's mother replied, casting a playful glance at her daughter while also feeling a sense of anticipation about the young man who might soon become her son-in-law. As Lie Junchuan sought insights about Li's parents, he began to ponder what gifts would be most appropriate to present. In addition to the usual high-end tobacco, alcohol, tea, and skincare products, Lie Junan decided to present some local specialties, and then select additional gifts based on the preferences of both individuals. What should he choose as a specialty? Lie Junan racked his brain, pondering the local delicacies, but apart from agricultural products, he could hardly think of anything else. Oh, perhaps Dukong wine could be considered a specialty. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the current recognition and market share of Dukong wine paled in comparison to renowned brands like Matai or Wulianya, unless he could acquire something exclusive or aged for decades. After much contemplation, Lie Junan resolved to consult his elder brother, Yang Lu. "Brother Yang, are you busy?" Lie Junan inquired. "What's up?" Yang Lu replied. "Do you have any good Dukong wine? The exclusive kind, or perhaps something aged for decades?" Lie Junan asked. "What do you need that for?" Yang Lu responded. "I'm going to my girlfriend's house." Lie Junan exclaimed. "Oh, are you the son-in-law making a formal proposal?" Yang Lu teased. "Brother, you are my real brother. Do you have it or not? I can trade you some secret medicinal wine." Lie Junan insisted. "Since you asked so sincerely, I shall generously bring you a bottle from home, ensuring it is not only exclusive but also aged for over 30 years. Yang Lu agreed. Lie Junan sent a grateful emoji in response. "When do you need it?" Yang Lu inquired. "Well, I have a flight from the northern suburbs airport tonight at 10. Lie Junan casually replied, sending a facepalm emoji. "You rascal. All right, since I have nothing to do at noon, I will go home and get it for you. The old man should be taking his afternoon nap now." Yang Lu said. "Great, brother, I will await your good news." Lie Junan replied. With the specialty secured, Lie Junan began to contemplate additional gifts. Since Lie's father was a teacher of traditional music, perhaps a musical instrument would be appropriate. Suddenly, he remembered the 7-string guqin, often sold for copper coins in games, and wondered if it could be manifested as a gift. He promptly asked the system, "Dear system, what does the 7-string guqin look like when manifested?" The 7-string guqin manifests as a Tang Dynasty heirloom guqin, with customizable materials and styles, featuring a Zeton wood case. The system replied. "What styles are available?" Lie Junan asked. "I don't know, you can check Baidu." After a thorough search on Baidu, he ultimately chose the linked pearl-style guqin made of phoenix wood, but he decided not to manifest it immediately due to the inconvenience of transporting it. The case was already included, so he could retrieve it at the hotel. As for Lie's mother, she seemed to have a fondness for flowers and plants, so he decided to present a potted flower. Lacking knowledge in botany, Lie Junan recalled the various flowers often cultivated in his game-esque garden. Ultimately, he selected the rose, also known as the everlasting flower, which held a pleasant symbolism. When the system prompted him to choose a color, he opted for a vibrant orange-yellow, and the system provided a Tang Dynasty ceramic pot for the flower. After previewing it, he found it quite beautiful, and like the guqin, he would manifest it upon arrival at his destination. High-end tobacco, alcohol, tea, and skincare products are fairly uniform across the country, so Lie Junan decided to purchase those in Luoyang. Having informed my mother and grandmother that I would be flying to meet my girlfriend tonight, and that I would be meeting her parents tomorrow, I initially anticipated a sense of reluctance from them. To my surprise, they seemed eager for me to depart swiftly, keen to settle matters and usher in a future of marriage and children. "Your sister will be back tonight. Let her drive you," my mother suggested. "All right, I'll ask her to drop me off at the county, and I can take a taxi from there," I replied. "Mom, you can take care of the puppy for now. How pitiable I am," the little dog seemed to lament. "By the way, let me check if your sister has classes this afternoon. If she doesn't, tell her to return early. It's best to catch the flight sooner rather than later." My mother continued. "Okay." After our family enjoyed lunch together, I gathered my belongings, preparing for the journey ahead, and then settled in to wait. When I finally arrived at the Luoyang military district, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Noticing it was mealtime, I pulled my friend Yang Lu along to a fine restaurant for dinner. As Yang Lu was leaving, he handed me a box. "At last, I have fulfilled my promise." "Where's my liquor?" "Here it is, already prepared for you," I replied, retrieving the 39 tipsy dream herbal wine I had set aside for him from my suitcase. "This liquor is quite potent. Do not indulge too much at once." "Enough of this chatter. I'm heading home now." Yang Lu waved goodbye. I then returned to Wangfujing, selecting several common gifts available in the market. After paying and packing them, I took a taxi to the airport. The usual procedures unfolded without a hitch. My flight was on time, and upon landing and retrieving my luggage, it was already past midnight. Waiting outside the airport was Li Yun, who drove me to the hotel I had booked. Upon arriving, Li Yun did not return home. The two of us spent the night passionately expressing our yearning for one another. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast at the hotel, Li Yun drove me back to her home, laden with a plethora of gifts. Chapter 40. The in-laws expressed their satisfaction. Li Yun's residence was a quaint 2-story building, its exterior reflecting years of charm. The street was an old one, with few tall buildings nearby, ensuring abundant natural light. Upon entering, one was greeted by a small courtyard adorned with a delightful array of flowers and plants, arranged with artistic flair. In the spring, I could only imagine how beautiful and vibrant this space would become, teeming with life. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Su Ruohua hurried from the kitchen, spotting her daughter and the tall gentleman retrieving items from the trunk. Wow, this young man is quite handsome, Su Ruohua exclaimed, gazing at me with admiration. Oldly, come out, your daughter's boyfriend has arrived. She called into the house, hurrying out to greet us. You must be Xiao Chuan. My, you are indeed a fine-looking young man. Su Ruohua continued to praise me while casting a playful glare at her daughter. Why aren't you helping him with the bags? Can't you see? Li Yun rolled her eyes at her mother, then turned to assist me with the items. This child, why did you buy so many things? Li Yun's mother feigned annoyance, though her smile betrayed her true feelings. Not much, not much. It's just a few items for my first visit. I reassured her. Li Junchuan momentarily found himself at a loss for words, hastily pretending to be occupied as he busily unloaded items from the car. He carried in various items such as cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, and then retrieved a pot of vibrant orange roses he had meticulously selected for Aunt Li. As these flowers were conjured from the game, they were currently in full bloom, exuding a delightful fragrance. Auntie, this is a special gift I chose for you. Do take a look and see if you like it. Li Junchuan approached the courtyard, cradling the pot of roses. Where shall we place it? Over here, perhaps? Oh, this pot of roses is truly beautiful. Xiaochuan, you are so thoughtful. Aunt Li beamed with delight. As a trained landscape designer, Su Ruohua was well versed in various flowers and trees, and she immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of the roses, even noting the antique appearance of the flower pot. Although it was difficult to ascertain its exact worth, Li Junchuan's heartfelt gesture brought her immense joy. At that moment, Uncle Li also emerged, exuding a distinct aura, accentuated by his round glasses and the scholarly demeanor cultivated through years of cultural enrichment. The subtle wrinkles on his face and the sprinkling of white hair made him resemble a fine aged wine, rich in character. You must be the Xiaochuan that Yunyan mentioned. You've had quite the journey, and you've brought so many gifts. You mustn't do that next time. Uncle Li's few brief words conveyed his sentiments. If he were not impressed, there would be no next time. Understanding the implication behind Uncle Li's words, Li Junchuan breathed a sigh of relief, set the roses down for Aunt Li, clapped his hands, and retrieved an elegantly crafted zither case from the car. I heard from Xiaoyan that you teach traditional music, so I sought out a guqin through a friend, especially to present it to you. Uncle Li, being well-traveled and knowledgeable, recognized the significance of a zither case even before seeing the instrument itself. It was clearly made of small leaf rosewood, causing his heart to skip a beat. Xiaochuan, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Uncle Li felt unworthy of such a generous offering. Please, Uncle, there is no need for formality. I don't play any instruments myself, and this zither would only gather dust in my possession. It would be a waste. Just accept it. We are family now, so please, don't hesitate. Li Junchuan insisted. Perhaps moved by the notion of family, Uncle Li decided to accept the gift while secretly pondering what would be an appropriate return gesture. Where shall we place this zither? Li Junchuan inquired. In the study, please follow me. Uncle Li snapped back to reality and promptly led Li Junchuan to the study on the second floor, where he instructed him to temporarily set the zither case on the long desk. Uncle, aren't you going to open it and take a look? I'm not very knowledgeable about instruments. Could you help me appraise it? Li Junchuan smiled at Uncle Li as he placed the zither case down. In truth, he had no concrete understanding of the instrument's value. He merely knew that in the game, the guqin was worth 500,000 copper coins, and now, with the addition of the rosewood case, he had no way of determining its true worth. Uncle Li opened the case, and upon seeing the 7-string guqin nestled inside, he was momentarily speechless. Could this instrument possibly be a lineage passed down through generations? He turned to Li Junchuan, his eyes wide with curiosity. Do you know the origin of this guqin? Li Junchuan found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not attribute it to the system. Scratching his head, he remarked, I only know that it is a 7-string guqin, passed down from the Tang dynasty. Beyond that, I am quite ignorant. It was procured through the assistance of a friend. At that moment, Li Zhen was equally unsure of how to respond, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Would he have to sell his house in return? Just then, a voice echoed from downstairs, belonging to Li's mother. What are you two doing up there? Come down already. Uncle, why don't we head downstairs? Please don't overthink this. The value of this instrument can only be realized in your hands, while it would merely gather dust in mine. Moreover, I've heard that such items require constant and careful maintenance, which I am not adept at. I wouldn't want to accidentally damage it. Li Junchuan, sensing Li father's thoughts, hurriedly urged, let us go downstairs first. We are all family now, so let us not dwell on such matters. Before Li father could respond, Li Junchuan took his future father-in-law by the hand and led him down the stairs. Meanwhile, Li Zhen was internally berating his daughter. Is this what you meant by not having a good family background? And now I should be mindful of my words to avoid hurting someone's pride? I initially intended to assert myself, but now I can hardly speak above a whisper. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Zhen followed Li Junchuan back to the first floor. Li Junchuan then arrived at the kitchen doorway. Annie, I am quite skilled in the kitchen. Allow me to assist you. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to help. No, it's quite all right. Xiaoyun and I can manage. You and your Uncle Li can sit. The meal will be ready shortly. Li's mother, with a beaming smile, gently ushered him out of the kitchen, thoroughly pleased with her daughter's choice of partner, secretly reveling in her pride, as expected of my daughter. Her taste mirrors my own. As she felt this quiet satisfaction, her hands deftly moved the spatula. Li Junchuan settled onto the sofa in the living room and engaged in casual conversation with Li father. Li Jun produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Junchuan. Now that you're at home, don't be shy. I heard from Xiaoyun that you smoke, so don't decline. Li Junchuan accepted the cigarette without hesitation, swiftly igniting it for Li father before lighting his own. The two began to indulge in the swirling smoke. I heard from Xiaoyun that you recently resigned from your job. Do you have any plans moving forward? Li father initiated the conversation. He was aware of Li Junchuan's previous employment, but held no particular opinion on it. However, the thought of his daughter potentially moving far away caused a twinge of unease. I have already secured my next position. I plan to enjoy a few days out with Xiaoyun before starting work. I'll be based temporarily in Guizhou province. Li Junchuan shared, revealing his newly found job. Wow, this son-in-law is impressive. Li father, taken aback, thought to himself in astonishment. What a significant leap. Momentarily forgetting about the cigarette between his lips, he felt his mouth twitch in surprise. Ah, that sounds wonderful. Work is essential, indeed. Have you considered where you might settle down? Your aunt and I would be happy to help with the down payment. I haven't made any firm decisions yet. Currently, I only need to work about 4 months a year, leaving me quite free for the rest of the time. I'll discuss settling down with Xiaoyun when the time is right. Li Junchuan pondered for a moment before responding. However, it is highly likely that I will remain in the south. You need not worry about the housing situation. I still possess a modest amount of savings, so purchasing a home will not pose any burden. Please, do not decline. This is merely a token of goodwill from me and your aunt. As long as you two lead a happy life, this matter is settled. When you have decided where to settle down, do let me know. Li's father was resolute in his stance. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Li Junchuan promptly expressed his gratitude, while inwardly contemplating the prospect of acquiring a small rental unit later on. The midday meal was filled with warmth and joy, as Li's mother had prepared a lavish spread, featuring numerous local specialties, evidently having devoted considerable effort, likely beginning her preparations at dawn. During the meal, Li Junchuan opened a bottle of medicinal wine, and everyone partook to varying degrees, marveling at the remarkable effects of the wine. After the meal, Li's mother arranged for Li Junchuan to rest in the guest room, clearly acknowledging him as a future son-in-law. While washing the dishes, she took the opportunity to offer her daughter a thorough admonition. Although Li's father remained silent, he was exceedingly pleased with Li Junchuan and had already begun to contemplate when to meet Li Junchuan's parents, calculating the days to expedite the couple's engagement. Chapter 41. The journey begins with unexpected encounters. Li Junchuan lay in bed, unable to sleep, and casually picked up his phone to message Li Yun. Is there a particular place you wish to visit? He inquired. Have you ever been to Xizang province? She replied. No, this is my first time here. He responded. Is there anywhere you wish to go? I can accompany you. There are many enjoyable places here, albeit somewhat dispersed. I know about your Lushan, Poyang Lake, Jingdezhen, Wuyuan, and Longhu Mountain. Which place is most enjoyable at this time of year? Li Yun asked. But wouldn't it be a bit chilly to visit the mountains now? Li Junchuan mused. It might be a little cold, but dressing warmly should suffice. If you're uncertain, just follow my lead. When shall we depart? Li Yun suggested. Any time works for me. He replied. Wait here, I'll inform my parents. Let us head out now, Li Yun stated. Subsequently, Li Junchuan exited the room and returned to the first floor, where Li Yun was discussing their plans to her parents. It's fine for you to go out, but are you joining a tour group or just the two of you? Li's mother expressed her concern about the potential dangers young people might encounter. Rest assured, with Xiao Chuan accompanying her, there will be no issues. You two should go. Are you leaving tomorrow, or? Li's father inquired. That's a joke. With Li Junchuan's capabilities, what danger could they possibly face? Li Yun glanced at Li Junchuan, saw him nod, and then addressed her parents. Then we shall depart now. Xiao Chuan will start working soon, and I wish to make the most of our time together. All right, you two go ahead. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call home. Father Li and Mother Li eagerly hoped that the young couple would deepen their relationship, ideally leading to the arrival of a child. At this moment, both of them began to contemplate potential names for their future offspring. Let us take the family's off-road vehicle. It's more convenient for outings. Father Li suggested, as their household possessed 2 cars, an older Mitsubishi Pajero and a Volkswagen sedan, which was the vehicle Li Yun used to pick up Li Junchuan. All right, let us go on an adventure. We'll be staying out for the next few days, Li Yun exclaimed, quickly dashing back to her room to pack her belongings. Within a mere 10 minutes, she was ready, as many of her items still remained in her suitcase from her recent return. Li Junchuan, on the other hand, required no packing at all. After bidding farewell to Father and Mother Li, They set off in the Pajero, with Lee Junchuan at the wheel and Li Yun seated beside him. Let us head to Longhu Mountain. I've seen an anime about it, and I'm quite curious, Lee Junchuan said while driving, inquiring of Li Yun. Which anime? Li Yun asked, intrigued to discover that her boyfriend had an interest in anime. The one about Bao Jia, Lee Junchuan replied. Due to his work commitments, he had seldom traveled before, and now that they were in Shijiang, it would be a missed opportunity not to explore the legendary Old Heavenly Master. Alright, let us go to Longhu Mountain then. After setting the navigation, Lee Junchuan glanced at the itinerary. It was less than 200 kilometers away, and the drive would likely take around 2 hours. Upon arrival, they could find a hotel to stay in and explore the scenic area the following day. However, just as they exited the city and approached the toll booth, they noticed an unusual presence of individuals who typically would not be there during normal hours. Ordinarily, one would expect to see only toll collectors and perhaps a few security personnel, but now several police cars were present, inspecting vehicles leaving the city. Why are there so many police officers? Is something amiss? Li Yun inquired, her curiosity piqued. I'm not sure, but it doesn't concern us. Lee Junchuan reassured her. As long as it doesn't delay our outing, we're fine. Following the police's instructions, he rolled down the window and curiously leaned out to ask, what is going on? Is there an issue? Nothing serious, just a routine check. Please open the trunk. 2 officers approached, presenting their credentials to Lee Junchuan, scrutinizing the couple momentarily before checking their phones for verification and glancing at the back seat. Once Lee Junchuan opened the trunk, another officer inspected it. After finding nothing of concern, he closed it and shook his head at the first officer, indicating that everything was in order. What are you two planning to do? One of the officers inquired. Oh, I'm taking my girlfriend to Longhu Mountain for some fun. Lee Junchuan replied. If you're not in a rush, it might be better to wait a couple of days before heading out, the officer kindly suggested. Seeing Lee Junchuan's lack of response, he refrained from further persuasion and allowed them to proceed. Once on the highway, Li Yun, unable to quell her curiosity, asked, it seems something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they suggest we postpone our trip? Indeed, I can't check while driving. Why don't you use your phone to see the local news and see if anything unusual has occurred in the past few days? Lee Junchuan suggested. A family has fallen victim to a home invasion, during which 2 elderly members were brutally slain, and their valuable possessions were seized. The perpetrators even made off with the homeowner's car parked outside. Li Yun flipped through local news reports and was appalled by the heinous nature of the incident. It was utterly excessive and cruel. After a moment of contemplation, Lee Junchuan inquired about the timing of the event. Li Yun scrolled through various news clips on his phone. It occurred earlier today when only the 2 elderly individuals were at home. A person, who had a fishing appointment with them that afternoon, discovered the grim scene. Currently, the police suspect the culprits may be fleeing the city. Now that we understand, do not fret. Please check for hotels near the scenic area and secure accommodations for tonight, Lee Junchuan instructed, returning his focus to driving. However, he soon noticed that the fuel gauge was perilously low and decided to stop at a service station ahead. After approximately 20 minutes, Lee Junchuan turned into the service area. Is the car out of gas? Li Yun asked. There is still some fuel left, but it's best to fill it up. Do you need to use the restroom? Lee Junchuan casually inquired. Sure, just give me a moment, Li Yun replied, stepping out of the car and surveying her surroundings as she headed toward the restroom. Lee Junchuan turned off the engine and signaled to the attendant to refuel. At that moment, he perceptibly sensed someone watching him. He discreetly scanned the area and quickly identified the source of his unease, a middle-aged man wearing a black cap and a blue mask who was fixated on him. No, on his vehicle. Although only one figure was visible from Lee Junchuan's perspective, he distinctly heard the heartbeat of another person concealed behind the first. Take that car. An SUV is perfect for any terrain. Find a way to seize it. The man whispered urgently to his companion. That guy looks tough. He is tall and imposing. We're armed only with 2 knives. This could go awry. The middle-aged man hesitated. His female companion is not in the restroom. If we capture her, he won't dare resist, replied the voice of a younger man, tinged with a hint of madness. A flash of determination crossed Lee Junchuan's eyes. Without further deliberation, he paid for the fuel, parked in a nearby space, and exited the vehicle, feigning discomfort as he clutched his abdomen. He hastened towards the restroom, intent on ensuring his girlfriend's safety. The guy is approaching. Looks like he is heading to the restroom. What should we do? The older man fretted. At that moment, Li Yun emerged from the ladies' restroom, paper towel in hand, wiping her hands. Now, shouted the middle-aged man, as both assailants brandished their knives and charged at Li Yun. Caught off guard, she stood frozen in shock. Lee Junchuan had initially contemplated feigning a trip to the restroom to seize the opportunity to ambush the 2 assailants. However, at this moment, he cast aside such thoughts, gathering his strength and leaping several meters in mere moments, swiftly confronting the 2 knife-wielding men advancing towards Li Yun. Meanwhile, the gas station attendant sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly dashed back to the convenience store. He pressed the emergency alarm button and grabbed a fire extinguisher, shaking it vigorously as he ran, and swiftly removed the safety pin before sprinting towards the restroom. fervently hoping that the two attackers would abandon their pursuit and evade capture. As he neared the restroom, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The two knife-wielding men, who had moments ago charged towards the young woman, now lay motionless on the ground, their knives discarded beside them. The tall young man who had been refueling had kicked the knives aside and was now embracing his girlfriend, seemingly engaged in conversation. Lie Junan, surprisingly unfazed, had not yet grasped the situation. Just as she was coming to terms with the unfolding events, she witnessed her boyfriend springing into action, effortlessly leaping and delivering swift kicks to the heads of the two assailants. An image that the gas station attendant would later recount with astonishment. Noticing that Lie Junan had remained calm, Lie Junan turned to the attendant with a grateful smile. "Thank you for coming to our aid. Have you called the police?" The attendant, still in shock, nodded affirmatively. "I already reported it." "Are you both all right?" Lie Junan shook his head. "We're fine. Do you have any rope? I need to bind these two." The attendant, bemused, thought to himself, "Is that really necessary?" He had taken a cursory glance at the two men on the ground, their bodies seemingly lifeless and blood seeping from their orifices. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes, just a moment. I'll go fetch some." He then returned to the convenience store, casually replacing the safety pin in the fire extinguisher before putting it back in its designated spot. "Who are these men?" Lie Junan inquired, gripping Lie Junan's hand with curiosity. "Do you recall the police from earlier? And the news you saw online?" Lie Junan detected a strange metallic odor of blood emanating from the two men, suspecting they were the same criminals responsible for the earlier home invasion and murder in the city. After a brief contemplation, he took out his phone and captured several photos of the incapacitated men from various angles, posting them in their health and wellness group chat with a caption, "Caught these home invasion murderers on the way to Longhu Mountain with my girlfriend. Are they dead?" Wang Fong asked. "They look pretty brutalized. You didn't go too hard on them, did you?" Song Gang added. "I didn't overdo it. They weren't armed. But they might have concussions. They were about to abduct my girlfriend, and I acted swiftly," Lie Junan replied. "Then it's all good. Just wait. I'll give you a call. You can reach Uncle Du at the Nanchang City Bureau. Just mention my name, and when you call, explain the situation. It shouldn't delay your outing with your girlfriend." Zhang Yadong assured him. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Lie Junan mused to himself. Indeed, having connections proves advantageous. Otherwise, one would inevitably encounter troubles. Shortly thereafter, he received a phone number from Zhang Yadong, and the other party quickly answered. After explaining the situation to Uncle Du on the other end of the line, the latter instructed him to wait at the scene, assuring him that officers from the nearby police station would arrive shortly. Uncle Du then added Lie Junan on WeChat, requesting the photos he had just taken, stating they would be compared with footage from road surveillance. He concluded by mentioning that if the comparison yielded favorable results, there would be a commendation and a reward. Lie Junan, however, remained indifferent, secretly acknowledging, "Ding. Network 1. At that moment, Du Xinwu, who had just concluded a call with Lie Junan, promptly summoned professionals from the municipal bureau to compare the photographs with the surveillance footage of the incident location. They soon arrived at a completely consistent conclusion, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although less than half a day had passed, the speed of information dissemination on the internet was astonishing, and news had already spread to other regions. After all, a robbery and murder in broad daylight was appalling, and the higher-ups had issued orders for a timely resolution to apprehend the perpetrator. Just when they were at their wits' end, an unexpected piece of good news arrived, filling them with gratitude towards Lie Junan while also sparking curiosity. Who exactly was this young man, and why was he receiving calls from special departments? Taking the rope retrieved by the gas station attendant, Lie Junan mischievously recalled a certain film he had seen, binding the two culprits in a tortoise-shell tie, causing the gas station attendant to wear a peculiar expression. They did not have to wait long before two police cars arrived, sirens blaring, and 5 officers approached. The leader inquired, "Which one of you is Mr. Lie Junan?" "I am," Lie Junan replied. The officer promptly extended his hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help." Lie Junan stepped forward to shake the officer's hand. "You're welcome. I'm delighted to assist." However, this gas station attendant displayed great courage by reporting the situation immediately and even brought a fire extinguisher to help. The gas station attendant looked at Lie Junan with gratitude. The leading officer cast an appreciative glance at the attendant and remarked, "Well done, young man. There will be commendations and rewards once the case is resolved." He then directed the other officers, "Search the vicinity for any stolen goods or vehicles." 4 officers accepted their assignments, with 2 searching for the stolen vehicle and goods, while the other 2 examined the condition of the 2 criminals on the ground. However, upon witnessing the state of the culprits and the bizarre ropes binding them, their expressions twitched. I was worried they might wake up and cause further trouble, so I borrowed the rope from the gas station attendant to secure them tightly, considering they might be murderers. That shouldn't pose any issues, right?" Lie Junan inquired. "Not at all. Given the heinous nature of these criminals, exercising caution is entirely justified." The leading officer affirmed, "In this exceptional situation, it's perfectly acceptable to take decisive action." After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the officer who had departed to search for the lost vehicle and stolen goods returned, indicating that both the vehicle and the stolen items had been located. Upon confirmation, they were indeed the items lost at the scene of the incident, and the vehicle belonged to the victim's residence. The officer secured 2 short knives in evidence bags and copied the surveillance footage from the gas station. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived at the scene to transport the 2 unconscious assailants. A few officers left the scene without requiring Lie Junan and Li Yun to return to the police station for statements, as the higher-ups had already intervened, and with ample evidence at hand, there was little concern that the 2 criminals would deny their actions. Furthermore, the act of wielding a knife added another charge to their offenses. Lie Junan took Li Yun to a convenience store to purchase some items, casually buying 2 packs of Manhwa cigarettes and handing them to the gas station attendant. "Thank you for coming to help in such a situation," he expressed. "Oh no, I didn't really help at all." The attendant quickly declined the gesture. "No need to be modest. Others would have run far away in such circumstances. It's just 2 packs of cigarettes, not worth much. Please take them," Lie Junan insisted, placing the cigarettes in the attendant's hands. He then prepared to leave with Li Yun, but noticed the attendant seemed hesitant to speak. "Is there something else on your mind?" Lie Junan inquired. The gas station attendant stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket and quietly pulled Lie Junan aside. "Brother, could I add you on WeChat?" Lie Junan raised an eyebrow. "What does a guy want to add me for? Could we possibly exchange resources?" Ultimately, Lie Junan added the attendant on WeChat and casually changed the contact name to Grain before resuming their journey with Li Yun, heading towards Longhu Mountain. Chapter 43, Culinary Delights. Homestays and gifts. No further incidents occurred during their journey, and upon reaching the borders of Ingtan City, Lie Junan remembered to ask Li Yun, "Have you found a good hotel?" Li Yun appeared slightly embarrassed. "I've looked at several, but the reviews indicate various issues, and I'm unsure which one to book. When I came here before, it was always as part of a tour group." "Not to worry, I'll handle the booking. It's not a holiday season, so finding accommodation should be easy," Lie Junan reassured her. He occasionally experienced indecision himself, but with newfound confidence from his resources, he felt less inclined to worry. They chose not to drive directly to the scenic area, renowned for its overpriced food and lodging, and instead headed into the city to find a place to eat. Due to the time lost at the service area and on the road, it was already dinner time by the time they reached Ingtan City. "Do you know of any good places to eat around here?" Lie Junan asked Li Yun. "I don't. I'll follow wherever you go. I have no dietary restrictions," Li Yun replied, expressing her indifference and lack of pretentiousness regarding food choices. "All right, let me see what culinary delights are available." Lie Junan responded as he parked the car by the roadside, activated the hazard lights, and took out his phone to explore local restaurants. After scrolling for quite some time, he found many recommendations, but upon perusing the reviews, he found them wanting. Perhaps it was indeed true that pleasing everyone was a difficult endeavor. At this moment, he stumbled upon an advertisement video for a newly opened guest house currently in its trial operation phase, albeit at a rather steep price. Without much hesitation, Lie Junan dialed the merchant's number. After some discussion and confirming the availability of rooms, he inquired about dining options. The merchant assured him that they had employed a chef skilled in local delicacies, guaranteeing satisfaction should the meal fail to impress. They would gladly accept negative feedback and offer a full refund. What a bold claim, Lie Junan thought. I must see this for myself. After arranging his stay for that very day, he started his vehicle towards the guest house's location. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lie Junan arrived at the destination. This was a newly developed resort area, somewhat distant from the city center, yet the air quality was truly remarkable. The overall planning was commendable, with each building spaced apart amidst various mountains, stones, trees, and flowers, creating picturesque scenery at every turn. Following the navigation, he reached a structure nestled halfway up a hill. Parked in the designated area, and accompanied by Li Yun, approached the entrance of the guest house named Hua Jin Xiaozhu. Upon receiving their arrival notice, the owner welcomed them inside. How to describe it? It was not the typical Hui-style architecture Lie Junan had envisioned, but rather a harmonious blend of traditional and contemporary Chinese aesthetics. Upon entering the courtyard, to the left stood a row of single-story buildings housing the dining area and kitchen. The courtyard was paved with large slabs of blue stone, and the walls were constructed of blue bricks, adorned with climbing vines, roses. As the owner mentioned, though few were in bloom at this time. Nevertheless, the ambience was quite enchanting, and both Lie Junan and Li Yun were thoroughly satisfied. In addition to the roses on the wall, several pots of other flowering plants were arranged nearby. To the right of the courtyard, a rectangular flower bed had been allocated, though it too had limited blossoms. Adjacent to the flower bed was a fish pond, home to koi of various hues swimming gracefully, with additional plants placed in the pond's center, imparting an overall elegance to the setting. Directly opposite stood a two-story building of blue brick and tile, featuring a reception area at its center. Further details were unnecessary. An illustration could provide a glimpse of the surroundings. Lie Junan inquired about the specific rates. ultimately reserving a room for 3 days and 3 nights at a cost exceeding 2,000, which included meals and accommodation. Being among the first guests during this trial operation, the furnishings in their room were predominantly brand new. Standing in the room arranged by the owner, Lie Junan and Li Yun gazed out through the large window, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over them. The room also boasted a balcony, where they could leisurely enjoy tea and conversation, adding to the charm of their stay. The owner even mentioned his pet orange cat, available for them to pet if desired. Aside from the slightly high price, there were currently no discernible flaws at this establishment. The only uncertainty lingered regarding the flavor of the dinner that was to be prepared. Li Yun, having settled their luggage, spoke softly, "Why worry about such things? We're here now. If the food is unsatisfactory, I shall borrow the owner's kitchen and cook for you myself, ensuring a delightful meal." Lie Junan responded with unwavering confidence. Without making the two wait for long, the proprietor summoned them downstairs for a meal, clearly having prepared the ingredients in advance. Once seated at a quaintly antique wooden table, the chef began to present the dishes. Each time a dish was served, he provided a brief introduction. There is no need for excessive elaboration here. The dishes included delicate tofu, exquisite river vegetables, live fish from the Lu River, straw duck, beef bone noodles, and a delightful dessert known as lantern core cake. After tasting the flavors, the chef eagerly inquired, "How do you find the taste?" The proprietor, with hopeful anticipation in his eyes, was eager to hear the guests' opinions. Although he had confidence in the quality of the cuisine, Lie Junan glanced at Li Yun. "I find the flavors quite delightful." Li Yun nodded in satisfaction. Lie Junan also appreciated the taste, but noted that the portions were insufficient for his appetite. "I also think the dishes are quite enjoyable. But do we have any steamed rice? My appetite is considerable. This amount is hardly enough." He turned to the chef. The chef promptly affirmed, "Yes, indeed. I will fetch some rice for you right away." He hurried to the kitchen, returning with a pot of rice, filling a bowl for Lie Junan, and saying, "If it's not enough, just ask for more." Lie Junan nodded appreciatively, then took out his phone to capture a few pictures of Li Yun along with the array of dishes on the table. Seeing this, Li Yun also snapped a few photos of her boyfriend, and then they both began to indulge heartily. Observing their apparent satisfaction with the meal, the chef and proprietor excused themselves to attend to other matters, though the proprietor did mention before departing that if they were pleased, they could assist in spreading the word, and there would be gifts in return. As they returned upstairs, satiated, the proprietor delivered a pot of Lushan Yunwu tea. Lie Junan had never tasted this particular tea before, but the glass teapot allowed for a clear view of its contents. The tea buds appeared plump and lush, tightly curled and elegantly shaped. Upon inhalation, the aroma was quite pleasant. The liquor was bright and clear, with the leaves appearing tender and evenly distributed. He was curious about its taste. Should it prove delightful, he might consider purchasing some to take home. Pouring a cup for each of them, he allowed it to cool slightly, then blew gently before taking a sip. The flavor was rich and full-bodied, with a hint of sweetness at the end, reminiscent of the Lingyun Mao foam he had sampled before, though this particular brew seemed superior, perhaps a matter of quality. "By the way, Xiaochuan, I just remembered the gift I prepared for you hasn't tea been given yet," Li Yun remarked, taking a sip of her tea and recalling the present she had stowed away in her luggage. She swiftly retrieved it and presented it to Lie Junan. Upon receiving it, he noticed it was a black box adorned with a single letter H. Glancing around, he asked, "Such a large box. Could it be a camera?" "Yes. It was quite a challenge for my father to procure it through his contacts. I rushed out and forgot to mention it, but it's not too late now." Li Yun smiled brightly. In truth, this camera was a gift jointly decided upon by Li Yun's parents for Lie Junan. Given the limited depth of Li Yun's wallet, purchasing it had been somewhat of a stretch, and there had been no available place to acquire it. A few days ago, upon returning home with a pair of gifts from Lie Junan, several individuals convened and decided to reciprocate. They were not a family inclined to take advantage of others. So Li's father commissioned someone to procure a brand new, unopened Hasselblad X 2D travel kit. At the urging of Li Yun, Lie Junan opened the box and took out each item one by one. The two of them engaged in playful activities late into the night, capturing numerous photographs. Although their evening was not solely dedicated to photography. Chapter 44. Displaying brilliance in public early the next morning, upon awakening, Lie Junan found himself gazing at Li Yun, who was wrapped around him like an octopus in a deep slumber. He reached for his phone and began to browse through travel guides. For him, the guides were of little consequence. He possessed ample energy and vigor, content to explore wherever his feet led him. However, considering Li Yun's stamina, he decided to peruse the recommendations provided by fellow travelers, simply to pass the time. As he sifted through the guides, he found them cluttered with advertisements promoting various tours, leaving him rather overwhelmed. Just then, he noticed Li Yun had opened her eyes, sleepily regarding him. "Oh, you're awake. Are you hungry?" Lie Junan gently ruffled his girlfriend's disheveled hair, waiting until her eyes began to focus. As she turned away from him, accidentally brushing against certain areas, a surge of vitality coursed through him. "Don't be impulsive. I can't right now. It's a bit dry these past few days. I need to hydrate and let it rest. How about we get up and have breakfast first? I'm feeling a bit hungry, Li Yun exclaimed. Lie Junan, not wanting to disturb his girlfriend further in the early morning, was nevertheless stirred by his natural instincts. All right then, let us get up for breakfast. You should freshen up first, he replied. After approximately half an hour, Li Yun emerged from the bathroom, and Lie Junan also got up to wash up. He turned on the shower head, opting not to use hot water, and instead gave his eager companion a refreshing wake-up call. Once dressed, they made their way downstairs, where the chef had already prepared breakfast. Knowing Lie Junan's hearty appetite, a substantial meal was laid out, much to his satisfaction, especially after the previous night's exertions. At that moment, the owner of the guest house approached, casting an envious glance at Lie Junan before inquiring, "Where do you two plan to visit today? Will you be back for lunch?" Li Yun glanced at Lie Junan, silently urging him to decide. He then turned to the owner and asked, "I can tell from your accent that you are a local. Do you have any recommended sightseeing routes?" The owner scratched his head. "Are you primarily interested in scenic views or more in tours and performances?" "Scenery." They both answered in unison without hesitation. "That simplifies things. I'll have the young lady at the front desk accompany you. She is a local and knows the area well, including the paths leading to the breathtaking Danxiao landforms that remain untouched by human hands." The owner, noting that they were currently the only guests, decided to let the front desk girl take them out, assured that they would cover the costs, something Lie Junan would certainly do without hesitation. "Lu Yuan, come. Today you shall take 2 guests to explore Longhu Mountain. Just bring them back by mealtime," the boss called out, and a young girl in her 20s suddenly appeared from somewhere. "Uncle, you must pay me for my work." Well, it seems she is the boss's relative, though not tall. Her personality is quite cheerful and lively. I didn't see her last night. Rest assured, your wages will not be diminished, as long as you attend to the guests well. The boss thought, suddenly struck by a notion that this might be yet another avenue for financial gain. "All right, no problem. Leave it to me." The girl named Lu Yuan patted her chest confidently. "Follow me, and I guarantee you will have a splendid time. I know many delightful places I used to visit with my childhood friends. You won't need to spend much, though you should experience the bamboo raft drifting in the scenic area, which does incur a fee. The rest are rather mundane." "Very well, we entrust our itinerary to you. Is there anything we need to bring?" Lie Junan inquired. "No need to bring much, just your phones and some bottled water. A camera would be nice as well. The weather is quite pleasant today," Lu Yuan replied. "Shall we set off now?" "Sure. Let us quickly return to our room to gather a few things. We will be right down." Lie Junan and Li Yun went back to their room to prepare. Lie Junan packed 2 bottles of water, discreetly adding a blood pill into each, along with a power bank. As they were about to leave, he also grabbed the camera that Li Yun had gifted him. Opting for a light load, Lie Junan drove the trio along the winding path indicated by Lu Yuan until they reached an open space near a small village, where he parked the car. After securing the vehicle, they followed Lu Yuan down a narrow path leading into the mountains. The trail was relatively easy to navigate, suggesting that the villagers frequently traversed it, although it could be troublesome in the rain, as it was not paved like the paths in tourist areas. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the bank of a river. Crossing over a wooden bridge, they officially entered the scenic area. Along the way, newly sprouted trees exuded vibrant vitality, and some unknown wildflowers had begun to bloom, filling the mountain forest with an inexplicable freshness that was unattainable in the bustling city, leaving one feeling rejuvenated. Since it was still early, the morning mist in the mountains had not yet dissipated. From a distance, it appeared hazy, resembling a traditional landscape painting. Lu Yuan guided the two as they admired various uniquely shaped rocks and trees. Throughout the journey, Lie Junan's camera was constantly clicking, occasionally asking Lu Yuan to capture group photos. The camera's imaging was truly remarkable, requiring no editing at all. The Danxiao landform was a sight Lie Junan had never encountered, with many cliffs seemingly cleaved by human hands. Along the way, they also beheld hanging coffins on the cliffside and cliff burials within caves. This was something Lie Junan had only read about in tomb raiding novels, and now it appeared quite eerie in reality. Accompanying Lu Yuan, they ascended the boardwalk within the scenic area, witnessing renowned sights such as the Elephant Trunk Hill, Golden Spear Peak, and Fairy Rock, as well as a stone peak resembling a large frog. Along the journey, the tourists encountered were predominantly capturing the moment with their smartphones and cameras. Among them were also live streamers, guiding their online audience through a virtual tour. After admiring the splendid scenery, the trio prepared to embark on a bamboo raft to drift along the Lucy River. At that moment, however, a young lady ahead caught Lie Junan's attention. She was accompanied by another girl, presumably both university students. The two stood at the edge of the boardwalk railing, snapping photos, whispering secrets to one another, and occasionally erupting in peals of laughter. Simultaneously, a man in his 30s, holding a streaming device, shifted the camera as per the suggestions from his online viewers. Although he found it somewhat impolite, he prioritized the viewer engagement over manners. The influx of lively comments in the live chat brought him joy. To Lie Junan's eyes, One of the girls appeared to be leaning precariously over the railing, presenting a potential danger. Just as he suspected, the girl, seemingly distracted by the picturesque surroundings, leaned further out for a better angle. Suddenly, her grip on the phone faltered, and it slipped from her hands. Instinctively, she lunged forward to catch it, but the railing obstructed her, causing her to tumble off the boardwalk. Witnessing this scene were Lie Junan, his companions, a few nearby tourists, and the live streamer along with his audience. Yet, it was Lie Junan who reacted first. Noticing the girl's perilous movements, he had earlier handed his camera to Lie Yun, requesting her assistance in taking pictures. Unable to openly shout a warning, he discreetly monitored the situation from the corner of his eye, ready to spring into action should an emergency arise. In a heartbeat, as the girl leaned out to retrieve her phone, Lie Junan dashed forward, leaping into action while adjusting his position. Grasping the railing with one hand, he swung his body, wrapping his legs around the falling girl. With a swift motion, he engaged his core, momentarily swinging, and with his other hand secured the railing, hanging in midair as if performing on gymnastic rings. The surrounding crowd erupted in screams, and Lie Yun rushed over in haste. Before anyone could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Lie Junan held the girl's legs firmly, showing no sign of relenting. With a powerful push from his toes against the cliffside beneath the boardwalk, he executed a somersault, effortlessly returning to safety while cradling the girl. A collective gasp resonated, and the live streamer's chat exploded in excitement. As he regained his footing on the boardwalk, Lie Junan was swiftly enveloped in a tight embrace from his girlfriend, who exclaimed, "You scared me to death. You were too reckless. What would we have done if something went wrong?" Gently patting Lie Yun's back, Lie Junan lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead, assuring her, "My dear, rest assured, in due time you shall comprehend everything. I am quite capable. This trivial matter is nothing to fret over." At that moment, Lu Yuan also hurried over, still shaken from the earlier incident, nearly believing that both of them might have perished. The young girl, rescued by Lie Junan, sat on the ground with a look of bewilderment, her eyes vacant and her complexion pale. Her companion crouched beside her, offering repeated words of comfort. Yet it took a long while for her to respond. Once he had calmed his girlfriend, Lie Junan turned to the other girl, saying, "She is fine, merely suffering from shock. We should promptly take her to the hospital for a checkup and perhaps get some medication. She should recover soon." "Oh, I'll call for help right away." The girl finally reacted and hastily dialed the emergency number. Meanwhile, several concerned tourists gathered around, assisting in escorting them down the mountain. Lie Junan chose not to involve himself in the subsequent matters. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to Lie Yun. "Have a sip of water and take a breather. I didn't mean to worry you." After taking a couple of sips, Lie Yun gradually began to relax, casting a sideways glance at Lie Junan. "Fine, you're impressive enough. Let's hurry down the mountain. This place feels ominous." With a bemused smile, Lie Junan replied, "All right, let us go bamboo rafting." The three then made their way down the mountain together. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of the man broadcasting, comments flashed rapidly across the screen. "Wow, this is like a scene from a movie. That move looks so familiar. By the way, don't you think that handsome guy looks a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Consequently, a viewer who had recorded the stream edited the video and posted it online with an eye-catching title, igniting a flurry of discussion among netizens. One user, known as Cheer Up, Young Man, commented, "I just saw this person yesterday at the gas station where I work. He single-handedly subdued 2 armed robbers who were reportedly involved in a home invasion and murder. For details, check the link to Hongdu Public Security." The connection between these two incidents quickly ascended to trending status, as an astute netizen unearthed Lie Junan's short video account, leading to a significant surge in his followers. Simultaneously, Lie Junan and his companions were drifting on a bamboo raft, marveling at the picturesque scenery along the banks. The differing perspectives allowed them to witness an entirely new vista. The 40-minute bamboo rafting experience concluded swiftly, and Lu Yuan led the two back to the village where they had parked, this time taking a different route with fewer rocky paths. Soon, the trio returned to their lodging just in time for lunch. During the meal, Lie Junan sent Lu Yuan a red envelope at market price. "Are you tired?" he inquired once they returned to their room. "Not really tired, just a bit shaken," Lie Yun admitted, her emotions having settled considerably, though the thrilling episode lingered in her mind. "In that case, let us refrain from venturing out this afternoon and rest well in our room," Lie Junan suggested, securing the doors and windows while drawing the curtains. "After satisfying our appetites, how about a quick afternoon nap?" "All right, I'll take a hot shower first," Lie Yun replied, placing her coat on the sofa. Just as she was about to change into her slippers, she suddenly felt someone wrap their arms around her from behind. "Darling, you appear to be looking rather unwell. It seems you may be under the weather. Come, let me administer an injection and provide you with some intravenous fluids. After a brief slumber, you should feel rejuvenated," Lie Junan whispered gently in Lie Yun's ear. He was determined to ensure that his girlfriend would not have the energy to entertain any frivolous thoughts. An hour later, observing his beloved deep in slumber, Lie Junchuan, filled with satisfaction, made his way to the bathroom to relieve himself. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he blissfully stepped onto the balcony to indulge in a cigarette. 3 days and nights swiftly passed, during which the couple seized every opportunity to explore the surrounding attractions. They traversed numerous scenic spots, visiting renowned Taoist sanctuaries such as the Heavenly Master's Mansion, Shangqing Palace, and Jingyi Temple, where they also offered incense and prayed for blessings. Regrettably, they missed witnessing the grand event of the Luotian Dajiao. The recent celebrations had not occurred at Longhu Mountain, with the last being held at the Qinyuan Temple in Maoshan the previous year. At that time, he had been preoccupied with work and had only glimpsed the festivities through online videos. After vacating the homestay, they packed their belongings and, with the homemade delicacies prepared by their host in hand, set off for Hongdu City. Upon learning of their return, Lie Junan's parents prepared a sumptuous feast, their faces beaming with joy as they witnessed the blossoming romance between the two. Xiaochuan, how long do you plan to stay during this visit? And where do you intend to travel next? Li Yun's father inquired as they sat together on the sofa, exchanging smoke rings post-dinner. I wish for Xiao Yun to rest. She has been quite fatigued from our adventures these past few days. Once she has recuperated, I would like to take her to Hainan province, where the weather is warmer and we can enjoy the sea, Li Junchuan replied, puffing on his cigarette. Perhaps in a couple of days, Li Yun's father nodded. For now, you should stay here. It has been quite a while since Xiao Yun has had a break from her busy work schedule. And it's nice for the family to be lively while you're both around. Very well, I shall not impose. Uncle and aunt, Li Junchuan accepted graciously, recognizing the slight inconvenience, but also viewing it as an opportunity to strengthen their bond. Xiaochuan, are you feeling tired? Li Yun emerged from the kitchen after assisting her mother with the dishes. I am not fatigued. If you are, you should retire early. It is still early, and I shall keep uncle company for a while, Li Junchuan replied. All right, take your time chatting. I will prepare a platter of fruit for you both, and then I shall head upstairs to rest. Li Yun nodded and returned to the kitchen to prepare the fruit. Unlike her boyfriend, who tirelessly engaged throughout the day and sought her attention at night, she felt somewhat worn out despite the red sugar water he had prepared, which was infused with medicine. After arranging the fruit platter, she ascended the stairs to freshen up and sleep. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan continued his conversation with Li Yun's father, but suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Uncle Du from the Hongdu City Bureau, whom he had only just added 2 days prior. Hello, Uncle Du. What can I do for you? Li Junchuan answered the call. After a brief conversation of 2 to 3 minutes, he hung up and turned to Li Yun's father, saying, Uncle, I must step out for a moment. Huh, is there something urgent at this hour? Do you require assistance? You are unfamiliar with this area. Li Yun's father expressed concern. A leader from the municipal bureau has summoned me for a matter, requesting my immediate presence. It appears there is nothing requiring my assistance. Li Junchuan remarked, I may be a bit late once I finish my tasks. You all should rest early and do not bother to wait for me. Aware of Li Junchuan's current work commitments, Li's father did not inquire further, though he pondered when his son would also be working in this vicinity. Thinking this, Li's father retrieved the car keys and handed them to Li Junchuan, suggesting, it would be more convenient to take our family car. Li Junchuan accepted without hesitation, thanked him, and hurried upstairs to grab his bag before departing. By the time he reached the municipal bureau, half an hour had already elapsed. At the entrance, he noticed a man with a square face waiting, displaying signs of impatience. Dushu? Li Junchuan cautiously inquired, rolling down the car window, as this was their first encounter. The square-faced man opened the door and took a seat in the passenger side, saying, just call me Du Go. I heard from Lao Zhang that you all refer to each other as brothers, so let us drop the formalities in private. Li Junchuan seized the opportunity. Is there something urgent that prompted you to call for me, Du Go? Do you recall the 2 burglars from a couple of days ago who committed murder? Du Xingwu questioned. They have yet to regain consciousness. Let us head to the 9th hospital, he added as they drove. Li Junchuan expressed his surprise. That's quite unusual. Although I acted in haste, I was careful not to use full force. How could they still be unconscious after 3 days? Initially, we thought the same, Du Xingwu nodded. However, they remain unresponsive. All medical equipment has been thoroughly examined, and the contusions on their heads have been treated and resolved. Yet, they remain unconscious. Their bodily conditions were stable until this afternoon when the attending physician reported a continuous decline in their vital signs. Lao Zhang mentioned your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, which is why I promptly reached out to you. He concluded with an apologetic smile towards Li Junchuan. That's quite perplexing. Haven't you consulted a local practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Li Junchuan inquired. We have, indeed, but opinions were varied without any concrete treatment plan, Du Xingwu replied, resignedly acknowledging that the practitioners might be hesitant due to the potential liabilities involved. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, Li Junchuan soon realized the situation was more complex than it appeared. Shortly after entering the hospital with Du Xingwu, he felt a sense of being observed. Yet a scan of his surroundings yielded no evidence. Du Xingwu guided him to the room housing the 2 criminals, where police officers stood guard at the entrance, with more officers monitoring inside. The corridor was devoid of anyone else besides the 3 individuals stationed before the ward. Yet the feeling of scrutiny persisted in Lie Junchuan's mind. At that moment, he recalled a television drama he had previously watched. It was the surveillance cameras. However, why were they fixated on him? No, it wasn't him they were watching, but rather his presence in proximity to the police officers. Realizing this, he understood that his unfamiliarity with the location was likely the reason for the scrutiny directed at him, stemming from Du Xinwu, who had brought him here. Suppressing his thoughts, Lie Junchuan began to examine the physical conditions of the 2 assailants at Du Xinwu's prompting. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lie Junchuan ceased his actions, nodding towards Du Xinwu while glancing at the other police officer who had been vigilantly stationed outside the hospital room. If there is something to say, just say it directly. We are all on the same side and absolutely trustworthy. Understanding Lie Junchuan's implication, Du Xinwu inquired, "What have you discovered?" Lie Junchuan retrieved his mobile phone, composed a message, and presented it to Du Xinwu. "We are being monitored. Since our arrival at the hospital, someone has been observing us. Brother Du, can you ascertain whether there are any surveillance or listening devices in the room?" Du Xinwu handed the phone to another officer, who, upon reading it, appeared astonished. He then nodded at Du Xinwu and exited the room. After a brief interval, he returned with a device to inspect the entire room. After a moment, he gravely nodded towards the 2 men and gestured towards his ears. Good grief. There really is something. Could these 2 criminals have other identities? Lie Junchuan pondered, feeling somewhat desensitized to the bizarre occurrences since acquiring his newfound abilities. Brother Du, I haven't identified any issues for now. It might just be my lack of expertise. I'll take my leave now. Lie Junchuan stated casually before making his way out of the room. Little Chuan, let me escort you. I'll head back to the precinct as well. I appreciate you making this trip, Du Xinwu remarked, following closely behind Lie Junchuan as they exited. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lie Junchuan started his vehicle and departed the hospital with Du Xinwu. It was not until they had traveled a considerable distance that the sensation of being watched dissipated. Lie Junchuan exhaled, pulling over to a secluded area nearby, and offered a wry smile to Du Xinwu. Brother Du, we may have encountered something far more significant. What do you mean? Though Du Xinwu had his suspicions, he still asked for clarification. I just examined the situation. Those 2 criminals have been poisoned. Lie Junchuan stated directly. It's a type of neurotoxin that, once introduced into the body, primarily attacks the kidneys and liver. The afflicted will soon fall into a coma and perish within days. But who would want those 2 dead? Du Xinwu found himself at a loss for words. What initially appeared to be a simple case of home invasion and murder now seemed to entail far greater implications. I don't understand. Isn't it your specialty to investigate such matters? Lie Junchuan handed a cigarette to Du Xinwu, lighting one for himself. However, it's evident that someone within the hospital is involved, possessing exceptional expertise and a high-ranking position. Administering such a lethal poison is perilous if the dosage is miscalculated. It could easily be detected, and ordinary doctors and nurses would have no access to it. Could it be that someone orchestrated the previous incident? Du Xinwu mused, pondering while smoking. No, I don't believe that is the case. It appears more likely that the events were impulsive. I am inclined to think that those 2 inadvertently became entangled in another case. An idea struck Lie Junchuan. Brother Du, have there been any reports of missing persons in recent years? Certainly, there have been. Why do you ask? Is it related to this matter? Du Xinwu glanced at Lie Junchuan with curiosity. However, from the reports I've seen, very few have gone missing without a trace. Is that so? Lie Junchuan rubbed his chin and suddenly inquired. In recent years, have there been many deaths due to accidents and traffic incidents? I mean those that appear to be minor, yet tragically result in fatalities despite being taken to the hospital. I shall have someone look into it, Du Xinwu replied, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Approximately 10 minutes later, he received a document on his phone. Without hesitation, he opened it and began to scrutinize its contents. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly somber, and finally, he handed the document to Lie Junchuan. Xiao Chuan, since you're not an outsider, take a look. After reviewing the document, Lie Junchuan's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated certain revelations, and now, the information merely affirmed his suspicions. Although he lacked extensive knowledge in criminal investigation, he had perused numerous novels. Some authors possessed remarkable insight, evidently stemming from first-hand experience in related fields, particularly those concerning forensic science. Noticing a flicker of understanding in Lie Junchuan's demeanor, Du Xinwu asked, "Do you grasp the situation now?" Lie Junchuan nodded, then shook his head. "Brother Du, let me propose this for your consideration. You might want to conduct a thorough investigation, as I suspect they could be involved in organ trafficking." Du Xinwu was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that some doctors, after receiving injured patients at the hospital, not only fail to provide adequate care, but," Lie Junchuan interjected with a nod. "You've seen the data. At first glance, an individual case may seem unremarkable, yet when you compile similar cases from recent years, it becomes evident that something is amiss." Du Xinwu's heart sank. Though he had only been in his position for a few years, he understood that should this matter come to light, his leadership would be severely jeopardized. The most distressing thought crossed his mind. Gratefully, he turned to Lie Junan. Xiao Chuan, thank you. No wonder old Zhang praised your abilities, calling you a fortunate talent. Once this matter is resolved, let us celebrate with a few drinks. This matter is not urgent, Lie Junan replied, shaking his head. Brother Du. Since this issue has persisted for several years, it indicates a well-established industrial chain, potentially involving other sectors. The investigation will undoubtedly face substantial obstacles. If you truly wish to pursue it, it would be prudent to do so comprehensively. Otherwise, Du Xinwu, understanding the implications, still inquired, when you mention other sectors. What do you mean? Lie Junan quickly responded. It's all conjecture, mere speculation, such as the funeral industry or health examination centers, particularly those that have emerged in recent years. Furthermore, consider that missing persons may not be confined to our locality. Brother Du, if you have connections, it would be wise to discreetly investigate through acquaintances to avoid alarming them. Du Xinwu regarded Lie Junan intently. Xiao Chuan, perhaps you should abandon your role as a martial arts instructor and join me in this endeavor. With your capabilities, stop. Lie Junan swiftly declined. My current job requires me to work a maximum of 4 months a year, leaving me ample time to pursue my interests. Moreover, I have access to various firearms, artillery, armored vehicles, and tanks. I wouldn't agree to such a role otherwise, as I am not in need of money. Du Xinwu observed Lie Junan, his eyes growing brighter with each word exchanged, inwardly cursing. This wretched child is truly infuriating. Well, I merely mentioned it. If you are unwilling, so be it. He rolled his eyes at Lie Junan, saying, hurry up, take me back to the precinct. This matter carries considerable risk, and I shall not involve you further. However, some matters are beyond human control. One cannot simply evade them. Lie Junan drove Du Xinwu back to the precinct, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. He decided to find a hotel to rest for the night. Just as he started the car, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger and thus decided to divert his path for a late-night snack, casually selecting a food street near the university town. Chapter 47. Once again encountering trouble, the university town was newly constructed, situated a bit away from the city center. Even without traffic, it took Lie Junan over 20 minutes to reach his destination. After parking, he strolled towards the food street, which was bustling with activity at nearly 11 o'clock at night. The streets were lined with a myriad of restaurants and beverage shops, along with nearby taverns and bars. Groups of pedestrians of varying ages and skin tones meandered about. After a brief exploration, Lie Junan settled on a charcoal-grilled bullfrog eatery that appeared to be quite popular. He ordered a large pot of perilla bullfrog and a hefty jug of juice. Observing the vibrant atmosphere within the restaurant, he chose a window seat on the second floor, where he idly perused WeChat while waiting for his meal. Noticing no new messages, he began watching humorous videos. His dining experience was relatively short. To the astonishment of the waitstaff, he polished off an entire pot of bullfrog and 2 bowls of rice, leaving the establishment thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, there was merit to the crowd. The ingredients, taste, portion sizes, and prices were all commendable, with the entire meal costing just 100 yuan. As he strolled through the food street, savoring the lively ambience, Lie Junan casually bought a few pieces of fried dough twist from a stall, munching as he wandered aimlessly. It was not until he passed by the entrance of a bar that he noticed the dazzling neon lights on the outer wall, almost blinding. The sign bore a large, bold X, and the decor was truly remarkable. The street-facing side was primarily composed of transparent glass, with only a few columns interrupting the view. The sound insulation, however, was impressive. Through the glass, he could see patrons reveling in exuberance, indicating that the music was quite energetic, though the sound outside was considerably muted. The bar owner was indeed a talented individual. As he pondered this, preparing to leave, Lie Junan suddenly noticed a dimly lit alley beside the bar, where 2 men and a woman emerged from the bar's fire escape. Was the woman intoxicated? Observing the 2 men supporting her, he thought, surely they are not there to collect a corpse, but shouldn't such activities occur outside? Or was the Sea King fishing for victims? Lie Junan had initially intended to look away, but then a black sedan unexpectedly approached the alley's exit. The 2 men, still supporting the woman, walked toward the car, chatting casually as they went. Hey, this business is too easy, another one in the bag, remarked one man. Indeed, the work is plentiful and the pay is good. Where else could one find such a job? Replied the other. Brother, where do you think these people are taken? In a hotel bar. A man remarked that many were fond of such indulgences, capturing videos to sell on foreign websites for profit. The second man expressed admiration for a young woman, noting her youthful appearance, lamenting that they couldn't enjoy her company first. The first man reassured him that with money, beautiful women would be easy to find, and once they received their payment, they would move on to the next city. The second man pondered why men also desired women, to which the first man retorted that in a vast world, there were all types of people, and he found the question unnecessary. Together, They hoisted an inebriated woman into the back seat of a sedan. After accepting a black plastic bag from the driver, they closed the car door, which swiftly departed the scene. The two men inspected the contents of the bag, briefly counting its contents before securing it again, preparing to leave in a taxi. Meanwhile, Lie Junan furrowed his brow, questioning the fairness of their quick division of 50,000 yuan. Something felt amiss. Were these individuals truly so generous? With this thought, he sent the license plate number he had observed to Du Wu, inquiring if he could trace the vehicle, suspecting a connection to an ongoing investigation. He briefly relayed the vehicle's details. What is happening? Du Wu replied promptly, clearly still awake. Lie Junan shared the situation with him, quietly trailing the two men, seeking an opportunity to photograph their faces. As he contemplated his next move, he munched on a snack while hastily pursuing the two men, feigning a sense of urgency, as if he were late for work. His speed allowed him to catch up quickly, but the two men, hearing footsteps behind them, became wary, glancing back and preparing to flee. Once they realized it was just one person, they relaxed and continued forward, oblivious to Lie Junan, who maintained his brisk pace. Suddenly, he collided with them, feigning surprise as he erupted with curses, accusing them of blocking his path. One of the men, furious, rolled up his sleeves to reveal menacing tattoos, ready to retaliate. However, the other man intervened, urging him to let the matter go. Lie Junan, undeterred, advanced aggressively, challenging them to confront him. The first man was again about to strike, but was restrained by his companion, who insisted they should leave. Lie Junan, holding his snack in one hand and his phone in the other, snapped photographs of the two, flashing the light defiantly. He warned them that their troubles were far from over, boasting about his connections in the university district and threatening to unleash consequences upon them. Amidst his tirade, he lamented that if he weren't in danger of being late for work, they would face a much graver situation. Then quickening his pace, he ran towards a nearby night venue. No way, brother. Can you really tolerate this? A man remained indignant. What if it escalates into a fight and attracts attention? If someone calls the police and they uncover something, you might as well prepare for prison. The second man shot a glare at his companion. Let's go. The car is here. We need to head to the station and leave Hongdu. Lie Junan, meanwhile, diligently noted down the license plate and vehicle information, continuing his advance until the private car carrying the two men drove away, at which point he finally halted. He sent several photos to Du Xinwu. Brother Du. These two seem to be roaming criminals from across the nation, likely mere underlings, specialized in abducting individuals using various methods based on intel from their employers. Once they succeed, they immediately relocate. Currently, they are in a private vehicle with the license plate XXXXX heading towards the station, seemingly preparing to depart Hongdu for their next destination. Meanwhile, Du Xinwu at the city bureau contemplated again the notion of keeping Lie Junan under his wing. After receiving the information, he suppressed these thoughts and made a phone call. In contrast, Lie Junan dismissed these matters from his mind, booking a relatively new riverside hotel online, before proceeding to the parking area, starting his car, and driving off. After a comfortable bath, Lie Junan fell into a deep slumber. While many others might find their sleep disrupted this night, yet the ensuing events would no longer concern him. P.S. This is purely fictional. Please engage and leave positive reviews. For those with gifts, kindly lend a hand for more updates. Chapter 48. A residence by the pavilion of Prince Tung. Upon waking up in the morning, Lie Junan had breakfast in the hotel restaurant, then checked out and drove back to the Lie residence. Mr. Lie had left early for school due to classes, while Mrs. Lie was in the garden tending to the flowers. Li Yun had just finished breakfast and was lounging on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in her phone. The flowers your aunt raises are truly lovely. I'll look for some to gift you when I return. After parking and entering the yard, Lie Junan was greeted by the vibrant spring atmosphere of the little garden, which reminded him of the money plant he had inadvertently let wither. Xiao Chuan, have you had breakfast? If not, I'll get you something. Mrs. Lee beamed upon seeing him. Honestly, there's no place like home compared to a hotel. Wait a moment, I'll fetch a key for you. Without waiting for Lie Juan's response, she retrieved a key from the living room cabinet, offering him both the house key and the car key. Your uncle and I are both only children, and our parents have long passed. This home will belong to you in the future. Aunt, you're too kind. I've already had breakfast, Lie Junan reflected but ultimately accepted the key, feeling a warm gratitude for her kindness and trust. Then I shall accept it. From now on, I will stay at home when I return. This garden is so well kept, he expressed, gazing at Li Yun as she emerged from the living room. Are you still tired today? Let us go out and explore. I haven't yet wandered around Hongdu with you. I wonder what fun things there are to do here. Li Yun contemplated for a moment and remarked, there are still many places worth visiting here in Nanchang. Come, I shall take you out for some fun. Turning to her mother, she added, Mom, we're heading out to play. We want to be back for lunch, but we'll return together in the evening. All right, go on. Have fun. Li's mother replied with a smile, waving her hand at the two. Xiao Chuan, if you have any preferences for dinner, just send me a message on WeChat, and I will prepare accordingly. Auntie, please don't be modest. Your culinary skills are beyond compare. I adore everything you make. Just some home-cooked dishes will suffice. Lie Junan replied. Very well, I shall whip up some of my signature dishes. Li's mother affirmed. On this outing, it was Li Yun who drove. As she was more familiar with the road conditions, she first took Lie Junan to the August 1st Memorial Museum on Zhongshan Road. Established in 1956 and officially opened to the public on October 1st, 1959, it was designated as one of the first national key cultural relics protection units by the State Council in 1961. For further details, feel free to search online. Admission was free with identification. As they toured the museum, memories that had gradually faded began to resurface. He recalled illustrations from history books, which corresponded with the sculptures before him, and thought of the oil paintings created by Mr. Li in 59 and 60. The figures within the paintings seemed to materialize once more before this gray five-story edifice. Thank you for your sacrifices, Lie Junan silently expressed within his heart. Subsequently, Li Yun guided Lie Junan around the August 1st square before they made their way to Tianxiang Garden, a journey that took little time despite the few kilometers involved. After purchasing 2 tickets for 60 yuan, they entered the garden. Tianxiang Garden is the largest base for Gan-style bonsai and flowers in Xizang province. Its favorable natural environment attracts a myriad of birds, earning it the title of a paradise for avian species. It is indeed rare for a provincial capital in China to host such a vast array of birds coexisting harmoniously with its residents, thriving and reproducing. This made Lie Junan feel that the trip was worthwhile. Their final destination was the Tungwang Pavilion, a site he had once been required to recite in full during his school years. As Lie Junan gazed upon the pavilion, memories he thought had long faded surged forth. Yuzhang's ancient town, Hongdu's new abode. Stars divide the wings of the chariot. The earth connects Hung and Lu. Yet, the most unforgettable line remained. The setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together. Autumn waters and the vast sky share the same hue. It was only later that Lie Junan realized he had made errors in his recitation pauses at the time. How wonderful it would be to reside here, he mused, gazing across the river. What are you thinking? The housing prices here are anything but cheap, Li Yun retorted with a sideways glance. The better houses around here are priced at 20,000 per square meter. Lie Junan chuckled but remained silent. Sister, you might not realize that acquiring a house is utterly effortless for me. Although he had sufficient funds to purchase a house outright, the prospect of a virtual seaside villa situated by the Tungwang Pavilion was clearly more convenient, requiring no paperwork and costing him not a single cent. It merely transformed from a seaside view to a river view. In the game, his seaside villa is a charming 2-story building. The main structure may not appear particularly large, yet the courtyard is genuinely expansive. The entire courtyard is enclosed by azure-tiled walls, with the ground paved in exquisite jade stone slabs, complemented by riverside beaches, fish ponds, pavilions, jade screens, and lion sculptures. Various plants such as bamboo, cypress, palm trees, cherry blossoms, coconut trees, and an array of rare bonsais fill the space. He purchased all that he found aesthetically pleasing at the time. The furnishings within the house are also plentiful, featuring sandalwood tables, intricately carved rosewood chairs, pearwood stools, tiger and deerskin carpets, an assortment of cabinets, paintings, antiques, vases, and beds, including several small houses for pets. If materialized, it would transform into an extraordinarily luxurious riverside estate, requiring no renovations, merely a suitcase to move in. With this thought, Lie Junan felt an urgency to act. That evening, he decided to materialize the existing seaside mansion so that when he returned with his girlfriend, they would have their own intimate space, free from the worry of disturbing Li's parents. After dinner, the group chatted for a while before retreating to their rooms to rest. Sitting at his desk, Lie Junan took out his phone and logged into the game, no longer hesitating. He returned to his courtyard and promptly located the materialization button in the lower right corner, pressing it without delay. Please select the materialization location. Lie Junan swiftly pinpointed the location of the Tungwang Pavilion on the map, opting to establish the site nearby. Following this, he made slight adjustments to the main building's color, transforming it into a slate gray, and rearranged the courtyard and interior decor before pressing the materialization button once more. Instantaneously, a gray dossier appeared on his desk. Upon opening it, he discovered all the necessary documents and keys for his new home. He had finally acquired a house of his own, an elegant riverside villa. Eager to see how his home would manifest in reality, he suppressed his excitement and settled into bed, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Lie Junan excused himself under the pretext of errands and drove to a magnificent estate located beside the Tungwang Pavilion. The entire estate was surrounded by azure-tiled walls, and even before entering, the lush greenery within was evident, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. A circle of verdant lawn bordered the courtyard walls, and the spacious bluestone path outside could comfortably accommodate several vehicles. Surrounding the yard, besides the verdant trees, there were no other structures. At the entrance, 2 jade lions flanked the grand gate, exuding an air of magnificence. Lie Junchuan parked his car beside the courtyard wall, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the grand door. Passing through the screen wall, he was greeted by a scene of dense forests, pavilions, and an array of exotic flowers. A true feast for the eyes. The entire courtyard, with its myriad of buildings and the embellishment of flora, appeared exceptionally elegant. As he traversed the courtyard and approached the two-story villa, Lie Junchuan opened the door and began to explore the interior decor. He walked back and forth several times, noting that the arrangement bore a striking resemblance to traditional Chinese homes, albeit with the artwork on the walls and the various furnishings being anything but ordinary. Could it be that the entire room is filled with antiques from the Tang dynasty? Lie Junchuan suddenly recalled the game's setting, along with the guqin he had manifested, and a sudden whim struck him. Should he call Donga to take a look? After pondering for a moment, he decided to set that thought aside for the time being. Now that he had acquired a house, it was time to procure a vehicle. With that in mind, he took out his phone and opened a racing game, Asphalt. Chapter 49, Dodge Challenger SRT-8. After browsing through the garage, Lie Junchuan's gaze landed on a striking orange Dodge Challenger SRT-8, his eyes lighting up. He had never paid close attention to its design during his usual gaming sessions, but the car was undeniably stunning. Having long admired the American muscle cars featured in the Fast and Furious franchise, he felt an irresistible allure. They simply exuded coolness. It was decided this was the one. With determination, he clicked to manifest it, opting for a matte black exterior paired with red rims and brake calipers. Before him appeared a bag containing the car keys, the complete purchase documents, legal modification permits, and legal road use paperwork. Not seeing the car, he inquired of the system. "Where's my car?" "It's parked outside," the system's voice responded. "This vehicle has been specially crafted by the manufacturer. There is only one in the entire world." Upon hearing this, Lie Junchuan hurriedly grabbed the bag and dashed outside, immediately spotting the sleek black Dodge Challenger waiting for him. The 2024 model of the Dodge Challenger SRT-8, an American muscle car, was undeniably attractive, boasting a 6.4L Hemi V8 engine capable of delivering a maximum power of 476 horsepower and a peak torque of 637 Nm. Originally, its top speed reached 260 km/h. However, Lie Junchuan's vehicle had been unlocked to yield a staggering 797 horsepower and 957 Nm of torque, emitting a seductive and captivating roar. It could accelerate to 100 km/h in merely 2.3 seconds, featuring wide-body aesthetics and striking headlights. Yet, in the domestic realm, such performance was curtailed by a maximum highway speed limit of 120 km/h, unless one ventured onto a racetrack or traveled abroad where speed limits were non-existent. Thus, its true potential could not be fully realized. Unable to contain his excitement, Lie Junchuan opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. In an instant, a unique rumble filled the air, inciting a thrilling urge to race. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved his sunglasses from the previous vehicle and donned them before driving away from the newly acquired Riverside Villa, ensuring to close the door behind him. Connecting his phone to Bluetooth, he played a track by Timbaland, and with the engine's symphony resonating through the speakers, he felt an overwhelming impulse to floor the accelerator. Fortunately, reason prevailed, allowing him to maintain control of the speed. He rolled down the window, relishing the cool breeze that flowed in, and gently bobbed his head to the rhythm of the music as he cruised through the streets. In truth, such a vehicle might not be accommodating for the average driver, as it did not prioritize comfort like other models, and its handling could be less forgiving for less experienced drivers. Lie Junchuan's vehicle effectively eliminates the possibility of amateur drivers navigating it. A typical individual would likely find themselves overwhelmed, struggling to maintain a firm grip on the steering wheel after merely pressing the accelerator. However, for someone of Lie Junchuan's physical prowess, maneuvering such a machine is but a trivial endeavor, akin to piloting a fighter jet with effortless tactical flair. As he drove, an unsettling sensation washed over him. As though he were being encircled, vehicles were trailing him on all sides. Surely, he mused, this could not herald another mishap? Furrowing his brow, he soon realized that his apprehension was unfounded. The drivers following him were captivated by the allure of his car, its engine's seductive growl penetrating even the closed windows. Curiosity piqued, the surrounding motorists began to trail Lie Junchuan, stealing glances at this rare automobile seldom seen domestically. Some even rolled down their windows, casting sidelong looks at this vehicle, a dream car for many men. Thus, a remarkable spectacle unfolded on the thoroughfare, a throng of vehicles encircling a single car, advancing on the main road while those behind, oblivious to the situation, blared their horns in frustration, only to be met with indifference from the driver ahead. Realizing the situation, Lie Junchuan promptly accelerated, his car darting through the gaps between the vehicles like a nimble shark, eventually disappearing from sight. Once in the city, he felt no sense of speed, and after taking a deep breath, he set his course towards the outskirts, intending to cruise along the highway. Upon reaching the expressway, Lie Junchuan pushed the car to its maximum speed, relishing the freedom of the open road. However, he soon noticed the fuel gauge plummeting rapidly, prompting him to abandon his desire for speed and head towards a service station to refuel before returning to the city. While waiting for the attendant to fill his tank, he heard another sports car approaching from a distance, its sound markedly distinct from that of ordinary vehicles. It was a red Ferrari LaFerrari, instantly recognizable despite his limited knowledge of car models. "Wow man, that is impressive. How did you acquire such a beast?" exclaimed a young man, roughly Lie Junchuan's age, who had approached after exiting his vehicle. He circled Lie Junchuan's car several times before commenting. Although his family owned most Dodge models, he sensed that this one was markedly different, though he couldn't quite articulate how. "It's a factory customized modification," Lie Junchuan replied casually, sensing a friendly demeanor in the young man. The latter circled the car once more and finally noticed the difference at the rear. Where there should have been only the letters SRT, there were now two smaller letters, Lee, alongside them. "Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Zhou Qing, but my friends call me Qingzi. What should I call you?" The young man extended his hand in greeting. Lie Junchuan shook his hand and replied, "I'm Lie Junchuan. Pleasure to meet you." "Hello, brother Chuan. Let's exchange contact information. A few friends and I have formed a club with a dedicated racetrack." Zhou Qing is quite enthusiastic. "With your car in this country, aside from a specialized racetrack, you can't truly unleash its potential. How about we arrange a time to take a few laps together?" "That sounds good. Just be straightforward," Lie Junchuan replied, noticing Zhou Qing's distracted demeanor. "By the way, can I take your car for a spin? You can choose any vehicle from my garage." Zhou Qing rubbed his hands in excitement. "Sure, no problem," Lie Junchuan agreed readily, wondering what the fuss was about. He was also a bit curious. Given Zhou Qing's background, what kind of car could he possibly not acquire? Even if he lacked friends nearby, surely he would have connections. Why approach a stranger like himself? "All right, then it's settled. This outing is quite rushed. We'll schedule a time to enjoy the racetrack together." Zhou Qing nodded, then asked, "Are you local? I don't recall hearing about you from my friends here." "No, I've never been to this area before. I just came to visit my girlfriend's family," Lie Junchuan replied. "What about you? Your accent doesn't seem local either." "Oh, I'm here to visit my father. I've lived in Beijing with my parents since childhood," Zhou Qing said. "If it weren't for my dad insisting I come, I wouldn't bother coming here. He can be quite strict. I've had my share of beatings growing up." Zhou Qing grimaced. Then he added, "So do you live nearby? At your girlfriend's place? Want to go out tonight? I can introduce you to some friends who also enjoy cars." "Ah, are you probing into my background?" Lie Junchuan realized. Indeed, those from affluent families are never simple. However, he didn't mind and casually replied, "I live near the Tengwang Pavilion. I've just acquired a house and haven't officially moved in yet. I've been staying with my girlfriend these past few days." Wow, Zhou Qing thought to himself. This guy is truly remarkable. Although I don't spend much time in Hongdu, I've visited the renowned Tengwang Pavilion several times and have never seen a private residence built nearby. Judging by his tone, I doubt his house is within the scenic area, right? Above is purely a personal fantasy. Dear readers, please encourage updates, interact, and send some free gifts. Chapter 50. Bringing my girlfriend to the new home, then let's plan a visit to your home sometime. Zhou Qing suppressed his chaotic thoughts. "I'm preparing to head back to the city. What about you?" "I'm also getting ready to leave," Lie Junchuan replied. "Driving this car is quite enjoyable, but it can't go far at high speeds. I suppose I need to get another vehicle. This one is fine for fun." "All right, then farewell for now." Zhou Qing gestured as if to make a call. "Let us keep in touch when we have the chance." Then, the two drove their well-fueled cars back towards the city. On the way, Lie Junchuan suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother Tongzi, I have a question. In the game, I have a butler. Can that butler manifest in reality?" "Yes, but it's a bit different this time. The manifested butler will arrive at your residence in the form of an applicant and become your employee. Loyalty is guaranteed, but you will still need to pay a salary." The system replied, "That will suffice. Initially, the butler in the game is merely a tool, lacking any extraordinary skills." Lie Junchuan expressed his satisfaction. Managing such a large estate on his own would indeed be quite cumbersome. With a loyal and devoted butler at his service, everything became significantly simpler. Consequently, Lie Junchuan resolved to manifest the butler upon his return. Yet he was immediately confronted with a dilemma. Should he disclose to his girlfriend the acquisition of the property? The gifts he had previously given, when considered in a conventional sense, did not suggest extravagant spending. After years of diligent work, accumulating savings was entirely reasonable. However, this unique residence, along with its luxurious decorations, would amount to several million. How could he possibly explain this? As Lie Junchuan pondered, he drove back to the estate, parked his car, and opened the grand gate. He approached the jade tea table in the courtyard and sat down. To his astonishment, he discovered that the table was connected to a water pipe. Curiously, he pressed a peculiar button, intricately carved in the shape of a small teapot, and witnessed as one of the bamboo shoots carved beside it began to flow with clear water. "Wow, this is impressive," Lie Junchuan exclaimed, marveling at the ingenuity of the design. The system informed him that the table was connected to a natural spring, providing drinkable water. Moreover, he noticed something unusual. The entire estate lacked any modern furniture. Upon closer inspection, he realized that everything had been designed in the style of ancient artifacts, with all appliances cleverly disguised. He examined the exterior walls and spotted an air conditioning unit camouflaged as an ancient window. Eagerly, he ventured inside to explore further. Lo and behold, various sockets, televisions, sound systems, and a plethora of household appliances had all been ingeniously modified, with the more difficult items cleverly concealed. The system is truly considerate. Thank you. Lie Junan had initially contemplated purchasing some modern appliances to enhance the space, only to discover that the system had already taken care of everything. After some reflection, he decided that a computer would suffice for the household, as everything else, including gas and internet connections, was readily available. Returning to the courtyard, he picked up the teapot from the table, filled it with spring water, and set it on the stove to boil. After rinsing the tea utensils, he began to brew tea with the leaves he had brought back from his outing with Lie Junan. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, he realized that good tea requires good water. Noticing it was nearly lunchtime, Lie Junan opened the game and manifested the butler. Accidentally catching sight of pets available in the home shop, he purchased several small dogs and a parrot to enliven the courtyard further. Just then, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, he confirmed the caller's identity. Indeed, it was the butler he had just manifested. The butler stated that he could accept the previously discussed terms and would be available to officially start either in the afternoon or the following day. Why is it a man? Lie Junan felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he soon remembered that traditionally, butlers were male, and considering the physical demands of managing the estate, this was not entirely unexpected. After finishing their tea, Lie Junan drove back to Lie Yun's home. After dining together with the three of them, he inquired, "Shall we go for a stroll this afternoon? Is there anywhere else you wish to visit?" Lie Yun responded, "I would like to purchase a computer, and by the way, I have a surprise for you." Lie Junan decided to be forthright. Having prepared his justification, he had accumulated a considerable amount of Bitcoin years ago and sold it at its peak. Thus, he was not short of funds. After all, he had previously consulted the system, and his financial resources were derived from overseas. "I'll accompany you. A former classmate of mine works at a computer store," Lie Yun replied. "Great, I shall deliver some performance bonuses to your classmate," Lie Junan responded. They then drove to the computer city, and en route, Lie Yun contacted her classmate, who turned out to be a girl, a rarity in this field. Upon arriving at the computer city, Lie Yun's classmate was already waiting at the entrance. "Wow, it's been a while since I've seen you, and you've got a boyfriend now. How rare," exclaimed a girl with a bob haircut, wearing a vest emblazoned with the Asus logo. "Indeed, unlike you, you already have children," Lie Yun reminisced with her classmate, while Lie Junan interjected, "Hello, I am Lie Yun's boyfriend. Thank you for your assistance. No need to be so formal. I should thank you for the performance bonuses." The short-haired girl replied, "Do you have a specific model in mind? Are you looking for a laptop or a desktop?" Lie Yun glanced at Lie Junan. After observing the logo on the girl's vest, Lie Junan contemplated briefly and said, "Let us go for a desktop, perhaps a full ROG setup." "Lie Yun, do you prefer a desktop or a laptop?" "I have a laptop. I just bought it last year, so I won't need another. Please don't waste your money." Lie Yun declined. "Ah, you two are something. Come on, let me take you to my workplace to select the configuration." The short-haired girl led them to her place of work and handed Lie Junan a configuration sheet. "Would you like me to help you with the introduction?" "No, that's quite all right. I have a general idea. Just proceed as you see fit." Lie Junan, enticed by a computer he had long coveted, stated his desired configuration: a 57-inch Samsung Mini LED screen, dual 4K 240Hz monitors, a chassis of the Genesis GR701, a ROG 1600W power supply, a fully populated 990 Pro SSD, ROG Ryujin 3 liquid cooling, a TUF 4090 graphics card, 24 GB of HyperX Fury RAM, and a ROG Z790 Apex motherboard paired with a 14900KS CPU. In total, the cost amounted to over $80,000. Lie Junan requested that the technician deliver the components and install them on-site, also purchasing a keyboard, mouse, and headphones, spending a few thousand more. "Can it be installed right now?" Lie Junan inquired. "Of course. I will arrange for the technician to come and assist with the installation immediately." The short-haired girl readily agreed, knowing that this order was substantial. "Please wait a moment while I have the technician load all the components and accompany you to your site for the assembly." After a brief wait, with all the components loaded, Lie Junan drove towards the Riverside Villa. Lie Yun, seated in the passenger seat, began to sense something amiss. "Where are we headed?" she asked. "You will find out soon enough. Do not fret." Lie Junan replied with a smile. "I promised I would give you a surprise." After the two cars came to a halt in front of the courtyard, Lie Yun and the technician trailing behind stared in astonishment. "You can't be telling me that this house belongs to you," Lie Yun exclaimed in disbelief. The technician, however, was quickly captivated by the sleek black Dodge muscle car parked nearby. Young men often find it hard to resist such allure. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were met once again with expressions of shock, while the technician busied himself with the equipment and began assembling the machine. Lee Junchuan took the opportunity to explain to Li Yun. So, you are now a billionaire? Li Yun's expression was somewhat complex. Today's chapter is an extra update. Thanks to the 5-star reviews. I appreciate your support, which fuels my motivation to keep writing. If you have gifts, feel free to send them. Chapter 51. What do you plan to do in the future? Indeed, Li Junchuan nodded, surprised, happy. Li Yun shot him a glance. Her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions as her mind began to wander. What are you thinking about? Noticing Li Yun's distraction, Li Junchuan waved his hand in front of her face. Oh, it's nothing, Li Yun replied, regaining her focus. So, do you intend to settle down here? I currently work just 4 months a year, leaving me plenty of time. When I have free time, we can come here to spend some time with uncle and aunt. Li Junchuan replied, then inquired, what about you? What are your plans? Li Yun pondered for a long while, uncertain about her next steps, and cast a pleading glance toward Li Junchuan. Why are you looking at me? Don't you have any ideas? Li Junchuan scratched his head. Will you still want to work in the future? Li Yun struggled to articulate her thoughts, fearing that if she found a job, their time together would diminish. The previous disparity between their families had not been significant, but now that her boyfriend had become a billionaire, she felt a sense of insecurity creeping in. Sensing her apprehensions, Li Junchuan leaned in and kissed her gently, saying, don't overthink it. If you're truly unsure, why not consider opening a small shop? You could hire an employee to manage things when you're busy, and when you're free, we can go out and enjoy ourselves. Li Yun's eyes lit up. This idea seemed quite appealing. What kind of shop should we open? Li Junchuan pondered, scratching his head. Have you ever thought about what kind of shop you'd like to run? After some reflection, Li Yun replied, I once considered opening a flower shop. A flower shop could work, Li Junchuan mused, but wouldn't it be a bit monotonous? Suddenly, he recalled his game, where flowers, parrots, fruits, and even puppies could be manifested. He began to contemplate the possibility of opening a flower and bird shop, perhaps even selling ornamental fish. However, he thought it prudent to consult Li Yun's opinion first. I have access to suppliers, Li Junchuan suggested. How about we establish a larger shop with a diverse range of offerings? Flowers, parrots, fish, perhaps even puppies. Shall we embark on this venture together? Li Yun initially nodded in agreement, but then shook her head. Flowers, parrots, and fish sound good, but let's skip the puppies. They might be too troublesome. Certainly. Let us focus on cultivating ornamental plants, aquariums, and parrots. These are relatively easy to manage and do not require excessive effort. Li Junchuan nodded, pondering where to establish the shop. Let me clarify, my work location may not be consistently in Yong City. He contemplated that the Southern Military District encompasses several provinces, so he may not always remain in one place. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult Brother Song regarding this matter. As for the shop's decoration, it poses no challenge for him. He need not even spend money, considering his seaside residence is already realized. And he still possesses the modest abode acquired with copper coins previously. Although it may not be large, it suffices for opening a shop. Can you inquire with your superior about the specific work location? Li Yun suggested. This way, I can determine the shop's location, as I prefer not to be too far from you. All right, I will ask when I have the chance, Li Junchuan nodded. During this period, focus on learning how to manage such establishments. Once I commence my duties, I shall have little time to assist you. Very well. I shall procure some professional literature and visit other shops in my leisure time to glean insights. At that moment, Li Junchuan suddenly recalled something and inquired, does your aunt not specialize in landscape design? She must possess greater knowledge about this than you. Do consult her for advice. Indeed, I nearly overlooked that. I will ask my mother upon returning, and you should also inquire about your work details. Li Yun resolved to immediately return home to discuss the shop with her mother, determined to ensure its success. After bidding farewell to Li Junchuan, Li Yun drove home. While he observed the technician had completed the computer setup, connecting the sound system, power, and internet, before taking his leave. Seated at the table, Li Junchuan found himself before an elegant redwood, height-adjustable desk, complemented by a vintage-style gaming chair. He couldn't help but chuckle at the peculiar ambience. Reminiscent of an ancient official at a desk, working on a computer. Testing the chair, he found it remarkably comfortable in every aspect. Eagerly, he moved the mouse, downloaded a music app, and played a song. The surround sound enveloped him, making him feel as though he were in a cinema. He stood and wandered around. To his astonishment, the entire house, including the kitchen and bathroom, was equipped with concealed speakers. Stepping into the courtyard, he discovered the same. The song previously played resonated throughout every corner of the estate. Li Junchuan then pondered and asked the system, Dear system, where is the control system for the audio? Are you unaware that modern smart homes can be controlled via mobile phone? Simply check your property documentation and scan the QR code to download the app. The system replied, somewhat exasperated. Li Junchuan retrieved the property documentation, initially overwhelmed by the excitement of owning a luxurious residence and having overlooked the details. Upon closer inspection, he finally located the QR code and promptly scanned it to download the app. Thanks to the comprehensive high-speed wireless network that envelopes the villa, Li Junchuan swiftly opened the downloaded application. Upon inspection, he found its features to be remarkably comprehensive, enabling him to remotely control all the electrical appliances within the villa. This was indeed a source of great comfort and joy for him. After experimenting with the controls several times, he discovered their impressive capabilities. He then returned to his computer, downloading all the games he had previously played on his old machine in Young City. Due to the limitations of his previous computer's specifications, he had been unable to indulge in larger games, leaving him with only Stranded Deep and the ever-engaging Divine Martial Arts as his options. Now, with a computer capable of running any game, Lie Junan contemplated which new games to download, envisioning the possibility of materializing in-game items into reality. What a delightful prospect. However, as someone who was not a gaming enthusiast, he found himself at a loss as to which games to choose. If anyone has recommendations for enjoyable games, preferably not of the same genre and with practical items that could be utilized in real life, he would be immensely grateful. In Stranded Deep, he could eventually manifest an island for his shop, selling ornamental fish. As for seafood, Lie Junan lacked any experience. Perhaps hiring someone seasoned in the field would be a feasible option. This way, he could remain carefree, simply awaiting the profits. Alternatively, he could seek a reliable and capable partner, which would certainly ease his burdens. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he materialize the male protagonist from the game? He recalled that the character was a wealthy individual with a private jet. Surely, he was the epitome of a destined worker. What do you think, Brother Tongzi? Lie Junan mused, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Once you download the game, you will know, replied the system. The tone of its voice inexplicably reminded him of a certain meme. He opened Steam, logged into his account, and launched Stranded Deep. After a moment's thought, he proceeded to download a game accelerator. While the game was updating, he downloaded the most popular maps from the creative workshop, crafted by fellow gamers. Once the updates were complete, he opened the game and accessed the island editor, meticulously adding each of the 50 subscribed maps one by one. If he could bring them all to life, it would be truly extraordinary. After saving the map and applying the changes, Lie Junan initiated the game, adjusting the settings so that the wildlife on the islands and the sharks and sea snakes would not attack the protagonist, nor would he suffer from any injuries or ailments. Even with the custom map settings, he still found himself occasionally assaulted by giant crabs and sharks. Albeit without losing health, he wondered if other players had similar experiences with the game. With the settings finalized, Lie Junan entered the game. As the plane jolted and then plunged into the ocean, he swam to the surface and climbed onto a lifeboat. The screen momentarily darkened before illuminating again, revealing him skillfully paddling the lifeboat towards a small island. After dragging the lifeboat ashore, Lie Junan skillfully commenced the collection of various materials to prepare for the construction of a shelter. However, he suddenly recalled that his purpose was to manifest characters. As he felt the smooth operation of the new computer, he inadvertently continued playing the game. Once he realized, he quickly clicked on the manifestation option in the lower right corner of the screen. Please select the content to manifest. Upon seeing the prompt, Lie Junan rummaged through the options and finally found the protagonist selection, clicking on it immediately. The manifestation was successful, and the manifested character's identity in reality was Arthur Curry, a top-tier heir in Europe, possessing both power and wealth. He had fortuitously met Lie Junan during a Bitcoin trading event, and they had since become close friends. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Lie Junan clicked to manifest an island once more. Ding! Manifestation failed. Please establish a shelter and basic survival equipment on the island you wish to manifest. Upon reading the unexpected prompt, Lie Junan pondered aloud. This isn't too troublesome. I'll just take some time to build a shelter on each island. Then create a smokehouse and a grill, and finally set up a water collector. That should suffice. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave his current starting island and head to a nearby larger island. Aside from the starting island, all other islands were player-created maps, thus brimming with abundant resources, making survival significantly easier. More importantly, once he gathered enough materials and upgraded various skills, he could craft a diesel engine to install on a boat, allowing for swifter travel between the islands to construct the necessary items for manifestation. Consequently, Lie Junan devoted himself to the game, and before nightfall, he successfully built shelters, water collectors, smokehouses, and other essentials on all the islands. After letting out a sigh of relief, he made his way to the kitchen, which had access to a pristine, pollution-free spring. He turned on the tap and filled a glass with water, savoring the refreshing taste. Feeling invigorated, he poured another glass and returned to his desk, unhesitatingly clicking on the manifestation option. After selecting the islands, he was relieved when no failure prompt appeared. Selecting all the islands again, he clicked next and began to choose specific manifestation locations. This left Lie Junan scratching his head, for in his 30 years of life, he had never genuinely enjoyed a day by the seaside, making it difficult for him to decide. After a brief moment, he opened his browser and began searching for the most beautiful sea locations around the globe. He stumbled upon a forum where a knowledgeable individual had compiled some information, and as he browsed, he eventually came across the following passage: Bora Bora, Among the many islands of French Polynesia, what makes Bora Bora so unique and beautiful? Firstly, Bora Bora boasts an almost circular atoll topography and an expansive lagoon, resulting in a strikingly clear azure hue, where the naked eye can discern more than 5 distinct shades, providing an overwhelming visual delight, not to mention the purity of the seawater itself. The ocean, situated at the heart of the Pacific Plate, is known for its remarkable clarity. Besides the water, the mountains on the main island are also a significant attraction and selling point. Mount Otemanu, with an elevation exceeding 700 meters, stands tall and imposing. Imagine residing in an overwater bungalow, gazing at the exquisite Tiffany blue lagoon on one side, while looking upon the towering peaks on the other. With the roaring Pacific Ocean in the backdrop, this sensation is akin to paradise. As Lie Junan perused the introduction above and examined the photographs and videos he had discovered, he was captivated by the pristine, delicate beaches and the stunning Tiffany blue waters. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement, especially at the thought of feeding sharks and witnessing humpback whales. It was decided this was the place for him. Firmly resolved, Lie Junan selected the coordinates and initiated the manifestation. In an instant, a multitude of documents appeared on his desk, detailing the various formalities required for purchasing Bora Bora. From that moment on, he became the owner of Bora Bora. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. He could manifest up to 50 islands. Upon thoroughly reviewing the documents before him, he discovered that the land area of the islands far exceeded 38 kilometers, surrounded by 49 uniquely shaped islets, which meant that this entire expanse of over 500 kilometers of maritime territory, including the islands, now belonged to him. From this moment on, I can also consider myself the Ocean King. Lie Junan found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tongzi. No need for thanks. I have my own benefits as well, so it's all good. The system replied. Though he was temporarily unaware of the benefits gained from the system, Lie Junan was certain it was related to his ability to manifest various items from the game. Henceforth, whenever he found himself with idle time, he would indulge in various games and manifest as deemed necessary. Suddenly, a sense of dissonance struck him. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell upon the pile of documents on the table. Remarkably, these documents contained text in 4 languages: English, French, Tahitian, and Chinese. To his astonishment, he realized he could comprehend all of them fluently. After attempting to read aloud in different languages, Lie Junan was utterly taken aback. Prior to this, aside from Chinese, he had only studied English, with a limited vocabulary and poor speaking skills. Yet now, judging by his spoken proficiency, locals would likely assume he had grown up in their midst. What a pleasant surprise. Lie Junan felt elated, silently praising, Brother Tongzi, how impressive. Such skills are truly invaluable. With this in mind, he calculated the time difference and dialed Arthur's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, dearly. Is there something you wish to discuss with this unexpected call? Arthur inquired directly. I have a business proposition to discuss with you. Lie Junan replied. I'll send you a few photos. Please pay attention to Facebook. As he spoke, Lie Junan took a few photos of the recently acquired property certificate for the islands and sent them over. Wow, brother, you truly are remarkable. I never anticipated that you would secure the rights to this place. It seems I misjudged your capabilities. So, is the business we are about to discuss related to this? Arthur's voice rang with astonishment. Indeed, these lands are rich in resources and boast a stunning environment. Did you not mention that your business spans across Europe and America? This opportunity has come knocking on your door. I wish to collaborate with you on developing tourism and aquaculture in that region. Lie Junan replied. What a splendid gift you have bestowed upon me. Arthur exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Let us finalize this arrangement. I shall book a flight immediately to discuss this matter in detail. Send me your location. Lie Junan shared his current whereabouts via Facebook, and after receiving confirmation, there was a lull in communication as Arthur likely began making travel arrangements to fly domestically on his private jet. Chapter 53. We shall be tycoons too. After concluding the call with Arthur, Lie Junan glanced at the games on his computer desktop and resumed playing. As mealtime approached, he realized there were scant ingredients at home and decided to visit his girlfriend's place for dinner. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the butler who had previously applied for the position. The call bore no significant news, merely informing him that the butler would officially commence his duties the following morning. Lie Junan expressed his complete agreement. With a personal butler at his service, he would no longer need to worry about meals or any domestic matters. He had reviewed the applicant's credentials, which were impressively extensive. Not only was the individual proficient in multiple languages, but he also possessed skills in gardening, culinary arts, social etiquette, and even business acumen. Truly a man of many talents. With this butler, Lie Junan would hardly need to concern himself with daily necessities, a delightful prospect. After enjoying dinner at his girlfriend's home and taking a brief nap, Lie Junan returned to his villa early the next morning after breakfast. Upon arriving, he noticed a Buick sedan parked by the entrance, with a middle-aged man standing upright and waiting at the gate, dressed impeccably and with meticulous attention to detail. Hearing the sound of the approaching car, the man turned and quickly walked over. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he opened the door for Lie Junan with a seriousness that struck him as extravagant. Is it really so grand? Lie Junan thought to himself, as he was not accustomed to such treatment. Good morning, sir. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Fu, and from this moment forth, I shall be your personal butler. The middle-aged man greeted Lie Junan, already familiar with his background, so there was no need for further introduction. Very well. I shall call you Uncle Fu. Come, let us discuss inside. Lie Junan responded, feigning formality as he opened the gate, and the two entered the courtyard in succession. Observing the elegant surroundings, Li Fu's demeanor remained unchanged. Do you have any travel plans or activities today, sir? As they approached the tea table, Li Fu surveyed it briefly, quickly discerning its intricacies, and began to prepare spring water methodically. He retrieved tea leaves from a concealed drawer beneath the table and brewed a pot of tea for Lie Junan. Lie Junan nodded with immense satisfaction, contemplating. Today, a friend from Europe is coming to discuss some business. He hails from England and wields considerable influence in both the business and political realms. I should greet him at the airport, and I will need you to arrange the dining aspects. Very well, I shall take care of the arrangements. Li Fu replied confidently. Do we have a confirmed list of accompanying personnel? This was a point Lie Junan had not inquired about. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone and contacted Arthur, who subsequently provided the contact details of his accompanying butler to Lie Junan, who then relayed this information to Li Fu. Please enjoy your tea, sir. While I communicate some details with the other party and familiarize myself with the household, Li Fu suggested. Noting Lie Junan's nod of approval, he proceeded to familiarize himself with the home while conversing on the phone. This is what one calls professionalism. Such matters should indeed be entrusted to skilled individuals. Lie Junan remarked with great satisfaction, recognizing that if it fell to him, he would be utterly lost. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he continued to sip his tea, reassured that he would merely accompany Li Fu to the airport when the time came. After a while, Li Fu returned to his side. Sir, I have confirmed with Mr. Arthur. His accompanying personnel will include only the butler and a security officer. The rest will be accommodated at the hotel. The evening reception will take place here, featuring local delicacies. Later, I will arrange for the culinary team to arrive with all necessary ingredients. We need to be at the airport by 3 this afternoon, and I have already arranged the vehicle. Thank you for your efforts, Fubo, Lie Junan said, emulating a line he had once heard in a film. You're welcome, sir. Will you be dining at home this afternoon? What would you like to eat? Li Fu inquired promptly. Please feel free to make arrangements as you see fit, but ensure the portions are substantial and the flavors diverse. Lie Junan responded. Let us dine at home. Very well, then you may sample my culinary skills this afternoon. Li Fu nodded, confident in his cooking abilities. Seeing no further matters at hand, he began unloading items from his vehicle. As a butler, he was required to reside in the household, so he had prepared various necessities in advance. He located his designated quarters and began moving his belongings inside. Lie Junan had intended to assist, but Li Fu declined his offer. To his surprise, the somewhat older Li Fu exhibited impressive physicality, suggesting he engaged in regular exercise. In fact, Lie Junan discerned from Li Fu's physique and gait that he had likely received training in martial arts and possibly marksmanship. Goodness, is it necessary for a butler to be so accomplished? Lie Junan thought, startled by his own conclusion. Previously, he had only casually reviewed Li Fu's basic information and had not given it much thought. Now, it was evident that this butler was far from ordinary. And what of Arthur? His background must also be noteworthy, Lie Junan pondered. Otherwise, such a successful business would be unattainable. Could he be connected to some European royalty? As he mused, he observed the butler busily procuring various supplies. Now this is what one might call a life well lived. Lie Junan sighed, reflecting that he had merely existed until now, going through the motions of life. At noon, Li Fu prepared an elaborate feast, and at Lie Junan's request, he joined him at the table. Observing Lie Junan relish his meal, a deeper smile spread across his face. After clearing the table, Li Fu returned to wash up and donned a more formal outfit, ensuring that Lie Junan was also well equipped with suitable clothing, as it was the steward's duty to manage such arrangements. Under the watchful guidance of Fu Bo, Lie Junan returned to his room to freshen up and changed into the attire that had been prepared for him. At that moment, he realized that within his sprawling home, there was a severe lack of clothing and daily necessities. Brother, how do I manage the steward's wages and the various household expenses? In times of uncertainty, Lie Junan did not hesitate to consult the system. The steward already possesses your supplementary bank card. All expenses and salary disbursements will be deducted from it. Each quarter, the steward will present you with the corresponding statement for your signature, so you need not worry. Focus on earning, young man. The funds required to sustain a household are not trivial. The system's voice resonated promptly. Lie Junan felt no concern regarding this matter. His current assets were more than sufficient to support a small team of stewards, and with a new project on the horizon, substantial funds would soon flow in. As the time approached, Lie Junan, prompted by Fu Bo, headed to the airport to receive guests. The chef, who had been contacted in advance, arrived at the house and began preparations. After a little over an hour, Lie Junan accompanied Fu Bo to the villa, where they welcomed Arthur, his steward, and a bodyguard. The arrangements for other accompanying personnel were not his responsibility. "Brother, your home is truly exquisite. I think I am beginning to fall in love with this place. It feels necessary to establish a traditional Chinese estate here." Arthur chatted with Lie Junan while they dined, disregarding any formalities in their private conversation. After enjoying a lavish dinner, the two began discussing business matters at the tea table in the courtyard. The exchange was brief, and they quickly reached a consensus. Lie Junan would contribute the island and all resources within the maritime domain as his stake, claiming 60% of the subsequent net income. The construction of the island and a series of tourism projects would require no further financial input from Lie Junan. As Arthur indicated, he would seek additional partners to invest and share the remaining 40% of profits. Sensing Lie Junan's apprehension, Arthur remarked, "Lie, my brother, you must understand that once these premium resources are developed, they guarantee a profitable venture. The ongoing revenue is sufficient to sustain a family for generations. Therefore, I am genuinely delighted that you, possessing such resources, are willing to collaborate with me. While I will seek other partners and relinquish a portion of the profits, the risk will also be mitigated. After all, there is strength in numbers." Thus, in the presence of their respective lawyers, both parties signed the agreement, formalizing their partnership. Once the project commenced, Lie Junan could indeed be regarded as a magnate. Chapter 54. Taking Arthur for a luxurious spa experience. "All right, Lie, from now on, you can look forward to counting your riches." Arthur chuckled, "And it won't be long. I plan to hire a construction team from your country. After all, you are renowned for your prowess in infrastructure." Lie Junan nodded, acknowledging the global recognition of the efficiency of domestic construction teams, as long as payments are made promptly. "Let us toast with tea instead of wine to a successful collaboration." Lie Junan raised his teacup and clinked it with Arthur's. "Lie, do you have any plans for tonight?" Arthur winked at Lie Junan. "Are you really in need of this?" Lie Junan replied, somewhat speechless. No. I believe you have misunderstood. You wish to indulge in what your country's netizens refer to as a luxurious spa experience." Arthur pronounced the term luxurious spa in an oddly accented Mandarin. "Not a problem." Lie Junan nodded. "Fu Bo, please arrange for the best leisure establishment in town. Tonight, I intend to provide our guest with an exquisite experience of traditional Chinese spa treatments." Fu Bo nodded in acknowledgement, having overheard their conversation. It was evident that Arthur was eager to explore the delights of a luxurious spa, likely having encountered a plethora of beautiful women. "Tonight promises to be delightful. Our country's legitimate spa massages are truly exceptional. I assure you, after experiencing it, you will fall in love with it." Lie Junan smiled knowingly, recalling the expressions of foreign guests during their inaugural experience with traditional Chinese massage, which would undoubtedly go viral if recorded. Approximately an hour later, Lie Junan, accompanied by Fu Bo and Arthur, arrived at the most prestigious private spa in Hongdu. In a beautifully decorated private room, Lie Junan and Arthur immersed themselves in a herbal bath. "Wow, what is that scent? Quite peculiar, yet rather pleasant," Arthur remarked, intrigued by the aroma of the traditional Chinese herbs in the bathwater. "This water is brewed from medicinal herbs. Soaking in it is immensely beneficial for your health." Lie Junan elaborated on the advantages of herbal baths, and the two began to close their eyes and savor the experience. After about 10 minutes, upon the service staff's gentle reminder, they emerged from the bath, sipping on some prepared brown sugar water to recuperate before re-entering the herbal bath. "Lie, why do we need to drink sugar water?" Arthur inquired, curious. "Because the herbal bath has a strong permeation effect. Did you not notice how much you perspired during the soak, despite the water not being particularly hot?" Lie Junan explained. "Thus, one must take a break to replenish their sugars, or else dizziness may ensue." "Ah, I see." Arthur nodded, somewhat enlightened, recognizing the benefits and refrained from further questioning. After alternating between the bath 3 times, they concluded their herbal soak, replenished their energy with sugar, and were guided by the staff to the steam room. After nearly half an hour, Lie Junan emerged, while Arthur could hardly bear it any longer, gasping for air outside. "Arthur, it seems your constitution is somewhat frail." Lie Junan teased. "It appears I must seek the expertise of a traditional Chinese physician to properly condition my body, especially that herbal bath I thoroughly enjoyed." Arthur remarked, "From now on, I shall forego essential oil baths and instead indulge in the traditional herbal remedies of your country. After just one soak, I already feel somewhat transformed." "Of course, that poses no issue." Lie Junan nodded in agreement, then turned to the attendant and inquired, "Shall we proceed with the body scrub?" The attendant nodded and guided the two to the scrubbing area, where they were instructed to remove their shorts and recline on the beds. Arthur glanced at Lie Junan's lower half, exclaiming, "I had believed myself to be invincible, yet you proved to be even more formidable." His envy was palpable. "Is the pressure adequate?" the scrubbing master asked. "Feel free to scrub as you please. I can endure it," Lie Junan replied with an impassive expression. joking that having grown up in the north, he had long since acclimatized to the scrubbing master's rigorous techniques. Meanwhile, Arthur found the experience somewhat painful, repeatedly urging the master to ease his touch. After thoroughly cleansing their bodies from head to toe, Lie Junan and Arthur began to rinse off, washing away the grime before changing into fresh garments. They then followed the attendant to an adjacent room to commence traditional Chinese therapy. The entire therapy session lasted approximately 2 hours, during which Lie Junan reveled in the experience while observing Arthur's animated reactions. Arthur, torn between discomfort and enjoyment, was reluctant to have the master cease his work. Following the massage, Lie Junan also treated Arthur to foot reflexology, gua sha, cupping, and ear cleaning. Their steward partook in the same treatments in another private room, while Arthur's bodyguard remained vigilant outside. By the time the group exited the establishment, it was already past midnight. After completing the extensive wellness program, Arthur felt light as a feather, exclaiming amazing, and enthusiastically proclaiming that once the island was developed, he would introduce such bathing centers, planning to experience various regional therapies in the future vacation resort. Upon returning to their villa, Arthur and the steward retired to their designated rooms, quickly slipping into slumber. Meanwhile, Arthur's bodyguard returned to the hotel where the accompanying personnel were staying, and a new guard took over the post. The following morning, Steward Fu had already prepared breakfast by the time they awoke. After enjoying their meal, Arthur bid farewell to Lie Junan, eagerly flying back to Europe to commence work on the island development. Lie Junan, on the other hand, retrieved his phone, found Song Gang's WeChat, and sent a message. "Brother Song, are you busy? What is up?" Song Gang replied, "Nothing much. Just wanted to inquire about where the subsequent combat training with the Yongcheng Police and the Southern Military District will take place." Lie Junan asked. "Why the sudden curiosity?" Song Gang responded, "This time, the training will all occur in Yongcheng. And what about in the future?" Lie Junan pressed, "I understand the police aspect. But what of the military? After all, our Southern Theater Command encompasses several provinces. This year's training is in Yongcheng, but as for next year, that remains uncertain. The subsequent training plans won't be finalized so early." Song Gang replied, "Why the sudden interest in this?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely considering purchasing a home. If there's a fixed location, I'd like to establish my residence nearby," Lie Junan concluded. "Why do you ponder so much? With less than half a year of work in a year, it matters not where we settle down. Treat the training as a business trip. Besides, you are not short on funds. Acquiring a few more properties would suffice. As for settling down, I actually suggest the capital is preferable." Song Gang replied. "Why is that? Are not Yangcheng, Modu, and Pingqing good options?" Lie Junan inquired, somewhat perplexed. He had never set foot in the capital, though he had passed through Yangcheng once and lived in Modu for a year. "Here's my reasoning. The capital is, after all, the political center. I sense you will have ample opportunities to interact with officials in the future, making it more convenient to reside there," Song Gang patiently elaborated. After concluding his conversation with Song Gang, Lie Junan found merit in his words and resolved to settle in the capital. He could acquire additional properties elsewhere for ease of travel and work. As for property management, he would entrust it to a professional housekeeper, as it merely required assembling a competent team. Renting was not a consideration for Lie Junan, given that he would not lack for funds in the future. His gaming income was consistent, and the cash flow from his island development would be substantial. With this in mind, Lie Junan decided to discuss with Li Yun about establishing their residence in the capital, suggesting that her future shop be situated there as well. Chapter 55. The super estate settles in the capital. Lie Junan informed Uncle Fu that he would be bringing his girlfriend over for lunch, requesting preparations for the meal, and then drove his challenger to Li Yun's home. "Xiao Chuan, what have you been busy with these past days?" Li Yun's mother asked while watering the flowers in the yard. Lie Junan had no intention of concealing his assets from Li Yun's parents. Thus, when Li Yun sought his opinion, he agreed to share the information with her uncle and aunt, believing that they would eventually become family and should be informed. As for his own family, he was uncertain how to explain things, given their lack of understanding about cryptocurrencies. However, after some contemplation, he decided to first inform his parents and sister to gauge their reactions. He planned to buy a house for his sister in the county. As for his parents, having lived in the rural hometown where all neighbors were familiar, moving to the county would mean starting anew without acquaintances. He could simply renovate their house in the countryside. And if his brother and sister-in-law wished to move to the county, purchasing a house then would be timely. There was no rush for any of this. "Auntie, let me assist you," Lie Junan said, preparing to help Li Yun's mother water the plants. "I recently bought a house here in Hongdu, making it more convenient for when Xiao Yun and I return. It's located near the Tengwang Pavilion. Once Uncle returns from work this evening, we can all go see it together." "Ah, that sounds good. We'll wait for your uncle to come back, and we can go see it together. It'll be lively." Li Yun's mother accepted the offer, handing him the watering can. "Please help me with the watering while I inform your uncle that he should come home tonight. He has quite a few matters to attend to today and won't he be back for lunch." As Lie Junan tended to the flowers, Li Yun descended the stairs to assist him in caring for the plants. Have you decided where to settle down? Li Yun inquired. Having made a decision. Let us settle in the capital from now on, and your shop shall also be established there. As for work, I shall consider it a business trip. Li Junchuan remarked while watering the flowers. I may not have time to accompany you during my work hours, but we shall see. If we are both unoccupied, you can come to Yongcheng. If busy, we can wait a month or two, and then we will be together again. Though a tinge of sadness lingered at the thought of not being able to be together all the time, Li Yun, no longer a naive girl, understood that unless both were free from work, it would be challenging for them to be inseparable daily. Moreover, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Having 4 months a year to recuperate was rather agreeable. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. Recalling Li Junchuan's formidable vigor, there were times she pondered calling the authorities. I will discuss with my family about settling in the capital, Li Yun stated. The educational resources there are superior, making it more convenient for our future children's schooling. Lost in thought, Li Yun began to envision life after marriage. Indeed, I had overlooked that aspect, Li Junchuan suddenly recalled. Having a household registration in the capital offers significant advantages for university admissions. During lunch, the three of them dined together. Li Junchuan returned to his separate residence first, while Li's mother took her daughter out to purchase gifts. Although they would soon be one family, the appropriate courtesies must still be observed, and thoughtful presents were necessary for the housewarming. Li's mother specifically inquired about the condition of Li Junchuan's house to determine suitable gifts. Upon returning to his residence, Li Junchuan sat before his computer, logging into Shenwu to check on the elegant manor he had previously acquired through in-game purchases. Having resolved to settle in the capital, securing a home was imperative. He began browsing online, contemplating the ideal location for the manor. After much deliberation on the map, he eliminated numerous old royal estates. As the promising Prince Gong's mansion had transformed into a tourist attraction and a key cultural heritage site, not to mention its excessively vast area. After an extensive search, he finally settled on a location at 1517 North Bank of Hohai, adjacent to Hutong, facing south, surrounded by picturesque scenery, with no towering structures in the vicinity. Only traditional Sihiyuan. For specific location reference, consult the map for Nan Shufang, purely speculative. Upon clicking to manifest the property, a substantial stack of documents appeared before Li Junchuan. The entire property spanned 10 acres, approximately 6,000 square meters. He quickly searched online and estimated that this residence would likely be worth dozens of minor targets. While manifesting the house in the game, Li Junchuan adorned the entire perimeter of the manor with bamboo, resulting in the 6,000 square meter Sihiyuan complex being encircled by a lush bamboo grove. There was a gate in each cardinal direction, with the main entrance facing the Hohai, accompanied by a tastefully decorated, antiquated garage. The courtyard walls were uniformly constructed of blue bricks, adhering to the traditional Sihiyuan style, and all buildings within the courtyard were crafted from various precious materials. Breathing a sigh of relief, Li Junchuan realized that his household registration had automatically transferred to the capital. The system truly is remarkable. It recognized my intention to settle in the capital and automatically registered my household there, sparing me the hassle of bureaucratic procedures. Li Junchuan was elated, practically soaring with joy, eager to fly to the capital and behold his new abode. Much like his current riverside villa, the residents in the capital also manifested a team of caretakers rather than a solitary butler, encompassing housekeepers, chefs, drivers, security personnel, and more. Thus, even in his absence from the capital, the estate was well managed, alleviating any concerns he might have had. As evening descended, Li Yun's family drove to Li Junchuan's villa, where he and the butler awaited their arrival at the entrance. Upon seeing father and mother Li disembark, they began unloading gifts from the trunk, tokens to celebrate Li Junchuan's relocation. With a beaming smile, Li Junchuan remarked, "Uncle and aunt, why such formality? We are all family." While accepting the gifts, he introduced them. "Fubai, these are my girlfriend's parents," and subsequently introduced the butler to the Li family. The gifts brought by the Li family were plentiful, including bedding, exquisite tableware from Jingdezhen, and various practical appliances such as coffee machines and air purifiers. Although father and mother Li were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by the grandeur of the mansion. Fortunately, the strong bond between the young couple reassured them considerably. Seated in the elegant dining room, savoring delectable dishes, the two elders began to envision their daughter's future happiness in marriage. During the meal, discussions turned to their plans for settling down, and upon learning that the couple had agreed to reside in the capital, they offered no objections. Instead, they thoughtfully began to elaborate on the myriad benefits of living in the capital. However, the thought of their daughter moving so far away stirred a hint of melancholy within them. Thankfully, with the advancements in transportation, the once distant notion of a daughter marrying far away was no longer as daunting as it had been in the past. The family conversed late into the night. While they held no opinions regarding Li Junchuan's work, they engaged in a thorough analysis of the advantages and disadvantages concerning Li Yun's prospective shop. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Yun. Take our suggestions as mere references. Once you embark on your business journey, you will encounter a myriad of challenges, and ultimately, the decisions will rest with you. Our only wish is for your future to be smooth and your health to be robust. That would suffice for us, Father Lee said earnestly. Uncle, rest assured. Whenever you have the time, you are welcome to visit us in the capital. We will also make it a point to return and spend time with you. Lie Junan replied eagerly. After seeing Father and Mother Lee off, Lie Junan returned to his villa, contemplating the ideal location for Li Yun's shop. After much deliberation, he decided that the establishment would be situated near Panjiayuan, specifically in Shili, manifesting as a splendid IKEA-style residence that had originally accompanied the purchase of Shenwu's estate. Although modest in size, it was lavish enough to serve as a shop. The quaint, antique house nestled in the flower and bird market of Shili does not appear out of place at all. The interior space is ample enough for division. And regarding the specifics, Lie Junan did not dwell too much on the details, considering it was intended for Li Yun to manage. His sole concern was to ensure a reliable supply of goods, given how effortlessly items could be procured from the game, with costs virtually negligible. The rest would depend on how Li Yun chose to proceed, as the capital's wholesale market offers an abundance of goods, allowing her to stock up on whatever sells well. If needed, she could always seek assistance from her mother, a landscape designer. Once the manifestation was complete, Lie Junan exhaled in relief upon seeing the property certificate and various necessary business documents before him. He felt a sense of accomplishment in resolving yet another matter. The remaining tasks could be addressed once they arrived in the capital in the next few days, where he would assist in preparing the shop's initial setup. He was also nearing the time to return to Yong City to commence his formal work. Today, Li Yun remained at the courtyard and did not accompany her parents home, prompting Lie Junan to take her shopping for some household essentials. Xiao Yun, do you feel like we're missing anything at home? He inquired. Since we'll be spending time here, it's essential to procure some daily necessities. Take a look around, and then we can head to the mall to shop. Sure, I'll take a look first. Li Yun nodded, beginning to explore the house, knowing that aside from furniture and food, many items were in need of replenishment. Uncle Fu, do you think there's anything else we need to add to our home? Lie Junan asked. The essential items have largely been acquired for now. It's just a matter of what you might require. Sir, Li Fu contemplated. For instance, clothing suitable for various occasions, accessories, shoes, and so forth. Additionally, choosing some personal favorite brands for everyday consumables could be beneficial. If anything else is needed later, I can procure them based on your preferences. Lie Junan nodded, understood. By the way, do we need to acquire any vehicles for the house? Not at the moment. However, if you plan to reside here frequently, a sedan would be advisable. Uncle Fu replied. Your muscle car is not quite suitable for Miss Lee. Lie Junan agreed, acknowledging that while Li Yun currently had no need for a vehicle, he decided to search his game garage for a suitable model for a young lady. He also needed some sedans, SUVs, or off-road vehicles for himself. As the saying goes, I may do without, but I cannot be without. After contemplating these matters, he temporarily set them aside. As he and Li Yun were soon to depart for the capital, and he himself would need to work in Yong City, there was no need for excessive preparations in Hongdu. Meeting daily necessities upon their return would suffice. Brother Xiaochuan, I've found what we need. Shall we set off for shopping? Li Yun exclaimed, clutching a small notebook filled with numerous notes, eagerly jogging toward Lie Junan. Most girls have a penchant for shopping, and Li Yun was no exception. Li Yun accompanied Lie Junan to the nearest Tianhong and Baisheng, and after parking the car, they entered a shopping frenzy. As for the issue of limited space in the vehicle, it was of no concern. They could simply arrange for the merchants to deliver the purchases directly to their door. For being a valued client came with its privileges. Once they had successfully acquired all the items noted in Li Yun's little notebook, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for what to do next. How about we shop for some clothes? Lie Junan suggested. Since we will be living here in the future, it would be wise to buy some new attire. Help me choose a few pieces, something sporty, casual, leisurely, and business appropriate. Is that really necessary? We've already bought quite a lot today. Li Yun, who typically favored a wardrobe centered around comfort and casual wear, was not overly concerned. Of course it's necessary, Lie Junan replied. Sometimes, when business associates come to visit or when I take you out, one must pay attention to the choice of attire. While Uncle Fu can assist with that, it may not align with your personal taste. After pondering his words, Li Yun nodded in agreement. She even began contemplating whether to learn more about relevant knowledge or etiquette, fearing that she might embarrass herself in front of her partner. What are you thinking about? Lie Junan waved his hand in front of her eyes. Nothing much, Xiaochuan. Let us head over to the nearby Wushang Mall. It should cater to your needs, Li Yun suggested, expressing her earlier concerns with a hint of anxiety as she glanced at her boyfriend. Don't be silly. Lie Junan teased, playfully tapping her nose. Do I seem like someone who would compromise the comfort of my loved ones for the sake of others? He continued. I don't have many friends, and the worries you have won't materialize at present. As for the future, I don't foresee myself befriending such individuals, let alone taking you out to social gatherings that require such interactions. So, just go with the flow. It's perfectly fine to browse and pass the time. but there is no need to take it seriously. In Lie Junan mind, apart from a few elders who deserved respect, the friends he associated with were those with whom he could be entirely at ease, such as inviting Arthur for a health treatment or sharing drinks and laughter with men of a similar age to his own father. All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Chuan, you are so kind to me. Feeling relieved, Li Yun gently kissed Lie Junan. Let us go shopping. I'm confident that with my taste and your physique, we'll find several suitable outfits. Not just me, but you as well. Lie Junan took Li Yun's hand. Let us continue our shopping adventure. Thus, Li Yun led Lie Junan through various luxury boutiques, listening intently to the sales representatives' introductions, while aligning them with her personal preferences. Together, they acquired a substantial array of items: clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, and more. While Lie Junan remained unfazed, Li Yun felt both exhilarated and regretful, as the expenses incurred that afternoon could have easily covered the cost of a small apartment. Little did she know, Lie Junan's daily earnings from the game effortlessly surpassed 7 figures. As they journeyed home, Li Yun cautioned, Xiao Chuan, we must refrain from spending money so extravagantly in the future. It is rather excessive, and it leaves me feeling a tad anxious. Although she had heard from her boyfriend about the lucrative returns from selling Bitcoin, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such financial freedom. Unlike the gold-digging women often depicted in various media, who incessantly demanded gifts, Li Yun instead persistently advised her elder brother against frivolous spending, which was one of the reasons Lie Junan was fond of her. When are you planning to accompany me to the capital? After they had returned to the villa and enjoyed a late-night snack, Lie Junan inquired, shall we take Uncle and Aunt along for some leisure? Li Yun pondered for a moment. I am quite ready to go at any time, but if my father has classes, it would be inconvenient for him to join us. And my mother must stay behind to care for him. There's no rush. Teachers enjoy winter and summer vacations. We can plan to take the elders out then. Lie Junan replied. So, shall we head to the capital tomorrow or the day after? We had agreed to come. I will accompany you for a few days in the capital before I return to Yongcheng. All right, let us aim for tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, you can come home with me to bid farewell to my parents, and then we shall head to the airport. Li Yun responded. Agreed. I will have Uncle Fu book the tickets for tomorrow, Lie Junan said, planting a kiss on Li Yun's cheek. Tonight, you must devote your time to me. Li Yun shot him a playful glare, as if I have ever neglected to spend quality time with you. But remember, we have a flight tomorrow, so take it easy. They then drifted into slumber, and the night was filled with tender whispers, which need not be elaborated upon. Chapter 57. Arrival in the capital and arranging for more vehicles the next day. After lunch at Li Yun's home, her mother insisted on driving them to the airport. After some persuasion, the couple acquiesced. Lie Junan reminisced about his first experience traveling for work. Back then, the internet was not as advanced, and he had to navigate the process of purchasing train tickets through trial and error, eventually locating the waiting hall by asking for directions. By the time they disembarked at the Capital International Airport, it was already 6 in the evening. When booking the tickets, Lie Junan had informed the estate manager at the Capital's Manor, who had arranged for a driver to meet them promptly. The journey from the airport to the Hoheim Manor took approximately half an hour, and they arrived around 7 o'clock. Fortunately, the manager, Li Lu, had prepared dinner in advance, so they did not have to go hungry. With the assistance of household staff in handling their luggage, Lie Junan and Li Yun washed their hands and prepared for dinner. Lu Bo, please join us for a meal. And take this opportunity to get acquainted with Xiao Yun. Lie Junan invited the manager to sit down and made introductions. Xiao Yun will be residing here frequently. Should any matters arise, I would appreciate your assistance. Additionally, she intends to open a flower and bird shop near Shirley River, and I may require your guidance as I am not familiar with the capital. Certainly, sir. Li Lu nodded, well versed in the nuances of the capital, and assured him, I can certainly assist with managing the shop. How do you both find the flavors of tonight's dishes? This evening, the butler has arranged a selection of signature dishes from the Tan family cuisine: braised shark fin, clear soup with yin sai, braised abalone, braised large sea cucumber, steamed chicken with straw mushrooms, shrimp with water bamboo, steamed mandarin fish, duck braised in yellow wine, white fungus soup, and sesame paste buns. Lie Junan, well versed in the culinary methods of the Tan family, began to enthusiastically share details about the dishes with Li Yun, without needing an introduction from the butler. Upon hearing the butler's inquiry, he pondered for a moment and remarked, the chef possesses commendable skills. Does he specialize in other cuisines as well? He is adept in Cantonese, Sichuan, and Shandong cuisines, and is knowledgeable in other culinary styles too, Lu Bo responded, implying that while he is proficient in most, the official cuisine is his forte, with Cantonese, Shandong, and Sichuan cuisines also being quite good, albeit the others being slightly lacking. Impressive, Li Yun exclaimed. It seems I shall be fortunate in the future. Although she remained somewhat bewildered, she understood her boyfriend's affluence. However, in a place like Beijing, where space is a luxury, she was at a loss for words regarding the vast courtyard. Well, let it be. Why overthink? As long as I treat him well, he shall reciprocate. Li Yun temporarily cast aside her chaotic thoughts, feeling confident about their relationship. Is there anything the house currently lacks? Lie Junchuan casually inquired. At present, there is nothing missing. I have already coordinated with Afu regarding your and Miss Li's clothing and daily necessities, which were prepared early this morning. The house is fully stocked, Li Lu replied, then seemingly recalling something, added, however, we might need to acquire a few more vehicles for your future travels. Currently, there are only 2 cars, the one we drove earlier, a Land Cruiser, and an electric sedan. It was at this moment that Li Junchuan suddenly noticed the striking resemblance between the current butler and Li Fu, who remained in Hongdu. Could they be brothers? Fortune, prosperity, and longevity? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicion and thought to himself, what an impressive fellow. Sit down. Basic rules apply. The system's voice echoed. Then let us procure a new Alfred. It would be suitable for welcoming a friend or guest. You may handle the purchase, ensuring we select the top configuration. Li Junchuan deliberated. As for our personal vehicles, I will arrange that later. By the way, how many parking spaces does the house currently have? Counting both the garage and outside, we can accommodate up to 10 vehicles. Li Lu responded. Very well, I understand. Li Junchuan replied. Please prepare hot water later. We shall indulge in a bath. Certainly, I shall arrange that. Li Shou departed from the dining room, while Li Junchuan and Li Yun proceeded to the tea room to enjoy the refreshments prepared by the servants, knowing that the dining area would be attended to. Living this life daily makes it too easy to become complacent. Li Junchuan mused inwardly, but soon, prompted by the butler, he began to draw Li Yun into a romantic bath, where an inevitable playful battle ensued. After shedding their armors, Li Junchuan dried Li Yun's hair and placed her upon the bed in their chamber. After offering her a cup of warm water infused with nourishing ingredients, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Li Junchuan, brimming with vitality, settled onto the living room sofa, retrieved his mobile device, and launched the exhilarating game of Asphalt. He perused the virtual garage for a considerable time before selecting a BMW Z4 for Li Yun, opting for a delightful pink hue. This 2-seater convertible was indeed a fitting choice for a young lady, as it exuded charm, boasted essential features, and offered commendable comfort. After finalizing Li Yun's vehicle, Li Junchuan turned his attention to his own selection within the garage. After an extensive search, he settled on a Bentley Continental GT Speed, painted in a sleek black. This automobile was powered by a 6.0-liter twin-turbocharged W12 engine, coupled with an 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 3.5 seconds from 0 to 100 km/h, with a top speed of 335 km/h. This vehicle could be aptly described as stable. Some liken driving it to steering a ship, reliable while maintaining speed. The array of features in this car surpassed those of the Dodge Challenger left behind in Hongdu by several levels, including adaptive cruise control, massage heating, cooling seats, adjustable suspension, and a rear-view camera, in addition to keyless entry and an electric trunk. The spaciousness of the car greatly enhanced Li Junchuan's comfort. The exclusive speed insignia adorning the exterior spoke volumes of its prestige, with netizens remarking that it epitomized high-end sophistication, understated luxury, and depth of character. Once this vehicle was manifested, Li Junchuan's gaze shifted towards the Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren, a convertible sports car for which he selected the classic silver-white color. The Mercedes SLR McLaren was equipped with a handcrafted 5.4-liter V8 supercharged engine, crafted by the AMG engineering team, delivering a maximum power of 626 horsepower at 6,500 revolutions per minute and an impressive torque of 780 Nm at 3,250 revolutions per minute. The engine's oil lubrication system was modified to a dry sump design, and it featured a 5-speed automatic transmission, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.8 seconds and reaching a top speed of 332 km/h. The manifestation Li Junchuan envisioned was a limited edition SLR McLaren, enhanced with Mansur's Renovation body kit. The hood, side skirts, front and rear bumpers, front fenders, rear spoiler, diffuser, and numerous interior components were crafted from carbon fiber. Additionally, it featured a set of dual-piece wheels connected with titanium alloy bolts and striking red brake calipers. Beyond the exterior and interior modifications, Mansour also upgraded the original 5.4-liter V8 supercharged engine, ultimately achieving an output of 700 horsepower and 879 Nm of torque, with subtle details incorporating the letters Li. That should suffice for now, Li Junchuan mused, scratching his head. At that moment, the butler, Li Lu, rapped on the living room door. Sir, the vehicles you arranged for transport have arrived. Would you like to take a look? Very well, let us go see. Li Junchuan nodded, following the butler Li Lu towards the garage, where 3 trucks designated for transporting luxury cars awaited outside. Even as the clock neared midnight, numerous night owls meandered along the banks of Hohai, their attention drawn to the sudden appearance of 3 trucks. Wow, what an adorable Z4. This car must belong to a girl, exclaimed a member of the crowd. A Bentley Continental GT, how stunning. Another chimed in. Did you not notice the speed insignia on the side? This vehicle will likely cost several million once it arrives in the country, remarked an astute onlooker who noticed the subtle lettering on the car's side. And there's another one. This one seems somewhat familiar. Oh my goodness, it's the SLR produced in collaboration by Mercedes and McLaren. Is this model still available? It appears to be brand new. The observer exclaimed in astonishment. Such a fuss. Just look at where they reside. For them, these vehicles are akin to mere toys. The surrounding spectators gazed at the tall figure clad in a hat, their eyes filled with envy. He looks so young. How wonderful it would be to be close to him. One murmured. You're not even a beauty. What are you dreaming of? Someone retorted mockingly. Well, it's not impossible for a man, responded the earlier speaker. As long as the big shot is willing, I'm open to it. Startled, Lie Junan, with keen hearing, felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing those words. He quickly glanced at the onlookers and hurriedly directed his team to properly park the vehicles before slipping back home. 5-star reviews, gifts, and requests for more chapters fuel my writing. Today, I shall add an extra chapter. Chapter 58, Departing the Capital. Returning to Yong City upon returning to his bedroom, Lie Junan brushed his teeth and retired to bed. The next morning, after enjoying a breakfast prepared by the butler, Li Yun was unusually invigorated. Brother Chuan, please take me to see the shops along Shirley River. I shall handle the rest myself. No need to trouble you. All right, just wait a moment. Lie Junan replied as he retrieved various documents pertaining to the shop from the cabinet. Let us go? I'll show you the shop I've prepared for you. From here on, it's all in your capable hands. He understood that Li Yun had become acutely aware of the vast gap between them and was eager to embark on her own endeavors. No longer the indifferent worker who merely went through the motions. He fully supported her. Otherwise, idleness could lead to unproductive thoughts. He would soon leave the capital, making it even more difficult to assist with the shop's matters, and could only return occasionally to check in. All right, let us set off. Li Yun exclaimed. Before we depart, my mother provided me with a plan. If I follow it step by step, everything should go smoothly. Then let us be on our way, Lie Junan said. Leading her to the garage, he pointed to the pink BMW Z4. This is the gift I prepared for you overnight. Isn't it beautiful? You can drive this for now. Wow, thank you, Brother Chuan. Li Yun exclaimed, running her fingers over the pristine sports car. This vehicle feels perfect for a girl. Indeed, it was specifically chosen for you, Lie Junan replied, handing her the keys. Let us go, just follow my lead. With that, he took his place in the driver's seat of the Bentley, igniting the engine and exiting the garage in the newly acquired Continental GT. While Li Yun started her vehicle and followed suit. Due to the proximity of his home to Shilif, Lie Junan arrived in no time. Parking his car in the lot beside the entrance, he guided Li Yun to the storefront he had prepared for her. The establishment boasted an exterior adorned with an antique charm, with a spacious gap on either side, setting it apart from neighboring shops. Upon unlocking the door, they were greeted by a vast, over 100 square meter empty space, thoughtfully divided into 4 distinct areas by the system. One section was designated for flowers and potted plants, another for ornamental fish, a third for birds such as parrots, while the remaining space comprised a small room that could serve as a lounge or office, complete with a well-fitted restroom. Wow, this is wonderful, Li Yun exclaimed. I won't have to do much. I just need to arrange the items for sale accordingly. It seems I must first recruit an experienced employee to assist me in the preparations. Thank you, darling, she added, planting a kiss on Lie Junan's cheek. You have always been so generous to me. Don't mention it, he replied, returning her affection with a gentle kiss. From now on, the rest is up to you. I've already taken care of the business license and all. All right, I'll manage it well, Li Yun declared, her small fist clenched in determination. I'll head back now. I'm about to leave the capital, Lie Junan said, nodding. You have the housekeeper's contact information. Reach out if you need assistance. Sure, drive safely, she responded, nodding as he departed. Once he was gone, she promptly sought out a print shop, producing a recruitment advertisement to display on the door, while also posting advertisements on various online platforms. Meanwhile, Lie Junan returned home, enlisting the housekeeper's help to book an afternoon flight. With some free time, he took out his phone, logged into the game, and switched to his alternate character on the same account. Noticing a double recharge event, he made a direct purchase of 648, resulting in over 10,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he acquired a seaside villa and used the coins to buy an array of furniture and garden decorations. After spending considerable time arranging everything to his liking, he proceeded to finalize the setup. He selected a location by the lake in Manhwa Park, recalling his previous visits there with friends, where they had enjoyed morning tea. Now, thanks to Lie Junan's efforts, it had transformed into his private residence, purely a figment of imagination. He also manifested the housekeeper that came with the home, finally establishing his own abode in Yong City. As for the previous rental, the lease had expired. However, with a security deposit in place, the landlord had no concerns. Lie Junan had already informed the landlord of his intention to vacate. Initially, he had thought not to return to Yong City, but circumstances had drawn him back to work. Now, with the rental house to be returned, he could move into his new home. The contents of the rental unit were minimal, just some clothing, bed linens, a refrigerator, and a washing machine, which he would leave for the next tenant. When the time comes, I will take my computer, the little fish I have nurtured for a long time, and some newly purchased clothes. The old clothes are no longer wearable. With this thought in mind, Lie Junan picked up a stack of documents and property certificates that had just appeared on the table, glancing at the newly added contact information of the butler on his phone. As expected, the butler's name was Li Shou. After informing the butler Li Shou, who was far away in Yong City, of his arrival time at the Yong City airport, it was time for lunch. After a casual tidying up post-lunch, Lie Junan, accompanied by the butler, arrived at the capital airport. Bidding farewell to the butler, he completed the necessary procedures and found his flight's waiting area. He casually purchased a cup of coffee from a nearby cafe and settled down to await the departure of his flight. Oh, how wonderful it would be to have my own private jet, Lie Junan mused inwardly. I could simply apply for a flight route and wouldn't have to wait. Yet, he merely entertained this thought, as he was not overly demanding about travel. Domestic flights were only a few hours long and would soon reach their destination. Upon his return to Yong City, he directed the butler waiting outside the airport to take him to his previous rental apartment, loading the items he needed to take with him into the car while discarding the rest. The refrigerator and washing machine were left for the landlord, and the remaining cleaning was to be handled by the landlord as well, ultimately receiving a full refund of the deposit he had previously paid. Indeed, this landlord was far more conscientious than the one he had encountered during the recent damage assessment. By the time he returned to his new home at Manhwa Park, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Lie Junan took a shower in the master bedroom's bathroom, while the butler organized the items he had brought back and prepared a large bowl of seafood noodles for him. As Lie Junan slurped his noodles, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message to Song Gang. Brother Song, I am back in Yong City. Ah, you finally decided to return. If you didn't come back soon, I would have called to urge you. The training is about to begin, and yet your shadow is nowhere to be seen. Replied Song Gang. When does it start? Lie Junan inquired. It officially begins the day after tomorrow, but we need to get you familiarized in advance these next 2 days, so you won't be lost when it's time to commence. Song Gang explained. After all, military training differs significantly from practicing martial arts independently, especially for unconventional units. All right, I understand, Lie Junan replied. Should I come find you, or will you come to me? Perhaps we can meet and discuss shortly? Please spare me. Ever since I met you, I've been incredibly busy. Let's aim for tomorrow evening. The final touches on my current work will be wrapped up shortly, and I'll come to you then, Song Gang responded. As for the specifics of this concluding work, although Song Gang did not elaborate, Lie Junan was well aware that it was likely related to recent events he had encountered, possibly even intertwined with incidents in Hongdu. He was solely responsible for the combat, leaving the burdens of investigation on the shoulders of several officials across various provinces and cities. After all, these were large-scale crimes that spanned provinces and even borders, making them quite complex to investigate. However, what did it matter to him? Lie Junan whistled. I suppose I should thank myself for the significant contributions I made. Though he thought this, he understood that the current peace and stability of the nation relied heavily on the diligent efforts of comrades on various fronts. Lie Junan withdrew his thoughts and once again launched the exhilarating racing game, for after acquiring his new abode, it was only fitting to adorn it with a few splendid automobiles. He mused for the approval of his adoptive fathers. Chapter 59, A Digital Explosion in the Garage. After much deliberation, Lie Junan ultimately settled on 2 magnificent vehicles, a BMW M4 GTS and a Mercedes-AMG GTS. The BMW M4 GTS is not merely an embodiment of allure, but a high-performance automobile that carries the illustrious racing lineage of the BMW M3. Its remarkable lap time of 7 minutes and 28 seconds around the Nürburgring Nordschleife stands as a testament to the formidable prowess of the BMW M4 GTS. Innovative technological applications affirm its unique identity as a race-bred machine, while the limited production of only 700 units worldwide accentuates its exclusivity. Equipped with specialized suspension and a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission featuring derivologic shift paddles, complemented by premium carbon fiber components and Michelin tires measuring 19 inches in the front and 20 inches in the rear, its athletic performance is further enhanced. Lie Junan envisioned this masterpiece in a matte black classic hue, a bespoke creation unique in the world. The Mercedes-AMG GTS, a rear-wheel drive sports car with a front mid-engine layout, boasts a 4.0-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine that produces an impressive 522 horsepower and 670 Newton-meters of torque. With a peak power RPM of 6,250 and maximum torque available from 1,800 to 5,000 RPM, it incorporates direct fuel injection technology and an aluminum alloy engine block. This powerhouse is coupled with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, renowned for its high efficiency and rapid shifting capabilities, making it ideal for performance vehicles. Beyond its formidable power, the Mercedes-AMG GTS is also equipped with a robust chassis. Both the front and rear employ a double wishbone independent suspension system, a sophisticated design also utilized in F1 race cars. A connecting rod between the upper and lower arms helps mitigate body roll and brake dive. The double wishbone configuration significantly enhances the vehicle's handling and tire ground contact, thereby improving grip. In essence, the Mercedes-AMG GTS is not merely a sports car, but a machine cloaked in the guise of an F1 racer, exuding an air of the dapper rogue. Lie Junan envisioned this vehicle in a sleek gray, opting for an adjustable ride height to accommodate domestic road conditions. Both cars bore the subtle initials Lie. As he gazed upon the various documents pertaining to these splendid machines, Lie Junan let out a soft whistle, reflecting on how he had previously only experienced the joy of driving through games or arcades. With a contented smile, he retired to bed. The following morning, as he savored his breakfast, Lie Junan retrieved his phone and casually opened WeChat, curious to see if there were any unread messages. He remained attentive to the news. In the health and wellness squad, everyone was engaged with him, leaving Lie Junan momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why was everyone focused on him? Upon receiving the news, he casually replied and opened a short video to read the updates, only to discover that the entire platform was ablaze with activity. He observed that various official media accounts simultaneously released multiple news reports. 1. Recently, the Drug Enforcement Team of Manhwa Province, responding to the call of the anti-drug unit in Zheng City and Luoyang City, fired the first shot in a nationwide anti-drug campaign. With the coordination of provincial police forces and support from relevant municipal public security departments, they successfully dismantled a major drug trafficking network that had taken root in the city and extended its influence across the nation. A total of 236 suspects involved in drug trafficking were apprehended, and 678 drug users were investigated. Authorities seized 105 grams of narcotics, confiscated illicit funds amounting to billions, impounded 164 vehicles involved in the crimes, and disrupted 13 money laundering cases. This comprehensive operation effectively deterred and countered drug-related criminal activities. 2. Recently, the Luoyang City Police received reports from vigilant citizens about a tomb-raiding gang excavating ancient graves in a mountainous area. With the assistance of concerned residents, the police promptly arrested the gang on-site and reported the situation to higher authorities. Subsequently, a special task force, composed of elite personnel from various locations, was established to investigate, resulting in the dismantling of numerous tomb-raiding groups. These individuals had clearly defined roles. Some were responsible for procuring excavation tools, others for the actual digging, some for guarding against detection, while others managed logistics and sought buyers. Their methods were skilled and their experience extensive, according to police disclosures. Some had been engaged in tomb raiding activities for over 30 years. Most members of this gang have been apprehended, while others remain fugitives. This operation showcased the police's unwavering spirit of perseverance and skill, successfully dismantling a criminal organization that spanned over 3 decades, significantly contributing to public safety and cultural heritage protection. 3. Recently, based on reports from concerned citizens, the Luoyang City Bureau discovered a woman engaging in child trafficking on a high-speed train. The Bureau placed great emphasis on the situation and promptly escalated the report. Following a rigorous investigation lasting half a month, under the unified command of the Ministry of Public Security, police agencies from 15 provinces and regions launched a coordinated arrest operation, completely dismantling 2 highly dangerous child trafficking rings. This effort severed the chains of trafficking crimes, leading to the arrest of 802 suspects and the rescue of 181 trafficked children. Among those apprehended was the main suspect, Xiao XX, who had been on the run due to an A-level wanted notice issued by the ministry for trafficking over 100 children. This marked the successful dismantling of a significant criminal organization that had been operating since the mid-1980s. 4. Recently, the police in Hongdu City of Zhejiang Province uncovered a major illegal organ trafficking operation, arresting 60 members of a black market intermediary group and successfully rescuing 100 individuals who were being exploited as organ donors. It is understood that this case is part of a nationwide coordinated crackdown initiated by the Ministry of Public Security. Recently, under unified coordination and command, police agencies from 18 provinces and cities across the nation, including Jiangxi Province, conducted a concentrated operation to severely combat the organized crime of human organ trafficking. Currently, nationwide efforts have dismantled 34 illicit organizations involved in the trafficking of human organs, apprehending 137 criminal suspects and rescuing 127 living organ providers, while eradicating 34 illegal transplantation sites. According to Professor Luo, while our country strictly prohibits organ trade, it simultaneously advocates for voluntary organ donation. However, the pressing contradiction between the urgent need for transplantation and the shortage of donors has allowed unscrupulous individuals to act as intermediaries between patients and donors. Solely relying on legislation is insufficient to eradicate the trade in human organs. A multifaceted approach encompassing legal, ethical, and administrative measures is essential. The immediate priority is to swiftly refine the system, eliminate knowledge gaps, and promote mutual assistance and voluntary donation to gradually resolve the demand-supply conflict regarding human organs. Recently, a significant operation unfolded along the China-Myanmar border, where law enforcement mobilized substantial forces to launch a surprise raid on a criminal syndicate involved in organ trafficking that had been active for nearly 2 decades. In this specialized operation, police successfully apprehended 21 core members of the gang and dismantled 11 telecom fraud dens, effectively destroying this formidable criminal organization. The crackdown on the Xinbei fraud group is regarded as the largest operation of its kind in nearly a decade, marking a milestone in the anti-fraud efforts along the China-Myanmar border. Reports indicate that these dens had long engaged in profit-sharing arrangements with various recently dismantled domestic criminal groups. At that moment, the domestic online community erupted with a flurry of reports, leaving Lie Junan in a state of shock. Although he had suspected the existence of a vast profit chain behind these events, he was unprepared for the extent of the situation, which had sent the entire nation into a state of astonishment. Wow, brothers, I just read the relevant reports and I'm utterly flabbergasted. Did I inadvertently facilitate the entry or even departure of a significant number of individuals? Don't worry, these cases have deliberately kept your involvement hidden, reassured Zhang Yudong. Fear not. The military district will protect you, added Yang Lu. Why isn't there any mention of Brother Song? Questioned Lie Junan. Rest assured, it has all been noted. Benefits will not be overlooked, said Song Gang. Junan, make sure to visit your hometown more often. I owe you big time this time, remarked Wang Fong. Yes, do come to Hongdu more often. I hear you've purchased a house here, and with your future in-laws residing nearby, you're practically half a local now. I apologize for not hosting you better, said Du Xinwu. Wait, it seems something strange has slipped in here. At that moment, Lie Junan noticed an unfamiliar presence in the group. Chapter 60, Second-Class Merit. Welcome, Brother Du, exclaimed Lie Junan. Indeed, I owe you quite a favor this time. Next time in Hongdu, I will treat you well, replied Du Xinwu. All right, I'll remember that. Lie Junan responded, pondering that these individuals might know each other, so he did not dwell further on it. Junan, you should be in line for a second-class merit award. It's unfortunate you're not in Luoyang at this moment, remarked Wang Fong. Indeed, the Hongdu government is also preparing to award you for your contributions, added Du Xinwu. With the dismantling of such a significant malignant entity, your contributions are undeniable. Let us keep it low-key. By the way, Brother Wang, is it possible to quietly present the award to my family? This matter should remain discreet. Lie Junan will explain the situation to the city later. Rest assured, your support is indispensable. Wang Fong echoes the sentiment. Du Xinwu engages in light-hearted banter with several senior colleagues in the group. Noticing that the time is still early, Lie Junan reflects on the challenges faced by leaders who rise at dawn each day. He changes into athletic attire and steps outside, beginning his morning jog around the park's track, embracing the fresh morning breeze. After completing nearly 9 kilometers, he finds that he has saved a full 40 minutes compared to his previous time. Upon returning home, he practices the various martial arts techniques he has mastered in the courtyard. Driving his Mercedes-AMG to China Resources Mix C, Lie Junan embarks on another shopping expedition, as there remain numerous items to acquire for his new home. Following his usual practice, he arranges for the merchants to deliver the goods. But finding himself at a loss for what to do next, he decides to drive to Yangwu Road for a leisurely exploration. It has been a long time since he visited that area, and he is curious about the current road conditions. Fortunately, the car's adjustable suspension allows him to navigate the hilly roads, mimicking the cinematic scenes where vehicles traverse drainage channels. However, he soon concludes his drifting and returns to the city. Speed is constrained by traffic regulations and the number of vehicles on the road. Although many curves obscure his view of oncoming traffic, his keen senses are more than capable of handling any unexpected situations. Nevertheless, he fears that opposing drivers might not react in time, prompting him to abandon the idea of further driving in that area. He recognizes that only on a racetrack or an unrestricted highway abroad can he fully unleash the car's potential. After a brief refreshment at home, Lie Junan shares lunch with his butler, Li Shou. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he opens his phone to search for a game. He discovers that the current iteration of Asphalt features only sports cars and wishes to find a game that includes off-road vehicles, sedans, or SUVs, as he finds SUVs more comfortable for daily use. Following a recommendation from an online acquaintance, he stumbles upon a game titled Forza Horizon 5 and attempts to download it. After an exhaustive search in the App Store yields no results, he resorts to a browser search, only to find that it is not available for Apple devices. Reluctantly, he retrieves his Android phone to download it. Noticing that the game is also available on Steam for computers, he checks his laptop and sees that it would cost over 200 yuan to purchase. After some consideration, he decides to play on his phone first and plans to buy a game controller for his computer later. The afternoon passes swiftly as Lie Junan immerses himself in the game. Given his current physical fitness and reflexes, playing such a racing game feels akin to child's play. though he cannot escape the allure of in-game purchases. By around 5 o'clock, Song Gang messages him, "Where are you now?" "I just got a place near South Lake Park." As Lee Junchuan replies, he shares his location. "Are you coming over now? Or should I come find you?" Song Gang quickly responds, "I'll come over. As your elder brother, I must congratulate you on your new home." Lee Junchuan, familiar with Song Gang's character, instructs his butler to prepare a lavish feast and presents a few bottles of Daughter's Red, along with some Shui Huan Dan and Yuchan Wan to enhance the occasion. Fortunately, during the peak hours of the evening commute, the drive here was somewhat time-consuming, yet there was still ample time. Around 6:30, Song Gang arrived at Lee Junchuan's residence accompanied by a lean gentleman. "Brother Song, it has been a while." Lee Junchuan greeted Song Gang. "May I know how to address this gentleman?" "There's no need for such formality," Song Gang replied, gesturing toward the man by his side. "This is the combat instructor I have procured for our southern combat zone, Lee Junchuan. You may call him Xiao Chuan." "And Xiao Chuan. This is Wang Xia from our southern combat zone. You may refer to him as Wang Go. For the combat training scheduled in the coming days, I will not be present. He will guide you." "Hello, Wang Go." "Greetings, Xiao Chuan." Wang Xia assessed the man before him, standing nearly 6 feet tall. His athletic frame filling out the loose-fitting sports attire, which resembled a second skin due to his well-defined muscles. One could discern the contours of his physique with every movement, making one ponder the waste of not serving in the military. Come, take a seat. The meal is all prepared, just awaiting your arrival." Lee Junchuan ushered the two into the dining area, while the housekeeper, Li Shou, began to serve the freshly prepared dishes, predominantly featuring local specialties: lemon duck, Hengxian fish sashimi, Lingma catfish, Liangqing crispy pork, Yongchang roast duck, Shanglin stir-fried horse meat, Shanglin black bean pig trotter stew, and Buchuan sour fish. Considering the group comprised of robust men, the portions were generously prepared, as Li Lu had heard from his comrades about his master's prodigious appetite. "Xiao Chuan, you're being rather inconsiderate. Where's the good stuff? Are you hiding it?" Song Gang grumbled. What good stuff?" Wang Xia inquired with curiosity, thinking the meal was quite satisfactory. It was prepared long ago. I simply forgot it for a moment." "Just a moment, let me fetch it." Lee Junchuan suddenly realized, slapping his forehead before rising to retrieve several bottles of medicinal wine from his room. "You are in for a treat, my friend. A genuine 18-year-old Daughter's Red, enriched with rare medicinal herbs. This is something you cannot find outside." Song Gang grinned as he accepted the wine jar, pouring a cup into the bowl just brought over by the housekeeper, and eagerly raised his cup. "Without further ado, let us three share a toast." The two men, seeing this, obliged by clinking their cups and downing their drinks in one go. "Brother Song, is it really necessary? Didn't you give me 2 bottles last time? And now, you want tea, even let Wang Ge have a bite?" Lee Junchuan remarked. "Oh, don't bring that up. I brought those bottles home. But not a single drop could I enjoy, as my father seized them the moment he caught a whiff." Song Gang lamented, indignation evident in his tone. He even justified it by saying, "As a leader, I must not let drinking interfere with my duties." What do you think? Is this behavior befitting of a father? It's no different from when he used to swindle my New Year's money. It's nothing. I'll send you some more later. Just keep it hidden." Lee Junchuan scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. "All right, but you must keep your word." Song Gang eagerly awaited Lee Junchuan's assurance. No backing out. Although he was uncertain of the quantity of the 18-year-old Daughter's Red, he suspected it was limited. Hence, he sought to procure as much as possible from Lee Junchuan. "Not at all, really not at all." Lee Junchuan chuckled helplessly, fully aware of the situation. Every day, the vitality within the game manifests abundantly. Meanwhile, Wang Xia savors the lingering taste of the wine he just consumed. Having indulged in many fine spirits, he has never experienced such a sensation. The mildly spicy liquid, upon entering his stomach, ignites an indescribable warmth that swiftly permeates his entire being, simultaneously invigorating his spirit, as if the fatigue of recent days has been completely swept away. "What a remarkable wine," Wang Xia silently praises, his gaze shifting towards Lee Junchuan, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. "Brother Wang, make sure to take 2 bottles back with you," Lee Junchuan remarks, casting a glance at Wang Xia. "A small cup before bed each night will greatly benefit your hidden injuries." Wang Xia looks at Song Gang in disbelief. "Did you tell him that? Don't spout nonsense." Song Gang retorts, rolling his eyes. "You think this little brother of mine is merely skilled in combat? The truth might astonish you." As he speaks, he enthusiastically dishes out food while extolling Lee Junchuan's myriad talents. Lee Junchuan, feeling somewhat awkward at being praised in such a manner, finds himself fidgeting. Yet, he cannot help but feel a subtle thrill at the compliment. "Don't listen to Song Ji's wild exaggerations." Lee Junchuan quickly interrupts. "Come on, let's eat. The dishes will get cold." With that, Song Gang finally ceases his chatter, and the three begin to enjoy their meal and drink. As the clinking of glasses fills the air, Lee Junchuan and Wang Xia quickly become more familiar with each other, exchanging contact information as they do. After a hearty meal, the trio settles in the courtyard to sip tea, brewed from locally sourced malphone leaves, which are silvery in color with a sweet aftertaste. Speaking of which, Xiao Chuan, have you ever considered promoting your medicinal wine? Song Gang inquires after downing a cup of tea. How so? Li Junchuan muses, intrigued. This wine would not fetch a modest price in the market, and the herbs used are exceedingly rare. Large-scale production seems impractical. Well, you know my family patriarch oversees the health commission and is still in office. Song Gang gestures towards Wang Xia. It doesn't necessarily have to be the exact brew we are enjoying now. You could reduce the potency to lower costs. And the base liquor need not be aged for over a decade. A more common variety will suffice. You could then offer several versions, with higher prices corresponding to greater efficacy. Oh, this is akin to that floral wine I saw in a video recently. Li Junchuan reflects. While it's feasible, even then, production levels would remain limited. You are likely aware of the current state of the traditional Chinese medicine market. Many of my herbs were passed down to me by my mentor years ago. That's simple enough. Just sell it in limited quantities. Wang Xia interjects. Alternatively, we could choose not to release the current brew to the market, only accepting private orders. Li Junchuan feels overwhelmed. That sounds exceedingly complicated. I lack the energy to manage such matters. He has no experience in this type of business and is entirely unfamiliar with its intricacies. Venturing into it without caution could lead to disastrous outcomes. That's why I'm introducing you to someone, Song Gang winks. Wang Xia's family specializes in health products. You can invest your expertise as a shareholder and need not concern yourself with daily operations. Simply collect your dividends. Seeing Li Junchuan hesitate, Song Gang remarked, of course. I merely suggested it. Whether you wish to pursue it depends entirely on your own thoughts. The outcome rests with you and does not affect the bond between us. Wang Xia added from the side, don't overthink it, Junchuan. I am not particularly interested in business matters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the army so early. However, if you genuinely wish to venture into the medicinal liquor or health supplement business, I can assist in making connections. Li Junchuan nodded. All right, I understand. I need to consider this carefully. After a moment of reflection, he continued, if I were to engage in business, the current formula would surely be inadequate. As some of the medicinal materials are difficult to procure, I will need to contemplate modifying the formula. Very well, take your time to think it over. It is getting late, and we should head back. Tomorrow, Wang Xia will take you to see the training base. The intensive training will commence soon. Song Gang nodded, standing up with Wang Xia. Due to their indulgence in alcohol, they had prearranged a designated driver. After seeing the two out, Li Junchuan returned to the courtyard to enjoy his tea. At that moment, his WeChat notification chimed. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Song Gang. Junchuan, I hope you don't hold it against me. The mention of this matter was also at the behest of my family patriarch. Your medicinal liquor has extraordinary effects, making it susceptible to attention. You saw the morning news. Those families owe you a significant favor, which will be advantageous for you. Bringing Wang Xia into the fold was also an attempt to involve his family. Soon, there will be few who dare to target you domestically. Before Li Junchuan could respond, another message from Song Gang arrived. I must apologize. After my family patriarch confiscated the medicinal liquor you gifted me, he boasted about it in front of some old friends. Consequently, the news spread. Realizing the potential attention on you, he wished to assist in promoting this matter. Alas, this is all my fault. No worries, Brother Song. We're all brothers here, so let us not stand on ceremony. I'll take this matter under advisement, and you can expect my news in the coming days. Li Junchuan replied, already anticipating such developments. After all, one cannot hide fire with paper. However, this could also serve as an opportunity to establish connections with several military bigwigs. Concluding his conversation with Song Gang, Li Junchuan began to contemplate the formulation of a health supplement and medicinal liquor for market release. As for the tangible elixirs and premium liquors, he had no immediate plans to launch them. At present, they would suffice for maintaining his social circle. Returning to his study, he began to jot down ideas at his desk. Ultimately, he devised two formulas. One focused on replenishing vital energy and blood, and the other aimed at nurturing the spirit. These were essentially diluted versions of the blood-returning pill and the jade toad pill. He could temporarily present these two formulas for collaboration with Wang Xia's family. Although the efficacy was diminished, they would still be sufficient for the general populace, and the pricing would remain reasonable. As he pondered this, Li Junchuan recalled that when Song Gang introduced Wang Xia, he mentioned that Wang's patriarch was associated with the health commission. Thus, he opened his phone to search for information, mindful of whether it was the provincial health commission or a higher authority. After an extensive search through publicly available information online, Li Junchuan finally located his target. The individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Xia. Upon examining the person's position and the department under their purview, Li Junchuan gasped in astonishment. Goodness! No wonder this esteemed elder seems familiar. I have seen him numerous times on the evening news. With his mind at ease, Li Junchuan felt increasingly confident about the forthcoming collaboration, envisioning a substantial influx of additional income that would be delightful. Moreover, the establishment of shared interests would undoubtedly prove advantageous for future developments. Once he showcased his capabilities, he could gradually deepen cooperation with various military districts, leading to the manifestation of advanced weaponry from the game, which would significantly bolster the nation's military prowess. Subsequently, he could meticulously illuminate the technological tree, thereby assisting the country in ascending to global supremacy, breaking free from Earth, venturing into the cosmos, and tapping into extraterrestrial resources, perhaps even escaping the solar system. Lie Junan reminisced about a character from a Marvel film who ascended to the stars through technology, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities despite being merely human. He couldn't help but dream of the future, pondering when he would reach such heights. After all, the advancement of technology is not an instantaneous process. Even if he could manifest remarkably sophisticated technologies, it would still require a significant amount of time for scientists to fully comprehend and apply them in reality. Nonetheless, Lie Junan held a favorable view of the nation's seasoned scientists. After all, when they retrieved advanced foreign aircraft that had fallen, they could swiftly dissect and replicate them, often improving upon the original testing data, provided they did not exceed existing technological limitations. With this thought in mind, Lie Junan resolved to dedicate his spare time to researching various game items, contemplating their potential impact on the nation once manifested. He would selectively unveil new technologies to gradually enhance the country's scientific capabilities. Additionally, he aimed to seek out substances akin to super serums. If the nation could achieve mass production of such items, Lie Junan gasped at the possibility. If successful, envisioning one for billion soldiers akin to Captain America from the movies was a terrifying thought. As for the potential onset of a world war, Lie Junan shrugged it off, considering it not his concern. What do I, a mere commoner, have to fret about? I, Lie Junan, shall bask in the glory of the temple. He began to indulge in various daydreams. Chapter 62. The combat training is about to commence the next morning. Lie Junan awoke early, and just after finishing breakfast, he received a message from Wang Xie. Xiaochuan, the training is set to begin tomorrow. Let us familiarize ourselves with the environment today, so you're not completely in the dark. All right, should I drive over, or will you come to pick me up? Lie Junan inquired. I'll come to get you. You can't drive in. Are you at home? I can arrive in 20 minutes, replied Wang Xie. I'm at home. Is there anything I need to bring? Lie Junan asked once more. There is no need for any preparations. All necessary equipment will be provided by the military, and all electronic devices will be collected to be returned upon departure. It is advisable to inform your family in advance to prevent any concerns about your whereabouts. Wang Xie, understood, thought Lie Junan, who then proceeded to search for some rigid regulations of the military on his phone. Ultimately, he packed only a few dark-colored undergarments and socks before heading to the roadside. Before long, a black sedan bearing a white license plate came to a halt beside him. Recognizing the driver as Wang Xie, Lie Junan opened the door and took a seat. Where are we headed now, Brother Wang? He casually inquired while fastening his seatbelt. First, we will visit the headquarters of our Southern Theater Command, and then I will take you to the training site, Wang Xie replied, driving. Have you said your goodbyes to everyone? Yes, Lie Junan nodded. Will this training last for a month? Approximately, Wang Xie responded. Does that mean I won't be able to contact anyone for a month? Lie Junan pondered and asked. Indeed. This training is highly confidential due to the distinct nature of the participants, Wang Xie stated seriously. However, be prepared. Those young lads are all elite, the cream of the crop, and they may possess a certain arrogance. At this, Lie Junan chuckled nonchalantly. I aim to be among the elite. Although he had not enlisted, he understood that in the military, everything hinges on capability, and as for his own prowess, he deemed everyone else present as inferior. He was already contemplating how to manage those individuals, knowing that combat involves both defense and offense. Basic fighting techniques and military physical training were not concerns for Lie Junan. He intended to impart combat skills, or perhaps one might call it lethal techniques, focusing on defeating the enemy with precision. He felt assured of his capabilities in this regard. Accompanying Wang Xie to the headquarters, he completed the necessary paperwork before they continued their journey outside the city. After approximately 30 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a military base, where the guards inspected their credentials and granted them access. Wang Xie then led Lie Junan to receive a full set of operational gear and personal items, urging him to change. Upon seeing Lie Junan, clad in a vibrant camouflage uniform, Wang Xie nodded in satisfaction. After storing some personal belongings, they proceeded to the helipad, where they boarded a helicopter. The pilot initiated the flight, taking them in an unknown direction. Unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, Lie Junan did not inquire further. About an hour later, the helicopter descended onto a clearing amidst towering mountains. Wang Xie led Lie Junan away from the helicopter and toward the forested mountains. Observing Lie Junan's reluctant gaze fixed on the departing aircraft, Wang Xie couldn't help but chuckle. My dear fellow, there will be opportunities for you to experience this properly in the future. Lie Junan sheepishly scratched his head. It's not my fault. Who wouldn't he be mesmerized by such a grand toy? That's an armed helicopter, after all. All right, let us move on. We are not far from our destination, Wang Xie said, taking the lead. Soon, they traversed the woods and arrived at a military base. This will be your abode for the next month. The living conditions are not as comfortable as in the city, so I hope you can adapt, Wang Xie remarked. Li Junchuan nodded, his keen senses detecting the presence of hidden individuals within the surrounding forest, sparking his curiosity. Is this what they call a concealed outpost? Initially, he had presumed that this training would take place at a military training ground within the city, but the moment he boarded the helicopter, he sensed something was amiss. A suspicion later confirmed by the aircraft's trajectory. This area was utterly desolate, with nothing but the military base in sight. Li Junchuan scanned his surroundings, muttering to himself, "There's not even a unit designation here." Just then, an officer emerged from the base, swiftly approaching them after greeting Wang Xie, his gaze shifting to Li Junchuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You must be Li Junchuan, the specially appointed combat instructor?" The officer inquired. "Hello, I am Li Junchuan," he replied, feeling a bit bewildered, contemplating whether he should salute and greet the officer. Sensing his thoughts, Wang Xie interjected, "Xiao Chuan, you are the overall supervisor for our combat training. You can address him as Captain Gao. You are not yet enlisted, so do not overthink it. The reason we brought you here is not to have you learn military protocols. Your sole responsibility is training. Nothing else will concern you." Li Junchuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That is good to hear. But, do I need to prepare anything? Perhaps a training outline or plan? That is up to you. We have only one requirement, to enhance the combat skills of the participating soldiers. Beyond that, you will have complete freedom without interference in your training," Captain Gao stated, exchanging a glance with Wang Xie. "Will there be any additional support provided?" Li Junchuan seemed to have an idea and quickly inquired, "What kind of support do you seek?" Wang Xie and Captain Gao asked, intrigued. "Well, during combat training, minor injuries are inevitable, so I might need some medical supplies to ensure they can withstand the rigors," Li Junchuan said with a mischievous smile. "Very well, draft a list and I'll arrange for it," Wang Xie replied. "Is there anything else?" "Indeed. You both understand that improving combat skills requires not only adept techniques, but also robust physical conditioning," Li Junchuan added. "Therefore, I was wondering if we could employ some external methods to rapidly enhance their physical attributes while imparting skills, though it may require some financial investment." After listening, the high school team remarked, "If it truly is possible, as you claim, to swiftly enhance physical fitness through external forces, then I assure you that funding will pose no issues. Should it fall short, I will request additional support from above." "Very well, your assurance suffices. Just do not hold back when the time comes." Li Junchuan nodded, adding, "As for the results, I can guarantee them, provided you supply me with the necessary resources as per my requirements." "All right, no problem. Let us proceed. I will first escort you to your accommodation, after which you can draft a list for me. I will promptly arrange for the materials to be prepared, by tonight at the earliest, and by tomorrow morning at the latest." The high school team led the two to the dormitory area, ushering Li Junchuan into a single-room dormitory. "This will be your residence for the time being. Should you require anything, feel free to inform Old Wang or myself. I will have Old Wang show you around shortly." With that, the high school team produced paper and pen, handing them to Li Junchuan. He swiftly scribbled notes and, after several minutes, presented a few sheets to the high school team. "This is all for now. I will notify you promptly if any adjustments are necessary." After the high school team departed with the papers, Li Junchuan tidied up his belongings. The dormitory was furnished with a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a cabinet. In addition to a private restroom, nothing more. "Come, let me show you around," Wang Xie said, leading Li Junchuan out of the dormitory to familiarize him with the surroundings. Chapter 63. Overwhelming combat encounter. After touring the entire military base with Wang Xie, the two directly proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. The quality and variety of the food in the dining hall were exceptionally abundant, from fresh fruits and vegetables to an assortment of meats and seafood, as well as exquisite pastries and nutritious beverages. It was indeed comprehensive. Each took a tray and selected their dishes before finding a vacant spot to sit down and begin their meal. However, Li Junchuan soon sensed unusual gazes directed towards him, and upon glancing at his prominently filled tray, he thought, "What a fuss. Is it not normal to eat more?" Yet, he quickly realized that the onlooker's scrutiny was persistent, and it dawned on him why. His attire starkly contrasted with that of the other soldiers, who donned green camouflage trousers and fitness t-shirts, while he wore a black t-shirt and deep blue trousers. "Is that our instructor?" Someone whispered. "He looks quite young. I wonder what his skills are like. He should be competent. Otherwise, why would they have specifically brought us here for training?" Li Junchuan, overhearing their murmurs, felt somewhat perplexed. Weren't we told that one must maintain silence during meals in the military? At that moment, he realized his understanding of military life was rather superficial. "Is the food not to your liking?" Wang Xie inquired, noticing Li Junchuan suddenly pause with his chopsticks. "No, it's just that this seems quite different from my expectations of military life." Li Junchuan continued to eat. "In what ways is it different?" Wang Xie asked, intrigued. "Isn't it said that one should not speak during meals or while resting in the military?" Li Junchuan questioned. "There are no explicit regulations regarding this matter. However, it is well known that soldiers in the army undergo rigorous training. Exhausted from a morning of arduous exercises and already famished, they have lunch only to resume their training thereafter, leaving little energy for conversation. Over time, this has fostered a habit among them, Wang Xie replied. Now I understand. Li Junchuan nodded, then fell silent, concentrating on his meal. After finishing a plate, he returned with a selection of fruits and snacks, thinking that the army's provisions were quite commendable. After their meal, the two returned to their dormitory. Brother Wang, have you been here all this time? Li Junchuan inquired. Indeed, aside from you, I know no one else here. Although we now have a high school team added, my primary purpose for staying is to facilitate communication. Wang Xie nodded. Have you thought about how to conduct tomorrow's training? He was somewhat impatient with curiosity. I have some ideas, but I need to assess their practical skills first before making any decisions. Li Junchuan responded. Suddenly unaccustomed to being away from electronic devices, Li Junchuan found himself wandering outside in the afternoon, observing the soldiers actively engaged in various training exercises. After a while, finding it rather uninteresting, he sought out an unoccupied space and began practicing various martial arts, as there was no one to oversee him. Thus, the day swiftly passed. Early the next morning, Li Junchuan awoke and, having completed his personal hygiene in the restroom, heard footsteps outside the door. Knock knock. Brother Wang, come in. What is the matter? Li Junchuan called upon, recognizing Wang Xie's footsteps. We are about to assemble. Your moment to shine has arrived. Wang Xie replied. All right, let us go. Li Junchuan quickly dressed and followed Wang Xie to the training ground, which merely consisted of a few mats laid out on the ground. Alongside rows of soldiers standing at attention, Wang Xie stepped forward before the assembled soldiers and proclaimed loudly, I trust you all understand the purpose of gathering you from various units. Allow me to introduce Li Junchuan, your instructor for this combat training. Let us give him a round of applause. As the soldiers erupted into enthusiastic applause, Wang Xie turned to Li Junchuan and said, Instructor Li, the floor is yours. With that, he stepped aside. Li Junchuan, undeterred by the attention, spoke with clarity and authority. I am your instructor for this combat training, and I have but one objective, to enhance your fighting capabilities. Without further ado, let us gauge your skills. Now, let us hear some numbers. He declared loudly. 1, 2, 3, 100. From this day forth, you shall have no names, only code names. Li Junchuan stated with a stoic expression. Number 1, step forward. Present. Number 1 announced as he stepped out of the ranks. Now unleash your most proficient techniques and attack me with all your might. Li Junchuan commanded. Understood. With a resounding shout, fighter number 1 advanced 2 steps, adopting a combat stance, and delivered a swift punch aimed at Li Junchuan's head. Li Junchuan, however, subtly shifted his body to the side, his right hand forming a palm that lightly struck number 1's neck, causing him to collapse instantly to the ground. This scene left the assembled soldiers utterly astonished. Although they knew the instructor was formidable, they had not anticipated such a complete domination. Fighter number 2, step forward. No. 2 feigned a punch, launching a fierce kick towards Li Junchuan's groin. Yet, Li Junchuan remained motionless, having already discerned that number 2's punch was a mere ruse. At the moment number 2 lifted his leg, Li Junchuan's right hand struck first, targeting the neck once more, and number 2 followed in number 1's footsteps. Subsequently, the remaining fighters fell one by one under Li Junchuan's prowess, each collapsing without even a hint of excess movement. Nevertheless, Li Junchuan had long mastered the control of his strength. Those soldiers he had knocked out swiftly regained consciousness. This situation mirrored that of the previous encounters at the Luoyang military district. Although this batch of soldiers exhibited greater strength, speed, and proficiency, they were still no match for Li Junchuan. All 5 of you attacked together. This time, Li Junchuan sought to observe their coordination, as special forces typically operated in unison for cover. He moved like a darting fish among them, and once again, 5 fighters lay incapacitated on the ground. Next, he instructed the remaining soldiers to take turns attacking in pairs. Despite the variation in approach, the outcome remained unchanged. None landed a single blow on Li Junchuan. All right, everyone stand up. Li Junchuan clapped his hands. I now have a fundamental understanding of your abilities. Your techniques are quite proficient. However, your speed, strength, and timing require considerable improvement. I will employ various methods to enhance these aspects later. For now, let's work on your mutual coordination. Discuss among yourselves to form teams of any size, and you may wield any weapons, except firearms, to launch an attack against me. Standing aside, Wang Xie watched in astonishment as the training ground transformed into a chaotic brawl. Soldiers brandished sticks, brooms, shovels, daggers, bayonets, and other weapons, coordinating their attacks against Li Junchuan. Yet, despite their fervor, they inflicted not a single scratch on him. Instead, the advancing soldiers bore the marks of their own injuries. As time passed, Wang Xie noted that the soldiers' cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, their timing improving, yet they still could not harm Li Junchuan. All right, pause. Maintain your newly formed groups and attack me one by one. I will restrain my strength to match yours. The rest of you, observe closely and learn how I handle similar situations, Li Junchuan announced. Thus, Wang Xie and the onlooking soldiers witnessed a masterclass in combat techniques, akin to a textbook demonstration. Many warriors wielded genuine weapons, yet in the face of gleaming daggers, bayonets, and shovels, Li Junchuan elevated unarmed combat to an extraordinary level. His various strikes, palms, fingers, fists, legs, elbows, and knees, were executed in rapid succession, employing techniques such as headbutts, hair grabs, groin strikes, choking, and locks, leaving entire squads in disarray. The display of grappling maneuvers, including escapes and throws, coupled with his bare-handed responses to numerous lethal weapons, ignited a fervor among the spectators. Despite the apparent parity in strength due to his self-imposed limitations, the simplicity and effectiveness of his techniques blossomed in Li Junchuan's hands, and the soldiers felt they had gained invaluable insights. This was not a choreographed demonstration requiring cooperation from opponents. It was a genuine, unrestrained melee. As the training ground fell silent, the soldiers began to genuinely admire the terrifying prowess of their new instructor, vowing to observe and learn diligently. In Chapter 64, the continuation of training, Li Junchuan commanded 100 soldiers to form teams and launch full-force assaults upon him with an array of weapons. Some teamed up in pairs, while others formed groups of 3, 4, or 5, and some fought alone. The morning culminated in a chaotic brawl, where each soldier could distinctly perceive their own progress, prompting them to exert themselves even more fervently. Not only did their attacks become increasingly stealthy, but their targeting grew more sinister, with tactics that included eye gouging, groin strikes, and even biting. The diverse weapons they wielded were unleashed without restraint against Li Junchuan, with bludgeoning strikes capable of inflicting severe harm, while daggers, bayonets, and other cutting weapons aimed directly at vital organs and major arteries. Initially, they feared causing harm to their instructor, but as they recognized the vast chasm separating them from Li Junchuan, the encounters transformed from mere sparring to life-and-death struggles. The scene left Wang Xie watching from the sidelines. Both alarmed and anxious, he felt compelled to prepare several vials of emergency heart medication. However, witnessing Li Junchuan's ability to turn peril into safety gradually eased his racing heart. Yet, seeing the rapid growth of the 100 soldiers amidst life-threatening danger brought a smile to his face. It was indeed Li Junchuan. He gained a clearer understanding of Li Junchuan's capabilities. Despite the seemingly treacherous circumstances, the instructor consistently responded and countered with remarkable precision and restraint. It was utterly astonishing. In such a scenario, even the world's greatest combat champion would likely leave defeated. All right, that concludes this morning's session, Li Junchuan declared after sweeping several attacking soldiers to the ground with a well-placed kick. However, a few bloodthirsty warriors seemed to lose all sense of reason, consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate him. Thus, even after being knocked down, they recklessly rose to mount another assault against Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to subdue a group of warriors one by one. In doing so, he slightly interrupted their vital energy flow, resulting in 100 warriors lying on the ground in various postures, momentarily dazed before gradually regaining their composure, struggling to rise. Their gazes upon Li Junchuan were akin to that of reverence for a deity. As mealtime approached, he issued a command: "Let us go eat. Gather at the canteen after your meal." With that, he turned to walk towards Wang Xie. Only then did the 100 warriors come to their senses, feeling as though every part of their bodies ached, each one likening their state to being mercilessly crushed by a vehicle. Just as they prepared to make their way to the canteen, a series of hissing gasps broke the silence, leading one to believe they had stumbled into a den of snakes. After exchanging glances, they observed their comrades in disarray. As they prepared to jest, they soon realized that even the slightest movement of their lips sent waves of pain across their faces, distorting their expressions into grimaces. Reluctantly, they assisted one another as they shuffled toward the canteen. "Xiao Chuan, you're impressive. I had my doubts when Gongzi claimed you were the world's best in combat, but it seems I have been woefully uninformed about such a master in our midst," Wang Xie exclaimed, giving Li Junchuan a thumbs up. "Are we heading straight to eat? Or should we return to shower and change first?" "Let us return to the dormitory first. By the way, Wang Gu, have the supplies I asked the high school team to prepare been arranged?" Li Junchuan inquired, nodding as he spoke. "The warriors must cease training this afternoon, otherwise their bodies won't withstand it." "Oh, you're aware that the warriors can't take it?" Wang Xie remarked, his lips twitching. "Watching you all engage in that melee earlier, I nearly called a halt several times." "Don't worry, they can't harm me," Li Junchuan replied confidently with a smile. "So how was the outcome?" "Indeed, the warriors' progress is remarkably evident. It's only been a morning," Wang Xie responded, his excitement palpable. "The supplies you requested have already arrived this morning. Are you planning to use them this afternoon?" "Precisely. You must arrange for someone to begin preparing the medicinal herbs immediately. When the concentrated herbal decoction is ready, add it to the bath for the warriors. I will write down the precautions shortly." As they reached the dormitory, Li Junchuan swiftly grabbed paper and pen from the table, jotting down the necessary precautions for the herbal preparation and handing them to Wang Xie. Later, I'll need you to bring along the purchased medical supplies as well. Wang Xie took the paper and promptly exited Li Junchuan's dormitory, calling upon others to make the arrangements, before hurrying to the canteen. Feeling quite hungry after a morning of activity, Li Junchuan quickly showered and changed, then enjoyed a hearty meal in the canteen before leading the warriors, who were trying to maintain their composure, into a spacious room that had been prepared in advance. It had been cleared and cleaned, devoid of any furniture or belongings. Everyone, please take a seat, Li Junchuan instructed. Now, after a morning of intense confrontation, I trust you have all gained valuable insights. Let us hear your thoughts. Beginning with number 1. Yes, instructor. After a morning of rigorous training, I felt a remarkable improvement in my skills. Not only in combat techniques, but also in my ability to utilize my surroundings for offense and defense. The synergy with my comrades has grown increasingly harmonious, and I have come to realize the significant gap between myself and the instructor. Moving forward, I must focus on enhancing my physical fitness. The first soldier, grinning broadly, shared the insights he gained throughout the morning while reflecting on his own shortcomings and clarifying the direction for his future training. In the following period, all 100 soldiers took turns expressing their gains and acknowledging their deficiencies, mingling their joy of enhanced prowess with admiration for Li Junchuan. The initial arrogance they had exhibited had long since dissipated. Excellent. It is commendable that you can recognize your own shortcomings. I am quite pleased with you all. In our upcoming training sessions, I hope you will bring your utmost focus. This afternoon, combat training will be put on hold. Later, I will provide each of you with targeted treatment. For now, you are dismissed. Please attend to your personal hygiene and reconvene here in 1 hour. With that, Li Junchuan waved his hand, ushering the soldiers away, as he hurried to find Wang Xie to prepare for the next task. Soon, the spacious room was set with 100 large wooden tubs, accompanied by a bench and a simple cot. Li Junchuan and Wang Xie were directing the logistics team to fill the tubs with hot water, followed by a medicinal concoction. Just as they finished preparing, the 100 soldiers, freshly washed and dressed, entered the room. Since everyone is here, let us commence. Li Junchuan surveyed the gathering and noted their presence. Now, remove all your clothing and immerse yourselves in the medicinal bath. The soldiers, unfazed by the command, promptly stripped down and stepped into the tubs. A collective gasp echoed through the room as their battered bodies met the scalding medicinal broth. Despite the initial shock, they stifled their cries of pain and gradually acclimated, sinking themselves into the healing waters. Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction, turning his attention to other preparations. However, soon the room was filled with the sound of gentle snoring. Wang Xie was about to call out, but Li Junchuan stopped him. Brother Wang, it's of no concern. Let them rest for a while. They have all exhausted their strength. We can wake them once they have finished soaking. Wang Xie nodded in agreement, not wanting to disrupt the soldiers' rest, although he was concerned about the potential delay to Li Junchuan's plans. Seeing no objections from Li Junchuan, he refrained from further comment. Chapter 65. Restoring the body and unblocking the meridians. Thus, Li Junchuan and Wang Xie quietly observed the group of soldiers sleeping in the tubs, a smile of maternal pride gracing their faces. These are the future of our nation. They must be nurtured with care. Li Junchuan occasionally tiptoed around, monitoring the physical conditions of each soldier. After a while, Li Junchuan glanced at the time and roused number 1 from slumber. Once he emerged from the wooden barrel and dried himself with a disposable towel, he lay bare upon the bed. Li Junchuan then picked up the pre-prepared acupuncture tools and swiftly began to insert needles into various acupuncture points on number 1's body. The medicinal broth they had prepared possessed inherent analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial properties, thus negating the need for additional sterilization. Consequently, the entire process lasted merely 2 to 3 minutes. He proceeded to awaken the remaining soldiers in succession, performing acupuncture with increasing skill and efficiency. By the time he completed the treatments for all 100 soldiers, he began to circulate the energy and manipulate the needles, causing each soldier, lying on the bed, to experience a delightful tingling sensation, accompanied by a feeling of warmth and pressure emanating from the treated areas. As this cycle continued, Li Junchuan checked the time and began to remove the needles from each soldier, instructing them to turn over so that he could repeat the procedure. Once he had meticulously attended to the meridians of all 100 soldiers, the clock approached 6 o'clock. Li Junchuan instructed the soldiers to don their uniforms and proceed to the mess hall for their meal. Upon arriving at the mess hall, the soldiers noticed an unusual assortment of dishes that had never appeared before. However, their ravenous appetites led them to dismiss any concerns, quickly filling their trays and finding seats to indulge in their feast. At that moment, Li Junchuan wheeled over a cart laden with large pots, accompanied by Wang Xie, who pushed another cart topped with several stacks of bowls. As Wang Xie placed small bowls in front of each soldier, Li Junchuan ladled the prepared herbal medicine into the bowls, declaring, "Finish all the medicine after your meal. No leftovers are permitted." While serving, he could not help but think of a certain woman surnamed Pan. Alas, the memories of the past are beginning to haunt me again. Suppressing these tumultuous thoughts, Li Junchuan and Wang Xia ensured that each soldier received a bowl of herbal medicine, watching intently until they had all consumed it before returning the utensils to the kitchen. Only then did the two men commence their own meal. Perhaps due to the day's exhausting activities, Wang Xia observed with some surprise that nearly all the soldiers, after devouring a generous plate of food, returned for a second helping. Fortunately, you had the kitchen prepare extra rations. Otherwise, the soldiers might have gone to bed hungry tonight. Wang Xia remarked inquisitively, "Did you anticipate that their appetites would increase so significantly?" "Absolutely." Li Junchuan nodded. Not only did they engage in life and death struggles all morning, but the acupuncture I administered in the afternoon also facilitated the flow of their energy and blood, significantly depleting their internal reserves. Therefore, according to the law of conservation of energy, it is entirely normal for them to feel famished. However, internally, Li Junchuan silently mused, "I am not included in this equation." As the two filled their stomachs, the soldiers gradually returned their trays, all having satisfied their hunger. Now that everyone has finished eating, let us commence today's theoretical study. Please follow me. With this address to the soldiers, Li Junchuan was the first to exit the mess hall, followed closely by Wang Xia. Returning once more to the room where the afternoon bath took place, it had been tidied up, now adorned with neatly arranged tables, chairs, and a whiteboard. The items from the afternoon had been cleared away and sanitized, ready for future use. Directing the soldiers to take their seats, Li Junchuan lifted a box placed beside the whiteboard and distributed the paper and pens within to the assembly of warriors. What I am about to impart is rich in substance, so I urge you to focus and listen attentively. Please take notes and refrain from interrupting me while I speak. There will be time for questions afterward. Is that understood? Li Junchuan's expression was serious, relishing his role as an instructor. Understood. The soldiers replied in unison. Of course. Since the great master has promised to deliver valuable insights, we must listen closely, observe diligently, and learn thoroughly. Subsequently, Li Junchuan picked up a marker and swiftly sketched a rudimentary human figure, delving into detailed explanations of the consequences of striking specific body parts. He annotated the simplified anatomical drawing on the whiteboard, primarily analyzing from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, elucidating the common combat techniques employed by the troops, detailing the mechanics of each move, the force exerted, and the varying effects of strikes to different areas. For a moment, it felt as if they had returned to a senior year classroom, with the teacher earnestly lecturing while the students diligently took notes. After over an hour of instruction, Li Junchuan paused. "Now, if there is anything unclear about what we have just discussed, feel free to ask your questions." The soldiers present eagerly raised their hands, calling out to speak, and Li Junchuan responded to each inquiry as if he were a living encyclopedia. Seated nearby, Wang Xia felt immensely enriched by the session, even feeling a tingle in his hands, eager to practice with someone. His gaze first swept over Li Junchuan. "No, he's just a brute." Then turned to the other soldiers, contemplating whether to find someone to practice with. The lively atmosphere in the classroom persisted until 9:30, at which point Li Junchuan brought the spirited discussions to a close. "All right, it's time to retire to your dormitories. We shall reconvene for another round of combat training at the same time tomorrow." As he bid farewell to the reluctant soldiers, Li Junchuan turned to Wang Xia, who had approached him. "How do you feel about my teaching skills?" Wang Xia's eyes sparkled. "If I had someone like you teaching me during my combat training, I might have secured a gold medal in the military martial arts competition." After a brief pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Li Junchuan, may I ask if I could record your training and teaching sessions?" Li Junchuan was momentarily taken aback. "I always assumed there were surveillance cameras throughout the military." Wang Xia clarified, "Regular units operate that way, while special forces only deploy surveillance in critical areas. Currently, we have none here." "Oh, I see," Li Junchuan nodded. Although he had retired military friends, they seldom discussed such topics. He was aware that the military had regulations. A former friend had once mentioned that even after retirement, he was prohibited from leaving the country for a decade. "Feel free to record." Li Junchuan remained unfazed. "If you had mentioned it earlier, we could have completed today's video." "No worries, we can record it tomorrow." Upon hearing Li Junchuan's agreement, Wang Xia let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he could have proceeded without asking, but out of respect for Li Junchuan, he chose to inquire. Thus, the following day, Li Junchuan, accompanied by a cadre of soldiers, engaged in combat training once more. During today's unrestricted combat session, the soldiers displayed ingenuity. Some shouted and created distractions to capture Li Junchuan's attention, while others launched surprise attacks. Wang Xia recorded the entire morning of practical exercises with his camera, and as he observed the soldiers employing various despicable and shameless tactics, he felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Just the day before, he had contemplated finding a soldier to practice with, but now he swiftly dismissed that notion. The events of the day unfolded in a manner strikingly similar to the previous day, with an unscathed Li Junchuan providing various treatments to the soldiers in the afternoon, followed by evenings dedicated to studying theoretical knowledge. The next day, the spirited soldiers were once again left battered and bruised, and this cycle continued. The only variation was that Li Junchuan repeatedly altered the training environments, including forests, grassy fields, beaches, swamps, and simulated urban settings. He even instructed Wang Xie and a high school team to take the soldiers through extreme scenarios, encompassing various combat situations during pursuit exercises. Chapter 66. The conclusion of a month of training. With a sigh of relief, Li Junchuan returned to the training base. It's over. Time has flown by. Indeed. Time passes swiftly. Wang Xie observed Li Junchuan's expression with a hint of complexity. Throughout the month, he had diligently recorded the training, witnessing a qualitative leap in the combat skills and physical prowess of the 100 soldiers. He could not help but ponder, what would it be like if such training methods were implemented across the entire military? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Although Li Junchuan's training proved effective, the costs were equally substantial. His gaze shifted to the neatly lined up soldiers beside him, all selected as elite commandos from the Southern Theater. He had watched these warriors make rapid progress day by day, their skin growing darker and their gazes increasingly fierce, filling him with joy. As time passed, the nation's defense capabilities would surely enhance alongside the growth of this cohort of soldiers. Though combat training constituted merely a portion of their routine, the robust physical conditioning would significantly improve their aptitude in other disciplines. After all, attributes such as speed, strength, and resilience are not solely applicable to combat. As the month of training neared its end, he addressed the soldiers. You will soon return to your respective units. I hope you can apply what you have learned in your military careers and bring glory to our nation. Can you do that? Li Junchuan refrained from delivering a lengthy conclusion. After spending a month together, he had developed a unique bond with these soldiers, whose names he still did not know. As the moment of parting approached, a sense of reluctance filled his heart. Yes, the soldiers shouted in unison, their faces alight with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. After a month of rigorous training, despite Li Junchuan inflicting considerable pain and disfigurement upon them daily, he meticulously tended to their injuries and patiently imparted various knowledge, fostering a unique sentiment among them towards their instructor. Whether it was admiration, reverence, or some other emotion remains unclear. However, as the time for parting drew near, the bittersweet feelings within them became increasingly difficult to suppress. Salute, Wang Xie exclaimed, turning to salute Li Junchuan alongside the other soldiers, who remained steadfast in their posture, their salute unwavering. Li Junchuan returned a standard military salute. Dismissed, he commanded, then briskly walked towards his dormitory without looking back. Yet, with his keen vision, he noticed that the soldiers continued to stand motionless, their right hands still raised in salute. The sandstorm is rather fierce today, Li Junchuan muttered under his breath as he hastened away from the training grounds. Upon returning to his dormitory to organize his belongings, he recognized that his mission had concluded and he was preparing to return to the city. At that moment, Wang Xie approached him, accompanied by the rarely seen high school team. Xiaochuan, are you ready to head back? The high school team inquired. Indeed, I've been out for a month, and the mission is complete. It's time to return, Li Junchuan replied. I'll see you off, Wang Xie offered, assisting him in packing. The high school team escorted the two to the base entrance, casually remarking, we should meet again soon. Li Junchuan felt somewhat perplexed. But after bidding farewell to the high school team, he followed Wang Xie out of the base and boarded a helicopter bound for Yongcheng. Unbeknownst to him, the senior leadership of the Southern Theater Command, after viewing the complete video recorded by Wang Xie, unanimously concluded, such a talent must be retained at all costs. Upon returning to the headquarters in the southern region of Yongcheng, Wang Xie accompanied Li Junchuan to retrieve his personal belongings and inquired, Xiaochuan, have you ever considered formally enlisting? Li Junchuan paused, slightly taken aback. What do you mean? You are currently a specially appointed combat instructor for the military, but you have not officially enlisted. Normally, you could only become a civilian staff member, but the higher-ups have granted you an exception after learning about your situation. Wang Xie explained. What is the difference? Would I have to remain in the military? Would my daily life be affected? Li Junchuan was somewhat reluctant to be constrained. Spending a month or two each year training the military or police was acceptable, but he was not keen on the idea of a permanent military commitment. After all, he had worked hard for many years and wanted to enjoy life. Sensing Li Junchuan's hesitation, Wang Xie continued, you wouldn't have to stay in the military all the time. It would be quite similar to your current situation. Both the police and military require training assignments every 6 months for a month. However, once you enlist, your benefits and treatment will certainly improve, and you could become an officer, progressing step by step in rank. As he spoke, he observed Li Junchuan's expression, noting his indifference, which prompted him to recall some remarks made by Song Gang. Moreover, in the future, if you wish to handle firearms, artillery, aircraft, or tanks, you would face no restrictions, and you could legally bear arms. Wang Xie added. Li Junchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, yet he still inquired, am I free to conduct my own business? As long as you refrain from actions detrimental to the nation and its people, it is perfectly acceptable, Wang Xia assured him, having received guidance from a superior. You may pursue your interests as you wish, provided you complete your training tasks when required. All right, I accept. Li Junchuan responded eagerly, having long coveted the weapons. Previously, Song Gang had mentioned taking him to experience them, yet there had been no follow-up since. If Song Gang were aware of his current thoughts, he might very well be infuriated, having returned to Yongcheng only to vanish for a month, leaving Li unable to locate him. Once Li Junchuan agreed, Wang Xia promptly retrieved some documents from his bag and handed him a pen. Here, just sign your name. Li Junchuan, taken aback, examined the documents he received from Wang Xia. To his astonishment, all the procedures had been completed in advance, awaiting his signature. Though he grumbled internally, he nonetheless affixed his name. Wang Xia collected the signed documents and, without further ado, ushered Li Junchuan into military attire, affixing the appropriate insignia, snapping photos, and stamping them. Soon after, Li Junchuan found himself in possession of a small red booklet. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap? He mused, realizing the rapidity of events. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he opened the officer's certificate to find the rank of second lieutenant imprinted there. Am I truly a second lieutenant already? Li Junchuan asked, astonished. Indeed, Wang Xia replied, but don't fret. With your capabilities, promotion should come swiftly. He assumed Li Junchuan was dissatisfied. However, I thought there was a formal ceremony for rank conferral on television? Li Junchuan remarked. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. If you desire a ceremony, I can arrange one for you tomorrow, Wang Xia responded. Typically, for a lieutenant rank, formal ceremonies are not held unless there is a significant national event or award. But a small ceremony can be arranged locally. Would you like me to do that tomorrow? Forget it. This is fine, Li Junchuan replied, suppressing his frustration. What a ridiculous notion. It wasn't that he required a ceremony. He merely found the whole situation rather hasty. In the blink of an eye, he had become a second lieutenant officer with 2 stars. By the way, should I arrange a single dormitory for you here at the office? Wang Xia asked. No need. My home is not far, and I won't be coming here often. Li Junchuan shook his head. It's much more comfortable at home, where I don't have to clean. And meals are prepared for me in advance. Who would want to stay here? Very well then, Wang Xia nodded. Shall I drive you home? No. I'll have the butler pick me up, Li Junchuan replied, waving his already activated phone. I won't be here long. Damn, what a privileged life. Wang Xia exclaimed. Then I shall leave you be. If you want to play with firearms, I'll take you to the shooting range tomorrow. Brother. Li Junchuan's expression transformed instantly. It's settled then. See you tomorrow. Chapter 67. The first shooting. Not long after, Li Junchuan noticed the arrival of the butler, Li Shou, who pulled up in a car. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Li Junchuan opened the door and took a seat inside. Oh sir, what is this attire? Li Shou inquired, gazing curiously at Li Junchuan's pristine military uniform. Why do you look at me like that? Li Junchuan initially failed to comprehend, but soon caught sight of his own reflection in the rearview mirror and quickly understood. He opened his backpack and changed into his casual clothes in the back seat of the car. Sir, I presume you haven't had lunch yet? Li Shou asked while starting the engine. Indeed, I haven't eaten, Li Junchuan replied casually. Then it's perfect timing to head back for a meal. You mentioned a month-long business trip, so I took the liberty of preparing some ingredients in advance. We just need to cook them when we return, Li Shou explained. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. During his month at the base, he had grown weary of the food, despite the cafeteria's ample and nutritious offerings. He eagerly anticipated a change of flavors. Even something as simple as a bowl of pig's trotter snail noodles would suffice. After finishing his meal, Li Junchuan contemplated and decided to video call his girlfriend. Moments later, the video connected, revealing Li Yun's charming face on the screen. Having not seen each other for a month, she appeared to possess an indescribable allure. Xiaochuan, have you finished work? Li Yun's face brightened with surprise. Despite her hectic schedule managing the store, she felt exhilarated to see her long-missed boyfriend. Yes, Li Junchuan nodded. I just wrapped up today and returned home in Yongcheng. And you? You seem a bit thinner, he remarked. I'm doing well. Business at the store has been quite good. But perhaps I've been too busy lately and lost a bit of weight, Li Yun responded. Perhaps you should hire another employee. Don't overwork yourself. Li Junchuan said affectionately, blowing a kiss through the screen. It seems you have a knack for business. I'll have to reward you when I return. Hey. Li Yun's cheeks flushed, catching the underlying meaning of his words. Is that a reward for me or for yourself? Li Junchuan chuckled. It's the same. We haven't seen each other for a month. I've been surrounded by a bunch of young men daily, you understand. Once you finish your business in Yongcheng, return to the capital, Li Yun replied, blushing yet nodding in agreement. I miss you too. Manhwa, await my message. Li Junchuan heard the bustling sounds from her store through the video call, deducing that it was quite busy, so he ended the call. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dialed his mother's number to inform her about his enlistment, requesting her to keep it confidential for now. Hearing his mother's robust voice brought a smile to Li Junchuan's face, indicating her health had improved significantly. Subsequently, He sent messages to acquaintances, letting them know he had completed his work and was available for contact. Sitting on the couch in the living room, sipping the tea brewed by the butler, Lie Junan began to reflect on recent events. Lie Junan tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this? Spending every day with Wang Gu and still letting it slip my mind." He recalled the 2 prescriptions he had written down a month ago, initially intending to hand them over to Wang Xie when the opportunity arose. However, once he became engrossed in training, the thought faded from his mind. Realizing this, he quickly sent a message to Wang Xie. "Hey, I had forgotten about this too. I've been so preoccupied with recording for you. Let us meet tomorrow. I'll take you to the shooting range during the day and invite you to my home in the evening for an in-depth discussion." Wang Xie replied instantly. Unbeknownst to Lie Junan, during the past month, the soldiers who had been learning combat techniques under his guidance were summoned by their superiors upon returning to their original units to assess their progress. The method was straightforward. They were to engage in combat against another group that had not participated in the training. The outcome astonished the leaders. Their prowess had escalated dramatically, effortlessly overpowering the opposing group and even maintaining dominance in subsequent 1 versus many tests. "It's extraordinary, as if they have unlocked their latent potential," one leader marveled. The highest-ranking official present pondered deeply, recalling how the instructor had administered medicinal baths, acupuncture, and even transformed desserts into herbal remedies during the month of training. Contemplating this, he began reaching out to other senior leaders overseeing the training groups. After several discussions, they arrived at conclusions that corroborated his suspicions. Nevertheless, to proceed with caution, he arranged for comprehensive examinations for several members and enlisted the expertise of a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner renowned for his exceptional skills. The current test results, when compared to data from a month prior, revealed a conspicuous enhancement, and the old physician noted that the young men exhibited unobstructed energy channels and robust health, with no lingering injuries. The leaders, taken aback by this revelation, were aware that these individuals were not from conventional units. Their training intensity was extraordinary, and they frequently undertook missions, typically carrying various old injuries. Now, astonishingly, all those injuries had seemingly vanished. Coincidentally, several leaders from different military districts arrived at the same decision. The entire afternoon found Lie Junan engrossed in gaming. Perhaps due to a month-long hiatus from electronic devices, he became somewhat lost in the experience until his steward, Li Shou, called him for dinner. After dining, Lie Junan stepped outside for a stroll along the pathways of the park encircling Manhwa, observing the men and women jogging or walking, his heart enveloped in tranquility. The following morning, just after finishing breakfast, Lie Junan received a call from Wang Xie. "Xiao Chuan, have you had breakfast? If you have, hurry over, let us go shooting," Wang Xie urged. "I just finished. Send me your location." Lie Junan replied, then paused to inquire, "Is there anything I should bring?" "Bring your identification. Since you received your training uniform yesterday, take that as well. It'll be more convenient. Oh, and don't bring your Apple phone," Wang Xie advised before ending the call. Lie Junan returned to his room, changed into a fresh outfit, and set off in his gray AMG towards the government compound. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination, parked the car in a nearby area, and disembarked with his backpack. Spotting Wang Xie waiting at the entrance, he hurried over and said, "Brother Wang, I'll ride with you." "Ah, didn't you drive here yourself?" Wang Xie replied, somewhat puzzled, yet he nodded in agreement. "Well, my car lacks a pass, and it's a bit conspicuous." Lie Junan shrugged. "Once I return, I'll get a more low-key vehicle, and you can help me arrange a pass." "All right then, let us go." "The shooting range isn't here," Wang Xie responded, leading Lie Junan to his vehicle. After traveling for over half an hour, they exited the city and arrived at the entrance of a military base. Upon passing inspection, Wang Xie guided Lie Junan to the shooting range. On the verdant, flat grassland, 10 mats were laid out, marked for shooting positions at 110 meters, directly facing 10 half-body silhouette targets. "Have you ever handled a firearm before?" Wang Xie inquired. "Does a chain gun count?" Lie Junan grinned. Wang Xie shot him an incredulous look. "Then let us start with the handgun. Little Li, move everything over." A young soldier briskly approached, carrying a box. Wang Xie extracted a sleek black 92-style pistol, beginning to teach Lie Junan about firearms while demonstrating how to check the gun. After Lie Junan nodded in understanding, Wang Xie opened a packet of 58mm ammunition, loaded it into the magazine, proceeded to the shooting line, loaded the gun, disengaged the safety, and took aim. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of shots, he re-engaged the safety and returned to Lie Junan's side. "Impressive, Brother Wang. All 10 rings," Lie Junan exclaimed. Spotting the clear bullet holes on the target paper. 100 meters, 100 points, incredible. He urged, "Let me try." Wang Xie handed the gun to Lie Junan. "You saw my technique. You should be able to replicate it, right?" Lie Junan nodded confidently. "It seems quite simple." Taking the pistol, he exhaled softly, mimicking Wang Xie's earlier actions. He stepped back to the shooting line, loaded the gun, and disengaged the safety. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots rang out consecutively, prompting Wang Xie to raise his eyebrows in astonishment. Damn, does this kid's hand not shake at all? The recoil must be fake. 100 points. The range officer announced. Is this really your first time handling a gun? Wang Xie scrutinized Li Junchuan with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely. Li Junchuan replied with a satisfied grin, having re-engaged the safety as he returned. It's my first time ever touching a real gun. Perhaps I possess some innate talent. Wang Xie rolled his eyes at the boastful young man. What do you want to try next? Today, you can play to your heart's content. How about trying dual wielding? Li Junchuan suggested tentatively. Let us give it a shot, Wang Xie said, handing him another 92-style pistol. Load the bullets yourself. Eagerly, Li Junchuan accepted the second gun, hastily loading the magazines. Once both firearms were ready, he returned to his previous position, disengaged the safeties. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of shots echoed, with both targets registering 100 points. The range officer announced the score once more. Wang Xie felt somewhat numb. You little rascal, you're just here to undermine people. He himself could easily achieve a score of 100, thanks to years of experience and countless rounds fired. Yet this lad, upon his first encounter with a firearm, was as if he had activated a cheat code. Unbeknownst to him, Li Junchuan had initially contemplated manifesting skills from the game Honor of Kings, but after some reflection, he realized that given his current state, learning new things should come rather easily. Hence he refrained from immediately materializing them. Wang Gu, I want to try shooting at moving targets, Li Junchuan declared. Wang Xie weakly waved his hand. Arrange it. Consequently, the motor affixed to the target began its lateral movement, and Li Junchuan reloaded and fired another series of shots. Bang, bang, bang. A perfect score of 100. The target announcer diligently reported. Wang Gu, I want to attempt double gun shooting at 2 moving targets. Li Junchuan was somewhat exhilarated. Arrange it. Both targets scored 100. The target announcer was left in a daze. Was this fellow not a monster? He had never heard of anyone being so exceptional on their first attempt with a firearm. In his experience at the shooting range, most shooters engaged in 10, 50, or 80-meter rapid-fire exercises. Yet this individual started with 100-meter rapid fire, scoring 10 with each shot without a hint of disquiet. Xiao Chuan, how about we try a different gun? Wang Xie inquired. Sure, let us give a rifle a shot. Li Junchuan replied. Then hold on, let me demonstrate first. Wang Xie retrieved the Type 95 automatic rifle and began to show Li Junchuan how it was done. Li Junchuan had often seen this rifle in films. Its sleek black body appeared quite striking. It was China's second small-caliber rifle, and the first small-caliber assault rifle widely adopted by the People's Liberation Army. Li Junchuan was transfixed by Wang Xie's movements. At that moment, time seemed to slow down, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of the bullets as if in a scene from the Matrix. He quickly shut his eyes, rubbed them, and refocused. Indeed, his earlier sensation was not merely an illusion. He could once again see bullets slicing through the air towards the distant target paper. With a keen eye, Li Junchuan watched as the bullets struck the target. 10. The announcer's voice rang out. 10. Subsequently, he observed Wang Xie switch to a rapid-fire mode. A series of bursts ensued. Although not all shots hit the 10 ring, 29 bullet holes were primarily clustered within the 8, 9, and 10 rings. Impressive, Wang Gu. Let me have a go, Li Junchuan said, mimicking Wang Xie's earlier actions, reloading the magazine and adopting the same stance. He first attempted to switch to single-shot mode and fired 2 rounds. 20. The announcer's voice echoed. Li Junchuan found single shots rather dull, so he switched to rapid-fire mode, aiming at the target and unleashing a flurry of shots. When he concluded his firing, disengaged the safety, and lowered the rifle. The announcer's voice had somewhat distorted. 28 shots, all in the 10 ring. Beside him, Wang Xie was left bewildered. This was rapid fire, and within less than a minute, he had completed firing all 28 rounds, each landing in the 10 ring. Bring the target paper over. Wang Xie summoned the target officer to bring over the target paper, examining it closely in his hands, even counting the 30 bullet holes, not a single one missing. His gaze towards Li Junchuan grew increasingly peculiar. Although it was a 100-meter target, this performance seemed utterly absurd. Come on, Xiao Chuan, reload and switch to a 200-meter target. Wang Xie instructed Li Junchuan to reload the magazine and change the target to 200 meters. Li Junchuan prepared himself, recalling the trajectory of the bullets he had observed earlier, and estimated accordingly before raising his gun to take a single shot. Bang! A perfect 10. Bang! Another 10. Once he grasped the situation, Li Junchuan switched to rapid fire, emptying the remaining magazine. After clearing the magazine, he confidently turned back, saying, Brother Wang, let us try 300 meters. At that moment, the target officer's voice rang out. All 28 shots in the 10 ring. Li Junchuan felt a surge of exhilaration within, thinking to himself, once I become more familiar with this, I'll hit the bullseye every time. Aiming for a 30-round magazine with a single hole, Wang Xie, feeling a bit complicated inside, waved his hand, indicating for him to proceed as he wished. Li Junchuan reloaded the bullets and aimed at the 300-meter target. The outcome was unsurprising. His results were indistinguishable from his previous performances at 100 and 200 meters. Again achieving all tens. Switched to a moving target. Wang Xia's voice was somewhat raised. He believed bringing Lie Junan to shoot was a mistake, fearing it would only serve as a blow to his confidence. After all, he was once the sharpshooter of the squad. And although his opportunities to handle firearms had diminished since becoming an advisor, his shooting skills remained sharp. Today, however, he was nearly overshadowed by this novice, who had just begun his journey. What he did not know was that even more astonishing events were about to unfold. At that moment, an elderly gentleman dressed in uniform, adorned with a pair of ears of wheat and 2 stars, arrived at the shooting range accompanied by 2 others, observing Lie Juan's unrestrained shooting with keen interest. Naturally, Lie Juan had sensed someone approaching, but within the military, there was nothing to worry about. Now, he too was a member of the armed forces, and it was perfectly reasonable to fire a few rounds, even if he wasn't stationed in the squad like other soldiers or in the offices like civilian staff. Thus, he focused intently, taking his Type 95 rifle into rapid-fire mode, unleashing a flurry of shots at the 300-meter target. Single shots no longer piqued his interest. Unless all 30 bullets landed in the 10 ring, the target officer's voice echoed again, and although Wang Xia was mentally prepared, the 3 newcomers, who had just arrived, expressed surprise. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xia snapped back to reality, recognizing the visitors and saluting. "Greetings, sir." Lie Junan, lowering his gun and engaging the safety, approached, placing his firearm down and also saluting. "Greetings, sir." He mused internally. This person looks somewhat familiar. He was certain he had never met this individual before. The elder gestured towards the 2, asking, "Xiao Wang, who is this young man? His shooting skills are impressive. I have never seen him before." "Report, sir." "His name is Lie Junan. He is currently a specially appointed combat instructor for our Southern Theater Command, and he officially enlisted just yesterday," Wang Xia replied. The elderly man furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a moment, as if suddenly recalling something. "Ah, so you are Lie Junan. My little rascal has mentioned you." In that instant, Lie Junan realized why the figure before him seemed so familiar. The narrative then diverged into irrelevant pleas for 5-star reviews and mentions of gifts, which I shall omit. Returning to the story, the elder, observing Lie Junan's expression, remarked, "You are not mistaken. From what he has conveyed, you have never handled a firearm, have you?" Lie Junan nodded. "No, during my childhood, the village's guns were all surrendered." Yet, he refrained from sharing an additional thought. Although he had never touched a real gun, he had once handled a grenade, albeit one with a broken pin that could not be detonated. He had also come into contact with bullets, including the brass case 7.62mm rounds. The elder, considering Lie Junan's age, nodded thoughtfully. "You would have fared well in the military. With your talent, becoming a firearms expert is not beyond your reach." Lie Junan scratched his head. "Isn't this already a form of service?" The elder chuckled. "You may continue. We shall observe without causing any disruption." Lie Junan had no objections, as he did not harbor any reverence for the elder, having not been raised in the military. He turned to Wang Xia and said, "Brother Wang, bring out all the firearms you have, light machine guns, sniper rifles, everything." Wang Xia's expression darkened slightly, but seeing that the elder had no objections, he instructed the soldiers to retrieve one of each type of gun available in the headquarters. Before long, several firearms and ammunition boxes appeared in the adjacent open space. Wang Xia first picked up the vintage Type 95 light machine gun and began a demonstration for Lie Junan. This time, Wang Xia opted not to stand but instead lay prone on the ground, setting up the bipod and loading the ammunition belt. He provided a brief explanation of the Type 95's usage and purpose before disengaging the safety and pulling the trigger. Wang Xia emptied the entire ammunition belt in one continuous burst before re-engaging the safety and rising to his feet. Since the Type 95 light machine gun is primarily designed for area fire and has a greater range than the Type 95 rifle, he paid little heed to his shooting accuracy. However, the target paper at 400 meters had been utterly shredded, rendering further scoring unnecessary. Wang Xia turned to Lie Junan and said, "Now, it's your turn to give this a try." Lie Junan nodded, reloading the ammunition, and adopted the same prone shooting position as Wang Xia. As the target scorer did not report any scores, the onlookers were less concerned with precision. Rather, they were astounded that Lie Junan managed to fire the entire ammunition belt without any visible tremor in his arm. Lie Junan felt a surge of excitement and proceeded to reload his ammunition, attaching the drum magazine once more. Assuming a kneeling position reminiscent of scenes from films, he unleashed a flurry of shots, followed by another reload, standing tall to fire again. His demeanor remained unchanged, his gaze fixated upon the target, before he squeezed the trigger and reloaded once more. Astonishment enveloped the 2 officers accompanying the elder. This young man was nothing short of a beast. "Xiao Chuan, come here." The elder beckoned to Lie Junan. "Take off your jacket." As Lie Junan approached, he felt a moment of apprehension, but quickly regained his composure and removed his training uniform, discarding the short-sleeved shirt beneath. The onlookers examined him closely and were struck with awe upon discovering his shoulders and arms bore no marks whatsoever. All right, continue. The elder gestured for Lie Junan to proceed. While the unit had seen many skilled individuals, none had demonstrated such extraordinary prowess. Lie Junan was more than willing. He was eager to fire more rounds and experiment further with the weaponry. Subsequently, Wang Xia produced the Type 88 general-purpose machine gun, continuing to provide Lie Junan with instructional demonstrations. This firearm, lightweight like the Type 95 squad automatic weapon, could be employed as a light machine gun without the need for a tripod. Notably, the QJY-88 was equipped with a white light sight, akin to low-magnification scopes like the Elkin, facilitating the suppression of distant targets. Additionally, it could be paired with a night vision sight for nocturnal operations and came with a linked ammunition box that could attach to the weapon or tripod. Lie Junan replicated his previous actions flawlessly, unaffected by recoil as he aimed and fired. The elder, observing through binoculars, noted that although the target paper was perforated, the bullet holes were remarkably concentrated. Wang Xia then showcased the Type 95B carbine and the Type 05 submachine gun, providing demonstrations for Lie Junan. After practicing with both, Lie Junan felt an insatiable desire for more, thus reloading both firearms, Type 95B in his left hand and Type 05 in his right. He squeezed the triggers simultaneously, shattering both target papers under the fervent gaze of the spectators. Given his physical prowess, handling such firearms was trivial. One machine gun in each hand would pose no challenge. Upon concluding his shooting, Lie Junan engaged the safety, secured the firearms, and scratched his head, turning towards Wang Xia, pointing at the sniper rifle equipped with a scope resting nearby. "Coach, I wish to learn this." Wang Xia rolled his eyes but proceeded to pick up the sniper rifle, imparting knowledge about it. This is the QBU-88 sniper rifle, the standard-issue sniper rifle for the Chinese military. It has a caliber of 5.8 mm, shares ammunition with the Type 95 automatic rifle, and features a bullpup design, weighing 4.1 kg and measuring 920 mm in length. It has a magazine capacity of 10 rounds and an effective range of 800 m. Overall, it is quite portable, highly accurate, and not particularly demanding in terms of environmental conditions. Lie Junan attentively listened to Wang Xia's explanation, gradually gaining a preliminary understanding of the myriad factors to consider in long-range precision shooting: temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, wind speed and direction, distance, altitude, and numerous other elements. Although Lie Junan's intellect was sharp enough to retain the knowledge imparted by Wang Xia, he found the process somewhat cumbersome, as it vastly differed from short to medium-range shooting. Resolutely, he decided to create a game skill to manifest these concepts upon his return. After completing his explanation, Wang Xia lay prone on the ground, peering through the scope, aiming at the target paper 800 meters away. He moistened his fingertip, gauged the conditions, made slight adjustments to the rifle's muzzle and angle, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, and Wang Xia secured the safety before standing up. "Direct hit to the head," the range officer announced, as the target paper had been replaced with a head target for long-range shooting. Lie Junan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Brother Wang, let me give it a try." Wang Xia nodded, feeling a swell of pride at his accurate shot. Lie Junan mimicked Wang Xia's shooting posture, lay down, moistened his fingertip to sense the wind, and then brought his eyes close to the scope. However, he soon removed the scope amidst a chorus of puzzled expressions, feeling uncomfortable while looking through it, akin to the sensation of peering at text through a magnifying glass during childhood, a disconcerting experience. After detaching the scope, Lie Junan opted for iron sights, made slight adjustments, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Moments later, the range officer's voice echoed, "Direct hit to the head." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Wang Xia, somewhat baffled, approached him and asked, "Why did you remove the scope?" Lie Junan explained, and Wang Xia, at a loss for words, responded, "So you believe your eyes are superior to the scope?" Lie Junan nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. I find iron sights more suited to my style." "Then why not attempt 1,000 meters?" Wang Xia suggested. Bang! A perfect hit. 1,200 meters. Bang! Another direct hit. 1,500 meters. Bang! Yet again a perfect shot. Lie Junan then switched between various shooting stances, landing all shots on target, leaving the onlookers speechless. Finally, an elder spoke up, "Let us switch him to the Type 10. Lie Junan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 70. Breaking the World Record. 5-star reviews for more updates. Gifts appreciated. 7 updates. The Type 10 Sniper Rifle, full name, QBU-10 Sniper Rifle, is a 127mm anti-material sniper rifle, the final variant of the QBU-09 military-grade 127mm sniper rifle. It was designed independently by the People's Liberation Army of China and falls under the category of new large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles, capable of accurately striking targets within a range of 1 kilometer, with a maximum effective range of 2,000 meters. Li Juan's familiarity with this weapon did not stem from a military obsession, but rather from having seen it in a television drama, where the protagonist's display of marksmanship while shooting a flagpole appeared remarkably impressive. Wang Xie received the order and brought over the Type 10 sniper rifle, commencing a demonstration for Li Junan, whose eyes sparkled with fascination as he fixated on this grand piece of equipment, dubbed the Eastern Cannon by foreign media. After providing a brief explanation, Wang Xie adopted a prone position and successfully struck targets at 1,200 meters and 1,500 meters. His confidence waned beyond that range, prompting him to rise and yield the position to Li Junan. With 5 rounds loaded, there was no need for Li Junan to reload. He simply assumed the prone stance, detached the scope, and measured the wind direction and speed, making slight adjustments before aiming at the target 1,500 meters away and pulling the trigger. Bang! A hit. The voice of the target spotter rang out. As for why the bullseye was not mentioned, well, this was a heavy sniper rifle, an anti-material sniper capable of penetrating light armor at 1,000 meters. Mere target paper could hardly withstand such power, being shattered entirely. Wang Gu, Li Junan exclaimed, eager for approval. What is it? Wang Xie replied, his expression growing impatient. Just speak plainly, drop the theatrics. I wish to attempt a longer distance. Li Junan declared. How far? Wang Xie inquired, rubbing his chin. 1,800 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. Li Junan responded, his voice slightly subdued. What? Wang Xie cupped his ear. 1,800 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. I want to try them all. Li Junan exclaimed, now loudly. The nearby leaders exchanged peculiar glances. They were well aware of the capabilities of the Type 10, and hitting accurately at 2,000 meters often required a stroke of luck. Wang Xie turned his gaze to the highest-ranking official present, seeking approval. Go ahead, let him try. I, too, am curious to witness this. The elder nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, as Wang Xie prepared to make arrangements. Li Junan eagerly tugged at Wang Xie's sleeve. Brother, set up a small flagpole. Wang Xie seemed to have an inkling of what was needed. His expression slightly unusual, yet he nodded and gave the necessary orders. After a considerable wait, a small flag was finally hoisted atop a hill at a distance of 1,800 meters. This time, due to the flagpole's position, Li Junan opted for an elevated angle shot. Following the same procedure, 2 seconds later, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! After a moment, the voice of the target spotter crackled through the radio. Hit. The elder, equipped with binoculars, could see the severed flagpole, prompting others to hastily grab binoculars to confirm the hit, their smiles rivaling that of an AK. Changed to 2,000 meters. Wang Xie instructed via the radio. Shortly thereafter, another flag was raised on a more distant slope. This time, Li Junan took a bit more time, noticing that the wind was quite strong, causing the flagpole to sway unpredictably. After recalibrating the wind direction and speed, he decisively pulled the trigger once more. Bang! A hit. The target spotter's voice was filled with excitement, fully aware of the significance of this achievement. The gathering leaders displayed expressions of joy, contemplating whether this young man should be sent to the next sniper competition. If he performed normally, victory seemed assured. Changed to 2,500 meters. Wang Xie's voice trembled slightly. What if he hit again? He could scarcely bear to contemplate it. This time, the preparation took a bit longer, as the sniper position at a distance of 2,500 meters was situated atop a mountain. Nevertheless, they were ready. Li Junan attempted to aim, but after a moment, he shook his head and stood up. What's wrong? Are you uncertain? Wang Xie inquired. Li Junan shook his head, stating, there's no shooting angle from this position. Wang Xie slapped his forehead, and the nearby leaders nodded in agreement, yet concern began to creep into their hearts. After all, shooting from a prone position, a kneeling position, and a standing position are entirely different concepts, particularly for such a powerful sniper rifle. However, Li Junan harbored no excessive thoughts. He was not participating in a competition, and if he missed, it was of little consequence. Perhaps it was this very mindset that propelled him into a peculiar state, one that seemed to embody the unity of man and rifle. This time, Li Junan took even longer, as the wind atop the mountain was stronger. Fortunately, the changes in wind direction were less pronounced compared to the mountainside. After calculating the wind speed and direction, he decisively pulled the trigger. Moments later, he engaged the safety, retracted the rifle, and stood up with a smile directed at Wang Xie. At that instant, the voice of the target reporter echoed through the intercom. 2,500 meters. Target hit. The exclamation was thunderous. The gathered onlookers erupted into enthusiastic applause, which resounded for quite some time. Why were they so elated? Presently, the world's most advanced sniper rifle is the British L115A3. As one of the earliest industrialized nations, Britain's prowess in firearms manufacturing is widely acknowledged. The L115A3 boasts a range of 2,480 meters, marking the furthest distance achievable by contemporary sniper rifles. British Army sniper Craig Harrison set a record of 2,475 meters with the L-115A3. The United States, a military powerhouse, remains at the forefront of weaponry development, including sniper rifles. The Chaitak M200, featured in the film Sniper, ranks among the finest American sniper rifles, with a range of 2,200 meters, trailing only the L-115A3. In 2004, American sniper Brian Kramer recorded a remarkable kill at 2,300 meters using the M82A1 sniper rifle in the Iraqi theater. However, there is always something greater. A sniper from Canada's Joint Task Force 2 astonishingly achieved a kill record of 3,540 meters on the Iraqi battlefield in 2017, wielding the TAC-50, a rifle similar to those held by the two record holders. Now, Lie Junan utilized the domestically designed and produced QBU-10 sniper rifle, a 127mm caliber weapon, and successfully struck the target at 2,500 meters. This achievement places him second in the world, remarkably accomplished without a scope and from a standing position. As the crowd gradually ceased their applause, their gazes turned to the elder. Understanding their unspoken question, the elder approached Lie Junan and asked, "Can you shoot even farther?" Lie Junan was completely unaware of the world record, so without hesitation, he nodded, "No problem." Consequently, Wang Xia proceeded with the arrangements, setting the distance at an impressive 3,600 meters. The onlookers did not insist that Lie Junan hit the target, but there lingered a sense of anticipation. What if he actually did? After approximately half an hour, the sniper target was finally positioned. Upon receiving the message through the intercom, Wang Xia nodded at Lie Junan. Employing the method taught by Wang Xia, Lie Junan meticulously tested the wind speed and direction. After about 10 seconds, he once again entered that enigmatic state, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! Lie Junan observed as his bullet traversed the air for about 10 seconds before striking the target. 3,600 meters. A perfect hit. 3,600 meters. A perfect hit. 3,600 meters. A perfect hit. The voice of the scorekeeper boomed, repeating the announcement 3 times. The gathered crowd could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in cheers. Incredible. Unbelievable. Astounding. After a considerable time, the crowd finally calmed down. The elder in charge gathered everyone present, including those who had set up the target and the scorekeeper, and solemnly emphasized the importance of confidentiality. He then called Lie Junan into a small room for a private conversation. "Xiao Chuan, in the future, refrain from publicly demonstrating your sniping skills, or more precisely, avoid targeting distances beyond 2,000 meters unless absolutely necessary." The elder's expression was grave. Lie Junan nodded, seemingly grasping the elder's intent. "My surname is Song, and you may have already surmised my identity. Since you refer to that rascal Xiao Gang as your brother, you may call me Uncle Song in private from now on. You are now part of our Southern Theater, and I will look out for you. Come, let us exchange contact information, and should any important matters arise, feel free to reach out to me directly." After saying this, he took out his phone and saved Lie Junan's contact details. "By the way, do you still have that liquor? If so, save a bottle for me. No need to have Xiao Gang deliver it. Just let me know, and I will send someone to collect it." Lie Junan, somewhat bewildered, exchanged contact details with the elder, and upon hearing the latter's request, he smirked slightly but nodded in agreement. "Very well, that will be all for today." Uncle Song patted Lie Junan on the shoulder, and as he was leaving, he leaned in close and whispered a few words to him before striding out of the room. At that moment, Lie Junan realized why, a month prior, Song Gang had suddenly brought Wang Xia to his home to discuss the medicinal liquor, feeling a mix of amusement and bemusement as any lingering frustration dissipated. Chapter 71. It's decided. You are the one. Initially, he had thought that someone was eyeing the immense business opportunity presented by his medicinal liquor, intending to seek collaboration, and perhaps either exploit him or simply offer a meager sum to force a buyout, leaving him in a rather sour mood. However, circumstances often outpace individual ambitions, especially since he was at a disadvantage compared to those influential figures. Nevertheless, the words spoken by the elder earlier made him realize that at their age, wealth was not as significant as the health and well-being they prioritized. Having held high positions for many years, they naturally understood that the more effective the medicinal wine, the rarer and superior the medicinal herbs required. However, many of these precious herbs have long since become extinct, and even if they do exist, they are scarce. Furthermore, they were already well aware of Lie Junan's remarkable medical skills, which prompted many influential figures to seek his favor. Thus, their previous collaboration could merely be regarded as a means to facilitate financial gain within their sphere of influence. With this thought in mind, Lie Junan opened the door and stepped outside to find Wang Xia. "Brother Wang, what else do we have here that's entertaining?" Lie Junan inquired, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Wang Xia, slightly exasperated, replied, "What else do you want to play with? We barely have enough guns for you to use. Are you looking to play with cannons?" Lie Junan nodded. "That is not entirely out of the question." "Get lost." Wang Xia retorted angrily. "You little rascal. Are you feeling adventurous?" You've played with guns, and now you want to play with cannons. What is next? Tanks? Fighter jets? Aircraft carriers? Lie Junan sensed the inappropriateness of his request, but remained undeterred. So when does the military have training in that regard? Just call me over. I'd love to witness it. Wang Xia nodded. That's feasible. Just wait for my notification. All right. It's settled then. It's already noon. Shall we go have lunch first? Lie Junan suggested. Fine, let us eat. With that, Wang Xia led Lie Junan to the military canteen. The meals, of course, were not as lavish as those from the previous month, but they were still quite palatable and filling. Just after finishing their meal, Lie Junan tugged at Wang Xia. Brother Wang, if we can't play with cannons, can we at least try the vehicles? Wang Xia, somewhat speechless, asked, what kind of vehicle do you wish to drive? Feeling a bit shy, yet noticing Wang Xia's demeanor was less rigid than before, Lie Junan suggested, how about trying the infantry fighting vehicle or the armored vehicle? The main battle tank would also suffice. Wang Xia laughed in disbelief. All right, is this how you want to play? Lie Junan quickly reassured him. Let us just start with the infantry fighting vehicle. Don't worry, I won't need to carry ammunition. I just want to drive and feel it out. Knowing that this young man had made up his mind, and considering it wasn't a significant issue, Wang Xia drove him to the training base where relevant drills were taking place. In the following afternoon, Lie Junan followed closely behind Wang Xia, experiencing and driving all the vehicles currently in service with the military. He tried everything from infantry fighting vehicles to light and heavy armored vehicles, and even modular armored vehicles. Emboldened, he cheekily requested to take the main battle tank for a spin, specifically the ZTZ-99 main battle tank. This tank ranks among the top 3 in the world in terms of comprehensive performance, with a combat weight of 51 tons, a maximum highway speed of 80 km per hour, and a maximum off-road speed of 60 km per hour. It is equipped with a 125mm high-pressure smoothbore tank gun, and the automatic loading system has a basic ammunition capacity of 41 rounds. This gun can fire China's replica of the Russian 125mm caliber guided missile, with a maximum range of 52 kilometers and a maximum armor penetration depth of 700mm. Auxiliary weapons include 112, 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and 62mm coaxial machine gun. Had it not been for Wang Xia's increasingly peculiar expression, Lie Junan would have likely continued to revel in driving around for a while longer. The afternoon swiftly passed as Lie Junan joyfully roamed about, indulging in various grand toys, while Wang Xia spent the entire afternoon in the cockpit, his face turning a shade of green. Dinner was enjoyed at Wang Xia's residence, where, during the tea-drinking session that followed, Lie Junan conversed with Wang Xia's elder brother, Wang En, regarding the sales of health tonic liquor and medicinal products. Lie Junan, contributing his technology as equity, secured a 20% share of the net profits from the newly established company, with minimal responsibilities. He could appoint financial personnel and was only required to provide technical assistance when necessary, for which he would receive additional compensation. This arrangement pleased Lie Junan immensely, as he could simply await payments for his 2 prescriptions without further involvement in production, sales, or networking. Therefore, the discussion was quite enjoyable, culminating in an agreement to sign a formal contract in the presence of both parties' lawyers the following day. After dinner, Wang Xia escorted Lie Junan back to the official compound, where he then drove himself home. After refreshing himself with a shower, Lie Junan returned to his room and opened the game, Honor of Kings, intending to engage in a couple of matches. Previously, he had played sporadically, rarely participating in ranked matches, but with ample time on his hands and no financial worries. He decided to venture into ranked play that evening. Upon opening the ranked interface, he discovered his rank had fallen to Honor Gold 1, 1 star. Fortunately, it still counted as an honor rank, so he promptly clicked on ranked matches to accumulate points. In lower tiers, many players rushed to secure positions, prompting Lie Junan to instantly lock in the hero, Bai Shoyu. Having spent the morning practicing sniping, he felt formidable. However, despite achieving 1620 points and being the MVP of the match, his teammates performed poorly, making victory elusive. The likelihood of a single hero overcoming 5 opponents, given the mechanics, was exceedingly low. Ultimately, he lost the match but was relieved to find that he had not lost any stars due to the protection card. Suddenly, Lie Junan realized he had overlooked something significant. Bai Shoyu was indeed a powerful marksman. If he could manifest Bai Shoyu's skills, combined with his current physical prowess and sniping knowledge, he could potentially land headshots from kilometers away. With this thought, he quickly exited the ranked match and opened Bai Shoyu's skill description. He had never thoroughly examined these details before, often just utilizing whichever skill was highlighted without a deeper understanding. His equipment selections were typically based on popular or recommended builds, and the idea of swiftly switching items like the Resurrection Armor or the Destiny Blade was something entirely beyond his previous capabilities, often forgetting to activate even the gold body in critical moments. He scrutinized Bai Shoyu's skill descriptions, focusing on 4 main aspects: the passive skill, which enhances physical damage on basic attacks and increases critical hit chances while allowing him to become invisible and gain movement speed when out of combat. The first skill, Silent Eye, which provides vision covering 600 to 1000 range, allowing for a maximum of 3 placements, each lasting 300 seconds and stacking up to 5 layers with additional penetration when stationary. The second skill, Gale's Breath, which is a simple sniping skill that inflicts significant damage and slows the target by 90. And the third skill, Escape. A brief introduction reveals the ability to leap backward while shooting in the opposite direction, inflicting damage and slowing the target by 50%, followed by an increase in movement speed upon landing. Having comprehended the skill, Lie Junan decisively manifested it. Chapter 72, Afraid of a Plane Crash. I have the kid suit for Qianyu Yushi's additional updates. Once the manifestation was complete, Lie Junan discovered he had grown stronger. After the passive skill manifested, it transformed into an invisibility technique. Initially, Lie Junan felt quite pleased, but upon reviewing the skill's specific description, he realized it was not the conventional form of invisibility. Instead, it concealed his form, making him untraceable rather than unseen. How peculiar it felt that the description of this skill seemed somewhat familiar. Lie Junan scratched his head, recalling that he had seen a similar scenario in a movie while scrolling through short videos, where a young man played a game of hide-and-seek with prison guards, although he hadn't watched it in detail. Subsequently, Lie Junan turned his attention to other skills. The first skill, Eye of Tranquility, manifested into a high-tech bionic surveillance drone. After examining it, Lie Junan exclaimed in astonishment. The bionic drone, roughly the size of a small insect, was equipped with a high-tech biological chip and an external 360-degree panoramic nanocamera, numbering 30 in total. In a stationary state, it could penetrate obstacles not exceeding 30 centimeters. The biological battery could be recharged through the consumption of food, with any conventional energy-providing food sufficing. Each full charge would sustain operation for 60 minutes. Incredible. This was undeniably pure black technology. If he could unlock mass production of this, Lie Junan's mind raced with possibilities, his smile gradually becoming maniacal. The second skill, Breath of the Gale, manifested with a simpler premise. Within the range of vision and bullet flight distance, every shot would hit its target. As the adage goes, the simpler the description, the more complex the reality. It appeared rather unremarkable, yet one must not forget that Lie Junan's vision rivaled that of an eagle, which boasts a visual range of 36 kilometers. Is that not absurd? Moreover, he could detect the movements of prey within a 10-kilometer radius, which was simply outrageous. In a moment of inspiration, Lie Junan envisioned himself piloting an invisible aircraft, spotting the President of the United States from several kilometers above and landing a shot from on high. Gasp! Lie Junan inhaled sharply. Just the thought was terrifying. He worried that, should the nation's leaders act rashly, they might instigate a nuclear war. The third skill, Evasion, was more straightforward to comprehend. It involved a leap and a shot, inflicting damage on the enemy while reducing their speed by 50% and increasing his own by the same amount. This served as a means of escape, provided one had a firearm in hand. Instantly, Lie Junan recalled his past experiences playing battle royale games, where he would be startled while searching for supplies in a room or when someone threw smoke grenades in, resulting in chaotic shooting. However, it seemed that, for the time being, these skills would not be of immediate use, whether in a game of hide-and-seek with others, engaging in voyeurism, or perhaps wielding a firearm for assassinations abroad. As this thought crossed his mind, Lie Junan suddenly realized something he urgently needed: a firearm license and legal weapons. With these, the next time he encountered someone attempting to shoot at him, his chances of survival would increase significantly, though the greater likelihood would be to retaliate. A jest, with my current prowess, who could possibly rival me in a gunfight? Lie Junan mused, feeling a surge of confidence. Yet, he soon recalled the formidable 40mm grenade launcher featured in various films, and a sense of humility washed over him. He promptly opened his browser to research the lethal radius of such heavy weaponry. The 40mm grenade launcher, colloquially known as 40 fire, employs a type of explosive steel ball munition that, upon striking a target, inflicts indiscriminate devastation within a 15-meter radius. This munition can unleash 900 steel balls into the air, delivering widespread damage to personnel. Even within a 20-meter range, its lethality remains significant. The design specifications of this launcher bestow upon it remarkable destructive capacity on the battlefield. After reviewing the information, Lie Junan sighed in relief. A 20-meter kill radius seemed manageable given his skills, unless faced with environmental constraints that left him without cover. Having perused the details of the 40 fire, he turned his attention to the grenade's specifications. The lethal radius of a grenade typically spans between 10 to 30 meters, contingent upon its type and weight. For instance, certain explosive grenades measure between 35 to 65 millimeters in diameter and weigh between 200 to 600 grams, boasting a maximum range of 300 to 700 meters and generating between 300 to 500 effective fragments upon detonation. Various types of grenades, such as anti-armor variants, may exhibit differing lethal radii and applications. After absorbing this information, Lie Junchuan felt reassured. However, he harbored concerns regarding the reliability of online resources, fretting that new, portable heavy weaponry might have emerged. He resolved to experiment with the efficacy of both weapons in due course and to inquire with Wang Xia about any newly released armaments, allowing him to contemplate potential safeguards for his survival. Not that he was seeking amusement. Now equipped with means of protection on land and in water, the question remained, how to ensure his safety in the skies? Should he procure a mark armor? The thought made him shake his head. Such an apparatus would be too conspicuous, and he could not bear the weight of it. He needed to proceed cautiously. What could protect him in the air? A parachute? While feasible, would he really carry one every time he boarded a plane? With this thought, Lie Junchuan began to search for military parachute packs. Upon reviewing the results, he shook his head. They were excessively bulky and inconvenient for transport. Surely, he could not board a commercial flight with a large parachute pack, or perhaps a private jet. That seemed improbable. Scratching his head, he acknowledged the convenience of air travel, given that numerous cities across the country boasted airports. He needed to devise an alternative solution. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he inadvertently switched browsers and caught sight of the still open game Honor of Kings. In that fleeting moment, an idea struck him. He thought of the hero Yun Zhongjuan. Why not mention Neza, Manhwa, Nakaruru, or Daji? Lie Junchuan speculated that, given the system's nature, any manifested item would likely correlate with reality, suggesting a strong possibility that Neza could provide him with an aerial vehicle. As for Manhwa, her abilities seemed more akin to teleportation. As for Nakaruru, could she possibly acquire an immense golden eagle? Much like the flying companions from the Legend of the Condor Heroes or the Return of the Condor Heroes, this does not seem entirely implausible. As for Daji, she is not currently contemplating the abilities associated with that artifact. Rather, it resembles a teleportation array, exuding a somewhat magical aura. With this thought, Lie Junchuan opened the skill description for Yun Zhongjun, a passive ability that ignores terrain while flying, with increased movement speed for basic attacks, and the capacity to stack damage from the tearing effect. The first skill allows for a charged forward dive, enhancing speed by 60 while providing a shield and stunning the target upon impact. The second skill involves a wing strike that unleashes a wind blade, inflicting damage while slowing the target, and simultaneously granting Lie Junchuan an additional 20 movement speed. The third skill offers a brief 30 damage reduction, lifting the target to dispel control effects, during which they cannot be targeted, and upon landing, it inflicts damage and knocks back the target. I will summarize briefly for those unfamiliar with the game. Lie Junchuan did not hesitate to manifest the abilities and began to examine the effects of the manifestation. The passive ability resulted in the acquisition of a magical gliding wing, a unique construction that allows for flight in high-altitude environments, temporarily freeing his hands. After reviewing the description, Lie Junchuan felt an odd familiarity with this item, but continued to read on. The first skill manifested as an increase of 60 in gliding speed, and any biological entity struck by the wings would be knocked back and stunned. This was comprehensible, akin to pressing the accelerator. The second skill allowed for evasive maneuvers or offensive actions with the wings. The third skill enabled brief passenger flight, lasting approximately 30 minutes. After reviewing all the skills, Lie Junchuan turned his attention to a striking white suit and top hat that had suddenly appeared beside him, causing him to involuntarily grimace. Kiki Kid. Chapter 73. A new commuting tool, Bronco 1973 Velocity Restorations. Additional content. Lie Junchuan opened the packaging and discovered an instruction manual tucked inside. Upon careful reading, he found the content rather unremarkable. It merely mentioned that this was a stylish suit crafted from special materials, boasting windproof, fireproof, and waterproof properties, with the remainder consisting of usage tips and techniques. Brother Tongzi, can we not change the color? This is rather flamboyant, Lie Junchuan pondered inwardly. Ding. Due to material constraints, a change is currently not possible. The system's response was succinct. Very well, I suppose I only need to wear it while flying, otherwise it feels somewhat embarrassing. Lie Junchuan neatly stored the suit and began to contemplate the tasks he needed to accomplish the following day. First and foremost, he needed to address the issue of his firearm license, which necessitated a visit to Wang Xia. However, it would be preferable to visit Wang Xia at the official residence, as he was usually present there. It would certainly be more convenient to drive himself rather than rely on the butler or have Wang Xia come to pick him up. That would be rather inappropriate. The current predicament was that, with his own vehicle, he would have to park some distance away and walk, which was somewhat troublesome. Perhaps he should acquire another vehicle for such purposes? Ideally, something more understated for daily commutes, allowing Wang Xia to arrange for a pass later. Inspired by a sudden impulse, Lie Junchuan once again grasped his phone, intent on materializing a vehicle. Given that the world of Asphalt 9 Legends is filled with sports cars, even those with a more understated appearance are indeed performance vehicles. Driving a loud sports car into the governmental compound would be rather inappropriate. Thus, He turned to the recently played Forza Horizon 5. In the garage, he perused various options, yet found himself indecisive. Ultimately, he sought clarity through an online search, which led him to the Ford Bronco 2020. Having settled on his target, Lie Junan commenced a thorough exploration of relevant details, such as color schemes, modifications, and pricing. Suddenly, he was captivated by a striking image, a 1973 Ford Bronco from Velocity Restorations. The silver body, with its robust yet streamlined contours and vintage headlights, struck a chord deep within him, compelling him to make an immediate decision to manifest this vehicle. However, upon materialization, he opted for the latest 2024 interior, not yet released in the market, for a touch of luxury reminiscent of Lincoln's Comfort. The engine was equipped with a 3.0-liter twin-turbocharged EcoBoost V6, a modest displacement in the realm of American cars, yet capable of producing over 400 horsepower, paired with Ford's 10-speed automatic transmission. All other configurations were maximized, effectively transforming everything except the car's exterior. Moreover, this vehicle included a series of high-performance and officially authorized components customized in collaboration with RTR, featuring high-performance intake, sport exhaust, and Dana axles designed for off-roading. Behind the RTR forged wheels and 37-inch tires lay the Fox Goodrich KN3 tires. This vehicle catered to all of Lie Juan's current desires: an unexaggerated aesthetic, minimal noise, a spacious body, and wide tires that promised comfort and excellent off-road capability. In summary, he was thoroughly satisfied. Gazing at the keys and a collection of documents on the table, Lie Junan stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared for bed. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by the butler, he descended to the garage and was greeted by the sight of the newly manifested silver off-roader. The spacious two-door, four-seat vehicle exuded a retro, yet imposing presence. He took out his phone to call Wang Xie, confirming his return to the governmental compound. As Lie Junan drove out, he noticed several drivers casting curious glances at his vehicle, though he paid them no mind. After about half an hour, he arrived at the compound. Having pre-arranged with Wang Xie, he found him waiting at the entrance. After receiving a nod of approval, Lie Junan drove into the courtyard. "Wow, your car is quite stunning. A Ford, you say? I've never seen one like it." Wang Xie exclaimed eagerly as Lie Junan parked, clearly intrigued by the vehicle. In search of vehicles custom manufactured by the Ford company, complete with all necessary formalities, there exists but one such car domestically, and likely none abroad. The original model hails from 1973, thus it is understandable that you have never encountered it. Lie Junan elucidated briefly, and then added, "You have seen my car before. But bringing it here seems rather inappropriate, hence I specifically arranged for this vehicle." Wang Xie, filled with envy, muttered under his breath, "Damn you, wealthy man." Lie Junan chuckled. "If you assist me in resolving today's matters, I shall allow you to take this car for a spin." Wang Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "By the way, you haven't mentioned why you sought me out today." Lie Junan adopted a serious demeanor. "Surely you are aware of the troubles I've been facing lately?" Wang Xie's expression grew grave. "You mean?" "Indeed, I am referring to the drug trafficking gang that has set their sights on me. Last time, I narrowly escaped. But what of the next occasion? They are armed not only with firearms, but also grenades. While I excel in hand-to-hand combat, what if they don't even allow me the chance to engage?" Lie Junan paused before continuing. "Thus, I wish to apply for a firearm permit, allowing me to carry a weapon at all times." Wang Xie pondered for a moment, realizing this was quite the predicament. Though Lie Juan's family details had been concealed, he himself had exposed his identity. He could not remain hidden in the military indefinitely. After all, he was a young man who would eventually marry and have children. Considering this, he nodded. "Very well, I shall assist you with this matter. After all, you have significantly contributed to the nation lately. Although the public is unaware, the state will not overlook your safety. Come, let us proceed with your application." After navigating through the necessary procedures, Lie Junan finally obtained his permit along with his sidearm, a QSE-92 semi-automatic pistol, black, 58mm version, fully loaded. Observing Lie Junan grinning with delight, Wang Xie remarked, "I have repeatedly emphasized the relevant regulations. I hope you will remember them." His expression was exceedingly serious. Lie Junan nodded. "Rest assured, I will not resort to using the firearm unless absolutely necessary." In reality, even if Lie Junan met the criteria for carrying a weapon, regulations would typically prohibit him from removing it from the military, and strict controls exist regarding the type of weapon and ammunition. However, given the exceptional circumstances, and as this is a narrative, we indulge. Seeing that Lie Junan had genuinely absorbed his words, Wang Xie felt a sense of relief. In truth, he had no legitimate authority to assist Lie Junan in acquiring a firearm, let alone taking it outside the military. It was merely a matter of prior communication. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something else?" Wang Xie felt uneasy under Lie Juan's gaze. "Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me anxious." "Isn't there still the matter of the vehicle?" Lie Junan inquired. "Don't speak to me in that manner. It's utterly distasteful." Wang Xie shivered at the thought. "What about the car? Speak quickly. I have much to attend to. I need a pass. Please arrange a pass for me. Otherwise, it will be quite inconvenient to come over in the future. Lie Junchuan returned to his normal tone. Is that all? You can apply for that yourself. Wang Xie exhaled a sigh of relief, initially fearing that there was yet another pressing matter at hand. However, he recalled that Lie Junchuan had scarcely visited the government compound, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of bureaucratic procedures. Thus, he gritted his teeth and declared, "This is the last time, so let us wrap it up quickly. If there's nothing pressing, refrain from lingering around me." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Humph, as if I wish to be here. Lie Junchuan silently scoffed, but upon feeling the object in his pocket, his spirits lifted once more. "Why are you dawdling there?" Wang Xie barked, noticing Lie Junchuan's hesitation. I'm coming. Lie Junchuan hastily responded, catching up in a few strides and soon acquiring the desired item. Chapter 74, Formal Contract Signing, a special edition for Little Wolf, with a contented smile. Lie Junchuan affixed the pass to his attire and resolved to leave the government compound. He had a lunch engagement with teacher Luo Fei at home. This was partly due to the necessity of having a prominent figure to finalize the specific contract with Wang Xie's elder brother, Wang An, and partly because the case previously entrusted to teacher Luo Fei had concluded, resulting in substantial penalties for the 10 spirited young men involved, some facing the maximum of a mere peanut, while others received prison sentences of up to 10 years, with no possibility of parole. Feeling fortunate to have such a distinguished lawyer in his corner, Lie Junchuan acknowledged that despite Luo Fei's busy schedule, the lucrative compensation he offered made the work appealing. Hence, teacher Luo had flown to Yong City. Teacher Luo, long time no see. After sharing a delightful lunch, they settled in the courtyard to sip tea. Indeed, it has been a while, Luo Fei replied, adjusting his glasses. This tea is splendid. Make sure to take 2 pounds with you when you leave. Lie Junchuan insisted. Please don't decline. Although this tea is quite palatable, it is locally sourced and reasonably priced. I Haven Tea properly expressed my gratitude for your assistance last time. You must have had quite the journey. And now I've asked you to travel so far again. Very well, I shall accept graciously. Luo Fei nodded, then inquired. What is the matter you wish to entrust to me this time? Do elaborate. Lie Junchuan returned to his room, retrieving the preliminary contract signed with Wang An, and presented it to Luo Fei. After scrutinizing the document, Luo Fei remarked, according to your preliminary agreement, there seems to be no issue, and the terms proposed by the other party are rather generous. As an accomplished lawyer, he had perused countless contracts and encountered numerous similar commercial collaborations. Consequently, he found himself curious about the conditions offered in Lie Junchuan's connections, for certain industries are impenetrable without the proper network, and even forced entry seldom leads to success. That's reassuring, Lie Junchuan acknowledged. There is another matter I wish to discuss. Does your firm have a division dedicated to overseas affairs? He was aware that Luo Fei's firm had a broad scope of operations, but was less informed about its international dealings and whether they had a department focused on overseas matters. Certainly, we do have an overseas division. Mr. Lee, do you have business interests abroad? In which country? Luo Fei inquired. Indeed. On the enchanting island of Bora Bora in French Polynesia, there are a total of 50 islets. Currently, I am collaborating with a European friend on their development. As Lie Junchuan spoke, he picked up the island documentation and the contracts signed by both parties. Thus, it may be necessary for attorneys from your firm to accompany professional accountants on annual business trips to conduct audits. Of course, there would not only be standard consultation fees, but also complimentary accommodations on the isles, with all meals included. However, the requirements are somewhat stringent. Proficiency in both English and French is essential, along with familiarity with local laws and various policies. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he remained silent for the moment, diligently perusing the materials handed to him by Lie Junchuan. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled and remarked, Mr. Lee, you truly are quite affluent, acquiring so many islands in one go. It's merely a trifle, nothing to fuss about. What do you think, Lawyer Luo? Lie Junchuan replied with a hint of pride. Not a problem at all. Our firm has lawyers who specialize in overseas affairs, and we have connections in France as well. You can trust us with this project. Luo Fei nodded, considering it yet another lucrative assignment with minimal hassle, albeit a bit distant from home. However, the prospect of vacationing there with his family seemed quite appealing. Then there is no issue. May I have the contact number of one of your colleagues? Lie Junchuan asked. Collaborating with a well-established law firm gave him considerable peace of mind. Although Arthur was a construct of his own making, financial matters necessitated oversight. Why seek another colleague, Mr. Lee? I perfectly meet your criteria. I currently oversee the firm's European affairs, and I am quite fluent in English, French, and Tahitian. I am also well-versed in European law and possess all the necessary credentials for practicing as a local attorney, Luo Fei said, sipping his tea, adjusting his glasses, and smiling confidently. Good heavens, is he truly exceptional? I cannot allow anyone to surpass me. Lie Junchuan thought to himself, then composed himself and said, since lawyer Luo has stated it so confidently, shall we proceed with the trial? Luo Fei cast a curious glance. seemingly inquiring what Lie Junchuan intended to test and how he planned to do so. Then, to his astonishment, Lie Junchuan began to articulate a series of inquiries in English with remarkable fluency, while Luo Fei responded with equal ease, engaging in a proficient dialogue in English. Lie Junchuan soon realized that the individual before him was not only adept in his field's terminology, but also conversed effortlessly in specialized vocabulary related to medicine, mechanics, and more. Goodness, could he possibly possess a system as well? Lie Junchuan mused, then switched to French and Tahitian, only to find Luo Fei maintaining his composure, as if he had grown up in that region, even sharing local customs with him. Noticing his employer's astonishment, Luo Fei poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip. I am also quite familiar with German, Russian, Spanish, Italian, and Romanian. Would you like to test me further, Mr. Lee? No, that's unnecessary. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Please draft a letter of engagement. I have a printer in my study. We can sign it right now. Lie Junchuan twitched his lips and tentatively inquired, do you have a system? This time, Luo Fei seemed momentarily taken aback. Ah, a system? Yes, indeed, I have studied it. It's quite straightforward. Relieved, Lie Junchuan confirmed that he alone possessed an extraordinary advantage. Yet, he couldn't help but internally lament. This is even more impressive than my own enhancements. How embarrassing. Suppressing his thoughts for the moment, he led Luo Fei to his study. In a short while, Luo Fei had drafted a contract on the computer, printed it out, and both parties signed the formal agreement, thereby temporarily concluding the matter. Subsequently, Lie Junchuan drove his newly acquired Ford SUV, taking Luo Fei to Wang An's residence. In the presence of both parties' lawyers, they signed the official collaboration agreement, simultaneously exchanging the respective documents. Now, they could simply await the financial rewards. Initially, Lie Junchuan had intended to invite Luo Fei to stay overnight, but he learned that Luo Fei had business in the capital the following day. They agreed to meet later for tea when Luo Fei had time in the capital. Afterward, Lie Junchuan drove Luo Fei to Yongqing Airport, with the tea already prepared in advance. Upon returning home, Lie Junchuan found himself at a loss for what to do. He thought of playing some video games to pass the time. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone from his pocket, he felt something hard in the inner pocket of his jacket. It was the new 92 he had acquired. This item was somewhat inconvenient to carry. He mused how wonderful it would be to possess a spatial ring. This thought led him to recall an item from the game Shenwu, the golden silk pouch. Chapter 75, Technological Spatial Equipment, an extra for Chu Qing Foam, seeking gifts and interaction, golden silk pouch type, item function, capable of holding up to 25 transformation cards, 25 medicinal wines, 25 food groups, and 25 agricultural products. A miraculous pouch woven from golden silk. Lie Junchuan checked his current characters as well as those from the older server and discovered he possessed 3 golden silk pouches. One of his lower-level characters had sufficient achievements, though slightly lacking in silver coins. A couple of days of casual play would suffice to earn enough, or he could simply opt for direct purchase. In total, he had 4 pouches. Not in want of money, he decided to invest a bit in his lower-level character, filling all the pouch slots across both accounts, and then clicked to materialize the items. Ding! Materialization successful. Lie Junchuan gazed at the peculiar golden silk ring that had suddenly appeared on the table, curious to inspect it. Initially, he thought it might be a wallet, only to find it was a ring. The ring sparkled faintly under the light, its craftsmanship reminiscent of traditional Chinese filigree work, featuring a wide band with a delicate pale blue square gemstone set in the center, within which a galaxy seemed to subtly flow. Lie Junchuan raised the ring to the light, examining it closely, and scratched his head. It felt oddly familiar. Yet he was certain he had never encountered such a gemstone in reality. He decided to stop pondering and began to read the item description. The spatial ring is meticulously crafted from 999 pure gold, embedded with enigmatic space gems, containing an internal space of 25 m4. Within this realm, time stands still, and it does not require any energy activation for living beings. Merely a thought suffices to retrieve or release items. It possesses indestructible fortitude, exclusively for the bearer's use. Lie Junchuan was utterly astonished. For spaces of 25 m, each amounted to 100 m. How remarkable! He inquired, are these 4 spaces to be used individually, or can they be merged? Freely allocable, replied the system's voice. Filled with elation, Lie Junchuan realized he possessed a 100 m spatial ring. No, 4 of them, totaling 400 m. He hastily switched between various accounts to manifest the remaining 3 golden pouches, thus acquiring 4 spatial rings altogether. Can the 4 rings be combined into one? He asked, somewhat sheepishly. Are you daydreaming? The system retorted. Although disheartened by the negative response, Lie Junchuan remained optimistic. After all, this was already quite impressive. He envisioned placing ammunition inside, eliminating the need to carry luggage when going out. In the future, he could contemplate stowing away other items like guns, cannons, tanks, or even boys. Wouldn't he that render him invincible on Earth? The thought made his mouth water. Furthermore, within this space, time was also stagnant. allowing him to have the chef prepare an abundance of delectable dishes, ensuring he would never go hungry again. Every meal would be served warm. However, Lie Junan felt a twinge of doubt. This object seemed more reminiscent of something from a fantasy novel than reality, akin to the rings found in cultivation stories or Western magical rings. With this in mind, he resolved to consult the system. Yet, before he could voice his query, the system interrupted. Do you possess magical power? Do you have any sorcery? If you do not, how will you utilize it? How can you be certain that technology will not advance to this stage? And what if this stone exists in reality, even if it does not on Earth? What about other planets? All right, I hadn't even spoken yet, and you're already firing off a barrage of responses. Fine, I won't ask. Lie Junan found himself at a loss for words, but quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. He began to incessantly place small items like his phone and pistol into the ring and retrieve them, thoroughly entertained, even managing to store a cup of tea, which he later took out, still warm to the touch. Throughout that night, Lie Junan's imagination soared. He even contemplated the golden elixir from the journey to the west. If this ring had such functions, in moments of conflict or assassination attempts, he could simply absorb the adversary's weapons and then draw his own pistol for a counterattack. Who could withstand that? Eventually, Lie Junan drifted off to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, he opened his eyes, glanced at the ring adorning his finger, and exhaled softly. This isn't a dream. It feels just like a dream. Focusing his mind, he could see the items stored within the ring. Inside, there was a handgun along with the firearm permit, as well as 3 additional rings. After rising and tending to his morning routine, Lie Junan took out his phone, locating Song Gang's WeChat, and sent a message. Brother Song, are you busy? This is Lie Junan. Speak your mind. You've forgotten your old friends now that you have a new companion? It's been ages since you reached out. Your training in the military must have concluded long ago, yet you've returned for days without a word. I see you're just idling away your time in the barracks. Responded Song Gang. Lie Junan stared at the message from Song Gang, utterly baffled, pondering, why would I reach out to you when I have nothing to say? Don't you have work to attend to? He had just sent a brief message, and already was met with a barrage of responses. He had forgotten that previously, he had always commuted alone, dined alone, and slept alone. He seldom initiated contact unless absolutely necessary, declining invitations from friends and colleagues to go out for karaoke or drinks. Gradually, he had lost much of his social life, becoming accustomed to facing challenges alone, and was still unaccustomed to maintaining regular communication with friends. I merely wanted to invite you and Brother Wong over for dinner this evening. I'll have the butler prepare for an outdoor barbecue. Tomorrow is not the weekend, but we can still enjoy a drink. Lie Junan realized he had somewhat neglected this elder brother who had cared for him. He promptly sent a friendly reply. All right then. I'll join you and crab tonight, replied Song Gang. Just as Lie Junan was about to respond, he noticed another message from Song Gang. Are you sure there's nothing else? Is there something I should be concerned about? Lie Junan replied. You truly have a lot on your plate. There's just over a month left in the first half of this year, and the police training hasn't even begun yet. Song Gang replied instantly, accompanied by a teasing emoji. Hey, whenever this matter begins, just notify me directly. I am always on standby. He would never admit that he had been preoccupied with various distractions, completely forgetting about this issue. Haha, the matter will remain unresolved unless we have 2 bottles of medicinal wine tonight. Song Gang sent. After a hearty drink, I'll send you 2 bottles, all right? Lie Junan replied, somewhat speechless. This incorrigible wine enthusiast. Nonetheless, he felt relieved. Indeed, there was no problem that a bottle of medicinal wine could not remedy. If 1 bottle proved insufficient, he would simply add another. Having concluded his conversation with Song Gang, Lie Junan promptly informed the butler about the evening barbecue with 2 friends, ensuring preparations for the ingredients were made in advance. He then stepped outside for a leisurely stroll along the lakeside. Chapter 76. Learning to camp outdoors from videos as the breeze swept across the lakeside and the water shimmered with glimmers of gold. Lie Junan felt akin to the rising sun, destined soon to shine brightly. After circling the lake, he settled onto a bench by the water, retrieving his phone to refresh his short video feed. The algorithms, attuned to his preferences, promptly suggested a video featuring a foreign man setting up a tent in the wilderness, driving a silver 2-door hardtop off-road vehicle that bore a striking resemblance to his newly acquired Ford. Watching the man erect a tent amidst the torrential downpour, arranging folding chairs and stools, hanging an old-fashioned lamp, and preparing a meal and coffee inside while sipping beer, Lie Junan found this way of life remarkably pleasant. In the past, he felt he had little time and even less disposable income, resorting only to virtual camping through videos. However, now, stroking his chin, he felt a stir of excitement. He had acquired the necessary outdoor gear, making it effortless to transport his supplies, even pre-preparing ingredients for the trip. Why not prepare everything in advance? Lie Junan believed experiencing the hands-on approach of camping in the wild, as depicted in the videos, would be delightful. The vehicles in the videos appeared similar in size to his own, albeit with slightly smaller tires. If others could enjoy such comfort in the wilderness, why shouldn't he? With a determined mindset, he quickly returned home, searching for a reputable outdoor equipment store. He set off in his off-road vehicle, targeting the ABC Outdoor Equipment Experience store at the Five Spice Photosynthesis Center. After locating the parking area, Lie Junan parked his car and headed straight for his destination. Upon entering the well-decorated outdoor equipment store, he paid little attention to the various young ladies taking photos inside and promptly approached a sales associate. He requested paper and a pen, meticulously writing down an extensive list of gear, and handed it to the associate. "I would like all of these. Please prepare them according to the specifications, colors, and quantities I've noted." The sales associate was taken aback, having never encountered such a purchasing style akin to a market transaction. Nevertheless, after reviewing the list, he informed Lie Junan, "Sir, some brands you've listed are unavailable here, but we can find equivalent options with similar specifications, ensuring quality and avoiding flamboyant colors." Lie Junan had already researched various reputable brands online, so he preferred to make direct purchases rather than browse endlessly. The associate nodded and inquired, "Shall we package these items for delivery to your specified location?" Without further ado, Lie Junan provided an address, asking, "Can it arrive this afternoon?" The associate affirmed, "As long as it's indoors." "Great. Please calculate the total cost," Lie Junan requested, pulling out his phone as the associate swiftly tapped away on the calculator. Evidently well acquainted with the store's pricing. Moments later, he turned to Lie Junan and announced, "Sir, the total is 120,000. After completing the payment, Lie Junan turned and exited, driving home while leaving the store staff in astonished silence. Two young ladies, who had been taking photos, stomped their feet in frustration, lamenting, "We forgot to ask for his WeChat." Meanwhile, the sales associate beamed as he enlisted colleagues to assist with packing the items. For lunch, he casually instructed the housekeeper to prepare a large bowl of lemon duck and steam some rice. Shortly after finishing his meal, the outdoor gear purchased in the morning was delivered. Lie Junan directed the delivery person to unload everything into the garage, then dismissed him, closing the garage door and transferring all items into his spatial ring. In the afternoon, Lie Junan found himself with little to do, so he nestled on the sofa, engrossed in video games, occasionally sipping the refreshing juice prepared by the housekeeper. Life was indeed delightful. As the evening sky began to darken, he put away his phone, stood up, and stretched lazily. "Show Bo, is everything ready?" he inquired as he emerged from his bedroom. "Everything is prepared. The ingredients have all been prepped. And once your friends arrive, we can place them directly on the grill," replied Li Shou, stepping into the courtyard. Lie Junan surveyed the scene and noticed even the portable exhaust fan was set up, which elicited a satisfied nod. How wonderful it was to have a housekeeper who took care of everything. He recalled the times he had invited friends over for barbecues, endless errands to procure supplies, threading skewers, grilling, feasting, and finally cleaning up. It was utterly exhausting, and he had nearly been mistaken for a fire hazard during the chaos. By around 6 in the evening, Song Gang and Wang Xia arrived at Lie Junan's home in a car. As soon as they stepped inside, they spotted Lie Junan standing by the grill, occasionally turning the lamb skewers, the air thick with a delectable aroma. "Ah, you two have arrived just in time. Come, have some lamb skewers to tide you over," Lie Junan exclaimed, handing them freshly grilled skewers. "Feel free to sprinkle some chili if you wish." Without hesitation, they accepted the skewers, liberally adding chili, and began to indulge in the feast. After devouring one skewer, Song Gang gave a thumbs up to Lie Junan. "Xiao Chuan, you truly excel at this. Aside from our old class monitor, your culinary skills are unmatched among my friends. As the saying goes, when you eat from someone else's hand, you can't be too critical, so I shall forgive you." Lie Junan rolled his eyes. "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Just wait. The mackerel will be ready shortly." For a while, Lie Junan had been the one cooking while Song Gang and Wang Xia feasted. Soon, the housekeeper, Li Shou, donned in an apron, approached, taking over from Lie Junan. He chuckled as he watched the trio enjoy their hearty meal. The aroma of grilled meat mingling with the scent of medicinal liquor, filling the courtyard with warmth and mirth. "By the way, Songgu, when does our police training commence?" they asked, sipping the cool tea brewed by the housekeeper. "In less than 2 weeks. You've not been busy lately, have you?" Song Gang replied. The earlier melancholy from his phone call completely vanished. "Not much on my agenda. I'm just contemplating a little trip, perhaps to visit my girlfriend in the capital. But it won't be for long, so it's nothing significant," Lie Junan said, picking up a small fork to spear a piece of fruit. Song Gang's expression turned unusually serious. "Where are you planning to go?" "I haven't decided yet." "Why do you ask? Is there something wrong?" Lie Junan queried, feeling perplexed by Song Gang's sudden gravity. "Are you going alone, or will you take your girlfriend with you?" Song Gang continued. "Just by myself. I simply wish to find a place to camp alone for a bit," Lie Junan replied. "Oh, in that case, it's all good." Song Gang exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing that Lie Junan still wore a look of bewilderment. He quickly clarified, "I have no concerns about you venturing out alone. As long as you remain within the borders, your prowess is already extraordinary, and with a firearm at your disposal, it is quite challenging for anyone to pose a threat to your safety. My only concern is if you take your girlfriend along. It may prove difficult to manage both ends. Ah, this matter startled me. Worry not. I am formidable beyond measure now, Lie Junan boasted, relishing the newfound security that came with possessing a gun and a spatial ring. However, Song Gang's concern was not without merit. While he could fend for himself, the situation would be different with a companion. He regarded Song Gang with a grateful gaze. Enough of that stare, it's rather nauseating. Where's my drink? Song Gang grumbled, gesturing to Lie Junan, while Wang Xia looked on eagerly. Rest assured, it won't be lacking for you. Lie Junan handed over the medicinal liquor he had prepared. I won't take it for nothing. There is a new litter of German Shepherd puppies at the police dog base. I shall reserve one for you. Song Gang replied cheerfully as he accepted the liquor. Is that permissible? Lie Junan asked, not wishing to embroil Song Gang in any trouble over such a matter. Fear not. One of them is a bit frail and slightly under par for a police dog, but it is free of illness. It's yours. Take good care of it. Song Gang waved his hand dismissively. Then I must express my gratitude, Brother Song. Lie Junan nodded, suddenly reminded of the black beans he had left at his family home. Thank you for what? Song Gang shot him a glare. You should rather offer something of substance. Lie Junan rolled his eyes. Come on, let us hurry. I'll see you both off. He ushered them out the door, remarking, you're not satisfied with just eating and taking. What more do you want? To reside in my home? That's not out of the question. Song Gang, holding the prepared liquor in one hand and rubbing his chin with the other, appeared to be contemplating the feasibility of moving in. Get lost. What would it mean for a grown man like you to stay here? Lie Junan retorted, then seemed to recall something. You wouldn't be avoiding your responsibilities. Seeking refuge here, would you? Utter nonsense. Song Gang fumed, a mix of irritation and embarrassment washing over him. Let us go, you cheeky brat. After bidding farewell to the two, Lie Junan returned to his bedroom, washed up, and collapsed onto his bed. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the bedside cabinet, retrieved the remote, and pressed a button, illuminating the bedroom projector and screen. Connecting his phone, he began watching a lengthy camping video. As he became increasingly captivated, Lie Junan pondered which locales in Guizhou province were suitable for camping. He scoured the internet for information, eventually setting his sights on the majestic 10,000 Great Mountains. Having only encountered descriptions of this natural wonder in novels, he now had the opportunity to experience firsthand this so-called natural oxygen bar. The camping sites mentioned online failed to pique his interest. He yearned for solitude in the depths of the forest, to revel in the tranquility he had long coveted. Once his objectives were established, Lie Junan retired for the night, fully aware of the location he needed to reach, intending to drive there directly at the appointed time. With ample supplies at his disposal, he could comfortably survive in the mountains for an entire month. The following morning, after exchanging pleasantries with the housekeeper, Lie Junan set off in his vehicle. He programmed the navigation system with his destination and, as he sped along the road, arrived at the Shirwanda Mountains National Forest Park a good 10 minutes ahead of schedule. However, he bypassed the main tourist area, instead opting for a winding path that led him into the depths of the primeval forest as indicated on the map. At this juncture, Lie Junan rolled down the car window, inhaling the crisp, invigorating air of the natural haven, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Though the condition of the small road was less than ideal, it posed no challenge for his vehicle, allowing him to relish the rare joy of driving. In this moment, he suddenly comprehended why some middle-aged men derive pleasure from traversing rugged terrains in their off-road vehicles, eagerly navigating through challenging muddy tracks, steep hills, and river valleys, undeterred by the significant financial investment in their modified cars. Unlike those who mindlessly scroll through short video clips, Lie Junan observed the dense forests flanking the road with wide-eyed curiosity. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of gray squirrels darting up the towering trees, heard the gentle calls of unfamiliar birds spreading their wings, and spotted nameless butterflies dancing among the blossoms. With a panoramic view before him, he adeptly maneuvered his vehicle while soaking in the surrounding beauty. After driving for over half an hour, the tire tracks on the path faded away, and Lie Junan finally ventured deeper into the primordial forest. He listened intently to the sounds around him, and, upon hearing the distant rush of water from the northwest, steered his car in that direction. Fortunately, the terrain consisted of shallow gravel, alleviating any concerns about traversing the area. After slowing down for approximately 10 minutes, Lie Junan could not suppress a soft exclamation at the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before him. Once he parked the car, Lie Junan exited and stood on a relatively flat expanse of grass, gazing at a small lake nestled among several peaks. The water of the lake flowed down from a nearby waterfall, modest in size yet remarkably picturesque. Today, I shall camp here, he thought to himself. With no one around, Lie Junan felt free to utilize his spatial ring without hesitation. He first laid out a ground mat, then unfurled a purchased inflatable tent atop it. Next, he retrieved a hammer and long stakes, securing the tent firmly into the earth at several corners. He then brought out the automatic inflation device for the tent, activated it with a single push, and watched as the tent began to rise. After adjusting the auxiliary ropes around the tent, He completed the setup and secured the tent's built-in canopy to the roof of his vehicle, using a long pole to prop it up, ensuring that rainwater would not accumulate on the canopy. After unzipping the tent, Lie Junan retrieved a pair of slippers, placing them outside before exchanging his current footwear. Barefoot, he stepped into the 20-square-meter abode, pulling back the blackout fabric of the window, facing the water, and securing it neatly. He then extracted a moisture-resistant mat from his ring, spreading it across the floor, followed by a spacious folding bed measuring 1.2 meters wide and 2.5 meters long, which he unfolded and positioned, even laying down a carpet in front of it for added comfort. Next, he inflated a portable sofa, arranging it beside the bed, and laid down another carpet for good measure. He then produced a large folding table and set up chairs around it. Additionally, he unpacked a slightly larger dual-burner gas stove, placing the gas cylinder next to the table and connecting the tubing to the stove. He also set up a lamp with a simple assembly stand on the table. After some contemplation, Lie Junan hung several small lights from the reserved spots at the top of the tent. Stepping outside once more, he prepared a set of firewood, extending a pipe into the tent, though he refrained from igniting it for the time being, as the mountain temperatures were still mild. He planned to light it later in the evening. In truth, he was not particularly sensitive to the cold, but simply preferred the added comfort. The tent was equipped with ventilation holes, alleviating concerns about carbon monoxide, yet to enhance the culinary experience within, he fashioned a rudimentary range hood, extending a collapsible duct through the designated openings. Subsequently, Lie Junan unveiled an outdoor marvel, a portable toilet, which he placed in the corner. He poured a deodorizing solution into it and manipulated the gray water tank handle, pressing a few buttons before retracting the handle and closing the lid, thus completing the preparations. As for why he didn't simply relieve himself in the woods. While decomposition occurs rapidly and is environmentally friendly, the abundance of mosquitoes posed a significant drawback, leading to the potential for numerous itchy bites. Gazing at the clock, he noted it was nearly noon and began to prepare lunch. He opened the valve on the gas cylinder to release gas, igniting the stove, and retrieved a set of cookware along with pre-prepared steak from his ring. Pouring olive oil into the skillet, he awaited its heating before using tongs to place the steak into the pan, setting the broccoli he had prepared earlier beside it, all while occasionally flipping the steak. Before long, the steak was ready, and he cracked 2 eggs into the pan, finalizing the dish. As for pasta, Lie Junan had little affection for it. He placed the skillet on a square wooden tray matching its dimensions, retrieved a knife and fork, and after extinguishing the flame, brought forth 2 chilled bottles of dajong ushuri and glass cups from his ring, preparing to indulge in his meal. With the skillet resting on the wooden tray, he picked up his utensils and began to feast, savoring the steak alongside the refreshing ushuri, relishing every bite. Occasionally, he would enjoy a mouthful of the fried egg and broccoli, exclaiming in delight. For the first time in his life, Lie Junan experienced a joy that resonated with the feeling of freedom intertwined with solitude, reminiscent of the videos he had previously watched, reflecting on the past 30 years. At this moment, Lie Junan found the smoke within the tent somewhat overwhelming. After taking a swig of liquor, he silently expressed his gratitude to the system. Chapter 78. An unexpected visitor. Having consumed a steak, Lie Junan felt a lingering emptiness in his stomach. He retrieved from his spatial ring the lemon chicken feet prepared by his steward, still cold when placed inside, but emanating a gentle chill upon removal. Concerned that the aroma within the tent might become overpowering, he opened a ventilation flap, making it convenient to simply zip it up afterward, allowing for fresh air circulation and preventing any lingering odors. Having finished 2 bottles of big ushuri beer, Lie Junan extracted several more bottles, placing them on the table. With a flick of his fingers, the caps popped open one by one. He then donned disposable gloves to showcase the chicken feet alongside the beer. Yet, he felt that something was amiss. After a moment's thought, he produced a Bluetooth speaker from his spatial ring, connected it to his phone, and began playing music. The vibe was absolutely delightful. After indulging in 2 kilograms of chicken feet and 6 bottles of big ushuri, Lie Junan finally felt his hunger dissipate and began to tidy up. He took out kitchen paper towels to absorb the grease from the utensils, followed by camping-specific wet wipes for a thorough cleanse. He then retrieved a sterilizer and a BYD power source from his spatial ring, placing the utensils inside for disinfection. As for the chicken bones and empty beer bottles, he simply stored them in an empty ring. Once he had cleaned the table, Lie Junan stepped outside the tent. Gazing at the stunning scenery surrounding him, Lie Junan could not resist pulling out his phone to capture the moment, but soon noticed the sky darkening. Was rain on the horizon? Observing the clouds gradually drifting in, he did not rush back to the tent. Instead, he pulled out an umbrella from his spatial ring. The mountain weather was indeed capricious. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly, and now, a light drizzle began to fall. As Lie Junan opened the umbrella, he admired the once clear forest now shrouded in mist, finding the primordial forest even more enchanting, akin to an ancient landscape painting. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes and a lighter appeared in his empty hand. He took out a cigarette and lit it, after which both the lighter and the pack vanished. He began to stroll, experiencing the scenery from various angles. Before him lay mountains, waters, and trees, while behind him wafted the wind, rain, and smoke. At this moment, his mind was a blank slate, with only the melodic tunes from the tent's speaker filling his ears. Walking in the rain, he was unaware of how long he had wandered until he noticed the grass beneath him turning muddy, prompting him to return to the tent. Closing the umbrella, he hung it on the car's rear beneath the canopy, removed his shoes, and entered the tent. Discovering his clothes damp, he retrieved a folding clothes hanger from his spatial ring, opened it, and draped his jacket and pants over it. Next, he took out a charcoal stove, placed a few smokeless coals inside, ignited them with solid alcohol, and set a sturdy iron mesh on top. Finally, he unveiled a specially prepared tea brewing set along with a barrel of mountain spring water. After properly installing the electric water pump atop the barrel, Lie Junan pressed the switch, filled the tea stove with water, and placed it on the iron grate. He then retrieved some tea leaves and a selection of nutty snacks for later use. Next, he produced a metallic mesh box with a wooden handle, into which he placed the nuts before setting it on the stove's iron grate to heat. Additionally, he brought out a small folding table and stools, positioning them nearby as he settled down to await the water's boil, occasionally shaking the mesh box to ensure the nuts were evenly warmed. Before long, the water reached a rolling boil. Lie Junan added the tea leaves to the kettle and covered it, soon enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the tea, accompanied by the distinct scent of the heated nuts. Pondering what else was needed, he ruminated for a while but could not discern what was missing. He had both food and drink. With a hint of obsession, he opened a short video platform and began to peruse his previously saved videos. Ultimately realizing what was lacking, a large black dog. Just as Lie Junan contemplated launching a mobile game to summon a pet, an unexpected creature scurried into his tent. Earlier, he had noticed faint footsteps but dismissed them, attributing the sounds to small wild animals in the nearby forest. To his astonishment, this creature had ventured into his tent. What on earth? Wasn't it said that small animals were typically fearful of humans? He lifted his gaze to behold the creature before him. Goodness, what is this? A squirrel? It's enormous. His initial reaction was to identify it as a squirrel, as it bore a resemblance to the common variety, albeit with a rather absurd size and a notable lack of timidity. Lie Junan snapped a photograph and conducted a quick search, confirming it was indeed a squirrel. Specifically known as a giant squirrel, commonly referred to as a tree dog in this region of Guizhou. Hey, just as I was wishing for a large black dog. You've come to visit me. It seems we are destined to meet. Lie Junan mused, observing the little creature with keen interest. The squirrel, approximately 40 centimeters in length with a tail extending another 60 centimeters, initially led him to believe it was a mutated version of its kind. Little one, what brings you here? Lie Junan suddenly spoke, startling the giant squirrel momentarily. However, it quickly regained its composure, fixating intently on the fruits and nuts beside Lie Junan. Anticipating the squirrel's intentions, he picked a strawberry from the fruit platter and extended it toward the creature. To his surprise, the squirrel accepted it without hesitation and began to nibble eagerly. Perhaps it was famished? Lie Junan scratched his head. One would think the bountiful resources of the primordial forest would prevent such hunger. Yet, considering the creature's size, he found himself somewhat reassured. As expected, after swiftly consuming the strawberry, the squirrel's gaze remained fixed on Lie Junan, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Thus, Lie Junan picked up another fruit and handed it over. After receiving it, he finished feeding the 6 strawberries on the plate, yet the little creature refused to depart. Consequently, Lie Junan had to offer a large jujube, which the squirrel promptly accepted, discarding the pit afterward. At this moment, Lie Junan refrained from further feeding, instead extending his hand, saying, "Come, having partaken of my fruit, you are now my squirrel. Let us shake hands first, big black." Naturally, the squirrel did not comprehend Lie Junan's words, but it took a couple of steps forward, sweeping its long, fluffy tail behind it. The tail brushed against Lie Junan's outstretched palm, leaving it feeling slightly damp and ticklish. Observing that the creature still lingered, Lie Junan offered another jujube. The freshly roasted nut was rather hot, so he refrained from feeding it. This time, the squirrel did not eat but instead clutched the large jujube, glancing between it and Lie Junan, twitching its nose before letting out a startled call and scampering out of the tent. Chapter 79. The peculiar trio watching Big Black dash out of the tent, Lie Junan did not pursue it, remaining seated, for it was a nationally protected species. He took a sip of tea at the perfect temperature, then placed the roasted nuts into the wooden plate he had just retrieved. With the music turned off, he listened to the gentle patter of the rain, savoring the fragrant tea. Suddenly, Lie Junan felt that simply passing the days in such a manner was quite agreeable. However, he soon dismissed that notion. With the aid of external influences, he ought to enrich his future existence. He extracted a handful of pistachios from the plate, casually shelling one and placing it in his mouth, as a subtle roasted aroma filled his palate. Contemplating for a moment, he snapped a picture and sent it to Lie Yun. "Guess where I am?" After waiting for quite a while without a reply, Lie Junan surmised that his girlfriend might be preoccupied, so he opened a game to pass the time. As the sound of rain against the tent gradually faded, Lie Junan set his phone down and lifted his gaze through the tent's entrance. Noticing that the rain had ceased, the dark clouds were dissipating, and sunlight began to cascade down, reflecting on the water's surface, evoking in him the idiom floating light and gilded shadows. Approaching the entrance, he slipped on his slippers and was greeted by the sudden appearance of a rainbow arching across the sky. He hastily took several photographs, and once the rainbow faded, he sent the images to Lie Junan. Standing on the damp grass, he felt the temperature gradually rising. The previous mist, now evaporating in the sunlight, rendered the air even more humid. He inhaled deeply, allowing the freshness to fill his lungs. How long had it been since he had breathed such air? Lie Junan pondered to himself, vaguely recalling his last stroll through the forest in 2017 at the Zhaikakong scenic area in Libo, where he had spent 2 days with a friend. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Lie Junan's ears perked up. Human footsteps, indeed. 3 individuals? Could they also be here for camping? Realizing he was merely clad in a t-shirt and shorts, he quickly returned to the tent, grabbing the dry jacket and pants hanging on the rack to attire himself. Firstly, if they are tourists, his behavior appears rather unrefined. Secondly, if they are not tourists, one cannot help but ponder, as Lie Junan withdrew a firearm from his spatial ring and stowed it in his right pocket. In such an environment, he should not presume the worst of others. He recalled Song Gang's earlier warning. Could it be that those drug trafficking gangs remain undeterred? However, he had forgotten that his enemies extended beyond mere traffickers, who were oblivious to the shadow he cast behind them, mistakenly believing it to be a collaborative operation by domestic law enforcement. As he strained to listen to the approaching footsteps, Lie Junan contemplated whether he should retreat into the woods. Should they possess weapons, the area around him offered little in the way of cover, and the tent was hardly worth mentioning. Standing outside the tent, he gazed toward the source of the sounds, revealing 3 men with large backpacks making their way deeper into the forest, following the same path Lie Junan had taken. It was likely that a vehicle awaited them on the main road, or perhaps they had hired someone to transport them before proceeding on foot into the mountains. Upon noticing Lie Junan's vehicle and the large tent, the trio momentarily paused, evidently surprised to find someone camping in this secluded area. After a brief exchange of glances, they approached him. "Camping here alone, brother?" the leading man inquired. Lie Junan, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, replied candidly, "Indeed. Are you 3 also here to camp?" "Yes, we are. We are conducting geological surveys and just arrived today, intending to establish a campsite nearby. Once we finish our survey here, we will move on to the next location," the leading man explained, while the other 2 regarded Lie Junan with friendly smiles. Lie Junan, internally skeptical yet maintaining a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "You all seem to have it tough without any means of transportation." What vehicle would be of use in these mountains?" "We are accustomed to trekking," the leader replied. "Very well, establish your campsite. It will soon grow dark, and I shall not intrude any longer," Lie Junan concluded, waving his hand as he retreated to his tent. Unbeknownst to the 3, at that moment, a tiny insect silently alighted upon the leader's hat as Lie Junan turned away. The trio assessed the fading light and promptly began searching for a suitable spot to set up camp. Rather than choosing the grassy area, they ventured deeper into the woods, pausing at a relatively flat patch of ground where they laid down a mat, placed their backpacks, and retrieved a collapsible entrenching tool to level the surface. "Why did you greet that individual?" inquired one of the younger men, who had a slightly darker complexion, as he took out the tent to prepare for setup. "Did you not see that vehicle?" the leader responded. "Yes, what of it? A forge shouldn't be of significant value," replied another man, who was smoothing the ground and preparing pegs to secure the tent. "That vehicle has been out of production since the last century. It is virtually non-existent in the domestic market, let alone legally operable." The leading man was aware that his 2 subordinates had never traveled abroad and thus had never encountered such a vehicle. He, however, had seen it at the residence of a wealthy individual in the Middle East, where the affluent host had taken the liberty to introduce it to him, leaving a profound impression. Yet, apart from the exterior, it bore no resemblance to the vehicle he had just seen. This could only imply one thing. The manufacturer and the modification factory had been commissioned to produce a custom variant at a considerable expense. After elucidating the vehicle's details to his companions, the young man with a somewhat dark expression suddenly grasped the implication. "Does this mean that the young man's car is extremely valuable?" The other subordinate then playfully nudged his companion, remarking, "What does it matter about the car? The fact that he could afford to spend a fortune on this antique vehicle indicates that he is quite the tycoon." Subsequently, the 3 exchanged knowing glances and shared a rather sinister chuckle. Unbeknownst to them, a tiny flying insect had recorded both their voices and images, transmitting them in real time to another individual. After properly setting up a large tent, the trio proceeded to dig drainage ditches around it, exhibiting a commendable level of professionalism. Once these tasks were completed, they even established rudimentary surveillance mechanisms in the vicinity. Observing this through his mobile device, Lie Junan furrowed his brow. These individuals appeared to possess considerable wilderness survival skills. Although they seemed unremarkable, akin to many seasoned campers, he was not particularly concerned about his vehicle or himself being targeted. Rather, a peculiar sensation emanated from the leading man, an oddity he could not quite articulate, despite the man's seemingly benign demeanor. With this thought, Lie Junan decided to refrain from further interference, reassured by the presence of the tiny insect monitoring their activities, confident that the trio would not incite any significant disturbances. Chapter 80. Explosive revelations. Taking out a large shower tent, Lie Junan unfurled it and secured it to the ground with pegs and guy lines. He then positioned the showerhead and placed a substantial bucket of water nearby, connecting it to the shower pipe with an electric pump, thus creating a functional shower room. After contemplating for a moment, he stepped firmly on the ground inside the shower tent to create a sloped surface, preventing water accumulation. Glancing at his watch, he decided it was time to prepare dinner. Returning to the tent, he began retrieving items from his spatial ring. As a native of the north, Lie Junan had always favored wheat-based dishes, so he resolved to indulge in dumplings for dinner. He retrieved a pot from his spatial ring, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove, turning on the gas valve and igniting the flame to bring the water to a boil. Feeling that dumplings alone might be a tad monotonous, he also procured cucumbers, harbin red sausage, and jelly, slicing them with a small knife. After preparing a variety of sauces, he mixed the three ingredients together and arranged them neatly on a plate. After a moment's reflection, he opened his mobile device to the Shenwu game, conjuring a dish known as beggar's chicken. This dish, wrapped in lotus leaves and encased in mud before being roasted, offered no special effects but was delectable and satisfying. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he retrieved the pre-prepared 3-flavored dumplings from his spatial ring, counting out 20 and placing them into the pot. Continuing to monitor the cooking process, occasionally stirring, the dumplings soon reached perfection. They were lifted from the pot and elegantly plated. A few bottles of Dawusu beer were retrieved and opened one by one, signaling that dinner was fully prepared. After admiring the bountiful spread before him, he captured a photograph with his phone and sent it to his girlfriend. Initially anticipating silence, he was pleasantly surprised when Lie Yun replied, "Wow, Xiaochuan, you've prepared so many delectable dishes. Are you camping? I've been so busy this afternoon that I couldn't respond." Lie Yun messaged, "Don't wear yourself out. Perhaps consider hiring another employee. It's unnecessary to overexert yourself while managing the shop." Lie Junan replied, "I've already posted the job listings. 2 new staff members will start tomorrow, both experienced, so I won't be as overwhelmed." Lie Yun responded, "That's great. Have you returned home yet? I've instructed the housekeeper to prepare more soup for you. You must take care of your health," Lie Junan added. "I was just about to head home. I've only just arrived at the parking lot," Lie Yun replied. "All right, drive safely. I'll be in the capital in a few days," Lie Junan said. "Okay, I'll await your arrival," Lie Yun concluded. After ending the call with Lie Yun, Lie Junan began to indulge in his meal, savoring the chicken with one hand and dumplings with the other, occasionally sampling the vegetables and sipping beer. With gourmet delights before him and picturesque scenery behind, it felt like a celestial existence. Once he had polished off the meal, he meticulously cleaned the utensils and placed them in the sterilizer, wiped down the table, and stretched, feeling every muscle in his body unwind in perfect harmony. After attending to his personal hygiene, he turned his attention to the footage from the small flying insects captured by the 3 men. Initially, everything appeared ordinary. The trio had prepared a simple dinner to satiate their hunger. However, as he continued to watch, Lie Junan sensed something amiss. He glanced at his watch. It was only 8 in the evening. Were these individuals retiring for the night already? Having spent considerable time in Yong City, he rarely slept before 1 in the morning. And while these men maintained a regular schedule, this seemed rather premature for retiring to bed. Lie Junan scratched his head, pondering if they had plans later in the night. Yet, before he could dwell further on it, he was taken aback as the 3 men, shockingly, shed even their underwear and dove into a large quilt. Perhaps the mountain air was particularly chilly at night, necessitating warmth in numbers. He rationalized. But his thoughts were soon contradicted as the 3 men engaged in a rather intimate affair, with the leader of the group taking center stage. "Oh, my eyes, my ears," Lie Junan exclaimed as he hastily shut off the screen. He retrieved eye drops from his spatial ring, sitting on the sofa as he dripped several drops into his eyes, followed by cleaning his ears with hydrogen peroxide and cotton swabs. Yet it was all in vain. The images he had just witnessed continued to replay in his mind. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the troubling thoughts. Finding little relief, he resorted to his cherished private films, determined to employ magic to counteract magic. After a considerable period, Lie Junan extinguished the cigarette in his hand, retrieved a towel, and exited the tent. Slipping into his slippers, he made his way to the shower tent to freshen up. Upon completion, he lay down on the large bed, serenaded by the sounds of chirping insects, and soon fell into a deep slumber. However, in the stillness of the night, he abruptly opened his eyes, his ears catching the familiar sound of approaching footsteps. What could these 3 individuals want? Lie Junan swiftly donned his clothing, quickly retrieved his firearm, disengaged the safety, and extinguished all lights both inside and outside the tent. Navigating the darkness posed no challenge for him, especially with a faint moonlight illuminating the night sky. He exited the tent, concealing himself beside the vehicle, employing the newly mastered art of invisibility, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible as he patiently awaited the arrival of the trio. In the shadows, 3 figures stealthily approached his tent, each wielding a long-barreled shotgun. Despite his limited knowledge of firearms, he recognized the Remington brand often featured in films, reputedly favored by many foreign farmers for both rifles and shotguns. What audacity! Lie Junan inwardly cursed, questioning the motives of these individuals who possessed such weaponry, which appeared to be favored by hunters. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could these 3 be poachers? In that instant, he comprehended the dissonance he felt upon first encountering the leading man. The peculiar visage of the Taoist priest practicing the 7 fiends technique bore a striking resemblance to the man in charge. With this realization, Lie Junan concealed his handgun. He would not grant his adversaries the opportunity to retaliate. As the 3 neared the off-road vehicle, he had already maneuvered to the other side. In an instant, he sprang into action, pressing down on the vehicle's hood, launching himself into the air. His feet struck the chests of 2 men in rapid succession, propelling them upward with tremendous force. Just as the leader turned his head, Lie Junan delivered a powerful blow, a swift palm strike infused with the technique of the Tongbei fist, sending the man flying sideways. Bang, bang, bang. The trio fell almost simultaneously to the ground, unconscious, blood trickling from their mouths and noses. The leading man lost several teeth, blood seeping from his orifices. From his spatial ring, Lie Junan retrieved ropes and gloves, binding the 3 securely before reclaiming their firearms to the tent. Upon closer inspection, he noted one was an M700 and 2 were shotguns, surprisingly, none of which had their safeties disengaged. What were these ruffians doing here, their safeties still intact? Lie Junan pondered, a flicker of realization crossing his mind as he kicked at their groins a few times, spitting disdainfully. Ugh, you disgust me. Recalling that he had not worn gloves during the earlier confrontation, he hurried to the shower tent to wash his hands, using disinfecting wipes several times. Regardless of the hour, he produced his phone and dialed Song Gang's number. Damn, aren't you supposed to be asleep at this hour? What is wrong with you? Song Gang's voice was tinged with irritation. Lie Junan, unfazed, proceeded to inform him of the situation. Thus, I understand. Please send me the location, and I will find someone to go there. Song Gang, instantly awakened, received the coordinates sent by Lie Junan. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone. For in his mind, when Lie Junan encountered such events, they invariably revealed greater complexities beneath the surface. Yet another opportunity for merit. Chapter 81. Taking Black Bean to the capital, when Lie Junan encountered the police personnel, dawn had already broken, perhaps due to Song Gang's prior instructions. The officers did not request Lie Junan to provide a written statement at the station. Instead, they merely inquired about the circumstances on site before preparing to leave with 3 still unconscious individuals and 3 firearms. Lie Junan hastily exclaimed, "Wait. I forgot to inform you that they have set up a tent in the woods. There might be some supplies they brought along, which could contain items of interest to you. Thank you for your cooperation." The officers replied, proceeding towards the forest. Meanwhile, the 3 unconscious criminals were first taken to the police vehicle. Lie Junan even observed officers handcuffing the 3, likely concerned about any unexpected awakenings. Given that they were armed felons, caution was indeed warranted. Returning to the tent, Lie Junan drank some water and let out a slight sigh, instantly losing interest in continuing the camping trip. Despite his reluctance to admit it, his tendency to attract trouble had been firmly established. Aside from remaining at home or in the military, he seemed to encounter various incidents wherever he went, each more absurd than the last. After hastily preparing a simple breakfast, Lie Junan quickly finished eating, packed up the camping gear, and drove away from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Dark clouds gathered, a gentle breeze stirred, and light rain began to fall, transforming the mountain landscape into a dreamlike scene. Once aspiring to traverse the world with sword in hand, to witness the splendor of life, the youthful heart often brims with recklessness. Now, as he sped along the national highway, listening to Once You, Lie Junan felt his mood uplifted significantly. Apart from stopping at a gas station for fuel and a restroom break, he hardly paused until he finally arrived in Luoyang at 7 in the evening. Having announced his arrival in the group chat beforehand, dinner was shared at Zhang Yadong's cozy courtyard. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhang Yadong revealed some details. The 3 individuals he apprehended in the morning were indeed part of a poaching gang, involved in multiple offenses with substantial monetary implications, all linked to an extensive web of interests. Their primary clientele consisted of wealthy foreigners and private museums. Lie Junan raised his glass to toast with the 2 men. "Brothers, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Let us drink." After spending the night at Zhang Yadong's courtyard, the next morning, following breakfast, the 3 parted ways. Lie Junan then drove back to his hometown. He spent a day there, briefly discussing his current situation with his family, assisting them with their health, and leaving behind a batch of medicinal liquor. With Black Bean, who had grown significantly, in his arms, he bid farewell to his family and set off towards the capital. Throughout the journey, nothing significant occurred. The little Black Bean remained remarkably well-behaved, quiet during the ride. After a few hours, Lie Junan arrived at the capital. Without prior notice to Li Yun, he intended to surprise his girlfriend. He drove directly to Shili, where he carried a backpack containing the Black Bean to Li Yun's flower and bird shop. Observing the busy staff within the shop, Lie Junan pondered for a moment before finding a nearby beverage store to purchase several cups of milk tea. Returning to the shop shortly thereafter. Wow. Xiao Chuangu. Li Yun was engrossed in packing potted plants for customers when she looked up and spotted her boyfriend. Her face lit up with surprise, and she instinctively moved to embrace him warmly. However, she quickly realized her predicament, her cheeks flushing red as she turned to the waiting customer, saying, "I apologize. Let me assist you first." The customer, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, wore a broad smile, remarking, "Little boss, I'm not in a hurry. It seems you haven't seen your boyfriend in a while." He held a delicately crafted bird cage, housing a lively little bird. Lie Junan handed the milk tea to Li Yun, saying, "This is for you. Please share it with your staff. I will help you pack." Without waiting for her response, he deftly assisted the elderly man in packaging the potted plant. Given the small size of the potted plant, the task proved uncomplicated, and it was quickly completed. Li Yun distributed the milk tea to the staff before approaching. "Li Yi, your plant is ready." "Great. Little boss, your boyfriend is quite handsome. You are fortunate." The old man accepted his purchased plant and, as he turned to leave, noticed the dog peeking out from Lie Junan's backpack, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Oh, this little fellow is quite impressive, but having such a breed in the capital might not be suitable. Taking dogs out is not permitted." The old man displayed a certain social charisma. "I hadn't paid attention. I just brought him along. However, it's fine to keep him at home. There's ample space for him to run. Do you have any pets, sir?" Lie Junan noticed the old man seemed to be a regular customer and struck up a conversation. "Ah, well, yes. It seems you have a yard at home. Otherwise, this fellow wouldn't have enough space to run around. The breed requires considerable exercise. I have a Pekingese at home. I've had him for many years, but his health has declined recently." The old man appeared quite pleased initially, but as he reflected on his aging Pekingese, whose appetite had waned significantly, his mood dampened, revealing a deep affection for the pet. "I apologize for bringing up such a sorrowful topic." Lie Junan quickly expressed his regrets. "Not at all. It's not your fault. Life and death are natural occurrences. He isn't ill, merely aging." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Have you considered consulting a veterinarian? Humans can employ various methods to delay aging. Surely, pets can too? From what you've said, it hasn't reached the direst point. There should still be hope." Lie Junan mused, suddenly reminded of the longevity noodles and pearl meatballs from the game Shenwu, both of which could restore life in the game. He wondered what their tangible effects might be. After searching extensively, it appears that the current veterinary clinics are unable to address such issues. They merely adhere to conventional Western medicine in their treatment of pets. The old man shook his head. "I recall there are veterinarians skilled in traditional Chinese medicine." Lie Junan mused, recalling a news article he had previously encountered, which mentioned that his hometown's agricultural economics college offered such a specialization. He had been somewhat taken aback by the article, particularly as it depicted a veterinarian performing acupuncture on a horse. "Ah, do such veterinarians truly exist?" Old Master Lee, evidently not well versed in online information, expressed his ignorance on the matter. "Indeed, they do. However, I am uncertain whether there are any